where it's like, hey, screw the cars. I mean, of course they still have to drive, but at least we can take this part back for us, the people that need exercise and want to go out and ride our bikes without being worried about being hit by a car. When I was growing up, and I would go to the ciclovia, and that's where I learned to ride my bike. So it's good things to implement and everywhere, right? Like it'd be cool to have something like that here. Um, cool models, I guess. And these are actual actual models, I guess.
MKL, yeah, I see what you're saying there in the text. I don't believe the mainstream version of history, so that's why I'm not sure on the grid thing.
If anyone's interested, I posted it on the live stream voice text. I think it's the wiki for the ciclovia.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think that's one reason marathons are popular, because like for a whole day or most of a day, it's all about foot traffic. It's not about cars and trucks and all that.
With the whole situation nowadays, they probably would stay away from doing that. So it's kind of sad. Either way, are there any Globers here? I don't want to talk too much about other stuff. If any Globers are here, I can answer questions.
That's a kind of interesting.
Yeah, what's the best proof for the flat Earth? I was going to ask MK Ultra. What's your best proofs? I don't think I've ever heard you say that.
I really like the whole fluid always finds its level, because as an individual who's in construction and works with a level, it makes a lot of sense to me. So going based on whatever source you choose to follow, whether it's 70 or 75% of the world being encased in water. How can that exist? How can it find its curve on a ball?
And number two?
The other one beyond that would be the container. How can pressure exist next to an open container? It's just not possible.
All right, number three.
Just from based on my experience with hiking, I've never seen curvature. I've always seen a horizontal horizon. So to claim that there is some kind of curvature, it's just never seen. And it from what I've looked into, based on whatever model you tend to follow, 8 inches per mile square doesn't seem to exist anywhere, and it's falsifiable in way too many areas.
Precisely every single area.
So therefore, like, where do you get the radius from? It just doesn't make sense to me.
So MK, what did you think when you heard refraction for the first time? Do you think that light could bend around the curve? Do you think that much refraction is possible, or what?
Well, the first time I found out about refraction was when I was looking into telescopes and how it's built in to them to um, make things look um, ball shaped.
Well, I don't know if it's built into the telescope. I think the way that I would describe it is that the physics of light, the way that it radiates out in all directions, if you're looking at a light through atmosphere or some sort of medium from a distance, it doesn't matter if the light is square shaped, if the filament is shaped, like a straight line, like filaments usually are, right? It's going to appear spherical from a distance. And that's just the physics of light, the way that it radiates out. I mean, if you look at light from the opposite side of the pool and you're underwater, right? You open your eyes at night, it looks like a great big ball of light. But when you drain the pool and change the bulb, it's actually a very small, rectangular shaped bulb, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I've never seen it happen from light, say from like sun rays. Like how do you explain like parallel sun rays and sun rays that seem to go in all different directions as it comes through the clouds? It just
You mean crepuscular?
yeah, that's the word. Thank you.
No, it would be quite simply explained by a small local light source overhead.
And I agree too. So that's just one of those other things that kind of debunks the whole heliocentric model to me.
It took me a while to figure it out, but everybody used to always ask about eclipses, and I love it when they ask about an eclipse because they say that the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth. It has 1/6 of the gravity, I believe. But if you look at the totality, the shadow on the Earth, the shadow is only like 100 miles across,
Yeah, 70 miles.
or yeah, even smaller sometimes. So how does an object cast a shadow smaller than itself? And they say, well, there's the umbra and penumbra, and it's because the sun is so big, right? But the sun isn't really that big. It's the same size as the moon, apparently, in our sky during a solar eclipse. So if the sun is so big, how do you verify that? Right? And it doesn't make any sense at all because they say that the light from the top of the sun goes underneath the bottom of the moon, and the light from the bottom of the sun goes over top of the moon, and this causes this umbra and penumbra effect. But when you look at the shadows on Jupiter during a so-called solar eclipse on Jupiter, the totality of the shadow, they're the same size as the little moons. So it doesn't make sense. And you point this out to them, and they start showing you the shadow that's on like the very edge of Jupiter where the curve is like really curving away, distorting the shadow, right? But even then, that makes the shadow of the moon bigger than the object, not smaller. So they got nothing when it comes to this. And
It just
I
blows
go
up
into
everything for them because for that to be happening with the umbra and penumbra, the sun has to be putting out convergent rays. So like, which is it? Is it parallel or is it convergent? And then they've got their whole sticks of shadows, which needs parallel rays, and so it's great when they invoke that garbage because they just shoot themselves right in the foot. Sorry, I thought you were finished. Didn't mean to
No, that's
cut you off.
cool. I have a natural pause and a slow cadence. No worries, bro.
My bad. Well, I'm done. Everything in the heliocentric model is just so damn flimsy, you know? People could just tone down their pride and ego for 5 seconds, they would see right through it.
Here's a challenge. Name one thing in the heliocentric model that actually makes sense. Somebody
Yeah,
got one thing.
Dave Weiss has his find me something dumber than the heliocentric model challenge. For 100 Bitcoin. I can't name one. Can you guys?
I
Does
can't think of
anything
one.
work? I mean, it's a theoretical model. So how do you even say anything works? You know?
There's a lot of things that they say it works, but does it actually work in reality?
But I mean, it's not reality, so we never know that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So they can just say, well, works in the calculations. So does that mean it works? Well, yeah, it
Well,
works
it's
in the
like I
calculations.
think it's Dave Weiss again. It says that 3-basket thing works on both, works on just flat Earth or works on globe. There's
Free
nothing that
basket.
goes in that. There's nothing that goes in
Oh,
just
yeah,
works on globe.
Yep.
You know. I mean, I can't think of anything. We could think of
I
anything.
mean,
We
but
wouldn't be here
that's
for
their
6
whole
years.
that's their whole argument. That's all their argument. It works in the calculations, works in the math. You know.
Math and images, all they got.
Yeah.
Put down.
But
Math,
Yeah,
nothing
but
works
math
in
is
reality.
a language, right?
Yeah.
With math, you could describe anything, right? You could tell a story with math, right?
Yeah.
Often like to use the, show me negative apples, right?
Yeah, I've heard you say it before. Yeah.
And it's just a concept like infinity. Like there is no such thing as infinity in reality, right? It's just a concept. Or like a point light source, right? A point is a mathematical concept, right? Show me a point in reality. You can point to a place,
Mm.
right? Or you can, cut
That's
out
a
a
social
period
concept.
and glue it to your face, right? But that's not a point, right?
Yeah.
I meant no disrespect to the Hindus out there.
I was waiting for
I
that
didn't
one.
think of,
That's what I was
I
thinking
didn't
of as
mean it.
well.
I didn't mean it like that. I respect all religions, even Baltardia. I just respect it a little less than the other ones.
I've lost all my respect for both Tardia.
I explained dark matter to one of my coworkers the other day, and I wish that I would have took a picture of her face when I said that dark matter was her sky daddy. Because if you believe in gravity, you have to believe in dark matter, or the galaxy would fly apart if it wasn't for this dark matter. Because gravity has to work, right? It has to, or there's no spherical Earth. And if it doesn't work at the galactic level, then it doesn't work at any level. And that's why they come up with the dark matter theory. It's literally the invisible gravitation needed to hold the galaxy together because it's spinning 10 times too fast. And when I told her, I said, that's your sky daddy, right? You think that you don't have a religious belief, you just don't know that you do. You absolutely do if you believe in gravity.
What's spinning 10 times too fast? The
The
universe.
galaxy.
The
No,
galaxy.
no, the galaxy. Yeah. So
How
in the
did
solar
how
system,
did they figure
Mercury
that out?
has the short. I'll tell you.
All right.
In the solar system, Mercury has the shortest year and Pluto has the longest. Well, with the galaxy, it's the opposite. The outer stars have the shortest year and the inner stars have the longest. So the inner stars are moving the slowest. This is what they say, right? This is all, their cosmology. So because the outer stars are spinning so fast, they're actually spinning 10 times too fast. And there's not enough gravitation because there's not enough material, I'm not going to say mass, in the galaxy. So they come up with this theory that 96% of the universe is dark energy and dark matter. So everything that we can see and detect with our senses, even our instruments, it's only like 4% of the universe. Everything else you can't detect.
And the universe is flat.
My man, what's up, East?
How you doing, Hank?
Good, bro. You know what I'm doing.
Fuck yeah,
I'm here
it's good.
putting in the work.
Yeah, no, it's
What was
Easy used to be around in those debate days. He saw me rub their face in it. Bad talk.
yes, sir. Yeah, you were one of the cool-headed people that dealt with all that shit.
The universe is a donut now. You guys got to get on the new science.
What is it?
It's a donut now.
Oh, right. Always has
About a
been.
month ago, now they're saying it's a donut. I'll post the link, man. It's this. You can't make this stuff up. They make it too easy for us.
It's all theoretical.
It's
they
a
can
fucking
literally
donut.
only make this stuff up. That's the hilarious part.
I always love that quote from Hubble about how, like, how, like, we have to avoid the
Yeah,
horror
Yeah.
of a fixed position.
Hu-
Like, so, like,
yeah, Hubble's horror, or something like that.
so, like, it's like anything but the simplest answer of, let's say, like, small local sun, for instance, or something like that. Like, anything but the simplest of answers. It's funny.
Fuck.
Yeah, that Hubble quote, you can find it on the Principal movie. It's really telling, right? Because science shouldn't be scared to go, and the scientists shouldn't be scared to go anywhere the data leads them. But when a scientist admits that they're, horrified by certain, data, certain facts, that tells you that they're religious. They're not into the science. They're into the scientism.
Yeah, and then Michio Kaku, you know what I mean? We're off by the however much, you know what I mean? It's, yeah, it's just interesting. You know what it is, though, man?
Cosmological constant crisis.
Well, that's the thing is, it's like most people, this is what's always got me about, like, after you've kind of dwelled in flat Earth, is like, okay, well, then, like, it's like that idea of, I used to always think of it like, what are you going to do? Like, go tell your grandmother, like, you know what I mean? That, like, the evil black pope, like, runs these, like, like, it's like, how do you show people that, like, or, I don't know. How do you explain to your grandmother that, like, they shouldn't, or, you know what I mean? That something's up. You don't.
I did. Believe it
Oh
or
yeah,
not.
no, you can. Hey, you can get there if you build a rapport for sure. But like, that's the point though. It's like, but every time you meet somebody new or whatever, it's like the potential. We have the potential to be like, to understand things as simple as, like, let's say your grandmother may. And we can't get into like, well, the Black Pope, and like, he should be in cuffs right now. Like, I don't know. I just think. But what you can do is be, be good out in the world, I suppose. Like I always love that line, like God speaks to the hungry with bread. Always dug that shit.
That's an interesting concept.
All right, but if you got to the point where you were talking to your grandma about it, then you know exactly what it is.
Yeah, I just told my grandma that, the scientists, they're not using real science and they got it wrong. Science is dependable, but this is pseudoscience, and the earth is more like what the Bible says. And my grandma was like 110%, if there was such a thing, Bible. So she was like, oh, yeah, I agree. I was like, oh, by the way, the Pope might be the Antichrist. She was like, that makes sense too.
Oh yeah, right on. Oh well, I tell you what, anyone who's got, I don't want anyone who still has like wonder in their life. You know what I mean? I think you can't do nothing but marvel at what flat Earth presents to the standard cosmology. If you have any wonder in your life, because the fact that these things do work on both models, the fact that you don't feel like you're spinning, but that's because of some math. Like, does that make sense to you? You know what I mean? If the sun and the stars are moving across the sky and I don't feel like I'm spinning, and when I go to the seashore and like see that there's like, it looks flat and stationary. I love cathexis. There's enough evidence to make it look like there's a globe, but it appears as though the sun and the moon and the stars move across the sky. Appears like it's flat. But I think of it like this too. It's like if you have flat Earth as the governmental political cosmology, you inevitably wind up into a religious, um, monarchy that's like cruel to some extent because you can't think outside of the doctrine of the church. And I think like that's what's so crazy is that think of it historically. We've gone from like, having that, like, going against the church was so whatever. And now it's like going against science, you know what I mean, has gone whatever. And to draw the power and like to think that the people don't see the parallel. That like, it's the same, it's like it's like even the same people trying to push all this medicine on people. It's like they're the same people that condemned the Salem witch, the people in the Salem witch trials and the fucking Inquisition, But they lost historically. So thank goodness for that. Forgive me, I'm rambling. Been a minute, man.
Well, you said they lost historically, but you're often quoted as saying that the first 8 amendments or the first 8 of the Bill of Rights were not under that. And I've
Well, no,
always,
U.S. citizens. Well, that's the issue, and this is where it's at for me. Is it's like, look, U.S. citizens are classified as property of, let's say, well, the king, right? Goes back to the Pope, actually, 1215. And that's why people have, or whatever. So that's why we have "In God We Trust" in the court system, because in the face of things, much like the barons of England thought that they won. But secretly, King John had conceded everything over to the Pope back in 1215. And so that these patriots think that the Magna Carta has any legal effect, when in reality it was classified by the Pope as legally null and void. And that has an impact on our governments here today, let's say in the U.S. even. Like, look, a U.S. citizen is collateral on this international debt. But you, having given an instrument from the crown known as the Cestui Que Trust, otherwise known as this birth certificate, which is a deed to either gold or land, you handed it in to participate in the socialism of the day as we entered into a bankruptcy so that they would create funds, put it into the market so you could then go work for them. And then they managed to get people, I think, to forget about that if they ever did know about it. But the idea is that, yeah, U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. That's Maxwell v. Dow.
It's what? Say it again.
Maxwell v. Dow is the case law.
Okay.
That's
I'll
the
look that up
case.
when I stop.
Yeah, Maxwell v. Dow. And it's like, because they're the collateral on the national debt. What's fucked up is that the first collateral on the national debt was the quote unquote freed slave from the South. When in reality, the North was just taking the property of the South and collateralizing it to stave off the bankruptcy that was coming into effect in the 1800s, because there was a 70-year line of agreements from the Treaty of Paris, 1783, which unfortunately was written by the King of England. So despite so many patriots' fucking wet dream of 3% of the population winning, etc., that may not have been the case, right? So, but there were financial agreements made, and there was a way to stop the war and the violence. And this was done by pushing the debt forward and establishing collateral. But the problem is that you're in a godly system, because in a way it all goes back to the Pope, who gave you the Sister KV Trust, who gives you the right as a man who has been given dominion over the earth to recognize the fact that you were the one that authorized the printing of the money. The United States, i.e. the United States citizen, because the citizen is an employee of the United States, owes to the creditor. But the creditor was actually you in the first place. What some people refer to like on the land, if you're going to get into the lingo of it, of like what some people, sovereign bullshit fucking artists pull up. But like it's interesting how that works, the conversation, the way to frame it like that. Because it's not wrong to some degree. But it's like, you'd be off the land. Or actually really on the land. That's why it's interesting when people say like offshore. It's like banking has to do with currency. It has to do with money. So there's this interesting kind of parallel between the language. Like you go to a bank, like a river bank, or you know what I mean? Like some that kind of thing. But essentially, U.S. citizens are the collateral on that debt, and you, as the priority security interest holder, have the right to discharge the liability of the United States to have to pay that back to anyone. And I think that works with all charges, whether it be credit cards or whatever. Because the Uniform Commercial Code was put into effect in the 1940s to establish a language to deal with the currency that was developed, printed rather, pushed out in the 1930s.
So it all stems from the New Deal, right? Where they offered socialism because there is no money. And
Right,
because there's no money, we have to be able to discharge debt.
And that's why, you right, you have the ability to discharge debt. And and that's why the 1933, the House Joint Resolution, the fuck is it, man? I forget the number of the House Joint Resolution. It's like 1933. It's the bankruptcy, and it was converted into the U.S. Code. I think. I wish What World was here. Damn, HJR 192 or something like that. HJR 192, I think. Anyway, it was converted into the U.S. Code is like 3131 or something like that. I know I always mess these two up. But it was converted. HJR 192, I think, was converted into the U.S. Code 3130, and it talks about how the discharge of gold, how the idea that U.S. citizens aren't even permitted to have gold on them, because of the idea that they were giving up all their gold, i.e., the Sesta KV Trust birth certificate, to the state to be able to collateralize. And once these people figured out it was all paper, I think they just went ham on fucking. Think of the value of the currency back in the day of 5 cents or whatever. But because the discharge never happens, the interest never gets paid. but nobody knows who the debt and the interest is owed to. And I would dare fucking say that the interest and the principal and the interest are owed to the owed to anyone who's gonna claim it. You know what I mean? And to use it to discharge anything.
It's a scam.
Because you have, I think, dominion over the earth.
Basically.
That's where it gets into the idea that you would use credit cards as opposed to cash or something like that. Because the idea would be that you would establish a line of credit, discharge it, and be able to have real stuff, having used the bank as your medium to do so.
It's all digital. Like, it's almost illegal for the bank to lend you actual like things with like that are actually of value. You just get these digits on a screen.
Right, and that's why we have, and just as we have the unlimited right to contract under the Uniform Commercial Code, therefore, if they can play fairy tale, we can play fairy tale too. And the problem is that a lot of us aren't willing to go into the fairy tale land and want to call it out for some Masonic ruse and bitch and moan about it as opposed to play the game.
I heard there was a court case where a dude actually he defaulted on the mortgage of his house and he went to court and he actually like he proved that the money he was paying interest on like never actually existed in the first place, and he didn't lose his house.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm more in the interest of the idea that you would discharge the debt, like, oh, here, you know what I mean, and you would do that using, obligation and instruments, you know what I mean, and the idea that hey, I don't know, through various ways. That's awesome. You did it though. There's various ways to do it. It's so cool. I love to hear every success. It's like I love the idea that some guys don't when they get their letter from the IRS say, hey, I'd love to pay your IRS, so long as you could show me that my money's not going directly to fund abortion. Yeah. Or directly against and any of these claims are reasonable because you have those rights. But I don't think, I think there are people and there are people coming to it with the ideas that, I think people will wake up to these ideas.
Good one.
And, I think if they do, and when they do, then they'd be able to bark back these institutions.
I just sent you a link of there's this dude who lives in the same province as me. He's like, he hates basically I hate sovereign citizenship, but he actually he played it correctly in the Canadian kind of system. So he sold his house, bought and made an Earthship on Crown land with a 20 car battery solar array. And basically he's just even the people the land assessment people tried to stop him and he's like, well, are you acting as an agent of the crown? And he's like, yeah. And it's like, could you show me the laws that then give you jurisdiction here? And then he goes gets them. He's like, I'll tell you what, I'll look those over and I'll get and then I'll get back to you. And he's really reasonable. The guy never came back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're reasonable, I mean, dude, I've had even when I remember talking with Hank at first, and and I remember the first couple of years that I'd learned some of this, mainly what's really conditional acceptance, and I haven't thought once I understood, because you can ask so many people hey, what is money?
Yeah, exactly.
Let them try to tell you what that shit is, dude.
Yeah,
and if it's anything, and if it's anything other than the idea that you gave over a birth certificate, they gave you a social security card, and on the back of that social security card on the private side is a number that is somewhere on a dollar bill somewhere because you're the one who authorized them to print the currency.
Yeah. He was like, what's a person? What's a slavery? What is all these things? And he's looking.
See, but you know what the thing is with that is that the litany of those things doesn't handle the business.
The difference between a natural person and a corporation soul. He was like, whoa, this is the big one. He figures out that basically your social insurance card and stuff like that, it's a warehouse slip. It's not a birth certificate. It's a BIRTH. It's a BERTH certificate, a parking spot for a ship full of goods. Fuck.
Right, but the thing is that also, being that you're in a system where the courtroom, right, and let's say the word game, I've always been interested by the idea that the judge sits at the the bench. Yeah. Bench being Latin for the bank. And so the idea is that is where you could having a written agreement previously established. Yeah. You might be able to have a discharge and and show cause how you couldn't forgive one another, etc.
The maritime admiralty law and the little swingy gate signifies you jumping onto the deck of a ship. little like when you're walking.
Yeah, but see, like and I get all that, but I think of it like if you're coming up into the courtroom and your paperwork is correct, and your paperwork says that the priority security interest holder is going to be making the appearance. You could show in with, for, appearing specially, not generally, you know what I mean? Like, and under this, but easy on them, not like with the whole,
like I'm heard of hellfire and stuff like
well,
that.
not like, not like, let the record show I'm entering onto the ship merely for, like if you're going to be retarded like that, like, you should just like,
like if
fall
you
back.
talk to people like in terms of law, like, and you don't have your ducks in order, like they're gonna fry you. Like, but I've seen it work. Like I've seen it go like, yeah, blah blah blah. They just go through the motions, and he's like, okay, like, all right. Usually makes them stay till the end of the day because it's like he makes them sit down and just wait. But you could fuck.
That's what always fascinated me with the idea that like I've learned what I call like the rules of the game, which is like the 4 doors of like any offer. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Oh, you are familiar with it. What are they?
I'm not too familiar. I've just heard of the concept.
Yeah, the idea of like acceptance. Like any offer essentially goes through 4 doors, and those are acceptance and well, they're either acceptance or conditional acceptance, which are in honor. And then there's door 3 and door 4, and those are argument and silence. And argument includes no. And it's been ruled that when there's an argument and parties don't agree, that's when jurisdiction is granted to the state. So if there's no argument, there's no jurisdiction to some extent, right?
Exactly.
So,
dude, that is so simple to understand. I just can't believe how simple it is. I just don't know how to make the paperwork right. I get the concept. I feel like I live the concept, right?
Yeah, I
because
think
your
you do.
philosophy has completely taken over the way that I think.
Of sovereign, like being sovereign.
No, not that I'm sovereign. My understanding is that God is sovereign, and we're all equal, and we have the right to contract unlimited with one another. And because of this right to contract, we have the right to set our own terms. Some of the most powerful words in the human language is, I ain't doing that, right? If you're signing a contract, read it, and then if there's some bullshit in there, like you can mark that shit out. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that, right? And you're not being dishonorable because you're trying to buy a car. And if they're like 25% interest,
yeah,
I ain't doing that.
I remember doing that, like seeing contract for buying like one of my first cars, and I'm like, no. He's like, he looks at me and I'm like, he's like, what? And I'm like, no. And I'm like, I'm paying you this. And he's like, well, what about this? And I'm like, lower the price of the car.
Yeah, that's what I did when I went on behalf of my grandmother and got her late model Honda. Yeah, I was like, I'm not paying that. And he was like, okay, fine. You tell us what you're willing to pay.
There you go.
And I was like, 15 out the door. That's it.
Yep. Everything. It's like
well, I think it's one thing.
Because like 10 years old, I'll pay you $25 because that's what you cocksuckers offer me for the same vehicle. $25.
Yeah, man, but I think of it like, when you say no, you end potentially the negotiation. And that is when there becomes an argument again, and that's when there becomes jurisdiction granted over to the state, pursuant to the rules of the game. And that's where, when you say no, you mean, to the state, it means yes. I think of it like, kid in a candy store, and the guy says, hey, did you put some candy in your pocket? The kid says no. Well, how's that working out for the kid? They might fucking search his pockets. You know what I mean? They might fucking call the cop. It's like, I don't know. I think the rules of the game are the whole show, man. And I think if you understand the rules of the game, then you can use it on anything. But if you're an honor,
that's what I've been trying to explain to people, that the courtroom, you don't know the rules of the game. How are you ever going to win? But if you ever go and say not guilty and you actually go to trial, you got like a 2% or 3% chance of winning. That's not a game I want to play. So if you could any way do what Jesus Christ said and agree with your adversary on the way to court, right? Because you ain't gonna have a good time in court.
Well, yo, check
That's
it.
basically what he was saying.
But here's the other side of that too, man. Is recognize like this is where I don't think we give ourselves enough credit even sometimes or whatever. Is like God created us as a certain element of authority, right? And like in a microcosmic way of the way that He works, He's given us authority over our situations. So like I just think of it also like you take it into consideration that you're already in court. The definition of court, Black's law is that it's the residence of the sovereign, and a sovereign just means authority, and you're the authority of your own relationships with the rest of the world. Therefore, but all you know you know all men are not sovereign under God. God is sovereign. But like at the same stroke of it, like, you're in court already. So it's like when you make the offer, hey, I'd love to, so long as you could show me that the officer didn't deny equal protection due process of law by, making a stop without probable cause of a crime having been committed upon proof of claim that they didn't deny equal protection due process of law by failing to provide any genuine accusatory charging instrument. And upon proof of claim that we can't forgive one another and agree to dismiss the case. If you can't respond in 10 days under notary seal, if the records show that the state and so have forgiven one another and agree to dismiss any charges or lift any encumbrances upon the rights, titles, and interests of the defendant, so and so. Boom, Hank.
Yeah, I didn't quite write that down. I should have.
Dude, we should hit up. Like, listen. Yeah, I know I didn't tell you, but like I'm just talking kind of through things. But
Yeah, I get it. I got every word you said. But when you first started talking, I didn't understand what you were talking about. And I said that I didn't like you. It wasn't that I didn't like you. I didn't understand, and people fear what they don't understand, right? But I totally dig you, brother. I get what you're saying now. Because in the beginning, I was that sovereign man on the land that was pissed off, like the government encroaching, bullshit, And now it's like, oh, that's how it works. Okay,
right,
I
isn't
get
it?
it
Yeah,
now.
and once you get it, this is why I always recite that one, whatever his name, Herzog guy maybe, where he said, the first sip of natural sciences, one becomes an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
It's the same way with law.
It's the same way with law. You look at you start to look at it and you fucking hate the system. It's like this oppressive fucking beast of a system. Oh my God, yabba dabba do. But then you got to remember that the good Lord wouldn't put us in a position that we can't get out of, and that's faith. And at least or whatever, man. I don't care who. Only God. Many are called, few are chosen. I don't fucking know.
And doesn't the judge always ask, like, can you think of any reason why I shouldn't drop the sentence on you right now? Like, don't they give you an out?
Well, here's the thing: is that look, this is what's so dope about judges. This is why I say they're the smartest people in the world. Like, dude, I have sent in 2 people so far that I tried to work with, and they blew it when they went in. Royally, paperwork was good, just blew it because they didn't think, because they didn't understand. Pardon me. The subtleties of what you're going in to do, and and the understanding that honorable judge is going to be ruthless on you, and he's going to be ruthless on you like John Cleese, or what's his name? Like, I look at it like Monty Python. Like, they will stretch you and get you off your game quicker than a motherfucker if you let them. And they're brilliant at it, and it's hilarious once you see what they're trying to do. And then once they see that you see what they're trying to do, they fucking respect you. Because now they get it. You're worthy of getting that forgiveness you're seeking. Because are you a real American motherfucker, or are you just some fucking dude who's trying to get off on your shit and live for free in the world? That's what I fucking think. Them dudes are fucking savage. They are so smart. so funny, so witty, and you have to up your game and be smart and intelligent too. And understand it's not personal; it's just business. Because, Your Honor, it's not personal; it's just business. But if you were to deny equal protection, wouldn't you be committing barratry, Your Honor? Wouldn't you be making yourself a party to the case, Judge? Not that I would ever fucking say that, but that's some ruthless words right there. And if I'm right, the judge really can't say shit. It's like I went in, I told you 1,000 times my little story, man. I'm back in coming to the judge again. It threw me out. I was like, I conditionally accept your offer. She's like, no, we're not hearing that. Threw me in the fucking cell. An hour later, bring me back out. She says, how are you going to plead? I was like, I conditionally accept, or I said, Your Honor, may God be my witness. I said, is there any threat of contempt? That's what I said. She goes, no. I said, Your Honor, may God be my witness. Am I not the priority security interest holder, appearing especially, not generally, merely for the moving party presenting a genuine accusatory charging instrument? She was like, no. She's like, it appears you'd like to see the charging instrument. I was like, for set-off settlement and closure. She was like, I'll fax it right over to you. And she was a lovely person, man. But she wasn't hearing shit when I first saw her. She was good. Because think of it, the first, the public side of the courtroom is like a military dictatorship. The chambers is the republic.
So how do you slide up in the judge's chambers?
Well, you can motion to be, Your Honor. Like, what I could have done was said, Your Honor, I motion our hearing to be held in chambers, and I'll gladly go wait in my cell.
That was hilarious.
You know what I'm saying? Or go gradually, or go wait, and you know what I mean. I'll stand right over here. Or not, you know what I mean. If I don't want to go anywhere, and if I understand, like at the time, I didn't know. I was going through just like fucking winging it, dude. I'm self-taught, dude. Like, but the shit has proved true to me over and over again.
Yeah, they always teach you stuff in school like you can't really use, like all the sexual innuendos and Shrek, right? That you're not ever going to be able to use really, except for maybe to tell a joke to someone who hasn't seen the movie. But like, they don't teach you shit like this.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. You can't teach this in the public schools anyway because it has religious connotations, and you can't do that. And I can't tell you religiously what to accept to be true. And the problem is that the families have not carried these traditions on. And really and truly, they're just American traditions, dude. They're just American traditions in the body of law, which is linked to the whole fucking English body of law, which is linked to the, remember, all laws in fucking, like, pretty much Latin, all goes back to Rome. And they lived in a republic for the public side of their thing. Their private side is the Pope, right?
Yeah, it's really amazing you say public and private because some of the guys I listen to talk about private side solutions, and they're saying the exact same thing you're saying. And there's more than one way to skin a cat, but they all seem very similar.
Well, they're all. Here's the problem: is that, or what I found anyway, was that the guys that I looked to and got my were positive about it. Like, and versus like listening to somebody who's going to nag about, the crown and the dirt, and and just bitching. It's like I've always said, Hank, it's like, go write a fucking song about it, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to bitch and moan about everything, go write a song about it. Go write a fucking poem. You know what I mean? Fucking hell, dude. Like, but but I look at it like with the concept that, you have the unalienable right to discharge any encumbrance on your person. Sounds pretty dope.
And all you got to be is just willing to negotiate. Or in the case of, I don't want to quit playing my video games right now. Yeah, sure. I'll rub your back if you go cook me some dinner and bake me a cake and, clean the kitchen.
You know what, Hank?
No, no, you don't want to do all that right now? Okay, I'll just keep playing my video games.
Well, yeah, it's funny, dude. Actually, even yesterday, my old lady was like, here, take this out, do that, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like, just looking at her like, oh my God, she told me that. So then I turned around and I said, okay, I want a steak, I want a this, I want an apple pie, I want blah, blah, blah. And she was like, okay. I could have worked out great. It was so cool. It's so funny.
Yeah, I got to say, it took my wife, maybe a year or two to catch on what was going on. But eventually she caught on that I was conditionally accepting everything, like every argument. I was like, you know what, you're right. But
Nice one.
dude,
That's
it's
funny.
so much easier. If you get written up at work, just okay, accept it. Just write it up. Sign the. If you did it, if you actually did the thing they're accusing you of, just sign the write up and accept it. You know, it's not that big of a deal. Just whatever somebody hands you an offer, like you don't have to look at it. Like there's a document called Dealing with Presentments. And you can look it up, and it's like it's an invitation. You don't know if it's an invitation to a ball. Maybe it's a lottery. You might make money off of this. You don't know how it's going to turn out, right? Depending on what the officer did, right? You might make money off of it. If he violated your rights, you got it on camera. Like this could be an invitation for you to make a great deal of money. Or if you want to go out there and bitch and moan and, be dishonorable and say, I didn't do that.
Well, see, here's the thing too: is what I find so interesting is that the idea that once you understand like this concept of being able to levy your own charges against, let's say, an officer who's committing a Shozen action, you know what I mean, against the public. If you were to know how to give it to them, but then also like, be able to say, hey, or it could be agreed we just forgive one another. Because that's the release valve of it all. Because you don't want to build up this idea that, well, you're going to owe me this much money and da-da-da-da-da-da. But what you can do is you can make that part of your negotiation in regards to getting a forgiveness, and a dismissal. And then, am I free to go now? I'd love to, so long as you can show me you wouldn't be denying equal protection due process of law from making a traffic stop without probable cause of a crime I've been committed. Or you're trying to search my car for, whatever.
And when they say, well, your tail light was out, and then you say, do you think an honorable judge of this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction?
That's right, Hank. Fucking right, dude.
So that's
fucking. I love you right now. That's exactly what the fuck it is.
Dude, I remember that from being on the Flat Earth Court with you.
Fucking right. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's where. And I love how, and I've said it before, it's like I feel like there's a veil, and almost like an element of faith in regards to being able to do any of this. And it's like only, I don't know, man. It's weird. Like, not many folks really, like they're still too combative. It's like even when you come into Flat Earth and you're arguing Flat Earth, I used to, like my thing, I used to be like, well, wait, man. Somebody getting all worked up about Flat Earth, and it's like, well, dude, where's your Kundalini fucking, Flat Earth hippy dippy, awakened spiritual person, who's going to enlighten others, like, where's that guy? Because you're over here freaking out about sunsets, I don't know. But, there has to be like a tempered way when you're dealing with, there has to be a way. That's what I've always thought. It's like God wouldn't put anything in front of us we couldn't handle. But and I think like how cool
I really appreciate you showing me, like this. I don't know if it's a philosophy, a way of life, whatever, man. It's definitely something that everybody could use for sure. It's just, getting people to understand it. But it's not that hard to understand. It's just think it on your feet, like to employ it at the right time.
Well, hey, you got to remember too. I mean, you have these morons that think sitting on the fence is a professional stance. They refuse to take control over their own destiny. They want somebody else to be an all-powerful sovereign over them, which is what they would say, Your Honor, to the judge about. And what I would say, Your Honor, is with all respect, Your Honor, You know, it's not one of these things where I'm honoring this person just because he has a position. I'm giving him all due respect, but disagreeing with
Well,
what
also the thing is that
it's
when you're,
saying.
well, you have to remember this though. When you're calling a judge Your Honor, you know, what you're actually doing is you're summoning. It's the way I look at it anyway. And the way I look at it, when you're saying, Your Honor, like, like you're saying, like, you're like summoning the honorable part of the judge, his spirit. Your honor, like, your honors is your, like, your dignity. May your dignity look down upon this issue. It's not about, it's almost like a fucking, I don't want to get all weird about it and freak people out. But it's like, your honor is like, this principle of honor that you're calling upon from the judge. It's like even myself, like when the judge, they brought me back in and said, "How are you going to plead?" And I was like, "Hey, is there any threat of contempt from what I've done?" Which is all I did was ask 2 questions, and they threw me out. And they said, "No, no, 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 no." She backed off, And I said, "Well, Your Honor, may God be our witness." Like, I'm calling forth the honorable part of you. You know what I mean? The for lack of a better term, I mean, I don't know, the reasonable nature of this person is what you're calling forth. You're not calling them Your Honor in some sense of like they are this position of dignity and respect. No, you're asking for their enlightened perspective. Does that make a difference?
Yeah, because I don't really like, calling people by their titles. I like to say brother. And just because this dude acts as a judge 40 hours a week, right, doesn't really make him any higher than me, right? Especially if, you can make an agreement before court. And if you do make an agreement before court, you send them the contract. 10 days later, they don't respond. 10 days later, you send them it again. Then you have 2 witnesses and you go before the court and you say, Your Honor, we're already, you can't say brother, right? We've already made a contract and we've got this right here. And then you give it to the court, and because they didn't respond, then that's, silence is acquiescence, right?
Well, yeah, but in the sense of if you know how to hold it, because the judge is going to definitely have, definitely not try to give it to you right away. And like, it's that's something, we should talk about privately. I feel like, it gets interesting with them. And you got to just know what you've done. Understand, like, hey, like, because it depends which way they ask. I could tell you stories, man. Shit, it's like, but you don't know which way they're gonna go with trying to knock you off your rocker, because they're gonna try to. And when you can get through that test, is when they'll release and respect you.
Yeah, about this time, somebody's going to ask, is there any Globers, new people?
But yeah, I always loved, like, again, the first most basic principle, dude, I think we could ever hope people grasp is the 4 doors. You know what I mean? Like the 4 doors. Because, like, I always felt like I always feared for the flat earther or the whatever moment of the time. It's like, like, let's say you're sitting there at a I don't know, like at a school board meeting, and they're like, hey, your son mentioned flat Earth and this, that, the other thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, you don't want to go into like, well, have you seen, Eric Dubé's 200 proofs? Like, you don't want to like get into the argument. You just want to say, know how to get out and get out and say, well, what business of what I tell my child at my house is it of yours? Anything else you'd like to inform me of? Like, I mean,
That's when you tell them, yeah, I also tell my child that there's only 2 genders.
Right, but there's no even like, as opposed to getting even offended by it. It's about like, and oh, and what business of yours is our, but like just getting away from it. Not even trying to like, because that's not I don't think that's, potentially the place you want to make your complaint anyway.
Oh yeah, and I also tell and teach my children that government has no power. The government is hired by us, we the people. And if the government does not do the job that they were hired to do by us, we the people, then us, we the people, have the obligation, right, and power to overthrow those individual tyrants
Right, but
and
here's
replace them.
my only. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. My only issue is the verbiage, the language, because the term government, it's like, and I often shock people when I initially tell them that, I love my government in the sense of the true meaning of the word, which is, to govern the mente, the mind, gubernale mente, to govern the mind. So if I control my mind, then, I love my government because I would love myself, right? And if I didn't control my mind, admittedly, then I would hate my government.
Exactly.
So,
A
so
lot
the
of
thing
people
is
don't
that,
realize.
but the issue is that, like, when you do control your mind, then you realize that you are governing your own perception of the world and not some foreign body. You know what I mean? Outside of yourself, and then when you come into the notion that you may be a son of Adam and you've been, or a son or daughter of Adam, you know what I mean, and you were given dominion over the earth, and you know what I mean, then you understand that really all that they bring to the table is these, to some extent, like paper tigers. And like, if we understand how to deal with them, then God willing, like, we can pacify them, through the, I guess, to be, whatever is like through, to be religious almost is like through the word of God, even like, through the idea of Matthew 5:25, agree with thine adversary quickly, and have forgiveness, ultimately we all seek forgiveness. So, how rude would it be for one not to forgive somebody if you were to be also in your life seeking forgiveness, right?
Yeah. But I just, I find it very strange that the average individual on the street that is an intelligent individual has no clue and thinks mind control is something made up. No, mind control is simply government. What they don't understand is language. You know what I mean? It's like almost like words have meaning. Almost like, the word for poison means something completely different today. When in the days of Roman and in the days of Rome, it meant something and it had a specific verbiage too. And now that verbiage is completely lost, and it means anything from a medical ailment to a infection on your computer, right?
Well,
But it
well,
means
this
poisonous
is what
substance.
Chewy and I go at it, or everyone, whatever, because I think of the term gravity as just indicative of what we refer to as weight. So when people say gravity doesn't exist, I always think, well, I don't know. I mean, to say that gravity doesn't exist, you know,
That's
etymologically, it's always just meant weight.
Wait, yeah.
yeah. That's
Tell them
why
to
I
look up
said
specific gravity and tell me that doesn't exist.
Which one?
I've always said
Specific
there's three
gravity?
types.
Oh yeah, specific, right? And and that's the distinction. Like the early idea, like there is a distinction, but the initial meaning of gravity, like is just means weight. So it's like but if you're out there arguing that gravity doesn't exist, you know what I mean?
Right? That's
It's a
why,
little.
that's why I said, well, which gravity? There's three types of gravity. And they go, what do you mean there's four? No, there's three because Einstein and fucking Newton are the ones coming up with some cockamamie magic fucking mushroom fucking fever dream of a gravity that just means a mixture between vernacular and specific density, right? So then you have the vernacular that almost nobody knows about. I think you know about it because you're just saying, it's the verbiage. It's, how we describe weight, or like, I don't understand. Mr. Anderson, I'm sure you do not understand the gravity of the situation you are currently in. It's like the seriousness, the weight, the gravity, that kind of a thing. The gravitas. Now you have specific gravity, and then you have the scientific cockamamie gravity, which is nothing more than Kabbalah, which is, the black cube god, Allah. So yeah, you just have to sit there and like break things down etymologically and get to the root of the meaning, because one of the most twisted things that was ever taught to man is how to cut the root of the word.
That's interesting. I like the way you word. That's interesting. Yeah, man. I think that once we get, that's the whole interesting part about when they talk about spells and spelling and shit. You know what I mean? So it's like intriguing. That's what also too. It's like open sesame. You know, it's that idea of like,
Yeah.
Open sesame, dude.
I mean, think about it, Don't the average English speaking person know what kid means and what child means, yet they refer to their children as kids?
Well, I mean, that's just endearing anyway, though.
Yeah, but still, the thing is there's a hidden connotation behind it, because now these children that grew up calling themselves kids and all their friends kids, and have accepted the fact that they are a kid, are now calling themselves, as they're getting older, goats. The greatest of all time, right? How you can sit there and say, "Oh, well, that's just a cute way of saying things." Well, no, it's spiritual if you think about it. Because these ones that are saying that they're the greatest of all times have no relationship with the creator, have no relationship with the Messiah, right? They couldn't
Yeah,
tell
but it's
you
also it's
any
more like
verse.
you got a young buck. You know what I mean? Like it's like I don't know. You just like or like come. You got a young stud. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of talk to me. But I hear you though. It does go down that road. But I think that people kind of generally do that. That's what I colloquially I think. It's like when you have a.
I'm telling you,
It's like people using just the general terms of. I don't know. I don't
calling
find
it
too much
the
harm in it.
mystery.
I find it adorable. Actually, I think language is adorable. Also, it's cool how.
Um, yeah, but
But
I'm
I
calling
hear.
it the mystery of Babylon, right? Because that whole thing of word meaning one thing, and then they changed the definition of that word, started with Babel, started with Babylon, right? The Babel is the confusion of tongues.
Well, I always
So that
thought
right there is the mystery of Babylon.
you might dig this concept. I've been talking about this for a while too. Is the idea that in the Bible, uh, the people were given the opportunity to choose between Jesus and Barabbas. And the idea is that they chose Barabbas. And Barabbas in Hebrew means son of the Father, which would have actually been, the Christ. So they released the Christ. And they condemned him as the thief and whatever. So much like if you were to go through and discharge a mortgage, society's going to say, oh, you cheated, this, that, the other thing. But you got away. You know what I mean? Like, but Barabbas is son of the Father in Hebrew. Barabbas. Which I always found really interesting. Because some people say, like, Christ carried on or whatever it is. Islam says that the Christ was never crucified. And, it's just
Yeah, but
interesting.
see, that's the gospel of Barnabas that says that, right? That's a gospel that has been hidden, because the gospel is one of these Gnostic gospels. And a lot of the world is being led astray with this. And this is the what the Freemasons are cherishing with their iPet Goat 3. film. Yes, all of those films like The Matrix, iPad Go, all those ones are all done by the Freemasons. You know how you can tell if a video game has been endorsed by the Freemasons or if the ones that created the engine were Freemasons? Look for a checkerboard pattern on the floor, the duality of the black and white. Like it doesn't even have to be a checkerboard. You know what I mean? Like the video game Halo. As far as I could tell, there was no checkerboard for that, but you could tell it was Masonic because the whole thing was talking about zealots and the covenant. I mean, it's just certain things that they put in plain sight, and now things are getting even more blatantly obvious. I mean, you could sit there and argue, well, I've never seen a checkerboard in the Matrix. You know, that's all dystopian. Okay, well, when they're in the Matrix, not in the real world, but when they're in the Matrix and they're going in to take Neo to find the Oracle, they go to this room and they're like, Neo sees this cat and he goes, "Oh, deja vu." And they're all freaking out about deja vu. Well, the whole like floor that they're standing on in that entire building was checkerboard. I mean, it goes deep with this. I mean, every aspect that we know of popular culture is where we get a lot of our words from. So if we're getting our words from these magicians that are creating these alter realities, these alter beasts, to where we ourselves will adopt that and take it on like it's second nature, which is like implied inception. We think we're the ones that came up with that idea, but in reality, it was somebody else who come up with the idea. But they were able to put their magic out there and put their spell out there to where it infected the masses. And now that the masses have the inception of that spell, of that original idea, that meme that the magician had put out into the world to manifest. I mean, it gets deep, man. I mean, the further down the rabbit hole you go, the more and more you realize, like, everything we have ever been told is a lie.
Well, think about this. Have you ever made a birthday wish?
Yeah.
Have you ever said, "I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off me and sticks on you"?
No.
You ever said that? Well, if you
No.
have, if you've done either of those things, you're a wizard. Because that's a hex. To say that. That's a hex. And it's like, it's in our everyday language, you know? How about sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me? That's a chant, right?
This will get a lot of these depressed individuals that try to get out of depression by talking to a shrink, you know, one of these head doctors, one of these head sorcerers. Oh, that's
I love
affirmation.
all those sayings. You
Affirmation.
know, because those people are from those sayings are from like the old timey country folks that got labeled as pagans. You know, and pagan just means someone who lives in the country. I love those old sayings, man. Those are awesome. I love, I love all that like language play. How fucking cool!
Like I remember this one. It was it's done by the Amish, right? It's talking about worrying. You know, to worry is like entertaining a rocking chair. Keeps you busy, but it don't get you anywhere.
That's nice. That's I see. I love those things. Those are so cool.
And then you think about it. Well, what do you mean by entertaining? Well, is it not the rocking chair's purpose to rock, but it cannot rock on its own? So you humor it, you give inspiration to it, you give transfer of energy to it to make it rock. Therefore, you're using your energy for what?
Yeah, it
For the purpose of
reminds
the
me of
rocking chair, not yours.
the saying of Your Honor. You know,
Yeah.
like that idea of like, and you know, I don't know. It's like that's cool, man.
All these flowers are smelling so pretty. I wish I had smell-o-vision.
I don't. Hey, it's good to come in and chat, man. I might listen on YouTube, or I might even be back in a little bit, like 20 or so. But nice to
See you
meet
soon,
you,
bro.
Joshua. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Likewise.
Yeah, man. Yo, Hank, look more, man. Bless.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah, man. I'm back.
God
Peace.
bless.
Yeah, wouldn't it be a pretty cool thing if we had smell-o-vision? Like you just take a picture of a beautiful dank green flower and you send it to your buddies, and they're like, "Oh, that looks all right, but how does it? That smells so pretty," you know? And yeah, that would be awesome. Okay, calm down, Hank. I'm talking about marijuana flowers.
Those kind of flowers, huh?
Don't they smell pretty?
I've always loved the smell of it.
These things, they're like just starting out flowering too. See if I can get a good photo. Some Pakistani, Pakistani, yeah. I like having these wild donkeys here because we got trees. Well, you got those trees too there, Hank. But we got these trees called honey mesquite, and they drop these big yellow bean pods. And they're a pain in the ass to rake up because you end up taking like all of the leaf litter along with it. Well, then you bring in the donkeys, and the donkeys come and they eat it all. So the rabbits.
We got no trees like that here, not in East Texas.
You got mesquite trees, don't you?
On the other side of Dallas.
Because see, I take like the young branches that are like maybe 4 or 5 years old, where it's got about the size of a 50-cent piece, like in circumference. And I'll take them and I'll cut them up and I'll soak them in salt water. And as soon as you put them in water, they sink. So even if you put them in salt water, it'll sink when it should be floating, right? Because it's like an ironwood type of thing, like a hybrid. Anyways, they make pretty good pipes. Like after you soak them and the bark comes off of them, then you dry them out. And after you dry it out, you boil it. You prematurely season it for like 2 or 3 seasons by doing a boil and then a dry out like 2 or 3 times. And then like any checking that will be there will be superficial, and then you remove that with your whittling. So there's no more checking. So you have a solid piece of wood to start like your billet for your pipe.
Yeah, man, I pay for mesquite wood.
Shoot, this mesquite wood's hard to cut, man. That's a dull chainsaw. Hard to split too. But it does burn hot and it tastes pretty good when you're cooking shit on it.
Is there any new people in here?
Oh, that thanks, Hank. That reminded me. I have to give you that ID case in Texas.
Mic check.
Roger out.
Okay, now I set everything up over at my house now. Sunny and I are here. Sunny, say hi.
Hey. Yes, yes. A guitar in every household. That's what I say.
You guys gonna jam out?
We might. Well, not right now.
We were previously. I hear some background though, maybe.
Is there update? Is there background?
We could. Are you guys having a conversation? We don't
there-
want to
yeah.
interrupt your conversation, so we could mute ourselves for right now.
No, I keep hearing the
Conversation.
Halo theme in Master Chief's background though.
Oh, you hear the Halo music? Sorry about that.
I'm just joshing you, man.
I know you're always pulling on my stuff. But there's no like feedback or delay or anything like that. How does everything sound?
You there, Hank?
Hello. Hi, Pat. feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful look. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
That was a little random.
I feel so lovely. Give yourself a round of applause. Right, Creation Bear? Yeah, Crit, ain't nobody talking.
Yeah.
What's up, Gladflow? Gladflow. I see how it is. I want to talk to you. You don't want to talk to me, eh? I see how it is. I'm talking to yous. Yous Totally ignoring me. I hate the disrespects. I hate it.
Look on the mask, is my boy.
And who are you? I ain't talking to you. Yo, throw the 2 fingers. Where are you? Well, let me talk to you. Handle my live work. I'm sorry, I'm kidding, Creation Bear.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Do you want a popsicle? Oh shit! No, party crap. You bro.
Party
What
crasher.
You just what'd you do? Sun is fucking up.
Entropy occurred.
Gravity happened.
No, entropy. Entropy.
Doobie, what are you doing? Make up your mind.
What are you doing,
right
dude?
then.
You're a cool dog. You're a right stuff. I don't care if any.
We're not muted.
We say.
They can hear what we're saying.
Okay, we're going to. Or let me.
I didn't. Okay, I will. You're supposed to do the whole thing. No, you're supposed to hit the whole thing. Why are we?
Oh, it's too much.
Oh,
It's so barely hold it.
it's
Man.
too
I'm a
much.
waster.
He's too
Yeah,
much.
Yeah, actually, honestly, it is.
Okay.
Plus, moisture. So I have to. I don't do it too hard.
Oh. Okay.
What, the dab's too much for him?
The bong rip is too much for him. Yeah, I did have it unmuted. I told you I had it unmuted, dude.
What do you got, like a 4-foot motherfucker or something like that? Yeah, that's what it
No,
what
dude,
it
I
is.
put I packed him a small little bowl and he's over here like.
Okay, now that you put it that way, it wasn't enough.
Oh, now it's not enough.
That's right. No, it didn't do the trick.
Duh, because you halfway finished it.
Listen, man, don't go into the numpty zone with me, bro.
No, you're the one being the numpty. Oh man, come on, Sonny. Are you gonna smoke it or? I'm waiting on you, bro.
Rush me.
Wait, what are you doing?
Don't be scared, Sonny. It's only chronic.
Bro, we were just saying something and you just freaked out, Sonny, bro.
What a trip.
I had you mute. We're muted right now, and he was just talking about, like, what were you saying?
I don't know that I was too high to talk.
Like, yeah, dude, he was like saying he was too high to talk on here. And then you had said something about, yeah, I said, Sonny, don't be afraid about it. And then you said, I kid you not.
Don't be
We are
scared, Sonny.
muted, dude. And then you said, don't be scared, Sonny.
Yeah, and I just said
It's
that.
And
only
then
chronic.
Sonny's tripping out, bro. He's like fucking
I thought you responded directly to me. I thought the mic was on and that I didn't know it was on or something. But
yeah.
Just instinctively, you said that right after I said what I said, which was, I don't want to go on because I feel like I'm too high right now to go on and speak on the mic. And then you said, don't be afraid, Sonny.
Dude, but before I told him the same shit, dude. I said, dude, relax, don't be afraid. And then you repeated it, and he was tripping out. He thought that's why he was like, is the mic unmuted right now? And I went to go look, and I was like, who said that?
Yeah, it was funny.
No, it's because I know exactly what the hell you were saying and what you were thinking. Now you're starting to think, why are my hands so huge?
No.
That could get more real as time goes by here after the edible.
I'm not thinking that. Who's thinking that?
Once the edible kicks
Sonny
in.
was.
Oh.
What?
He was thinking his hands are too big.
No.
See? Why would you think that? He said.
Well, he's saying no, but he's just trying to save face. He's like, this motherfucker's creeping me out.
I don't know. I'm kind of tripping right now. So I'm looking out at a view where I can see Point Loma from about 20 miles away, I would think.
I showed him the view out when we were walking. It was pretty awesome.
Oh my God,
what you guys out at the pier or something?
No, we're all the way in South Bay now. Well, not quite South Bay. Where are we exactly? We're kind of like, yeah, in the surrounding area of San Diego.
We can.
Damn, I was just out there. I should have visited you guys.
We could see the
I was
city
there
from
for a whole
about-
month.
You can see the whole city from about 15 miles away, literally. Like it's crazy. And right now, I can see literally across the bay to Point Loma. And the hills in Point Loma aren't that high. They're maybe like 12 or 1,400 feet, maybe 2,000 at the most, I'd say. Oh, dudes, last night, we were taking a walk, and it was a clear night, and I started looking, I saw a flashing light in the sky, so I don't know, there's planes flying and stuff, and I started looking at it, and this thing was flashing, and I go, okay, I'm going to just stop here for a minute. And I'm going to continue observing this light that's flashing red and white primarily, but looked like different colors.
White, no, it was red, white, blue.
Bluish or pinkish.
And there was green and yellow.
Yeah,
dude,
strange.
it was.
So
I took pictures and I put it in the chat. I put it in the stream.
Yeah, so you could do a search and see what Master Chief has put in, like what kind of files or images, and the image will come up that he put in.
I zoomed in 100 times. Like my phone goes, like it has 100 times. I have the Galaxy S Ultra 20 or whatever, the new one, and like I zoomed in at 100 times zoom, the highest one that you can do on taking pictures.
But the picture, look, the picture did show some strange things. Like it looked like it was an orb. From our eye, it was flashing to where sometimes it would make a bright white light that was like a beam from that location. So we stopped for like 20 minutes or some 30 minutes and watched it, and it was flashing off and on. And then we walked a little bit further. We watched it again from a different angle. And even though we had only moved probably 6 blocks It was at more to the right of us, so we had to turn further to the right than we did before, which I found kind of really bizarre.
So what I'm gonna send in the voice text right now, I'm gonna put the pictures of the moon. Now I took a picture of the moon at 100 times zoom with my phone. Okay. Now the light that we saw, I zoomed in as close as I could. Now, when you look at these photos, you can see the shape of this thing is.
It changes size.
It changes the size and it changes the color. And it's crazy. It's just ridiculous.
Changing size is so weird. So that from us, our eyesight, it looked much more intricate. Like the flashing, I could see it really well. I just wear glasses. But I could see this thing flashing all these different colors. It looked really odd. It just stayed there. So then I knew after that long that it was not any kind of aircraft, because that's what I was expecting. Because I've seen drones up above the city and stuff like that, and I've seen lots of aircraft flying in and out of the airport here. So I knew it wasn't that. But this thing was odd, like very strange.
It was in the same spot. It was in the same spot.
I think it was one of the wandering, the wandering stars, obviously.
Well, it didn't move. We moved. It's weird. It's strange. We moved, but it was in the same spot. It wasn't going anywhere.
No, but remember we only moved a little ways, like 6 blocks, and then we had to move further to the right to see it again. Remember how before we were looking kind of off to the left? Like if you're looking straight out west, it was slightly south of west.
Right.
But then when we went further down, then it was slightly north of west.
I don't know, man. Walking around all around the area, it was just in different spots. I guess it did look. I guess to me, it looked to me that it was in the same spot, like it didn't go anywhere.
It looked unreal. It looked unreal, is what it looked.
From Sonny's point of view, I guess it looked like it was in different.
No, in the same spot, but what I noticed about it is just moving in several blocks like that. I actually had to change my perspective slightly to the right to view it again. Instead, like before, if I was looking straight at it, and we moved only 6 blocks, and we looked back at it. Remember, we looked back up the hill, and we looked back at it. Then it was more like that way. We had to go to the right to see it. And that's only moving that short distance. That was the point I was making. Even in walking 6 blocks, that distance, I had to change my viewpoint. I had to change my viewpoint like this, from here to here to see it. Like it went from, I was looking straight at it like this. Then I had to shift that it was up this way.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Even in 6 blocks of
movement.
I know, yeah. So that's the only part of which is pretty astonishing if you think about it.
No, I know what you're talking about. That I did notice.
But this object is very odd. It was very strange. So I don't know if anybody's experienced some strange things in the skies. Anybody else? We can mute.
Yeah, I think we're talking too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, how high are
Yo,
you?
I don't know what y'all motherfuckers be doing right now, but we need to be chatting it up.
I knew you guys were gonna say some shit, man, and Sonny's over here tripping balls, dude.
What up, Chief? What up, Josh?
I keep telling him to relax. I was like, no, bro, just wait for them to answer. And he's like,
I'm like, what's wrong with these mofos on Discord, yo?
I'm like, relax.
They're being the silent treatment or something all of a sudden. What the heck?
Dude, Sonny, you're moving too fast.
Are you with Master Chief right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah!
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we're like we've had this get together. We've been playing music and even came to a band practice with me and a bass player friend I've been playing with for a while. They got us a drummer to play with, and it turned out freaking great. And that was like the first time we sang together.
Yeah, dude, it was awesome.
Nice, dude.
So now,
fuck yeah.
I got a friend that can. I got a friend that can record us.
So Master Chief is actually going to sing. Is going to be the singer in whatever this band occur. But you know, Flat Earth is going to enter into the realm of this music. This group.
Nice.
Oh yeah, we're totally gonna
Yes.
be exposing the flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah. I already dropped some
Dude.
seeds with my friend. My friend, I won't
Singing
mention
about
any
it,
names.
man.
No names mentioned, but yeah, my friend. Yeah. Shoot, wow.
Oh yeah, no, okay. His bass player totally got flat smacked when we were
In the car, captive audience, great stuff, man. I
Like,
wish we had that
He
recorded.
didn't. I just wanted Sonny to handle it. I didn't want.
Okay, next time we're gonna have to do a freaking live stream or something. Just start recording these people.
You're gonna have to. So, do you guys live close?
Yeah,
we live about like 15 miles away or so.
I don't even know.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Dude, I don't even
10 or
know.
12, yeah, I think it's about at least 15.
I know Sonny, but I don't even know. I don't count it.
I haven't counted it either.
I'm not trying to.
I wouldn't even know how to start. So
I really don't care.
how did Aristosthenes
The
do
fact
that
that
again?
I'm able to fucking meet up with another flat earther. I mean, now this is. I know 2 flat earthers.
Yeah,
You
So
know?
they live about 4 songs away from each other.
Yeah, there
Yep.
you go. 4 or 5 songs.
Yeah. If that, yeah,
That's awesome.
exactly.
Guys, I gotta
What about
bounce
the-
real quick, but I wanted to come say
Yeah,
hi
what
because I
about
was
the
like,
South
what is
Seas
that,
right now?
Master
Yeah,
Chief and Sonny all at once?
Yeah, we got to go to the Stowe for some provisions of some kind.
Yeah.
So,
I got Pop Tarts. Okay, I
for
don't
the,
know.
I mean, that'll
Anyways,
work.
all right, guys.
Awesome. Hey, have a good night, bros. Come back, say hi.
All right, for sure.
Oh, hi, Nathan.
Must be some good shit. They're already got them bunchies. Man, you only got Pop Tarts. We need to get some Doritos and sodas and shit.
Just a quick welcome to Nathan. Welcome to the VC. Has anyone tried speaking to Nathan yet?
Oh, I said hi.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
Think Nathan's being a wallflower. Anyways, how you doing, Nathan? Right on, right on.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
So, damn it, what's going on in the flat plane today?
Good question.
Globe Earth pilot. Sorry, boys. I have to push the nose down to deal with the curve. What are you talking about? Guys, we're going 500 fucking miles per hour. There's 8 inches per mile squared down there. I have to buckle this thing down a couple hundred feet, like in a fraction of a second. We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast. Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh.
Did anyone catch the newest update from Project Veritas?
It's not really something I follow. No.
Government employee decided to blow the whistle because of what's going on, and she's finally able to speak, and her story's coming out. Part 1 of it, anyway, is coming out tomorrow. So it has everything to do with the world stage today and for the past year.
But like, what's he blowing the whistle on, or she?
I'll send you the article.
All right.
It's one of those topics. If I can send you an article, that is.
You can post it in the live stream voice text, or you can send me a friend request.
Yeah, I have to send you a friend request because it's not letting me send it to you.
Yeah, I kept having people DM me and start trying to start conversations and arguments about Flat Earth. It was kind of annoying.
Yeah, same here. Like, I don't even want to get involved with, the beta children's, bullshit. So I just turned all notification, or not notifications, all, like, you have to be my friend to DM me. Yeah. Basically, investigating and exposing corruption in both private and public institutions, right? That's Project Veritas's mission statement. James O'Keefe, he's been called out many times, and he's successfully sued the CNN for defamation of character. He's received more retractions than any other privately owned news organization. They fear him.
Right, yeah, I'm pretty careful when it comes to like alternative media because a lot of it is really just controlled opposition.
Yeah, James O'Keefe is not. He was placed on with no federal charge, no felony, no nothing. He was placed on the restricted list to where he cannot purchase a firearm in the United States when he's not a criminal and not a slave.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like in the Netherlands, we have a lot of controlled opposition, and they'll make it look as if as if they're in a fight with the state, but they're really working together. It's a massive play being pulled.
From what I remember last year, there was a lot of bullshit corruption with the Dutch government.
Oh yeah, man, but it's
so much so that a lot of them had to step down, and it caused a pseudo collapse.
Who had to step down?
A lot of people in the Dutch government, they had to step down. They had to abdicate their position because of their corruption.
Well, recently there was a like our parliament is demissionaire. It basically means that they quit, but they are still there to take care of residual business. But what it means in practice is really that they are now a dictatorship because they can't really be taken away. They have some special powers now because of their non-active status, which is kind of
So therefore, there should be some legal recourse for the population to remove them.
yeah, there should be, but to be honest, the whole democracy, like it works on trias
No,
politica, but trias
there is.
politica is flawed. So
But see, let me phrase it in another way. There's like what, maybe 200, 300 of them?
yeah,
And
something like
and
200.
the rest of the population is a couple million?
Yeah.
Come on now. They don't have any power.
No, they don't. But
You know what I'm getting at without saying it, right?
I get what you're saying, but it still takes, people have to actually realize that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's the indoctrination, the enslavement, the programming to where people look at government as their god. And it's an abomination. It's sad. I mean, it's even here in the United States back in the days where broadcast television was coming over the airwaves and you had to have like an antenna to pick up the television channels. At the end of the broadcast, at the end of the day, they would play the Star Spangled Banner, right? And have like all these patriotic symbols. Well, interweaved inside of that was actual subliminal messages in text, like coming across like lyrics, but it would just flash and then it would disappear, like so much that your right brain couldn't understand it, but your left brain got it all, right? And it's pretty much, remember that movie They Live?
No, I don't know that one.
They Live is about Rowdy Piper. This guy, I can't remember the character's name, but it's Rowdy Piper. He discovered a pair of glasses, and after he put these glasses on, he could see the truth. Like all these advertisements, it's just like obey, buy, consume, right?
I've seen some memes about that.
Yeah, it's from a movie from the 70s. Right? It's a pretty good movie, man.
Will They Live? It's called.
Yeah, They Live.
All right, I'll put it on my list.
But this end of broadcast transmission would always have, it would always be playing the same thing, same song, and there'd be subliminal messages like that, just flashing in black and white, like on them, and it's like obey your God, government.
Yeah, they definitely like to put subliminal stuff everywhere.
Like pay your taxes, consume. It's just like, it's stupid. I mean, like a lot of people will sit there and say, oh yeah, that's just conspiracy theory and all that. And I go, well, what is conspiracy theory? That's pretty much every detective I know of is a conspiracy theorist, because everything they're trying to find out is if there is a conspiracy to commit a crime here. Right? Conspiracy is an actual
yeah, you're right.
Legal word.
To conspire.
So like, yeah. So it's like it just behooves me on how much people today are just, non-questioning, just whatever the narrative says, I'll ingest it because it makes my life easier in some way or shape or form. In reality, it doesn't make their life easier.
They've started doing that here too, starting to call people who think that the government is conspiring against its people conspiracy theorists and crazies and stuff like that.
Well, you know what, the CIA in America, in the United States, I don't want to say America because even the people in Peru are freaking Americans, man. But here in the United States, they did a bunch of I forgot what the fuck I was talking about.
Conspiracy theorist.
Oh yeah, the Kennedy assassination, right? People know that if you get shot from behind, your head and it hits your head is not going to fly back towards the impact and slightly to the right. They know it's going to fly forward. So the term conspiracy theory came about because the narrative was he was shot from the book depository building in Dallas, Texas, which was behind the president. When you could see in all the footage of his head getting hit, he moved back and to the right, or to the left, right? Back and to the left, which indicates he was hit from the front and slightly to the right. Grassy knoll position.
Okay, I gotta say something about this. The
All right.
Zapruder film's a fake. Okay, provable. It's proven fake. It's not just like, yeah, it's a fake. Might be. It's a proven fake. So there's a physicist who did a little analytics on it, and the Stemmons freeway sign is perfectly square, and that's impossible. So you know the Stemmons freeway sign. So there's a part where the limo goes behind the Stemmons freeway sign. I'll put a link in the YouTube channel. It's a long presentation. The guy's got a really boring. It's really fucking boring. I'll tell you, it's epically boring. But like seriously, it's boring. It's super boring, the presentation. But it's pretty much irrefutable that the Stemmons that the Zapruder film is a fake. Because so this guy is a Australian physicist. So he applies basic perspective optics to it, right, to the video, and nothing lines up. Like nothing in the foreground lines up with the background. It's basically a composite. It's a multi-layer composite. But the main thing that proves it's a composite is that the Stemmons freeway sign is a perfect square, right? The top part of the sign and the right part of the sign are at perfect 90-degree angles to each other. And as we all know, every single camera in existence creates barrel distortion. You cannot have a camera that doesn't create some barrel distortion. So there's no barrel distortion in this camera. That means that the sign was inserted after the fact. Yeah, so I mean, that's just one part of it.
Is that the same guy that talks about the position seats of the limo and the front seat were a little bit different in position than the back seats? So it was not a magic bullet. It was a straight shot through the president and into the passenger.
No, this is a completely different guy. They did, I'm sure you're familiar with Fetzer, right?
I'm not really too familiar on like who was saying what.
His name? Fetzer's kind of like a conspiracy. I can't remember his first name. He's a professor at the University of Minnesota. He runs a website called Veterans Today. He was kind of, I wouldn't say big, but he was in on the 9/11 stuff like that. But his main claim to fame was like JFK investigation. But they had a symposium where they invited people from all over the world. Anyone had stuff on JFK, and this Australian guy came and basically gave a presentation about the film and like the video that was taken. Because there's ghosts. I mean, you'd have to see it. It's too like I can't tell you like everything in it in this voice chat. It's too because there's so many parts. There's so many parts to it that show that that film, that video is fake. Because like when you have a film, right?
Wasn't there another film of the incident from a different angle?
There's the Mary. It's Mary something. Yeah, Mary Ward or Mary Gates or something. So she had a piece of a film, and he does use that film to compare the two films to each other, and does perspective correction to it, right? Because you can see like different things, like the wall that's across the street, and like trees, and like all different objects, and you can line everything up, right, to frame from frame to frame to see if everything is optically correct. Let's put it that way. And the Zapruder film is fucked up beyond all recognition.
Hey, Indio,
There's
is it
some
right?
guy. I'll post a link. I'll post a link to it because this is
Now
actually
wasn't the Zapruder film the first one of the first like footage of the incident that hit
yes,
the news?
yes, and he compares it because the
Yeah.
first thing that ever came out was Time Life bought the Zapruder film from Zapruder. I think it's Arnold Zapruder. He bought the film from he bought the film from him for like $1 million or $100,000. And so the first thing that was ever shown was a couple frames from the Time Life that appeared in Time Life right after the assassination, like the next week, that weekend or something. And he uses them, and those, like some of those, and the Zapruder film itself was never shown on television until Geraldo Rivera showed it like in the 1970s. Right, so even like the Time Life frames don't match what Geraldo Rivera showed in the 70s. It's seriously messed up. It's like messed up beyond all recognition. It's like not even close to being accurate.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. It took about 7 years for that footage to come out to the public, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And like that's the thing. People rely. This is the same type of stuff they did on 9/11.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
They poisoned the well. They put out something that said, and people are like, this is a piece of evidence. But that piece of evidence is tainted, but that piece of evidence goes against the official narrative. So people are like, they jump on it. They go, yeah, this shows the official narrative is bullshit. So they just automatically assume it's real. No, it goes against the official narrative, but it too is bullshit. It is meant to muddy the water so that you have like all these different factions. For example, in 9/11, you have the no plane versus plane, right? You have 9/11 so-called truthers arguing about plane versus no plane, right? And we're fighting amongst ourselves instead of getting the culprits, right?
Did you happen to watch James Corbett's latest video by any chance? India?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, you're pretty much saying what he was saying in it. He was just going
Oh
over
wow, I
all
haven't
the
watched any of his videos in like 5 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I watched some Dollar Vigilante stuff, and he's hosted on there, so I still see him from time to time, some of his stuff. But he was saying the exact same thing. Just all the infighting in the 9/11 Truther movement and all that. It's totally broken down.
Yeah, that was kind of the point. You put out all this like contradictory, like there's a bunch of information, right? There's the information that supports the narrative, and there's information which doesn't support the official narrative, but is contradictory to each other. So you have to, like someone that is like gonna be like an activist for the truth, they have to choose like which one am I gonna pick? Is this a piece of evidence, right? So we have people fighting Judy Woods, the Justification. There's people believe in that. Then there's people that believe no planes, and there's people that believe, made it happen on purpose. And then the thermite people, and then like so now we've fractured. The movement is fractured into a million pieces, and we can't get any traction because we're fighting over stupid minutia when we all agree on the one basic premise that the main official conspiracy theory is trash. It's complete trash.
Not to snap, but the debris was hauled off, and just like the Sandy Hook, that building was demolished before 6 months was up, and it's usually a 6-month investigation on any kind of event like that.
Yeah.
So why was the building demolished?
Yeah, and the only piece of verified, like let's call it verifiable piece of forensic evidence from Building 7 is Appendix C of the FEMA report. I don't know if anyone's ever read that. So it's the one that says that the steel, because there's an actual chain of custody with this. So the FBI agents that collect, when you have it's actual custody, you could actually bring to court because everybody that handled the piece of metal, people that collected it on scene, the people that gave it to somebody else, who gave it to somebody else, who gave it to somebody else. The way a regular criminal a criminal case, how they process evidence, right? There's a chain of custody. No other piece of evidence from 9/11 has a chain of custody that I know of, except this piece of metal, these pieces of metal. And they say they suffered a eutectic reaction and had what they call intergranular melting, right? So a eutectic reaction is you can take one element and put it on another element, and it'll lower the melting point of that element, right? So in this case, it's steel. When you put sulfur on steel, it lowers the melting point of steel. It's like, I mean, you can just look it up. It's Appendix C of the 9/11 of the FEMA report. That was the first report that came out after 9/11.
So is
This
that
is
like an idea as to how they brought the towers down or something?
like this is kind of like an this is something that like you can't like explain through like thermite or any normal thing.
Mm.
Because they did a metallurgical analysis with scanning electron microscope and all that stuff, right? So they analyzed the metal to see what happened, and that was their findings, that it had this weird properties, right? That it was like attacked, like internally, as if there was something inside of it. Because the way steel forms, if it forms like these grains, these little grains, right? Think of it as almost like cells. You ever seen like a grouping of cells?
Yeah.
That's the same way steel forms, right? They call them grain boundaries. And the melting was in between these grain boundaries, so the steel itself turned into like little nano pellets of steel. It's crazy. I mean,
Is it possible that this steel was compromised in this way? I mean, right back to the very construction of the towers.
That's possible. My personal opinion is they use some novel method that like no one's aware of. It's probably some DARPA freaking joint. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
That this isn't in published literature. It isn't something you're going to find in university or anywhere. You know what I mean? It's some defense advanced research project thing that they had, and it's been sitting on the shelf waiting for them to use. And then, like, because nobody knows about it, it's some novel method of destroying metal. People are going to look at it and be like, they're not going to know what happened. Even if you're because it went to RPI, which is Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. That's where it was analyzed. So, even a trained metallurgist isn't going to know. They only know what's in the literature. They're not going to know things that have been invented that haven't been published.
Yeah, they wouldn't recognize it. Could be staring them in the face. They wouldn't know anything's different about it,
Yeah, exactly. Just like if somebody invents a novel type of chemical reaction, which is no one has ever seen before, even a trained chemist, synthetic chemist, is going to look at that and not even know. Like, they'll just say this is impossible. Know what I mean? Because they don't know.
Now, sulfur and iron mixture is called it's a mineral called iron pyrite.
Oh yeah, iron pyrite, fool's gold.
Yeah, and iron pyrite will melt a lot faster than regular steel. So yeah, it makes sense and it checks out. Now, how are they able to convert it? Like, as far as I know, they have processes of converting the surface iron 2 oxide to iron 3 oxide plus, otherwise known as magnetite, as a passivation layer. That's what gun bluing is, right? And that's just to stop the passivation effect of oxygen. But as far as I know, there's no other way of like doing it with just, like analytical means of changing or converting the structure itself, like on an intergranular structure, without using some kind of energy device, without adding extreme amounts of energy into the device, like the Hutchinson effect. He was able to get wood intergranulated in with tungsten.
So I'm going to post a link to the Appendix C so you can read it. It's very brief. It's because they even call it a limited metallurgical analysis because it was limited. Here, let me. They call it corrosion. Okay, let me read this real quick to you guys. I'll just evidence of severe high temperature corrosion attack on the steel, including oxidation and sulfidation with subsequent intergranular melting, was readily visible in the near surface microstructure. A liquid eutectic mixture containing primarily iron, oxygen, and sulfur formed during this hot corrosion attack on the steel. This sulfur-rich liquid permeated preferentially down grain boundaries of the steel, severely weakening. Hold on. Severely weakening. I'm freaking trying to scroll through this shit. And they got images and shit. Severely weakening being, making it susceptible to erosion. The eutectic temperature for this mixture strongly suggests temperatures in this region of the steel beam approached 100 degrees centigrade or 1800 Fahrenheit, which is substantially lower than would be expected for melting this steel. Substantially lower, like 1200 degrees or something like that.
You know, they want us to fucking sit here. Shut up. They want us to sit here and do this and figure it out or think we're figuring it out, right?
Yeah.
They just, that's the problem. But the problem for them is when they come after us, we're coming 2 to 3 times harder. So we're going to also figure this out. We're going to expose you. We're going to laugh at you. Then we're going to draw and quarter you. Ruling elite. Sorry, I had to say that. Okay. As you.
Well, yeah. Well, the point
you.
I'm trying to make is all this. There's all this contradictory information that's against the narrative, and we have to pick and choose among it, and then fight amongst ourselves. And that is a tactic, is to create confusion. So we never get anywhere. Yeah, they'll be like, "Yeah, you guys know it was fake. We know it was a bullshit story. So what? Do something about it. You can't prove it in court, right? Because the evidence is contradictory. So."
Well, that's the thing. We're going to do something about it. Why don't you try to make me take the jab?
Yeah, see, that's what Biden was talking about, right? Like the last speech that I saw of him like 4 days ago or some shit like that. It like really pissed me off because he's all like, well, I mean, think about it. Look at all we're doing. Then he looks at the camera and says, what are you people waiting for? Do you see what they're trying to do? They want us to rise up.
Yep, they do.
Yeah, that'll be the final step for them.
Because they know as soon as we rise up that they have legal rights to, with the Patriot Act bullshit from 9/11, because, the whole thing was a setup for this particular moment in time. And
it's true. But they underestimate us, and that's why I'm so fucking happy about it. They underestimate the shit out of us, and they are going down.
What does your constitution say about tyrannical governments? Like the people's right to forcibly remove a government acting against the interest of the people.
Yes, treason is punishable by 2 bullets in the back of the head.
Yeah. I mean, nothing supersedes.
That's the latest amendment.
Not even the Patriot Act.
So. Exactly. That is the law of the land, and anything that goes against the law of the land is
stupid people don't know that. That's always the problem. They're always the one that drag everyone down.
That's why whenever they ask me, I say I'm nonpartisan. I'm a constitutionalist.
Mm-hmm. So I just posted.
The Constitution doesn't say left or right.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so
Andy.
I just posted a link. This is actually another channel I have. This is there's only this and an episode of Frontline about how bullshit crime scene investigation, so-called science is. There was a Frontline episode on it and how it's just basically a big, huge fraud. Things like hair comparison, arson investigation, what do they call it? Flame burn pattern analysis. All of it's garbage. Comparing bullets against each other. Yeah, blood splatter. It's all just utter garbage. There's no scientific basis for it. There's no scientific basis for fingerprint uniqueness. I mean, there's no scientific basis for almost any, other than DNA analysis. There's almost no foundation for any so-called crime scene analysis. When they say things like there's a match between 2 hairs, that's just utter garbage. And the FBI no longer says that because they've been caught out. That they can't say things like this matches. There's no such thing as matching. Say it's consistent with or things like that, but they can't say match. But they've been saying that for so the National Academy of Science actually reviewed it was commissioned by the Justice Department in 2011, something like a 400-page report on crime, crime scene science. This came after there was a whistleblower named Whitehurst that basically said that these guys are a bunch of pseudoscientists at the FBI crime lab just making shit up. And so the Justice Department commissioned this, and the National, the National Association of Scientists basically said, yeah, you're right. And the thing is, the report on fingerprints was classified, which is by the Justice Department, which is even more sketchy. You know how many people are sitting in jail based upon fingerprint comparisons? Tons. Yep. It's completely subjective. And we know there was a bombing in Spain, right? There was just about 3 years after 9/11, there was a train that got blown up in Spain, and they matched the fingerprints to some lawyer in Seattle, right? He couldn't have done it. He was in fucking Seattle, right? But 3 different FBI people matched his fingerprints to the bomb, to like bomb parts of the bomb that exploded. So, yeah, I mean, it's utter garbage. Anyway, so I posted 2 videos. One is just about, it's really just an excerpt about the Stemmons freeway sign, which is, it basically shows how the sign does not match up to perspective correction, right? And then the lower link is to the full video, which is, like I said, it's epically boring. But if you cannot fall asleep during it, it unequivocally proves that the Zapruder film is a fake. Dude, the film is just a fake. And a lot of people, I mean, you just did it, to be frank, and you said, listen, back and to the left, just like the Oliver Stone movie, but that's based upon the Zapruder film. But what witnesses actually said they saw, okay, I'll tell you what witnesses actually said they saw. They said that the limo came to a complete fucking stop and people opened up with machine gun fire. That was what the witnesses first said when it first happened. And slowly that story changed over time. There's actually a video on YouTube that shows all the news clips in chronological order, right? So all the news that day from the time of the assassination, like CBS, ABC, NBC. So they were bringing in people that were there and witnesses. And you can literally watch the story change. Oh, this video is 3 hours long. You can actually watch the story change in the media, in real time, because, in the real world, it happened over a period of 24 hours. But when they take the clips and when they take all the news videos and they stick them one right after each other, right? These 2-minute interviews of witnesses. By the time it gets to the end, man, the narrative is completely different. It does not resemble anything that first happened. And anyone that researches memory, the accuracy of human memory, knows that memories are most accurate when they're really contemporary, when they're most contemporaneous to the event, right? So the memory of an event is more accurate when it's 1 minute from the event versus when it's 2 minutes versus when it's 5 minutes versus when it's 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Because memory gets contaminated by hearing other people talk about it, and then people fill in the blanks, from their story. So memory gets contaminated.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, I wish I remembered the name of this video. I think it's called JFK As It Happened. Could be something like that.
Well, see, I remember watching film, one small clip. It was in an 8mm film, a very small clip of it, maybe about 40 seconds or something like that. That shows the limo coming up, and then it shows the passenger pull his sidearm and shoot the president in the head.
Yeah. That's, listen, from what witnesses said, because what happens is people hear gunfire, they're hitting the deck, and they're not actually seeing. But what witnesses said is not that they heard 3 shots. It's that fucking the limo was surrounded, and everybody just everybody opened fire on it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And a lot of people said the limo came to a complete stop. That they just drove to where, on the Zapruder film, it shows them getting shot, that the limo drove to that spot and just came to a complete stop, and he just got opened up on. But people think that the Zapruder film is a accurate representation of the events. So, that's what we're arguing about, right? We're arguing about fake evidence. Now, the fake evidence goes against the official narrative, so everybody's on board with that. But, you're not going to get anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
If you think about it, the Zapruder film was $1 million piece of art. So when is art ever reality? Remember, these fucking corporations and your certificate of birth, your birth certificate, not certificate of live birth, but your birth certificate and social security card. These are all part of like the same farce. It's all part of art, something created out of art or law. It's not necessarily like a real person. It's just a storyline, otherwise known as fiction.
Yeah, it's a legal fiction. Yeah, there's no biological data on a birth certificate or a birth registration or anything like that. There's nothing to attach it to a human being, right? You can't take you can take my birth. You could sell me your birth certificate, right? And I could run around using your birth certificate, and as long as you didn't complain, nobody on earth could prove that's not me.
I know.
Can prove it doesn't go with me because there's nothing on the birth certificate that says blonde hair, blue eyes, 6 feet tall, anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's nothing to attach it to what they would call the corpus, right? It doesn't attach it to a body. It's just a legal identity. That's all it is.
I have my original certificate of live birth that was given by the hospital with my feet prints on it.
Exactly. That is the real evidence.
That's the evidence that I'm bonded.
That's a hospital souvenir, Probably says it at the top. Usually they say hospital souvenir. And here's where it gets funny. Hospital, the legal definition of hospital is inn of the needy. So hospitals back in the day were places where unmarried women went to have children, right? And they had bastards.
Mm-hmm.
And bastards don't have legal rights. A bastard, their father is the king. Right? So it gets really weird, man. It just gets really weird. And I've always found this kind of weird. Why is the mother putting her maiden name on there if she's married? All right? To indicate that the child is a bastard? And that the child is not an heir of anybody? And
Possibly.
there was a statute. I don't know if I want to get it. There's a doctrine called parens patriae, which means the father of the country. There was a statute of Edward, I think, was passed because there was a bunch of orphan children running around in England, and supposedly, and so if there's a problem, they got the solution, and the solution was to pass laws that said that these children were under the care and protection of the king, right? And as such, right, they're like his children. Right? And children, and most people don't know this, children are property. People don't like that, and it sounds fucked up because of our modern notions, but children are property of the parents. They're property just like a fucking cow or a horse.
Yep. So as soon as you can teach your children to question everything and then once they finally realize that, living under your roof is living under a tyrant, then your job is complete. Now they're ready for the real world. You know what I mean? That's like one of those George Carlin things.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the kings, this is why the state can determine whether you can have your children or not. The state gets to determine. Well, this is what they say, right? They say they can't do this without a birth certificate, and this is a funny thing, man. I researched this hard, dude. Hard. This is something I really, really looked into. Child custody and what gives the state the right to take people's children away from them. And there was an episode of Oprah, of all places. I mean, it's really funny when you get information from Oprah inadvertently that they tell the truth, right?
Yeah.
So there was a girl on there. The girl was found as a baby, on a doorstep or something like that. So she was taken into the state, into the state system, into the child care system, right? Grew up in foster homes. So now she turns 18. She has no birth certificate. She has no social security card. She has no legal identity. So, Oprah, being the hero that she is trying to save this person from, not having a legal identity. They call it being a stateless person. And so she has the California Secretary of State on there. So this is the person that's in charge of vital records and all that stuff. She says that person, that girl that turned 18, should have never been brought into the system because she does not have a birth certificate. She admits this. She admits that without a legal identity, that the state has no jurisdiction to to basically declare that this is their child. Just the fact that the child exists in the state is not enough. They have to have a legal identity created by a birth certificate. They have no legal authority to do anything otherwise. And she admits this. It's so fucked up, dude. That you find something like this on Oprah, where they admit this system.
Well, you have to remember who Oprah is, right? She's Boulier. She's I don't know if you're familiar on who the Boulier are. Sigma Phi Chi. They're
yeah, I've heard of it.
They're an elite group of mulatto men that were doctors. Like they were all medical doctors, the founders, and they started Prince Hall Freemasonry so that they could get to a certain degree, because Freemasons are racist, right? They don't like black people for some reason. Like everyone else is cool as long as you're not a former slave of America for some reason. So that's what the Prince Hall is, and that's what the whole ritual last year of George Floyd was all about, was the Prince Hall taking over. And the Freemasons are to remain silent because it's their turn, right? So like the whole thing is these Boulier, what they call themselves are archons, right? So you have Barack Obama, who is a Boulier member. His code name, or his name, spiritual name, or whatever you want to call it, is Mamba, right? Now Kobe Bryant was also in the Boulier, and his name was Black Mamba, which is the king snake, right? The king archon. And Obama wants that position. So a lot of people are postulating that it was actually an assassination on Kobe's part so that his dead corpus can be claimed over another person's body. So, he can become apotheosized and then have the persona taken over. And I believe that's pretty much what's going on with the occult this whole time, is with all of the 27 Club and all that other shit, all these sacrifices, is they do this so that they can put these people in a state of contact for their necromancy they practice. You know what I mean?
It's a big club of a bunch of fucking losers that didn't get attention from mommy, and now we're gonna take them all out.
So, the thing is the Boulier were always known as the black betrayers of history. They were the ones that cited, pretty much, they got their founding, their ideology from the ones that sided with the Democrats, Democrat Representative Johnson, after Lincoln was assassinated in office, where Lincoln had made a promise to pay reparations of 40 acres and a mule for every free black American, and a recent slave, freed slave. And when he was killed, the first thing that Johnson did was do a recall on the 40 acres and then rendered all the mules for glue. And then, so that kind of did away with the reparations. And that's where a lot of this bullshit starts. And then that President Johnson was also the same one that said, if these colored are to vote, I'm going to have them N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. So And then a lot of people don't realize that the Democrats are the ones that started the KKK to persecute all Republicans in the South. It wasn't just the black people that they sweated into voting Democrat. It was the senators that were down there were black freed slaves, and they were on the Republican ticket. So they decided to go after the Republicans. And this is right after they went from Whig to Republican. And this is like the prior generation before Lincoln, I believe. And so Lincoln was the first Republican president, but in reality, the Republicans are the Whigs. They're all Freemasons.
Doesn't surprise me.
The only one that was not a Freemason, because he's Illuminati, right? He's Jewish bloodline family. That's Trump. Trump's the only one that's not related to them. Because he's Illuminati.
Would they have a change of heart? Internal takeover?
I don't think so. I think it's all part of the plan. Remember, this whole Operation Warp Speed happened under his watch.
Operation bullshit on a stick.
Yeah, I think he's a LARPer. I think he's the enemy. He's a Jesuit. And he's the only one that hasn't taken the Knight's Oath. And you know all those that's taken the Knight's Oath because they've been hit with a gauntlet or socked in the eye and given a black eye. So all those that have taken that black eye mark are knights of a certain order, and the Pope is not the head. Got to find who out that prince is. And that's another thing. You know how they call it the King James Bible? Well, in Hebrew, the name James is Yaakov, so Jacob. Why is it James?
Yeah.
If when it came out, there was no J.
Good question.
You know what I mean?
Games people play.
And this is all Freemasonic Bible, the King James Version. So that's why we have to look at everything with a grain of salt and trust. Don't just blindly trust. We have to test the word.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
even the book itself does test everything. That doesn't mean try it.
I honestly think these people are compelled to tell the truth. They actually tell the truth of what they're doing openly. And people are just too lazy to look. I don't think they hide anything.
That's like, hang on, let me see if I can find it.
Because
I found that
everything I
Neil deGrasse
said
Tyson
about
episode.
the birth certificate, and like, you can, like, this isn't like my opinion. This isn't like shit I made up. You can find this in law books. You can find this in Corpus Juris Secundum, American Jurisprudence, which are legal encyclopedias. You can look up parent and child, right? The section parent and child in American Jurisprudence and Corpus Juris Secundum. They say determination of child custody is a determination of status. A determination of status. Whose status? The status of the parents. They determine whether the parent is fit or unfit. So what gave them? So if they're only determining the status of the parent, they already presumed the property right in the child. You understand? That this is already presumed, that the state already owns the child. And they even say it. Under the doctrine of parens patriae, that the state is the primary caretaker of the child. But then when you look up where did the doctrine of parens patriae come from, this is part of what I researched. It comes from this Statute of Edward, where they passed this law about bastards, incompetent people, where they're the children of the king. And then we look at the birth certificate. Like I said, you got where the mother's saying that she's a maiden, which makes that child a bastard. Like it all is out in the open, strung together. You can take it just like making a cake, right? You add this, you add that, you add this other thing. You can put it all together, 1, 2, 3, 4, just by going backwards. You could just go backwards. And they even use admiralty terminology. They say that a child custody proceeding is a proceeding in rem. That is an admiralty term. That is a term from boats, dude, from seizing boats and cargoes of boats.
Yeah. Well,
This
check
is
it out,
all out
dude.
in the open. Like, this is in
There's-
the. You could just go look at the books.
the thing is like, there is such things called the Black's Law Dictionary, and you can look it up. And I suggest getting like the 4th edition, right? Not the new 6th edition or the 7th edition that they're coming out with, because each edition, the wording is manipulated and changed a little bit.
Yeah, I've noticed. Because the law
So,
gets
like-
changed. Because the law doesn't get changed. It's more like the legal rights that. Okay, so you have people, right? And so let me think about how to put this the right way. So the legal rights of the people that these words apply to changes. So how they apply that definition of that word also changes, right? So they're changing the word, like how, because often, like even in Black's Law Dictionary, right? So they'll have the definition of a word, and then they will cite a case on how the courts interpreted that word, its meaning, right? So it'll say something like they'll say person, right? And then it'll have the definition of person, and then it'll have a citation of the case where the definition of person was laid out by the court, right? But then if you go look at that case, and then you look at like the case, right? The actual law of that case, that individual that case was about, they had particular, let's call them legal impediments, right? So they had duties and obligations that weren't the same as somebody that lived 100 years before that, right? They were under different laws. So they weren't under the 14th Amendment, right? So they were under some other laws. So when they say person actually meant a different thing back then, because the legal rights and duties of people back then were more broad than they are now. So they're not actually changing the definition. They are adjusting it for the current situation of the population at large and the thumb that they're under. I actually use something called judicial and statutory words and phrases, which is written like it's fucking something like 13 volumes. But that you can actually find it on Google Books. But that also has like the case citations and all that. But it has more of them, so you can. It's easier to flesh out like how the word gets applied to different cases. And like simple little stupid words, man, mean different things. Like, I'm sure you've heard people say that like understand needs to stand under. I'm sure you've heard that. I mean, people say that shit all the time. That's just completely wrong. It actually means, do you agree? When you understand something, like you reach an understanding, when someone says, do you reach an understanding with a person? Right? That means, do you agree with the person? So when you go into court and they say, you've been charged with murder, do you understand? And you're like, yeah, I understand. Basically, you're saying, I agree. That's how they're interpreting that word. They don't mean it in the sense of, do you comprehend?
Yeah, they're looking at it as, do you stand under the authority that is granted unto me through admiralty law, which is what the hell is it called? It's wartime law. It's the martial law flag. Like here, there's
Maritime.
Yeah, it's the gold fringe, man.
But people need to realize that almost everything they do is voluntary. They just don't understand what it is they're doing, that they're volunteering. They're like almost everything is by consent. When
See,
you go
it
into court
says,
and they're like, okay, Joe Smith, we're charging you with murder, yada, yada, yada. Do you understand the charges? And you're like, yeah, I understand. How you plead? Not guilty. Do you understand? People don't comprehend like what they just did. They agreed not only are they the person that's named in the indictment, and yes, that crime that's listed in the indictment, yes, that crime was actually committed, and yes, they're charging the appropriate person, and yes, any defect in the charging instrument, I just waived that because I just pled. It's called in the old way they used to call it's called traversing the issue, which means that you waived any right to demur to the charge or anything like that. You just waived that right in one fell swoop, just from you saying yes, I understand. Do it like you just agreed to be prosecuted for the crime. It's crazy. You're not like you saying guilty. You're not guilty. All you're saying is, you're not saying anything is wrong. You're just saying, yeah, the charge has like that charge has written like I didn't do it that or something to that effect. You're not saying anything other than that, right? You're not saying I didn't do it, I wasn't there, or anything like that. You're just saying not guilty. So like they were like this, okay? I can do an act, right? And they can charge you with a crime for that act. But does that act actually constitute the crime as written in the statute? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, right? But you're almost admitting to doing the act that they're saying was done, right? So think of it like this. Say you can't cross the street on Sunday, right? Say that's what the law says, and you cross the street. You're not saying you didn't cross the street on Sunday. You're saying that the way in which you crossed the street was not a violation of the law. That could mean that you're not the class of persons that the law is talking about, right? You could be a different class of persons. You could be a police officer or freaking have some special freaking variance to some other law. Like, you're not actually saying that you didn't do it. Like, but you're saying that what they did up until that point is everything is proper. The documents are proper. They got the right person. The right person is standing there. He's been properly identified. Basically, you're waiving personal and subject matter jurisdiction just by pleading guilty.
that's when you tell them I flew over on my broom. It's a magical broom with tires and a chain and handle.
See, and the way I found out all this is because I read cases from 16 to 1700s when people were a lot smarter, right? And the way they defended themselves, they fought every step of the way, tooth and nail. They fought every issue. They fought everything. Oh, you didn't charge me in the right county. This isn't the right forum. This isn't like you're not the right officer to be doing this. They fought everything before they ever even got to the pleading part, right? They made them fucking do everything, like jump through all these crazy hoops before they ever even got to enter a guilty plea. Now they just try to get you, like, do that arraignment and get you to that part where you're going guilty. Yet, are you guilty or not guilty? Because they know once you plead, you just waived all the defects. Any possible defect in the charging instrument or in the process, you just waived it all. Yeah, it's trickery. And it's really ignorance. And, it's thank you, public school system.
Yeah. See, back in the day, the education system was not ran by the Freemasons. The Freemasons will keep things secret from you and tell you a complete and total lie every step of the way until you completely believe it wholeheartedly. Just like some people still today. It's 2021. Christ. September even. And people still believe that the Freemasons landed on the moon.
Yeah, it makes you think about how they push, for the last decade, they've been pushing all the courtroom TV shows and that as well. Getting people to feel like when they're in a courtroom, they really have no other choice but to just agree to the authority and what they're saying and claiming,
Right.
Well, it
I'm
was good
sitting there
talking to you guys.
going,
I actually got to get off because I got a phone call I got to make. So
all
it was good talking to y'all. Talk to you
Hey,
later.
it's a shame you're going now, Indio. Cuddle just showed up, and I'm sure he has more information on
Oh,
like the
Jesus
birth
Christ.
certificate stuff. I was waiting for him.
well, see, I remember getting pulled over by the federal police, and I had a weed pipe on me, but it was brand new, still in the package, ain't never been used. I was on the way to get some weed on the federal land, but they had pulled me over and took the pipe and wrote me a ticket for possession of marijuana on the federal level, which is a year in federal prison. So I fought it, right? I went to court and I fought it, and I go, can I get the annals of the law on this subsection that I'm charged with? Okay, and it clearly says that there should be some way, shape, or form, and it does not list paraphernalia. Paraphernalia is a different charge, which is just, a ticket. But especially if there's no residue, right? There's no residue on the paraphernalia. The paraphernalia is missing. Evidence is missing in this case, and they have me on possession. Even in the police report, it says, or in the officer's day report, it says that there was no marijuana found. So how can I get charged with criminal possession of something where there is nothing of that something found? I got thrown out of court.
Exactly. I mean, if it's still in the packaging, it's literally just an object. Who knows what your intended use of it is?
Tobacco in it,
Yeah. It's good you got it thrown out.
And guess what kind of officer it was? It was a federal BLM officer.
Jeez. I'd love to learn
Bureau
more
of Land.
about the law. It's fascinating and definitely something everyone should know how to utilize properly. But I hear a lot of you guys speaking in here about this type of stuff, especially cuddles, but it's US oriented, I don't know where to really start with someone that understands maybe British law to this same extent or European law.
Well,
It's the
start
same.
looking in the annals.
It's the
Start
same.
looking at the Magna Carta, at the papal bull that was issued, the original documents of the nation.
Right, but the new things, the same old trick that they converted into a digital highway. Here, the corporation is known by one name. In Canada, another. Where you're at, totally another corporation. In Germany, it's a different corporation name. All the same corporation, because they're all registered under the same mother company.
I have that book, the Law of Nations bookmarked. I need to read through that. It's quite daunting, to be honest.
That will show you what they did there, how what I'm coming to learn as possibly imperialism has infiltrated and taken over every culture on the planet, or Earth, excuse me, brain fart.
One of our founding forefathers said that the tree of liberty must be fertilized by the blood of tyrants and patriots from time to time. Without that fertilizer, liberty cannot grow. So that means you must be able to, or be willing to stand up and give up your life for a cause.
Yeah, I was saying that the other day. That's what's missing currently in the world. That courage to.
Well, it doesn't have to be like that, guys. So
I need 300 family calls.
Here's another quote. Okay, so those who wish to be both ignorant and free wish for something that never can be, or wish for something that never has been and hope for something that never can be. Right? So if you want to be free from the system, right, you need to educate yourself and learn how to be less dependent dependent on the system and unplugged from the system, and I'm trying to figure it out. So basically, you need to get off the grid, like everything, and then you won't be reliant on these things if these things fail. Right? Therefore, you'll be free from it. It doesn't always have to be bloodshed. We kind of
Hank,
get
you
what we
must have some
deserve. If we're
clout
dependent
cover,
on Big
man.
Daddy government. Oh, yeah? Is it roboting?
A little bit.
Should I fuck off?
No, it's just one of those things. Like, I don't think the satellite's able to keep up with you.
It was momentary, Hank.
Try it again. Dang.
You heard?
Really wanted to hear what you had to say.
Right, I did too.
Damn you, Google.
How about now?
Pretty good.
All right, so what was the last thing you heard? You don't know where I cut out?
No, you just kind of like faded.
Okay,
You
okay.
were
So I was talking about being free.
disconnecting from the system.
Like how to get free of the system. You started cutting out.
Yeah, don't be dependent on the system for your food, your water, or anything that you need. Don't be plugged into the system, whether it's the electric grid or the banking system or any of that stuff. Remove yourself as far as you can from the system, and then you'll be free.
I hear all
Don't be
that,
reliant
Hank,
on the system.
and I agree with it. Everybody should get as far away from the system as possible and be as independent as possible. But the question is, do we have a moral obligation to help people that we know are being exploited?
Yes.
Yeah,
Law of nature.
and
Next
that
question.
yeah. So I agree. I say yes too. And so it's all well and good running off into the woods and having your own life hunky dory, but you're turning a blind eye to blatant evil. That's where I hit a brick wall there. You know.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to be like my grandmother and try to pray everybody into salvation? If people want to be ignorant, you know you can't change their mind. Slavery is a choice. It's there for everyone to make the choice.
Many people do want to be ignorant, but many people just don't have the relevant information to change their perspective.
Right,
And
but
they
it's
won't hear
also
it.
it's about growth more than anything else. Self growth more than
They don't
anything
have.
else.
Yeah, they don't have an ear to hear it. That's the thing.
If we're the only ones
Nothing. These words don't resonate in them. In other words. You know, if these words that these people are speaking today resonates with any of you that are in the audience, this should be a wake-up call to you to realize, hey, fucking government's nothing more than mind control. That's what the word
Remind
means.
me, Hank, and probably Joshua, bro. I got something to show y'all. Just remind me later, cause I gotta find it, and then I think I gotta edit it. But I'll send y'all a copy.
And I want to be clear, you know, I'm not speaking from a place of authority. I haven't got it all figured out. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm in the process of waking up and freeing myself and my family, but it's a process. It's not something that you figure out overnight.
Oh. See, I asked a question when my mom was like, well, where does this start and where does this stop? Because I'm having to explain these things to my mom. My mom's an old woman, you know, old dogs, new tricks, yada, yada. But she's actually asking me. So I'm having to explain everything.
It's almost
To
like
somebody
that
who knows nothing.
Imagine Dragons song. radioactive. I'm waking up, breathing in the dust and the ash.
Right, but the process has taken time for her to go, man, I wonder if something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. Oh my gosh, I'm starting to see what's wrong and why it's wrong, and then identifying who and what, and it's a whole process. Waking up
Yeah.
isn't just, oh, I'm up, I know everything. It's a process.
Oh yeah, it's a
It's like,
long process.
why the hell are my feet burning? Holy shit, the water's boiling. Get out.
Why
Then
can't I
everybody's
see
laughing at you because you're getting out of the
still?
water.
Why am I still groggy? Why does my body not want to move? Take a couple deep breaths.
Take a little bit more sorcery from the sorcerer. Because everybody wants that sorcerer's stone.
Yeah, Hank, back to your point. Yeah, it's absolutely necessary that you have your own house in order. Your own mind, your own soul, and your surroundings, your family. Fucking totally forgot what I was going to say next. Shit.
Yeah, but that's it though. Is with the information, like when I'm still studying and learning.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. But if we were to say that we're people that hold the right type of information or knowledge, we have an obligation to share it, because if we just gain it for ourselves and then run away with it, it doesn't do the world any good. It's kind of where I come from on it.
I agree. Yeah, it's like the Messiah said, "Freely you have been given, freely you should share." Right. So I make sure. I don't know if I'm supposed to be driving right now. Yeah, I make sure that I pass it out. Like on deliveries with my job. I'm like literally passing out information to those who want it. So I talk to people about, freedom and liberty. I'm like, hey, you like that kind of idea? You like the idea of not being a slave? I kind of judge like, okay, well, check this out, check that out. And, how about one man out, right? It's a document you can look up, or affidavit of sovereignty, and I tell people about this stuff. Like, look at this. Does this make sense to you? And then when I come back next week, hey, did you check it out? Oh, no, man, I don't have time to check it out, man. No time. Okay, you had time to do all the other stupid shit. It's like, okay, if you don't want it, you ain't hungry. I'm not the fountain then.
See, what you got to do is you got to charge them money for it. That way they invested in it and they got to watch it. They got to look
That
at
doesn't
it.
work either.
No, because they still won't listen, bro. I helped a group of old farts, ex-military, help people with legal paperwork in the system, fighting, doing lawsuits, all right, through federal district court. People, you can hand them their entire case, exactly what to say, all right, the whole way through, start to finish, exactly what to say, and they're gonna get off that piece of paper and do some stupid bullshit after the third sentence. Almost every freaking time, because they didn't study, they think they know better, they're trying to get ahead of you, a group of people that have got 70 years of study in law combined, they know better than you. And then they lose their case and then they wonder why.
Hey, what's up, bro? You remember me from last week? I told you about that high frequency radio. You remember that?
Yeah.
Did you check it out?
A few days ago.
A few days ago, you checked it out? Good, man. I'm glad to hear it, bro. Yeah. So I'm glad you checked it out. Did you like what you were hearing? Did it resonate with you? Okay, cool.
You're funny, bro.
Awesome job, Hank.
Fucking A, Hank.
With everything, I would love to be less vague. But it's not for those who aren't hungry, it's for those who are. what all knowledge is for, all truth. It's for those that are hungry.
Yeah, but did anyone read this part that I posted where it says a yellow fringe is not authorized on a Title IV USA Codes Chapter 1, Section 1 and 2 flag? It is a mutilation. Section 3. Gold tassel admiralty. This flag with yellow fringe represents no nation and no constitution. So when you see this flag in a court, that does not apply to you. That is an admiralty, and that is a war flag, which denotes admiralty and martial law.
Well, it's under the tripartite, my friend. That flag is under the tripartite, which is protected by the military. Period. The end. However,
yeah, but you're not
you
military.
look at the one. You look at one. Hold on, because you look at the one without the gold fringe. That's still the flag of war. And then you go look at the other one with the down stripes, where the stars are blue and the background's white. They call it the civil flag, the flag of peace. It's an old tax flag from the early, late 15, early 1600s. An old tax flag of places where they'd come and set up a port and do business. They'd set up a shop, they'd fly that flag over their shop. It's still East India. Doesn't matter what fringe they put on it. The whole thing is East India Trading Company flag. Period.
Do you know what the difference is between the flag having right side up flat stars and upside down stars?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to it. I know. But the law of flags is very simple. First public notice going out about the drawing and or flag design is the only one. The owner who posts it is the one who owns it and has absolute right to it, and it's copyright. It is public. Public knowledge who those flags belong to. Not exactly easy to find those books, but it's still public knowledge.
Well, that young man said he was receptive. He said it resonated with him. So, people are out there.
Yeah, there are hungry people. There's a lot of good people out there that are hungry. There's too much pressure for them to stay on the same beat with everybody else. I don't care if I'm supposed to wear Armani. I'm going to wear goofy fishing t-shirts and goofy long sleeve fishing shirts and look like I'm going to play basketball or fishing or vacation. Gas pressure. None of this would be possible without gas pressure.
Hey, Hank Hill.
Yep.
Do you remember Benny the gangster?
Yep.
Yeah, he's in the server.
In this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I popped into VC or VC check-in. I seen him in there. Popped in there and I go, "Is that Benny?" And then
Wow.
I heard Perry's voice. "Yeah, man, it's me, Perry." And I was like, "Oh my God, he's still doing it." Because he's got a soundboard of
What
Perry.
do you mean?
Huh?
Oh, funny. That's funny.
You're roboting a little bit, Hank.
So what we're going to do for you first, Hank, is we're going to upgrade your software. And then we're going to overhaul hardware.
I don't know. I like my genetics. The software hardware.
We'll give you a wider urethra.
Bro, I was talking about trying to get him towards like a better phone.
Oh, it's not the phone, it's the coverage.
Dude, I switched phones switch phone numbers for a while.
That's
and it's still better. There's still. I think it's just area.
Robot.
But still on
But
smoke signal.
back to
Thank you, roboting, bro.
We're only catching consonants and vowels every once in a while.
Gentlemen, we have a Stacy
I think
third
he's
win in the house.
driving.
Stacy, welcome. Stacy, welcome to the server. You can unmute if you want. Sorry about that, gentlemen. Keep on talking.
So, gas pressure, necessary antecedent to having sustainable life in any form or fashion. Also, walls of a container are part of what is necessary to have gas pressure. We have sustained life and gas pressure. No, California, no. Who wants to talk to Cuddles about gas pressure?
What's this about gas pressure?
It's the bee's knees and the elbows and the toes too, my friend. It's
Cuddles,
what
I
you
think
must
Stacy
have.
wanted to talk about gas pressure.
Huh?
Stacy, did you want to talk about gas pressure? Guess not. Sorry, Cuddles.
No, you're good. They can ask whatever they like. I'm sitting here looking at the live stream voice. I mean, they want to type a question, I'll answer it.
Yeah, Stacey, I don't want to be
No,
the one to bring it to you, but Santa Claus isn't real. Hate to be that guy, but I just did it.
Yeah, dude, I did that to my stepkids. I told them straight up through the door, anything you want to know, I'll tell you the truth about it. Whatever it is, whenever you're ready, I'll tell you everything about it. They asked about Santa. Oh, boy.
But why would they lie?
Oh, their ma was pissed. But I told her, I said, look, I am not going to be lying to my stepchildren, my biological children.
Exactly.
I'm not lying. I don't care. I am not lying to little people.
Exactly.
That's a crime.
Just wait for me then. Exactly, bro.
They think they're adding to their innocence, but they're really taking it away by lying to them.
All right, I reset my phone. Mic check. Reset phone.
That sounds a little better, Hank.
Goody,
Glad to
goody.
hear it.
But Santa can't be a lie, otherwise every parent must be in on this lie. You know, every parent in the world must be, you know, deciding to lie to the entire population. Come on.
Yeah, that could never happen.
I remember I got in trouble when I asked if Santa Claus isn't real and it's just you guys pretending. Right? I remember I got in trouble that year.
Oh, that is cruel, bro. That is cruel. But Mom couldn't say nothing when I caught her like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, putting the presents underneath the tree. Ah! Go to
And you're
bed.
all
Santa's coming. And then I woke up and I walked to the top of the stairs and I'm looking down and all I'm seeing is Ma like going into the closet and digging stuff out and putting it under the tree. It's like, oh, okay, I see what your Santa is.
Next year, I'm going to put laxatives in the cookies.
Dude, what's funny is my mom was actually relieved that I caught her, but still, like the fact that they think they have to lie to like fit in with everybody else to please us, like it's so stupid,
Yeah, you ain't got a lot of kicking, homie.
right?
Hey, that's a little fucked up, huh? Put laxatives in the cookies for Santa.
There's a couple people that have done that just to test out whether Santa's real or not. And you know what? That's what
No,
you
like
get for lying to your
caught your
children.
parents.
That's
Like you caught your
exactly what
parents,
you get.
but you were quiet about it, and you waited like a whole year.
Well, right. You bake them yourself, and you're old enough. Some people are old enough to bake them, so they get a hold of something. Well, nobody's around. Put it in the mix, and then bake the cookies. And they just tell all their brothers and sisters, "Don't eat the cookies. They're for Santa only."
It
I know
looks
there's
like
somebody
sugar,
out there
but
that's
it's
done
Epsom
this.
salt. It looks like sugar, but it's Epsom salt.
Dude, just put the liquid in with the eggs and the milk and the sugar.
Put some.
Yeah, the parents don't really supervise that part.
You really got to understand. A lot of young people are very, very, very intelligent. I wish I was still talking to some of my my acquaintances from the older days in studying law, because one of them, his son started a business, had a business idea, wrote up his PMA, and 13, 14 started running the business. In a couple of years, he was making as much money as his dad.
You know the difference is between vampires and lawyers?
They both suck your blood.
Vampires
The
give you
difference
eternal
is
life.
A vampire will stop sucking your blood after you're dead. The lawyer won't.
Right.
But you got to spot the lie and then you got to use the lie to your benefit. So, for example, here in South Africa, I've convinced my children that my Santa prefers beer and biltong rather than milk and cookies. So then we put out a beer and some dried beef, and then I enjoy that a lot more than a milk and a cookie.
But see, like, why? Because I give my babies gifts year round. Performance, behavior, enhancement, enhancing personality, intelligence. I reward them. Why pick one day to pay attention to someone who is going to flash before your eyes?
Emerald's birthday, bro. Who's the king that you serve?
I don't really do birthdays. I do things year round. All year long. One way or the other.
I think he was saying Christmas is just Nimrod's birthday, and coincidentally, it's the same day that Isaac Newton was born.
Right. That's on me.
And Nimrod.
Darn tinnitus is acting up at the wrong time.
Scratch your ears.
All I heard, Hank, was ears.
Scratch your ear when your ear rings.
You must have that suddenly telephone.
Something about scratch your ear when it hurts or rings.
You got
God, I love talking shit on the internet company because it's from
God,
Tyler, Texas. I'm
they
like, what the
don't.
hell? They ran
God,
a
they
cable
won't
from
let Hank
Tyler,
speak.
Texas.
This is killing me.
I know.
Yeah, dude, they all buy bandwidth from different subsidiaries. If you start looking through your ISP and then looking who they bought their bandwidth from, and who they bought their bandwidth from, and it's a whole nother.
I know.
Can you imagine if they just gave us access to the Wi-Fi they use for the moon? 250,000 mile pure link.
Telephone call. Yeah.
Like 100 gig up, 100 gig down.
Well, imagine if they didn't throttle. Imagine if they didn't throttle the lines, and when they said they were putting in new stuff, they actually put in new stuff.
Well, actually, if I do a IP trace on my location and then find a GPS lock on it, it's somewhere out in the middle of the Arizona desert where where there's a splice into the fiber optic line.
Did you say Tyler, Texas?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
Oh, because that's where this internet company is based out of, suddenly, out of Tyler, Texas. I'm all, what the hell? So I was like, did they run a cable, like a fiber optic cable from Tyler, Texas out to here? Then how come it's not fiber optic yet? And then they try to sell you the high speed package that doesn't exist out here because it's like Bedrock USA. Like we still got people running around like with clubs and shit.
Well, the reason why our bandwidth is crap is because it gets throttled for other people's bandwidth. But it shouldn't be, because it's all connected, and it should just work if they just stop throttling it.
Well, the thing is you can purchase for yourself a T1 line for like $2,000 a month.
You can do it less than that, depending on where you're at, dude. For you, yeah, you're in BFE. You're in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
Of course.
Which means they would
2,000 a
have to, have me on a contract for X amount of months to pay for the infrastructure. But then everybody else would benefit off of it.
Minneapolis, Minnesota, Dallas, Texas, Austin, Houston, $300-400 a month. Exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Depending on how fast you want it, starts about 2 to 3, and it goes up from there.
I'm talking about gigabit internet.
Yeah, well, you can get that in the first one. In brain fart.
This
Minneapolis.
company offers it, but the infrastructure is not set up for it. It's barely set up for 3.0.
Yeah,
and
they
that's at
offer
the
that in
that's at the limit.
Minneapolis, like
It's
$100 a month.
overvolted. It's overvolted. There's too much noise on the lines, and I tell them the problem. And they go, "What do you mean?" I go, "I have an oscilloscope. Plus, I know the channel to tune into to find your guys' scope, and my scope and your scope are a little bit off, which indicates that the magnitude's being suppressed by the AGCs once again." Because the AGCs out here are susceptible to the heat, and there's no shielding on them because it's all overhead instead of underground like it should be. And then it's overvolted at like 91 volts where it should be like 12 volts. It's a mess.
Poor guy.
And then if everybody thinks they can get high-speed internet from satellite, yeah, good luck with that. You'll be limited at 650 megabits. And then if you go over like 4 gigabytes of data, then they charge you. by the 15-minute mark.
I kind of wonder though, if you did like 100 or 1,000 phone lines, like what the monthly bill would be like per phone in the breakdown.
If they did what?
100 or 1,000 cell phones in one contract.
I don't know.
I know I've had the same number for 11 years, except for the time that I just used the phone for a few months. Try the provider. You guys are still like, hey, you're picking up. Like, I gotta just go back to the other provider.
Bro.
Fucking, can Hank get the broken mic gang?
It's broken phone.
Yeah, please.
It's the signal. It's just the signal.
I know.
We could fix that with an app probably, or enabling or disabling something in the developer menu.
Or just drive when you're driving.
Right, the ping works better when you're moving, or when the phone's moving.
Yeah, if I didn't come on when I was driving, I would never come on. So.
Put it on like a dash mount instead of holding the phone while driving. Because then you'd like set it down, and then it's like inside of a metal cage. You're gonna want it up by the glass, so it's got a clearer signal shot.
Now, how is
Because
everyone on this
probably-
beautiful Sunday night? Oh, sorry. Go on.
He's probably on like a certain network where they can only access certain towers instead of all the towers like a cheap phone. But, sorry.
I was just asking how everyone was. How's everyone on this fine Sunday night?
Fairly.
Roboting. Thanks.
Everything is great. How about yourself, bro?
I met a real life flat earther today. I know we were talking about it yesterday.
In person.
And it's just someone I knew for like a while ago. It's just one of my karaoke regulars, and he just comes up to me and he goes, "Oh, you know all of this, Fauci ouchie stuff's all bollocks, right?" And I was like, "Yep." And he was like, "Oh, you know we never landed on the moon, right?" I'm like, "Yep." And he was like, "What, really?" I was like, "Yep." So I said, do you want to see where I'm a lead moderator? He's like, "Oh, yeah, go on then." So I show him this server, and it was just like, "Oh, yeah, the Earth's definitely flat." And then we were just chatting about it for like 15 minutes. It was great.
Just like that, huh? That's cool.
Just some guy I've known for months. I just, you know how you don't really kind of go around blurting it to everyone, but I just got the impression that he was, like, once he was talking about that stuff, it was just like, yeah, okay, maybe he's in the club, and it turns out he is.
Nice. Maybe Fauci ouchie is going to be the thing that's going to wake a lot of people up, you know?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was saying earlier, actually. It's a very high stakes game they're playing right now. You know, either they can enslave us all, or they wake us all up, and then they're fucked.
You take
I
the
think so,
hokey pokey and you turn yourself about. That's what it's all about.
Oh, heavy metals.
You do what you're told, you do it once more again. Do what you're told,
Even in
then you
your
do it all
cereal.
again.
You grind up some heavy metals and you chew it up with your milk and your sugary cereals. And you love it.
Gas pressure.
And then you stand in line for pictures.
You put the vaccines up, you put your IQ down. Vax up, IQ down. Oh, sorry. That's all I got for now.
Come on. Gas pressure.
Well, the term actually comes from the Latin vacca, pertaining to a cow. Right?
Well, we are all
because of the cowpox with the smallpox.
That's how they see us. We are cattle, right? That's how they see us.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not humans. We're
That's why I put
goyim.
forth that one presentation on a podcast type format, asking, why do they refer to us as cattle? And I broke down what a person is and what a human is and all that other stuff. Like a human is not a person, right? A human is someone born of the human species, but not having the shape of mankind and not having an inheritance. That's pretty much what everybody is under right now with their birth certificate status.
Yeah.
And they refer to us as the goyim, the cattle, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's funny. It's like there's some real fucked up logic when you point this out. It's like I've been called when I've said, "Oh yeah, they call us guys." I've been called like anti-Semitic. It's just like, hold on a second.
It's like,
I'm
bro,
pointing out
I got a
their
Hebrew name, right?
hatred, right? I'm pointing out their hatred, and now I'm the hateful one. That doesn't make any sense.
That's when you tell them, bro, I'm Hebrew.
Well, you see, it
right?
really
And they're
means nations, right?
Wait a minute.
They can say that it just means nations.
What does?
Goyim. Gentiles.
Goyim
nations.
means nations,
yeah.
right? It's the slang of the word that means cattle. So it's like saying huevos means testicles. No, it doesn't. It means egg. Obviously, you're perverted. You perverted criminal.
Yeah. But it's not how
That's
it's
how
used.
they do it.
Right, but
Like
isn't
how
that
he's
the
talking
term?
about
Isn't that the term for
and
non-Jew?
mouse turd. What do you prefer on your hot dog? Cat shit or mouse turds? Or what about that man eggs?
yeah, I see what you're saying. I think I prefer the mouse turds.
Yeah. And possibly some sliced up pickled jalapeno.
Yeah, that works. Grilled jalapeno is quite nice.
Yeah. Oh, a treat if you like spicy spices. Get yourself some Tabasco peppers, not the sauce, but the actual plant, the seeds, and grow yourself some Tabasco peppers. These things are small and not much flesh on them, and it's just pure heat. It's like hotter than a habanero. That's why they ferment it. Calm it down a little bit.
Dude, I have a fatali. You ever heard of a fatali pepper?
A what?
A fatali. It's one of the hottest peppers. Ever heard of it?
I've heard of a boot.
It's hotter than a scorpion, than a ghost pepper, like any of those.
Lagarja or whatever that's found in Afghanistan, and the Tipin and the Pequin, which are some of the smallest yet hottest chilies. And then I know there's a couple others, but yeah, that one from
Brazil.
Afghanistan is like the hottest one I know of, and it's small and gray.
I got like 10 varieties of hot peppers. All kinds of heat.
Yeah, I mean,
jalapenos. Sorry, go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say, like, I've had really, really hot stuff. I don't really enjoy it. Like, I like kind of medium heat. I've had ghost chili before, and my mouth just felt like it was on fire for like 10 minutes. Yeah, it was quite an experience. But I don't think I'd want to do it again. Like, I wouldn't willingly do it. If I was like part of a challenge or something, maybe. But I wouldn't do it for curiosity anymore.
But with hot stuff like that, you gotta go slow, bro. You gotta start with the lighter peppers, and then you eat them daily, and then you get to that point. Like, if you don't eat hot peppers, you don't just eat the gold pepper. That's just not the way you do it.
No, but I mean, I do eat hot food like every day, so it's not from
good,
that point of view. But like, there's a difference between having like some sweet chili or some like like medium heat stuff and having ghost pepper sauce, right? It's a massive
It's totally
step up.
different. Totally different.
Yeah, exactly,
Totally different type of heat. It's like one hurts you and destroys you. The other one is like you enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I'd ever want to get to the stage where I actually enjoyed ghost chili because I feel like I would have killed most of my taste buds by then.
Yep. I don't think anybody enjoys it. Like I honestly, I have some hot peppers that I grow. I don't even know why I grow them, just because they're super hot. But there's some peppers that, like Vitali, I just tried a little bit off a tip this year, and I don't think I'm gonna touch any of them. I'm gonna dry them up and make a powder or make hot sauce out of it.
Yeah, not bad.
They're that hot. Like you literally can't eat it raw. It hurts you.
I suppose.
All right, man. I don't know if y'all
Yeah.
noticed, but there is some people here. I just came in and just don't. Zuko. I don't know if y'all try to speak to Zuko yet.
No, but we can.
Oh,
Hello,
hey guys.
Zuko.
Hey, it's funny that I just joined the Discord like a second ago, so this is really crazy. Are you guys doing a live stream or something? Is this being streamed somewhere?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you guys are asking or anything. Basically, I believe like the Earth is flat and stuff, and it was a big shock for me at the beginning. Like the whole government lying and stuff. I didn't expect that. Like it was real. Like a lot of shit made sense for me, and you figure out that the Earth is pretty small. Like compared that what you've been told. Like the Earth is like the whole universe and stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's just like crazy. I mean, I'm still like in shock, and right now, like during Corona, like a lot of things are making sense. Like when I was a kid, the teacher used to tell me like the Earth is flat, like around and stuff, and you just had to believe it. And if I would ask like critical questions, they would like, yeah, we just gotta keep going, And I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. I don't know. Yeah.
All right,
man.
Zuko. Hey, so do you mind if we ask you a few questions?
Oh yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, sure.
So I mean, so you think the Earth is flat? So what are your give me like two proofs like why you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, so the one thing that really like stuck out to me was the video where they were talking to pilots, right? And the pilots were all saying like, yeah, it's flat. Like, and also it made sense to me. Like I always wondered like why doesn't the nose dip when we're on a like a globe, right? Because we have to stay in like the orbit or something, and then like it makes sense because you only feel that the plane goes down once you actually have to land, right? And yeah, it's really crazy. And also the fissile length things that you see on NASA, or the water tank where you see the bubbles out of the astronauts. I was like, what the fuck? Like I was like, whoa. Also like yeah, it just looks fake, bro. Like just the videos that they make. And also there was one guy who was talking about the moon landing, of course. Like that shit looks like it's been made by a 12-year-old at a fucking yeah, it doesn't look like it's real, and that made like after that I was like, wow, also the water seeks its level, I'm still really interested like what's beyond Alaska, right? After I heard the whole thing about Alaska and that's the edge of the flat earth, right? I was like, wow, I really want to know, like, is there something after that, or is just like, is that it? It's like a globe, like a snow globe. But
Kurt,
yeah,
though,
man.
I have to step out for a second. So if you could continue with it.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I would say those were the biggest signs for me. Yeah.
I think you mean Antarctica, bro.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry. Yeah.
You said Alaska.
Oh, I said I mean Antarctica. Yeah, sorry. yeah, Antarctica. Yeah, and also like the strangest thing I've heard is that you can't go to Antarctica. It was a treaty by all the countries, and once I saw the UN flag, I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, I was like, everything is connected, and why would all these countries agree on this but still have war with each other? Like they don't agree on a lot of things, but Antarctica, they have a treaty where they sign with all the countries. I was like, this is so strange. And people try to go there and they get like, they have to go back, so they can't go to Antarctica by themselves. They like, the government will tell them, yo, this is not allowed. That's crazy. It's really crazy. And just like once I finally found it out, I was like, like dinosaurs are freaking fake, like the universe, like space, this whole sci-fi bullshit. And you see it now. Actually, you see it now in the news. They're promoting this bullshit. They say like, yeah, we have I think SpaceX or something recently. They made like civilians go to space or something, some bullshit kind of. So they're really pushing this agenda. And also on YouTube, they censor it. I used to be able to type in flat Earth, and I will get all these like really good videos about flat Earth. Like I think you guys know Dave. Dave is he's a pretty cool guy. Also other like flat Earth videos. It's just like debunk videos. The first 3 pages. Like just debunk videos of flat Earth, and that's when I'm like, and I think Eric Debay talked about it as well. Like his shit also gets fucking censored. So I mean, it's crazy, man. It's
absolutely mad, isn't it? It's like if something is so obviously wrong, then just like let people talk about it. Because if it's so retarded, just let them make their own retardation. But they don't. They want to censor it because they know we have a point. That's what's going on. Like obviously. What? Otherwise, it's like if someone's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, water is actually green" or whatever. Like, yeah, cool. Just put a video up. Everyone knows it's wrong. Debunked, whatever. Like, it's only if you're pointing out the water is, wet or something truthful that they don't want you to know that you would censor it. It's so obvious.
Yeah. It's just, I just really start like seeing the propaganda and seeing the things they're trying to make people believe, and people still believe like it's just like mainstream. It's like when you're young, you get they've just programmed these people, and just they don't think otherwise, I guess. Yeah. And that's the biggest thing. And after that, I told my sister and stuff, told my parents, like they're like, oh yeah, sure, you can believe it, but it doesn't really care. Like they don't really care about it. And for me, it's like, wow, but that's a really big thing, and they've been lying to us. And for me, it's like, wow, some people, they don't really find it important or something. It's weird, man. I don't know. 'Cause I feel like it's one of the biggest lies that's being covered up, and people don't want to like listen to it or something. And I just joined this Discord to meet people, man. I just like being able to talk about it openly. It's like hard, like because people tell you like you're strange, or they just tell you you're stupid. So yeah. And
cool, man. It was good to meet you.
Yeah, it was really nice to meet you guys. Yeah, I'll definitely meet myself and hear other people as well. It's nice to meet you guys. Yeah.
Good for you, bro. What country are you in, if you don't mind me asking? What country?
Oh, me? From the Netherlands. Yeah, Europe.
All right, pretty good English. Cool, man.
Cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's fine, man. Yeah. And that's it, man. I mean, I just hope that just people start waking up more and like just getting this message out. I think they did a documentary recently about this as well, Flat Earth documentary, with Eric Debay, and it's good. Like people have to see it and realize that the government isn't as trustworthy as you think they are, because that's what people believe. Like the government, they're my mom. Like I can trust my mom, So it's just basically trust everything the government says. And after the flat Earth, I was like, wow. Also with this Corona, it's like my trust for the government really went down after coming to like finding out about the flat Earth. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, once you figure out flat Earth, nobody can lie to you about anything anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
That's why it's the final puzzle piece, man. Definitely.
Yep. I think I talked too much. I really want to hear about other people as well. And it's a final puzzle. Yeah, like you said, man. It's just like it opens your eyes and you start realizing stuff, and you see things that don't make sense. And I think this is where these one are the biggest things, man. Just like the censoring and all this stuff. It's like, wow. I'm like, yeah, man. This best way is just like I also see like a lot of flat earths. They have their own platform, which is good. So they own their own there's no censoring, of course. That's good. So they can but YouTube they can censor it. So yeah, man. I don't know. Is there a host or something here because this is a live stream, right? Wait, this is funny that it's being live streamed. Is it streamed on Twitch or something? I don't know. But yeah, it's just like 20 people here. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
You're good, man. You're good. Just keep talking, bro. We're actually going live on 2 different YouTube channels. So.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. So is there anything else I would say? Yeah, man. Just like also the map, right? The map I saw it. I was like, this looks like the flat Earth models. What is going on? The UN flag, and I was like, wow. And
about space? Tell us about space being fake, bro.
Yeah, space.
Space possible?
Yeah, so space, one of the things that for me really stuck out was the videos that they do, right? So they have the woman, they have like this hair, and you can tell that hair is definitely not being like waving. It's like put with like hair wax or something. So they put like hair wax in it, so to make it look like it's in space and it's just like waving around. So that's one of the things. And also a lot of CGI is like being used in those NASA videos where you see like they I think they call it the armor, right? Like they have these so you see them floating, right? But they're actually being held by these kind of lines or something, and these lines are being like it's called armor seats or something, and they just basically get those lines away with CGI. They can just get it away, and right now they're really good at CGI. If you look at all the movies, of course. What else? Yeah, I've also heard about space. So you have all these satellites, right? Why haven't these satellites like ram into each other? There's a lot of debris, right? Like they say there's a lot of debris in space, but why haven't these satellites ever they just like dysfunction or don't work? It's strange, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. And the video that they have, like, it's fake, man. Also, the thing that the biggest shock was basically what I already said. The water, like they film it in like a water tank or something, so you can see that there's like bubbles, like water bubbles coming out of the suits of the astronauts. And I was like, what? I was like, what is going on, bro? Like, what? yeah. And that's it.
You know about the main,
astronaut almost drowned.
Sorry, I'm
sorry, Henry. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, me?
Yeah, just an astronaut almost drowned.
Oh, really?
While doing a spacewalk. Yeah.
I think I heard about that as well. Like, how does that work? Like,
Well, you know about the main argument being that the claim is that we are on a ball in the vacuum, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? And we're breathing air on Earth.
Yeah.
With no physical barrier in between. So that's the main argument.
Yeah,
space is impossible.
It's funny how you said it, because that's one of the things I found was like, what? Because that's true, because if you look at the they say it's like how do you say? What did you say? Like there's oxygen, right? So the higher you go, the there's no
pressure
physical
gradient.
barrier. Yeah, so there's no physical barrier between space and Earth's orbit.
Bro.
It's like, what?
Exactly.
So there's no barrier, but there's still a vacuum, and like this was hot. yeah, man. It's been crazy.
Tell us we are on the ball in the vacuum.
Yeah, and also how we speed like really fast, right? We're spinning so fast, but we don't feel it. That was also a big thing. I was like, what? That's true. That makes sense.
How about
yeah?
And then we're flying around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles an hour.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Think about that one for a minute, and then the whole universe flying at 500,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, once I didn't know about that part, so I was like, whoa.
There's like 7 different vectors of motion that they're claimed that the Earth is undergoing.
And I just knew that like just the normal vectors, right? So
right?
I was like, what, bro? We don't feel it. That's the craziest
Meanwhile,
part.
nobody ever felt anything yet.
Yep.
Or measured it. Or measured it. Like that's what really matters, is that it's never been measured. They just say that it's true.
Yep. It's just like they just say it like we're scientists, so we know everything, right? And people just say, all right, yeah, I'll take it, yeah. And that's what people have to get rid of, like the trust in these scientists that they know everything, and just like Because no, like they could make mistakes as well. Like I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, man. Also the
Yeah,
space. And,
that's why
yeah.
everybody that's why everybody's in this mental hypnosis, bro. You know, like that's why spinning globe is the biggest mental trick that ever pulled on humanity, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why nobody can think for themselves, bro, because they already gave up their mind and their logical reasoning when they were children, right? Once you start believing in the globe, you give up your mind to authority for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep, man.
That's why
I mean,
nobody
if
can
you think
figure
about it,
anything out on their own, dude. You know, every day of our lives, everybody can see the sun move across the sky, right?
Mhm.
But in your own mind, you have to be like, no. The sun is motion. The sun is in the middle of the vacuum, right? We are spinning and tilting on the globe,
Yeah.
but nobody feels a damn thing, right? So we're in denial of our senses, bro. That's how bad it is, right?
Yeah,
Teaching
yeah.
children the same thing: to deny their senses, to deny everything that's logical, and
Yeah.
to trust the authority on the impossible.
Yep.
It's just total insanity, bro. It's the biggest reason why nobody can think.
This critical thing, yeah, like you said, they just like they diffuse it, or they try to not make people critically think for themselves, and that's what you said exactly is right, man. It's just sad,
And
you know.
once you grow up with this, right? Like for all these years, like you believe in globe, like it becomes emotional programming, dude. You become emotional about it. That's why all these kids are like, you know, they're arguing on emotional level. They cannot accept it, right? They can't
Yeah.
use their mind, but they still cannot accept it. So they're gonna try to defend it with their emotions, you know. And
Yeah, because it's
we're
I
in a
think
bad
one of
situation, man.
yeah, it
Go
is,
ahead,
man.
man.
Yeah. I think someone else wanted to talk as well, so yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say when Mowgli was in the jungle, like Shere Khan was a clear and present danger, right? But the snake wasn't so obvious that he was dangerous. You know, in a lot of ways, we're children like Mowgli in the jungle, and we don't really see where the dangers are. We know the clear and present dangers, right? Like, you know, the obvious ones, but the subtle ones we don't really detect so easily. So sometimes they're the more dangerous.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. It's like a lot of things they tell us to believe, and like just it's crazy, man. But I mean, I just hope that people start waking up more, and this is like really important for people to know, and just like do more research, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, that's why we're here, sharing our stories, sharing the knowledge for any honest inquirers, you know, like yourself. So welcome, bro.
Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. Really, thank you for having me as well, man. It's awesome.
So, are you aware of what sorcery is?
I don't know what you're trying to say, man. I know what sorcery is, yeah.
Well, hang on just a second. Let me find something that suits what I find a lot of times happens in today's culture. When you say sorcery, they think of one thing when it means something completely different.
Sorcery?
Right here.
Talking
I
like
just posted it.
are we talking like witchcraft or black magic or something like that?
Yeah. I just posted the meme. It says, witchcraft isn't always what you think. In fact, many people don't know that pharmaceutical drugs is witchcraft. The word
Pharmakia.
pharmacy comes from the Greek word pharmakia, which means magic, sorcery, and incantations. They're enchantment.
Yeah.
Many people don't know that.
It's also subtle too when you say I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bounces off me and sticks on you. That's sorcery.
Yep. Word magic.
You wish for your birthday, that's sorcery. So there's all these things that we don't realize we're doing bad stuff. Hypnotizing people is sorcery. I'm guilty of that in the past.
Like the whole pharmakia thing, I wouldn't say that all medicine is like sorcery.
Yeah, it says that there's herbs in the field for healing, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
when you see artificially flavored lemon drinks, I think it has something to do with the beaver's anal gland. That's probably sorcery.
Like, check this out. Like marijuana, that's an herb. That's perfectly
Why
fine.
is there some
But
irritating
when
background
you
noise?
make an extract of marijuana, that's not natural. That's
Yeah,
not okay.
crypto, you have mic, and I think.
No, it wasn't me. It was someone else. I've sorted them out.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that, bro.
But yeah, when you make an extract of cannabis, that's sorcery. It's when you concentrate something down, take it from its natural state.
Well, I want to ask you guys a question. Like, so is there any big experiment that is planning from happening to prove, like, the flat Earth? Like, is there a new experiment that's being developed at the moment? I was just curious question.
What kind of experiment would be required? How would the experiment take place? Where's the
Yeah,
independent
so
variable?
I've heard like they did like the laser experiment, right? But I was just curious if they had like
That
I'm
was
already
more like an
convinced, right? It was just
observation.
like in general, just just
But
like
that
a
was more of an
new
observation.
experiment, I
There
guess.
was no control and no independent variable. Right. So in order for something to be an experiment, there has to be a couple of things that goes along with it, like it has to be repeatable.
Yeah, but I was just curious if there is one, like at the moment by some flat Earth people, I guess. Like people that believe yeah. That's what I'm asking. Like if there is a new one that you guys maybe know that's being done.
Yeah, you can take a bottle of water with about a third full of water, take the label off of it, go down to the sea and sit down, right? And then take the bottle of water and bring it up, like place it sideways and bring it up to the horizon of the ocean, like close to your eyes, and see how much, because you know that water bottle is level because it's a small area, right? And see how much that matches the horizon.
So
that's one
when
experiment you could try to do.
Sorry, Joshua. So this something you have to know about was an experiment or was not. An experiment usually is usually for science, right? And science doesn't deal with the what is; it deals with cause and effect. So, when they say, "Oh, we deny science," I mean, there isn't. Again, science isn't about what is, but cause and effect. Like, what causes this, right?
Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
So when you say, "Oh, do you have an experience?" No, we have observations and measurements. Yes, but again, science isn't going to prove a flat Earth. The observations and the measurements are.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. I
Yeah,
see
we
what you
tend
mean.
to be high.
You roboting.
Words, that have, of course.
Like, for instance, not very many people in the server know anything about acid-base extraction methods.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's something that I wouldn't know about either. It's like sounds really like hard.
It's not hard at all. It's one of the most basic extraction methods for extracting alkaloids from the plant. Alkaloids. Did I say alkaloids?
He says casually.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I get your point that yeah, I got your point. Yeah.
I mean, we all have our specialties and all that, but organic chemistry is just simple. The plant has already created the chemical. You're just isolating it and then changing it in some way, shape, or form. You always have to start with the stock material.
But I'm just curious, like, how does that tie into, like, proving the Earth is flat? Like extracting what you're saying.
Well, a lot of it's based off of not weights, but levels for solvent. So you would go with 200 milliliters, but how would you know if something's 200 milliliters? You would rely on a liquid measuring surface, right, for liquid ounces. So you would know that you have, 200 milliliters to start with of solvent. So you would look, and how would you know that that's exactly 200 milliliters? You know that because it's a liquid, and liquid is a level surface while at rest. Always takes the shape of its container. Always finds its own level. Doesn't matter if it's got a high meniscus value or not.
Oh, okay. I see. Now I get it. Yeah, now I get it. Yeah, makes sense.
So
But
like,
what's your guys' thoughts on the?
all,
Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
it's all relative. So like, even from like the chemistry to like measurements and engineering, like, the Suez Canal, there's no locks on it, and it goes from one sea to an ocean, or from one sea to another sea, right? It goes from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. There's no locks on it. It's perfectly flat and level. And so is the land that is traveling through.
Oh yeah. Nobody's answering, but yeah, I got you, man. Yeah.
And most people don't realize it, but pretty much every single like flat track of rail is exactly flat and level. There's no grade to it. The only grade is when it has to go up over a mountain. And even then, they tend to increase the grade gradually, so it's a gradual slope. And they cut into the mountain because otherwise the iron doesn't grip the iron too well. The steel doesn't grip the iron that well. You know what I mean? Unless they add sand to it, and then if they add sand, then it wears out the shoes, and then it wears out the rail faster than it should. So everything's on an even slope. Like it's very gradual changes in elevation, and it's pretty much all flat track.
So I have a random question, guys. Sorry for asking this. It's like a pretty random, like crazy question. Is would it be able to like, let's say, you have a jet flight, like a really fast airplane, right? Would it be able to? Would we able to go to Antarctica if like if we be able to make it, like, and film that shit?
No.
Oh, someone said no.
You would get shot down.
Damn, really? I see.
Well, even if you don't get quote unquote shot down, how are you about to bring all those resources with you? How many tanks of fuel can you bring? How many pounds of food are you allowed to bring? How long is that going to last you? You're flying over deserted, apparently deserted land. Like, it sounds like a one-way death mission.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like you're going to be proving anything.
But like, but there would be no signal, I think. Yeah. But let's say you find definitely there's a base in Antarctica because they do all this shit in Antarctica, right? This is what they're saying. But let's say you find like a Wi-Fi connection in there. Would you be able to stream it and like maybe put it on the web? Could that be a possibility?
The question is, what would that prove, though?
It would prove like if there is something behind Antarctica, or if there is a dome. So like a invisible wall at the end of Antarctica is what I'm trying to ask.
Wait, so let's think about that. We made it to the base, and we flipped up the YouTube live stream.
Yeah.
Now what? How do we know about any dome?
No, you filmed the whole thing. So basically, you go to the edge. So let's say you have the airplane, right? And you just keep going, like once you hit like the wall, right? You're on top of the wall. You keep going. You film that shit at the end, right? I don't know how far it's gonna be, but let's say you make it, right? And then you go to you find a base or something, a hidden base, and you put it on the web.
To keep it from gelling and freezing at those frigid.
Oh, damn! Yeah, you're right. It's gonna be difficult to survive in that kind of terrain, right?
How are you gonna keep the aluminum of the craft from not getting too brittle from temperature?
That's true.
Yeah, there's another problem with this. So let's pretend for a second you actually got to where the ceiling meets the ground. Keep in mind, it wouldn't be an edge because that would be like a cliff. It would be an end where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground. Let's pretend for a second that you were standing right in front of it with a camera. Let's pretend that you had internet access.
Yeah.
How would I know for sure that you're just not joshing me, that you're just not messing with me, and that it's just
That's
CGI,
a
it's
good
just
one.
computer generated image. How would I know that way back here in the States?
All right, so then we have to bring someone that's from the flat Earth community.
No, that would not work either. That's my point. There
Why
is
not?
no way around this problem that I'm illustrating to you. There is a way, but there's
You're
not
saying-
an easy way.
you're
There's
saying
a very
yes.
hard way.
Yeah,
The way
yeah,
that you
but-
get around this problem, the problem that I'm illustrating to you,
Yeah.
the way that you get around this problem is you need to get politically active and make your country withdraw from the Antarctic Treaty and do away with the Antarctic Treaty so we can travel freely over Antarctica. That's the solution
Yeah,
to the
because if
problem.
anybody could do it,
The problem
you
with the solution's
guys.
not easy.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's true. But
You
I was
guys
like, just
could
how?
do it, right?
I thought like as a sole, like as like a private mission, or like at your by your just having resources. Like let's say a billionaire does it, right? And he has the fucking resources. But you think it still wouldn't be able to? I wouldn't say it's still possible. But you need a Wi-Fi connection, and to survive in Antarctica is pretty hard though. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You need a lot of.
Yeah, you're missing the point though with the billionaire thing. The billionaire wouldn't be allowed to do it either. The billionaire would have to spend those billions of dollars that he has if he was actually ever going to do something about this and get politically active with that money to overturn the Antarctic Treaty so he can legally do that. You understand that?
Yeah, I know, but still so even I know what you mean, right? But would you just get shut down if you just get close to it? Is it really that hard? You won't.
Yes.
Okay.
Most likely, yeah. I mean, nobody's gonna actually try to prove that, but most likely you do.
But I'm just thinking about a Hollywood movie or something. He evades those fucking rockets, That's what I'm trying to do.
I think a northern expedition would be more feasible.
I don't know why
Know what I mean?
Globers don't understand this. I mean, say 5 flat earthers just fucking hired a yacht or whatever and sailed out there. I mean, you're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. They can quite easily disappear you, and then make up whatever dumb news story to present it as.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was eaten by penguins.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think probably the best option would be to get, like you said, politically get involved and go get inside, from the inside, I guess.
No, not get in from the inside. That's my point. No, bring it out to the public. Bring it to the public's attention that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then they'll be asking themselves, well, the Earth is flat and stationary. How come we're not allowed to go to Antarctica? I want to go on vacation to Antarctica. And when you get enough people to actually ask themselves that freaking question, then things start to change.
Hang on, I think a northern expedition to see how far north we can go to see if it's all just water or if there is land there.
Well, the Arctic.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but Jaren on Jarenism, there was a supposed pilot on YouTube that offered to take a chartered flight of any YouTubers that wanted to go anywhere for any reason, just to check the flight paths or whatever, offered that up on his airline. And then so Jaren took him up on it and contacted him and waited and waited and waited. And it took a month, I think, month and a half. And the guy finally got back and said, I don't know what you expect me to do. I was just making a video on YouTube. I can't actually fulfill your request. So anyway.
Was that not
there
like
are plenty
the
of people.
shaved head pilot, or whatever his name is?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yep. So on one of Jaren's videos, he mentions that he finally did get an email back from the guy, but he's kind of playing dumb now, like he can't actually do it. So take that for what it's worth.
They never can.
I wonder why.
Wait a minute, that sounds like a contract. Jaren should have replied with, I accept, here's something for you to make it a full contract.
It was just a fluffy video made for Globers. It's he's a real pilot. His whole channel is dedicated to pilot stuff. And it was just we can fly over Antarctica. We could charter this flight. But, people just hear that and they don't look for any follow-up or any accountability to promises.
Yeah, but if he's a real pilot, then that means he has real money. And if he has real money and he made a contract like Hank just pointed out, then he should be sued by Jaron.
I don't think it was a contract. I think it was an offer.
Right. That's when you say I accept.
Yeah.
Well, who knows?
Yeah, in accountancy, that's called an invitation to treat. Which, yeah, if it's accepted, then you're bound by contract.
Alright, so let's say you get the contract and he like you get like the pilot. Could he take you? Nah, that wouldn't help you. That wouldn't work, right?
No, but you could sue him for not doing it, not fulfilling the contract.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, and then use that money to just do whatever you can to wake people up about the Earth being flat. And the fact that you can't go to the Arctic freely and you can't go to the Antarctic freely.
Oh, now I get you. Yeah, that's a smart move. Yeah. Yep.
There, I think that's the video. Not sure, but I think pretty sure it is.
And they always do that. It's like they do that just to say, "Oh, see, we offered and nobody stepped up."
And then everyone's like, "Huh? Why? Like, why did they bail out?" Like, I think the guy, the scientist, right? Eric DeBache trying to debate him as well, right? And I think at the like a Rogan like podcast or something. I don't know. But at the end, he was like, "Nah, we good." So he dipped.
You can tell it's controlled opposition immediately just by how they put that fucking stupid image in their thumbnails every time.
Wait, what do you guys think of the theory of relativity? I just want to get like a flat earther's perspective.
Yeah. So is this a scientific theory or is this a colloquial theory?
No, like okay, I'm not like too knowledgeable on this topic, right? But like just a theory that like, objects in space that like have a bigger mass can bend space time that causes like more gravity.
Okay, let's try this. Let's try this more. And let's actually drill down on this. Do you know the difference between a scientific theory and a colloquial theory?
No, I don't.
Okay, maybe Hank can go into that first.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So the thing is that when you say theory, it's kind of one of those words that's ambiguous. It could mean like a layman's theory, like the village idiot has a theory about green grass on the dark side of the moon, which holds no water. It's a layman colloquial theory. And then the other one is a scientific theory that's been ran through the scientific method through rigorous testing of the hypothesis and has been validated through the scientific method. Now, do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah, I learned about like the scientific method. That's like the one we learned in like, school, right?
What's the scientific method? Could you tell me what the 3 things that you need to have an experiment, a hypothesis test?
You need. Okay, wait. I remember like. Okay, I gotta remember going back to school now. It's like you gotta have a hypothesis, then you gotta do the experiment, and then you gotta analyze it. I think.
Right, but you need an independent control and dependent variable.
Oh, an independent variable and a dependent variable. Yeah, I remember that now.
All right. So what's the independent variable and the dependent variable in the theory of Einstein spacetime? So
the
first,
independent. Yeah, go ahead.
First, the natural observed phenomenon is the dependent variable. What's that?
Wait, say again.
The natural observed phenomenon.
Yeah.
Right, because this is natural science. So what's the working hypothesis for this theory? What's the observed phenomena, and then what's the independent variable?
Bro. The independent. Okay, yeah, bro. I've confused myself. I don't know.
That's some sick crickets. I like those.
It's all right, bro. They don't exist. There is no scientific hypothesis for the bending and warping of spacetime. So what do I think about Einstein's relativity? I don't think very much of it. Any village idiot can come up with a colloquial theory. What we like to focus on is the stuff that you can test and repeat, right? So let's say a caveman finds boiling water, hot springs, right? And he wants this for his house because, man, cook the fish in like minutes, right? So he wants to take this to his house, but he can't bring the spring with him or the hot spring or all that stuff. So he's gonna, come up with a crude hypothesis. What if you add heat for a long time at a high enough temperature to water, right? So the thing you observe, natural phenomenon, is the boiling water. Hypothesis, maybe heat causes the boiling water. So he goes home and he tests it. He adds fire to the water, it makes it boil. He takes away the fire, it stops boiling. He adds the fire again, and it boils. So he manipulated the independent variable, which is the cause. Fire is the heat is the cause of the water boiling, right?
Right. Yeah.
Now look. Now do me a favor. Google the term specific gravity. Just type it in real fast. Right. So let's say Isaac Newton. Let's say he had an apple and he put it in a pail, an empty pail, right? And he noticed that it falls and it rises when he puts water in. It rises. He takes the water out, it sinks. He puts the water back in, it rises. What did I just prove?
That water, like water causes it to rise, I guess.
And the absence of water causes it to sink. So you manipulate the medium. Right. You manipulate the medium, right? And this causes objects to go up and down. Now there is things like technology like aerodynamics and airplanes. But in nature, whenever you see something sink or rise, it's due to specific gravity. This is the real gravity that is actually verifiable, right? Falsifiable and empirical in every single way. So I don't think about Einstein and his crazy gravity at all, to tell you the truth.
Right, yeah, because there's no way to there's like no way to prove it with the scientific method, I guess.
Well, that's what we think. You're welcome.
Thank you. That was good insight.
That was pretty good.
And 12 left already. Why did he leave?
Yeah, he dipped right out. Maybe Hank blew his mind.
I don't want to complain, but maybe cut the shit. Like maybe to finish him is not. Maybe I don't know. I wouldn't tell him that. You know, Kid was just learning. But just my 2 cents. Hank, that was great, by the way, bro. You're flawless, dude. The way you explain things, you're a natural-born teacher, bro.
I'm a talented parrot, that's all.
God bless you, brother, man.
Most High bless you too, bro. Now watch him go to school tomorrow, right? And his teacher's going to be asking him about space time. And he's like, I got an actual scientific experiment. Like, what do you got? You got space time? Show me. Doesn't exist.
It's in hopes and dreams, man.
I don't think so, man. I think I would share that with somebody. Like, this flat earther debunked Einstein because Einstein doesn't have any science. I remember when I first got started, I used to like debate and like text on Facebook, and someone was asking me like, "What? You think you're smart enough to debunk like the speed of light?" And I was like, "Well, the speed of light that's not a real thing because the light changes when it goes through different mediums." So I was like, "The speed of light isn't even a constant. Depends on what it's going through." And I just remember like thinking like, "Yeah, I can debunk that bullshit."
Be nice to have just a video sharing platform dedicated just to Flat Earth. Flat Earth.tv or some shit.
You guys were talking about Antarctica a little bit ago, and I kind of wanted to chime in, but there's so many new people. I didn't want to like hog the mic, so I'll go ahead and say it now. I've said it before, but this is for the new people. I think Antarctica is like the new Iceland. We think it's completely covered in ice and inhabitable, but I think that that's the lie that they want you to believe, right? In ancient times, the Phoenicians ruled the earth, and they had a mandate. Anybody who tried to come over here to the western part of the world, it was punishable by death, right? And we kind of get the same feeling, right, with Antarctica and the treaty, right? If they don't, kill you, they might just, arrest you, right? But either way, like you're not allowed to make the journey. I think it's highly possible that there are pockets of habitable land, just like there is everywhere else. I mean, if you think about like the northern part of Canada, like if you show up on the northern part of Canada, you'd be like, "Oh man, this place isn't habitable." But if you walk around for a bit, eventually you might find Alberta. You're like, "Oh, this place ain't too bad," right? And if you keep walking around, you might find like BC and like, "Oh, this place is paradise," right? But when you first get to Canada on the northern side, you're like, "Oh, this place sucks. Like, we're going to need lots of provisions to explore this place." So, it's a lot of speculation on my part. But if there was no habitable land, it would be very easy to find geothermal vents and irrigate those vents into little pockets and add an ecosystem and hopefully find like some sort of balance where there's just enough carnivores, omnivores, and herbivores and plant life to sustain human life for long periods of time.
Yeah, I
Just a
agree
thought.
with you. We really honestly don't know anything about Antarctica. We have some footage and imagery of the cliffside and maybe slightly into Antarctica. That's all we ever get, really. We don't know how far into the continent, or not the continent, but the landmass of it they go. And if you go with like what Iwara on with his flat Earth document, his lost history of flat Earth, was it? You know, he's saying pretty much every map's been grabbled in some way. You know, even the ones that depict the Earth. Well, all maps that depict the Earth flat, but the ones what is it? I forget the A versions of maps. So yeah, could be all smoke and mirrors as far as what they want us believing about what's potentially there. You know, and you might be onto something. I mean, even the notion that it's completely guarded and that there's no way to get down there undetected, that might be smoke and mirrors as well. Again, with the whole idea of building our own prison, you know, in our minds, that we're incapable of achieving something that maybe we are capable of achieving, but who knows?
Well, think about it. If they got nothing but like pure water down there and virgin land, right? They would want you to be focused on Mars. So, you know, the whole Elon Musk thing, he doesn't have to be accurate or true or anything like that. He just has to keep you thinking about terraforming Mars because Antarctica, you know, it's off limits. We gotta, you know, preserve the ecosystem and, you know, stop taking away children's future. How dare you?
How dare
So what you're saying is space is a distraction, right?
Well, that was what I was going to suggest earlier. Like I was going to mention, because we're talking about Antarctica all the time, but how much do we really know about the Arctic Circle? You know, and that would be objectively easier to reach than Antarctica, because you've got this fucking huge ocean. Like you've got all of these countries that are kind of either in the Arctic Circle or close enough that it would be a lot easier to reach the north. You know, the north than the south, like objectively. So, or you know, why don't we go and see what's up there first?
Well, according to Admiral Richard E. Byrd, it's crowded up there. I don't know what the hell that means. But, you know, that was like almost 100 years ago. So if it was crowded then, you know, what's it like now?
Isn't the Arctic
So
Circle
what treaty
restricted
prevents
as
from
well?
going to North Pole? Is there a treaty that prevents people from going to the North Pole?
I haven't looked into it, but yeah, I see it being claimed as well.
But it does make a lot more sense to go towards the middle rather than south.
Yes, it's funny as well because like even just getting away from flat Earth for a second, like someone I know, let's just say someone I know is a high-ranking, high-level accountant, and if you were to Google like how many chickens are there in America, just as an example, it'll come up with some figure. I don't know what it is, like 800 million or something. And I remember him telling me that there's just one company in America, because he did the accounts for them, that owns more chickens than Google will tell you is in the whole of America, right? So where you're talking about like it's crowded up there, it's interesting because you're never ever going to get information that will even lead you to the truth from Google, because they're not even telling you how many chickens are in America. Like, so like if anything was serious, like if it actually mattered, there's no way they tell you the truth.
Yeah, that's it. We don't even know where to really start as far as our maps go. Which ones are legitimate? Which ones depict things that are actually there? Who knows?
Yeah.
Google is the oracle and the purveyor of all truth. Google tells you exactly how much the Earth weighs, and the mass of the sun, and the mass of the planets. And if you don't believe it, well, you're just a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy science denier.
Exactly.
Guys, we have a new person in the house, John Glies. John Glies, are you available to speak?
Please.
Junglies.
Jungly. I said John Glies.
These facts are so true that if you don't believe them without question, then you must be insulted.
So you know how that the CIA director, that George Casey guy that said we will know our mission is complete when everything...
William Casey,
excuse me. Everything that people believe in America is false. Something to that effect. So this is like the slippery slope, right? Where we start to say, well, what how much do we know of all the propaganda that we've been fed? Everything that comes through TV, any article that we pull out of Google, anything that comes from NASA, how much of it really is true? I tend to believe that they do openly disclose things in movies or other types of media, but at the same time, I've got to wonder how much of it is also misinformation and disinformation. But then we get into the, where what we would call truthers go over into the paranoid conspiracy theorist side where nothing can be true. So ways to validate things, just the scientific method alone, testing it and trusting our senses is in a lot of ways about as much as we can trust, because ain't none of us ever been to no ice wall. We've seen footage of something like that, but do we know where it is? And is that the ice wall that they're speaking of? How can it be validated?
Yeah, all fair points.
Hey,
I guess the
try to be
answer is-
careful not to say the word ice wall, because a lot of people that are new to this, they get really confused when you say that, because they think like ice wall. You mean the flat Earth is held in with an ice wall? No, the shores of Antarctica, if they are as they would be on a map, are an ice shelf, and that's not what gives us gas pressure. A container walls beyond that, where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground, would be the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure. So I'm just saying it's important to distinguish the difference between the two and not say ice wall.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to validate all of this is just send Hank to the just send Hank to Antarctica and just see what happens.
I'm a big old grizzly bear. I could handle the cold.
He's got enough propane.
But does he have enough protein?
He'll find a way.
The penguins have enough protein.
Ah, very nice.
I'd eat a dirty bird. I ain't gonna lie.
So that's it. The Antarctic Treaty goes away, and we just like massacre the penguin species. See, they had a point in all along. Need to protect the penguins.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that it's not going to be us anyway. It's like this is kind of my say about this with regards to like quote unquote climate change. Oh yes, we must do something about climate change. Oh really? Must we? Okay, so you're going to tell your mates then who are causing because if there is this mass climate change and that humans are causing it, well guess who the people in charge of that are? They're your mates. They're the CEOs of the large corporations. So what you're really telling us is that you're going to rein your mates in, which I don't believe is going to happen, even if the narrative you're telling me is true. So don't bullshit me.
Exactly. You never get a company like Apple say, you know what, guys, we're going to forgo a couple of versions of the iPhone, maybe 1 or 2 years, just to cut back on our emissions,
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
you
course.
can all deal with sticking on, the same version of phone for like 2-3 years, can't you? But not asking too much.
Because it's all bollocks. We know it's all bollocks.
Yeah. Well, they have to pass the guilt on to the common person. That's the way it works. Because it's this we and our, So apparently I'm part of all of Cola's distilleries and that. That's my factories too. It's ours. All that shit.
Yep. Right, I'm going to head off, guys.
How would you
Have a good night.
respond? Good night, Crypto. How would you respond to a person who says, if Earth is not a globe, how is there a global warming, you fucking idiot?
They wouldn't respond to someone that stupid.
Right?
Right, yeah.
Like, those are the moments that you literally, conversation stops, right? The jaw drops and you're like, what?
Stick them in the Golden Globies, man.
I've been told that, dude. I've been told that. I couldn't carry on. I just had it had to stop right there.
Wait, they said, how do you think we have global warming? That's
No, he said if the Earth is not a globe, how's there global warming? You fucking idiot.
kind of hard to have
Don't
global
I'm like,
understand
warming.
linguistics,
I
do
couldn't.
they?
Well, you
Yeah.
can't argue with that logic. The only thing you could do is just walk
You
away.
can't.
No, you
You
just
want
say
that exactly,
kind of
bro.
hard.
Exactly.
No, Vlad, you say kind of hard to have global warming without a globe.
Dude, like I was speechless. My brain got frozen instantly. I couldn't
Yeah, mirror their stupidity back at them. That's what I do a lot of times. That's when you say, hey, if the Earth is flat, how do you have global warming?
Yeah,
It's the same with GPS. Oh, how do we have GPS if the Earth's not a globe?
Right.
Like, because it's called a global positioning system. How could we possibly have that if we're not a globe? It's like it's just a fucking word.
Dude, so check this. I'm riding a bike with the dude, right? And he asks me, how does, like, everybody uses these Garmin's, right? These little gadgets, right? And I use my phone, right, for this app that measures your speed, elevation, and all that shit, right? So I'm riding with this dude, and he's like, yo, how the fuck is, like, your phone lasts for hours? And I know everybody needs to, like, charge their phones after hours of use. So I'm like, yo, it's on airplane mode, dude. So he's like, what do you mean it's airplane mode? Like, you're using it right now. Like, you connected with satellites. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? It's on an airplane mode. I'll show you right now. There's no satellites. My ride is being recorded right now on an airplane mode. When I come home, I take it off of airplane mode and I simply download my ride. I pretty much wasted 5 to 10% of my battery for hours. He wouldn't believe me, dude. So we pull over and I show it to him, right? So he's like, what do you mean? Like, how are you not connected with satellites? And I'm like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'm on an airplane mode and there's no satellites. And after that, we literally didn't talk anymore because he gave me an eye. We just finished the ride, right? He thought I was a conspiracy theorist, like I don't believe in satellites and all that. But I just kept telling him, dude, like, are you going to try this or no? You can download the app at home. It's the same app used by millions of people, dude. Just try it. Download the fucking app, put it on airplane mode, and see if you can record your ride. He wouldn't even answer. I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist, dude. So I told this to everybody, dude. I told my cyclist friends, I'm like, yo, dudes, like, you guys know about this shit, right? Like look it up, Nobody got back to me, dude. Nobody got back to me, bro. I'm like, you guys all have the same fucking app. Just try it. Nobody even got back to me, dude.
They're afraid, right? I've noticed that in the debate rooms. Like, they're afraid because I've pointed out that the stars don't rotate the opposite direction. They all rise in the east and set in the west in the southern hemisphere. I'm in a room full of globers who are like veterans who all know that I'm telling the truth, right? They all know, but the new Globey, like, he thinks he's right, and they can't admit it. So I'm like, guys, are you seriously going to sit in here and not agree with me, right? That the stars, sun, moon, and stars rise in the east in the southern hemisphere. Crickets. Like, none of them would say, you know what, new guy, Hank's right, you're wrong, do some studying, right? They couldn't do it. They could not bring themselves to correct the guy.
Wow, yeah.
Being honest is apparently the hardest thing, dude.
Yo, I just want to say one thing, Vlad. So there was this one guy that just DM'd me on Discord. He was like, yo, don't listen to these idiots. And he said me, like, do you want to do a voice call? So I was like, sure, let's do a voice call. And I think this guy's trying to convince me that the Earth, like, he was actually trying.
What's his name, man?
I think it was Potato.
Is he on Discord?
Yeah, post it. Because I think if Roger was here, we wanted to ban that guy.
Yeah.
That bullshit.
So that's like evangelism,
I just
bro.
talked to him, dude.
He doesn't want you to lose.
I know, right?
He doesn't want to lose you in his religion.
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny.
It was trying so hard, bro. It was so funny, bro. It's like,
So
bro,
what
just
arguments did he give you?
Like, just like, yeah, these pictures that NASA provides, you should really look at those, like, and see if they're actually fake or like real, like, oh my god, bro, I don't even want to talk about it, but like, he was trying hard, man. He was like, yeah, but I work in instruments that in science, so it doesn't make sense that I'm doing something that doesn't exist or something. It was like, yeah, it's like, I don't know, right? It was like weird. But
Yeah,
yeah,
anytime
I'll
someone
send you.
says
Didn't
science,
really have.
That's some weak shit, man.
anytime
So we
someone
didn't
says
really
science, you
have.
need to ask what's the independent variable. What do you mean by
Okay.
science?
Yeah. Yeah, I need to work on that. Like English is not my first language, but yeah, I will work on my on that.
Anything
But
else?
Your English is fucking awesome, dude.
Was it
thanks,
only
bro.
images he tried to present? Or was there anything
Yeah.
else?
What else would he say? It was like he said like flat earthers should know their something about like this heliocentric model before even debating or like talking about like flat earth or something. He was like, yeah, but I was like, and he said like these flat earthers don't even have a science degree, so why would they even just like be able like you know they would try to
Yeah, dude,
say
get in here. Whoever you are, I know you like tried to co-opt this
So,
dude. Get your ass in here. We'll debate you one-on-one, right? And we'll see who's got the science, right? Get your ass in here, dude. Whoever's checking them in, let this piece of shit in,
yeah, his
so
name
we
is
can
Space
expose them.
Potato. Space
Yeah,
Potato.
Space Potato. It's a fucking pretender clown. Get your ass in here, Space
Little
Potato.
brain, man.
Right? If you're the scientist and none of us got science degrees, then you should mop the floor with our ass. Get in here.
Come enlighten us.
Get in here.
Come enlighten us.
Yeah, come teach us. Come show us a lesson. Right? That's what you do when you got people lying. You expose them. It's easy. If the truth is on your side, come and expose me, bro. Get your ass in here. Don't be a little bitch.
I think he
balls have
blocked
just
me. I think he
shriveled
blocked me,
up
bro.
into nothing, man. Hearing Hank calling him out, man. Never come in here. They'll never come in here. It's just the same old people
Well, that
lurking
should
and
go to
trolling
show,
the
guys.
YouTube chat constantly.
Sorry, obvious, but I was just gonna say that should go to show that people are listening. So when there's downtime, we can find time to clown on the globe some more because these guys are always listening. You know, let's
They
just
are.
drop
They
the
have
red
to be.
because he's listening, obviously. So
They always do that though, you know, just get in your DMs, man. I've never had it myself, but that's just so fucking creepy.
well, it's just gamma behavior, isn't
Yeah,
it? You know.
yeah, it's pure gammas, man. They go whisper in someone's ear. But I mean,
So Zuko, they had space
Zuko
pictures.
sounds
Was
like
the
he's had his teeth cut anyway, man.
Yeah, he was just like,
why don't
yeah,
you
you
believe the
should.
space pictures?
Yeah, it was like, what is your proof? And like I don't get why flat earthers they don't even know, like they just listen, like watch all these videos and just accept everything. I was like, yeah, but it makes sense, like what they're saying, it makes sense. It's like, nah, but like scientists, you know, they have degrees in engineering and stuff. Those people you should listen to and stuff. Like okay.
There's a couple of engineers in here. One of them is Mike, Michael J. Smith, also known as Battle Mod. He has a structural engineering degree. No, is it structural? No, it's not structural. It's an engineering degree from MSU, Michigan State University. So, I mean, his argument is it mechanical? Yeah, it's mechanical engineering. You're
I
right.
mean, mechanical engineering. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's another guy too. I think he goes by Vlad. I think he's a Canadian sounding dude. He's on here sometimes. Oh, he don't go by Vlad. He reminds me of Vlad.
Hank,
I forget.
is Battle Mod not a civil engineer?
Is it civil? I might be
Yeah,
wrong. I
civil
always get
highways
confused on
and
those.
yeah, highways and construction. Not building construction, but it's highways, byways, infrastructure, roads and bridges and stuff. Yeah.
Right, so he measures the ground.
He does have a bachelor's or something. I forget what though. Battle mods, that is.
Still waiting on that little bitch Globe Earther to get in here.
That ain't coming. He's shriveled up here in you, man. Got a big old knot in his throat now.
So Space Potato said, "Don't
I mean,
listen to
let's
those
be
idiots.
honest.
They can't back up
It
anything
doesn't
they're
matter
saying."
what your credentials. But go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said.
Some of the
You can
most
put that link in a live stream, Zuko.
Oh, okay.
some of the most educated people, as far as qualifications go, are the stupidest people. At the end of the day.
Definitely right about that, bro.
I mean, if we're being honest, it doesn't matter what your credentials are. Some bum can come up and make a claim that I could go test and maybe verify for my own self. It doesn't matter who's making the claim, right? Or what the credentials are. I can still go off and test that claim for myself.
Yeah.
That's the point. So it
But
doesn't matter whose credentials are.
Yeah, I think
no.
yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go.
Yeah. Basically, definitely when he was talking, he was trying to make me think that, you can't give your opinion based on your credentials or something. Like he's like trying to make you guys like sound like you're idiots or something, but you're not. You guys are not.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, but that's their reality that they live. They're just, if you don't have prestigious credentials, then you're just a peasant. You're a subject. You don't speak. You let priests speak, and you listen to what they say.
Yep.
That's their life.
And it's probably somebody who's been here many times under a different name. They're just trolling. They just keep coming back. That's why he's not coming in the live stream.
It doesn't matter.
Because
No amount of
these trolls.
no amount of credentials are gonna suddenly create the curvature needed, for the globe model. It's like, okay, you got 20 PhDs, man. That curvature is not gonna suddenly manifest into reality.
Yeah, I had someone in the lobby saying something just like this. Like, well, what are your guys' degrees? I need to check up on your qualifications and so on. I'm like, hold on. Like, if some bum homeless person comes across and says, what's level? And then some PhD comes across and says, well, no, it's actually curving. What does the PhD do for you when you can't prove that claim? Okay, it's like, what? You're supposed to just trust because it's a PhD? Like, we're supposed
These
to just
people,
believe it because it's a
they
PhD?
literally think that PhDs are gods. They know they can't answer it themselves. They're confused by it. They refuse to take the Occam's razor answer, which we're trying to give them. And they think a PhD is going to, so I don't have to worry. A PhD is going to come along and he'll know how to answer it. He knows what's going on here, or she. They literally revere them as gods.
The irony of the entire thing is that they think we're idiots, but we didn't spend 6 or 7 years of our lives and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to have people lie to us. It's funny.
Space Potato, get in here, bro. Grow a pair of balls and get in here. Stop texting in the live stream. Get in the voice, bro. Sunday night, people want to talk to you, dude. We'll be nice. Everybody's chill. Nobody bites. You know you never felt the earth move. You know you never saw the curvature. Tell us why you believe in that globe, bro. Tell us how we breathe in a vacuum. We want to hear from you. Come on, kid.
Basically, a word of advice: worry about yourself, man, and other people. Don't need to be jumping into people's DMs. You worry about your level of knowledge. Don't worry about other people's.
Grow a pair of potatoes, yeah. Orion said.
Because they know they're wrong,
Space
right?
Potato. Yo, Space Potato. This guy probably watched that Matt Damon movie where he grows potatoes on Mars. He's probably all sold on it, dude. He's like, I want to go to Mars too. I want to grow potatoes on Mars. I'm gonna call them space
I
potatoes.
bet he doesn't even know how to grow potatoes, man. I bet he would struggle.
It's probably accurate.
I love knowing that our very existence just fucking pisses these people off to no end.
Yeah, and imagine that there's a guy like assigned by the heliocentric church, like, hey, go listen to those, flat earthers. And if there's a new guy that comes in, like, try to slide up in his DMs and, give him the truth of our Lord and Savior, the Son. Like, we got to play defense, man. If people figure out that they're free and shit, like, they realize how much power they have, they could just overthrow us and blink us out of existence. I mean, think about how powerful we are. We have the ability to manifest thought and then, like, take it into the 3D realm and, like, physically change the world forever. And it doesn't take, like, an army to do it. One dude, Jesus Christ, changed everything for the whole world. One man, Mahatma Gandhi, changed India forever. One guy, Martin Luther King, or Malcolm X, or whichever one you choose, right? Or the other guy, Elijah Muhammad, right? Whichever one you like, right? It's all it takes is one person. Every time I say man, I mean mankind. It's including women, right? How about Joan of Arc? One little girl decided to stand up and change the world forever. One stand. This far, no further, you fuck off.
Yeah, we number in the millions.
Yeah, and the thing is that, they can kill your meat suit, right? But the idea of liberty, you can't kill it. It's a fire that cannot be extinguished. And Americans and other people in other countries, we might have our little differences, but we all agree that we want to be free, except for the people that are, like, extremely brainwashed from the colleges and heliocentrism, except for that small little group of, like, special kings who think that they have the right to rule over other people. Like, we all want to be free. We all want and deserve a piece of land, and we all want and deserve to build the house the way we want to build it. And being told you can't do this and you can't do that, that's BS. And all we have to do is become self-reliant. So I don't know what that means to you, but to me it means, learn how to garden, distill your own water, dig a well, have some chickens. I don't know, but figure out what it is and take that thought and manifest it into reality.
Yeah, for me, it's having as minimal as possible dependence on the system.
Yeah,
Unplug from the matrix. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, me? Yeah, I was just yeah, you're right, man. Like, I feel like because of the government and what's happening right now, like a lot of people are starting to prep up, like just like like you're saying, self-reliant, being not reliant on the system, because that's what I'm trying to figure out for myself right now, is that like I think in Italy they're already saying like, hey, you need like I know this is like deviating from flat Earth, but like it's just like they're saying like vaccines are mandatory now because like also for people that work, right?
Yeah,
So
we try not to.
oh, okay, I see,
Yeah, so we try not to say anything that could get us shut down. We don't talk about vaccines. However, the Fauci ouchie or the Cerveza bug or the Miley Cyrus, we can talk about Miley Cyrus all day long. The algorithm hasn't figured out how to
I see.
figure out when we're talking about Miley Cyrus, the singer, right? And
Oh,
then if
okay,
Miley
yeah.
Cyrus comes to your country, you might get the ouchie, because
Oh,
she's
okay.
got.
Yeah. I see now. So Miley Cyrus, right? So I just want, yeah, I'm trying to get self-reliant as well. Yeah, just like being like the system and stuff. Just no, it's not good. So I don't want to be reliant on the government and everything for you know doing everything. I don't like the rules as well. There's like too many rules. Also because of Miley Cyrus. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the next year or two is going to be very interesting.
I'm noticing like everywhere I go, there's not a lot of food on the shelf. And it's because I guess a lot of people weren't working last year producing food. The government was telling people in America to like mow your crops and the government will give you money for it. And I don't know why the
They were
farmers
paying
did
them
that.
to destroy their crops. Yeah,
Yeah, mow them down.
it's just ridiculous.
I think everybody needs to get with their people in the neighborhood and be like, look, I'll plant squash, you plant okra, you plant tomato, you plant onion, and anybody can just go into anybody's yard right between the hours of 10 and 12 and get what they need for the day, and nobody has to pay anything. And, that would at least keep, you know, potatoes and radishes growing or whatever.
Yep. That's a good idea, yeah.
I don't actually think there's a shortage of food, but I think they're trying to impose like artificial shortages by disrupting the supply chains and such.
Do you guys think that there's gonna be more places where like communities, or like you say, like people that live together, being self-reliant? You guys think that's gonna be more prevalent and stuff?
Yeah, I think you'll start to see them popping up more and more in the next few years.
Interesting. Yeah.
This whole world situation is it's lighting a fire under a lot of people, that have eyes to see where this is heading. So yeah, exactly, says Bertaria. You watch the documentary?
I just follow Owen Benjamin from time to time.
Oh, he just released his Bertaria documentary like half a week ago. It's really good.
Yeah, I
Give
heard
it
about
give
that.
it a watch.
I'll watch it. Yeah, it sounds.
If anything, it's inspiring, and it's
Right.
fun. It's funny as well because he's a comedian. This is a good laugh to listen to. But yeah, he's done
I love
part
every
one,
bit.
and
I love every bit of what he's doing. I think that is going to be, for very least, a short-term answer to what they're plotting.
yeah. Actually, I would recommend everyone here go and watch it because he documents like the character assassination that they try to pin against him with the local media of the area that he's building in, and then they track it down to this. They track like the origination of the story down to this one guy. He's just like a wheelchair bound guy, and he's wearing like the pedophile symbol in his as an earring, and he just a total fucking creep, dude. And you just see how like sometimes he's saying like, because we all know like Owen Benjamin has been like attacked by the media like hell, just like anybody that speaks truth and has an audience, it's a big audience. But he's saying how like a lot of the time it feels like this stuff's coming from the top down and it's actually coming from the bottom up, And in this case, if you watch the documentary, you'll see it's just like one guy, that just starts all these rumors and bullshit. But yeah, I should give it a watch just for that part.
Yeah, the guy I get a lot of my news from, the Last American Vagabond. He's always pointing out how there's like one guy in the UK who's got like a T-shirt salesman website, where he's like the fact checker guy, and he's the guy that's just kind of like the one guy, like you said, who's saying stuff, and then everybody, all the news media, like backs it up, right? And meanwhile, the Last American Vagabond, he's got like people on the ground, right, in all these countries that are like sending him the news from what's happening on the ground. But the one guy, in the UK with his T-shirt salesman, right, he's just like making shit up, making up narratives, and then the media reports, what he's saying, and it's like complete BS. And then the Corbett report, that guy, long time truther, right? Just like Ryan Christian from the Last American Vagabond, James Corbett. This dude, he's always pointing out how what they do is they take what the truther is saying, right, and they come up with like the straw man version of what the truther is saying, and then they debunk the most ridiculous straw man version of it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like R.C. Meisty showing the kids that, look, kids, here's a picture of a droplet of water. See, the flat earthers are wrong.
Yeah.
Water does curve.
Yeah, and what is the like fact checkers tactic? It's usually they like the claim that they're fact checking and trying to say is false is actually correct, but the details are slightly off. And they correct the details and they're like, see, the claim's false. And I think the one I remember was like when the Fauci ouchie was rolling out and you had pilots dying. There was the claim about 4 British Airways pilots dying. And the fact checkers fact checked the claim and says, no, it wasn't 4 pilots. It was only 3 pilots that died. It's like, oh, okay. So yeah, they scrutinize the detail and miss the actual context of the claim.
Yeah, that's why we have to be so precise with our speech as a truther. You have to be like so on point, right? Because any little mistake you make, the truther is going to latch onto that and target that one thing that you said was wrong. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted somebody.
No, you're fine. I mean, I used to kind of get upset, when you find out about all these straw man arguments that they make. And at the end of the day, what I'm seeing is that typically the normie is just going to go ahead and confirm their bias. They're looking for something to confirm their bias. So ignorance is bliss. Let them have it.
What a boring life they live. Never challenging their ideas or perceptions around anything. That sounds like hell to me.
Yeah, if you're not seeking truth in this clown world, what are you doing? Playing defense for the home team, like the evil. What? Why? Why would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Like, what? What is there to benefit? I mean, sure, gold and silver or whatever, but that isn't real. That's not real. It's just material.
What's that quote? Simple minds talk about people. I forget the middle one. Simple minds talk about people. Next one up talks about events, and then like great minds talk about ideas. You know, you guys know that quote I'm talking about. I guess that's where most people are. They're just simple minded, and they just all they care about is the messengers of everything. You know, that's all they're concerned with. The social aspect of everything, and not the empirical of anything. Okay, you could live your entire life scrutinizing the subjectivity of another person. You know, subjectivity is like a bottomless pit, never ends. You know, it's perfect for the powers that be to keep people's minds occupied because that's all they do. Just run subjective opinion pieces and keep people focused on that. You can't glean any knowledge from subjectivity.
You know what politics means, right? Poly meaning multiple, ticks means blood-sucking parasites.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, I wasn't really talking so much about appealing to consensus, Michael Craxon. I was meaning how everybody's only interested in what their chosen idol thinks about something or how they feel about something. You know, the subjective interpretation of events and not the actual event itself or the objective nature of the details surrounding it. You know.
Do we have any Globers?
Yeah, I think we've got Sasha.
Sasha, where you been, bro? It's been a minute.
Hello, hello.
Oh, is this Sasha Ivanov? Sasha, can you hear us?
Hello,
Can you hear me?
yes. Yes, I can hear you.
This is you, right? What happened to your roles, bro?
They got taken from me.
What did you do? You don't want to talk about it? All right. body
I
might be on the spot.
talked about the Fauci ouchie. You know, the Miley Cyrus thing.
That's why I got in
What are
trouble.
you talking about? What are you talking about, bro?
Well, I think it works.
You got any evidence for that? Post it to my DMs. I'd like to see it. What do you mean it works like 8 hours a day? Show me what you're talking about. Is this something you just believe? Because you saw it on TV? What, you got some science?
Well, I looked into how it works, and it seems like it would work, and it seems like it would help society.
Okay, well, yeah. Post it to me. I'm willing to look at it, but don't post it in the live stream. Just send it directly to me. I'd love to see what you
You
saw
want me to
that
send you a
convinced
video
you.
on how it works, or what do you want me to send you?
Well, whatever you're talking about. You said that you're convinced. So I'm willing to look at what you're talking about, right? Because I try to look at both
Well, I
sides,
mean,
every situation.
it's just like any other injectable, except it uses a new technology.
Oh, so it's just like the rest of them, but there's a new technology. Okay.
Well, yeah, the technology has gotten better.
It's just like the rest of them, but this one's new. It's got something totally new in it, but they're the same. But this is new. But they're the same. I'm a married bachelor. I am married, and I'm a bachelor. Why don't you believe me? I'm married, but I'm a bachelor.
Well, what it does is it makes the spike protein instead of the whole virus, so it's
Right.
actually
So that it can
less
bypass the
dangerous than a
body's natural
normal.
defenses. But we're
It's
not
less
supposed to talk
dangerous
about
than
that.
a normal Miley Cyrus, so to say.
Yeah, we're moving on because we can't talk about it with you because here's the thing. If you got something to share, I'll gladly take a look. Anybody else wants to, they can look at it, but we're not talking about it here. We can go downstairs and talk about it. You want to go down there and talk about it with me? I'll go down with you.
Okay, I'm looking up the data right now. If I find some good data, maybe I would go down.
All right, let me know. No, but seriously, I'm married, and at the same time, I'm a bachelor. I'm a newlywed, and I'm a bachelor.
What does that mean?
I'm just pointing out to the class that you violated the law of non-contradiction. It's just like the other ones, but it's got a new technology in it. But it's just like the last one, but there's something new that's different.
Right,
But it's
I
just
mean,
like
it works in the same way as a regular one would.
It means you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Really and truly, that's what it means. What do you think? Married bachelor, gas pressure without container. Two impossibilities. Explain yourself, Sasha.
The gas pressure part, you want me to explain that?
No, I'm kidding. Can you just admit that you can't have gas pressure without a container? Please? Can you just say those words? for the people.
I disagree with that. Sorry.
Oh boy.
I mean, dude, all you gotta do is go down to your local propane salesman and just tell them that you want 250 psi, right, of propane, and he's gonna ask you, "Where's your tank?" And you're gonna tell him that you don't need one, right? And then see what happens next.
But that's a false equivalency because the
How's
propane
that?
tank is not the same as the Earth.
How do you know that?
Well, the reason the propane goes up when you release it and it like disperses is because it's less dense than the oxygen.
Yeah, so why doesn't gravity affect it?
Gravity does affect it once it gets into the
No, it
upper
doesn't.
levels of the
No,
atmosphere.
it doesn't affect entropy at all.
Well, yeah, gravity doesn't affect entropy. They're not related.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Good job. See, I led you right into it.
We're not talking about entropy, though.
Gas pressure? Yes, we're talking about entropy. Second law of thermodynamics. You don't want to violate it. In fact, you can't. Does that make sense?
I mean, entropy is...
We're still stuck on this, kid. I don't know why you're still stuck on this.
Entropy is not the only force in the world.
Guys, Sasha's delusional. He's been here for like, I don't know how long. He knows every argument. He just has this bipolar kind of truth and lies sit in his head, and he likes to come on and just say all this nonsense.
It's a goddamn waste of time is what it is.
Yeah. That's why you got your rules taken away.
Me?
No, Sasha.
Oh. My roles ever get taken away. I don't care. Whatever. Hope not. Sasha, how many bullshit rolls did you have?
At one point I had like 30.
Yeah. Sounds about right. I don't mean to be a dick, but I mean to be a dick to you. And people like you, G.E. Platypus. You guys have dinner together. Your wives go in one room, drink wine. You guys do shots in the kitchen, make fun of us.
No,
Is that what
I
you
like
do?
the flat
Is that what you
earthers
get up
more
to?
than the Globers.
You like us better?
Yeah, well, I actually agree with you guys on a lot of things.
Okay. Can you
I just
demonstrate
don't-
gas pressure without a container? Can you just show it one time ever in history or currently?
Yes, it's the Earth. It has gas pressure and there's no container.
How do you know there's no container?
Because we've been to outer space.
Have you been to outer space?
Have you
Second
been
try.
to outer space?
Have you?
Have
No, I
you been
haven't,
to
but
outer space? Well, how
I
do you know there's a
understand.
container, then?
I understand that even with the gradient, gas pressure requires containment. That's it. Simple.
Well, the gradient actually kind of contradicts the whole gas pressure argument because if
No,
there's
it doesn't.
a container,
It
would
doesn't.
be uniform.
You assume that it goes to zero and then into a vacuum. You assume that. You do because you're listening to priests.
Well, space isn't all complete vacuum, so...
How do you know that, my friend? When did you go? See, I'll just keep putting it back on you because guess what? Positive claim requires explanation. Outrageous claims require
Well, how do you know
outrageous
there's a
explanations, right?
container? So,
I'm sorry? What?
how do you know there's a container? Like, you've never
Pressure.
been to space.
Pressure. Press upon. Press your... Needs walls. Needs a container, guy.
Yeah. So how
That's
does
hard.
so how does air pressure stick to the globe? It doesn't make sense, bro.
Yeah, well, it's called
contained.
gravity.
It
well,
doesn't
gravity
stick to the
pulls
globe, guys.
solids
It's in
down,
here.
It pulls
It's in here with
liquids
us.
down, but you guys say it does not pull gases down, which doesn't make sense.
There's no pulling force.
We
my friend.
don't say it doesn't pull gases down. We show you it doesn't pull gases down.
Correct.
We demonstrate
gravity?
it.
No idea. Next question.
Gravity is the curvature of space-time.
God, I love that. Every time, never fails to make
Yeah,
me laugh.
what's the space time? Where's that at? Where can I find
It's
this?
everywhere. It's everywhere.
Oh, well, just
Oh,
get
that's a
some and put it in a
non-answer.
jar. Yeah, just get some, put it in a
not
jar, and like take
physical.
a picture.
Sorry, it's not physical.
Oh, it's metaphysical,
does it
like
exist?
God, right? It's like
Yeah,
God.
it is. Yeah, it's like
it's like
lots
God.
of physics where they're not actually physical, but they apply still.
Right,
Hey,
kind
if
of
I
like God.
name all,
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of
kinda
like
like
gravity and electromagnetism. Like you can't grab
no,
anything.
magnetism you can demonstrate.
Electromagnetism is a real thing. Yep. Hey, am I going to name all my jalapeno peppers out there and then assume that they're going to develop a personality based on those names?
I don't know. Have you ever heard of the rice experiments?
Yeah, I have. Be nice to rice. That's what I took away from that. It has nothing to do with the Earth, man. Come on.
I mean, you're the
Well,
one that
technically it does because it happens on Earth. Everything happens.
He's the
Yeah, he
one
just
who brought up
wants to fuck around.
jalapenos with names. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm fucking around at this point, man. Because so are you. You're not taking this seriously. Anybody want to take a serious conversation? Seriously?
Sasa, why are you not taking it serious, man? Don't you want to believe it?
I did take it seriously, but then I realized there's too many contradictions. So.
With the globe, yeah.
It's okay. Well, I was just trying to help you guys and say that, you know.
Hey, Sasha, you couldn't help yourself out of a wet paper bag, my friend. What makes you think you can help any one of us in any way? You might be able to help my cat. Do you know how to feed animals? It's about what I'm hearing you're capable of. In fact, you know what? Explain the steps of cleaning a litter box. I'll bet you can't fucking do it.
I don't have a cat, so.
Well,
I'm not gonna do that.
just imagine, because you're so good at that. Just imagine,
what you
right?
do,
You're the one that's good at
you take all the
imagining. You
space
imagine
time.
the Earth is flat when everyone
Take all the space time out of the room. Everyone? Is that a true statement? Everyone disagrees?
Every single person.
Okay, 99% of scientists.
Where'd you get that
disagree.
statistic?
Don't do
Can you
that.
cite that? Can you cite
Can
that?
you cite me one scientist who's
I didn't make a claim.
who's a flat earther?
I didn't make a claim.
Why
You
does
made the
it matter?
claim. You
Why
made
does
the
it
claim
matter?
that 99% of scientists. Go ahead and show me where you got that statistic from.
And we're letting you backstep one because remember
I
you said
just
it was
got that
everyone, then you
statistic
changed
from
it.
my general experience because every scientist I've ever talked to said the Earth.
Oh, so it's anecdotal now, right? And that you think we're supposed to accept that?
Well, I mean, I feel like if there was a flat earther scientist,
Your
it would be
feelings.
privy.
You got feelings now, dude. Bring some cowbell, bro. Bring
Okay,
some
I
facts.
think
Bring something that we can demonstrate, something we can
I
falsify.
believe that if there was a flat earther scientist,
We
it
don't
would
care
be
about your
very
belief, bro.
popular. Everyone
We
would
don't care
know
about your
them.
belief. Like I said, bring some facts or shut up and go home.
Are you gonna show facts, Sasha? I'm waiting.
What facts would you like to see, sir?
Curvature. Go.
Anything that you got. Any kind of facts that you can
Well, I can
demonstrate to the
show you
class.
the NASA photos, but you guys don't.
Wait a minute. You know the difference
fuck
between a
off,
photo and an
man.
image, right? What's an image? Do you know what an image is? So you do know that Robert Simmons admitted to photoshopping the blue marble, right? And that when you call it a picture, that's called a lie. Because
Okay,
you
you
know.
just photoshopped it to make it look nice. It's still like curved.
Hey,
no,
hey,
he
why would
completely
they ever
created
have
the
to do that?
image from scratch, from data.
Yeah, even if it's real, why do you have to do shit to it? Just give us the real photos. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, why
right?
does it
Why do you
have to be
piece it
photoshopped?
together?
He
You
said
gotta
it's
be kidding me.
photoshopped. It has to be.
Well, I
So
don't.
why does he
I'm not
have to
sure if
hold on?
they-
Answer the question. Why does he have to Photoshop it if there's 3,000 satellites around
Why'd
the
you take
Earth
the
right
stars
now?
out of it? Why'd you take the stars out of space, dude? How fucking obvious can you get?
I mean, there's literally
Satellite
a NASA
stars.
live stream that's live right now.
Yeah, I know there is. And that's a really good way to pick it apart. Pick apart at least 10 lies right there. Do you have cognitive deficiencies, Sasha? Do you know what those are? Would you know if you had them?
I was gonna ask you the same question actually.
Well, that's cute.
That is such a troll, man.
Yeah, I'm done,
But
I'm done
Sasha,
talking
he's
to this
not in
piece of
here.
shit.
Sasha,
He's
you're
not in
funny.
here talking about his feelings, right,
Yeah.
bro? You are.
Sasha, you're diverting. You gotta stay to the facts, bro.
Well, I mean, you guys
I
can't
mean,
just like say these things to me and not expect me to respond.
So just bring some evidence, dude. Why you gotta waste our time? It's a good answer. Moving on.
Okay, I could put the live stream in the chat if you want to use that as evidence.
Evidence for what, man? Evidence.
You can literally
for...
hear the astronauts talking to the crew right now.
Oh wow! Jeez.
Oh, amazing!
Wow.
I'm pretty sure me and you, we could set something up like that. I can talk to you. You want to be ground control?
I feel like we're
Wait a
doing
minute,
it
guys.
right
I've
now.
seen it on TV.
Listen to this video.
I feel like we're doing it right now.
I saw it on the internet. It's on the internet. It has to be true.
And this is free.
How many
Just
times
because it debunks your worldview doesn't mean it's false.
Hold on, guys. I want to say, Sasha, you said because people are communicating two ways that it debunks the flat Earth. What are you and I doing right now?
No, I never said it debunks the flat Earth.
You just did.
No, I said the footage.
You just said the words. It debunks you or your claim or whatever you said. You said the word debunk. Why are you going to be throwing that shit around,
Well,
man?
yeah, the video debunks. I was just mentioning the communications because I think it's really interesting.
My friend Sasha, dude, videos don't prove a fucking thing. They catalyze critical thinking. That's what they're supposed to do.
So the Black Swan doesn't prove anything?
I don't use the Black Swan for a fucking thing. Other people do. They know the argument better. It's not for me. It's flat regardless of the Black Swan, man. That's the whole deal. And you can focus on whatever you want.
The thing about the Black Swan is that you can go to any large body of water and repeat this observation. Can I go to the ISS and repeat your observations?
Can you go to the ISS? No, I don't think you can.
Right. So we're making a claim that you can verify and falsify. You're making a claim that nobody can falsify.
What claim can I
That
falsify?
from the ISS, you can see the curvature of the Earth. The only time you see the curvature of the Earth is in your mind's eye because you saw it on TV, or you saw it in a magazine, or you saw some things that you thought were photographs that were really images. You saw it on TV, bro. You're no different than the people in the 40s that were freaking out because the Martians were attacking because they heard it on the radio. That's you, bro. Oh my God, the Martians! The Martians! Oh my God!
Sasha, how long you been here now in the server?
Whoever did that voice was too funny. Man.
Yeah, that was really funny.
You got Sonny cracking up over here, bro.
The Martians.
Sonny's still going. Hey, Sonny, any curvature from up there, man? Pretty high, no? Yes, no?
Let me ask my secretary. What?
What'd you say?
Does he see any curvature from that high up?
Miles offshore, right to the shoreline.
Nice and flat.
Very trippy.
Very flat.
Good.
Wait, is Master Chief flying a plane right now? Because it sounds like that. I don't know.
I don't know. They're so fucking stoned, man. They might have built like a cardboard box plane or something and be just
You guys,
chilling.
listen. I just figured out something super trippy that we can say to people. Isn't it cool how the higher you go up, the flatter it gets? Because you're getting rid of all that bumpy, shallow topography and dips and mountains. It gets flatter and flatter as you go up. You know what I mean? This truth is unstoppable. Y'all are fucking morons. Sorry.
So what do you guys think the Earth? So you guys think the Earth is flat, but do you think the moon? Like, what do you think about?
We observe the Earth.
Hey, guess what? Fuck the moon.
Sasha, how long have you been in this server?
The moon is a square. I mean a circle.
Yeah, just act like it's not there, bro. Because
Don't
you
you
seem
think
to
that's kind
you
of
seem to
ridiculous
not
to just act like
understand.
the moon's not there?
Listen, I know you're trolling. I know you
How
know the
is it
truth.
not there,
I'm
bro?
yelling
It's
at you
obvious.
for entertainment
It's
value.
Yeah, it's obviously
real,
there.
man. Like, what kind of
My God,
question
it's
is that,
obviously
bro?
there.
I
Like,
know it's
seriously.
ridiculous. I think Black Flip is actually trolling.
I'm gonna troll. I troll the trolls, bitch.
Oh shit.
What'd you think you were getting into, kid? You think this is a game?
I asked you guys about the moon and you said it doesn't exist, so.
This motherfucker thinks this is a game, huh? All right.
Who said that the moon doesn't exist?
Just act like it doesn't, man, because it doesn't help you understand what you're standing on. Forget about it because it doesn't help you understand what you're standing on.
Yeah.
Does that make
Exactly.
sense?
That has nothing to do with.
You don't have to look at the moon.
Saying that even though that he said that doesn't mean that he's saying that the moon doesn't exist, bro. You're taking what he said out of context, bro.
Hold on.
And what you're doing too is you're making excuses to just be a fucking
Well, you guys
contrarian.
pretend like it doesn't exist because it contradicts the flat Earth.
No, it doesn't contradict the fucking thing, dude.
All because it doesn't
Okay,
exist.
can we
doesn't mean
stop
that it's
taking
a flat
Sasha
Earth,
seriously, or even speaking to him? It's just a waste of time.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. I got this.
Sorry,
I got-
he keeps reeling me in because he's so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. Hold off for
No, I
20
think
seconds, it'll pass.
I know you keep falling in it. You keep falling in it, globe, flobe, flat globe, blood flap. Damn it!
I think your friend needs to CPR or something. Good.
Nah, he'll be fine.
They're high as a MF.
Sasha, what are you doing on the server? Are you trying to convert like to flat Earth, or are you just here to troll?
I'm here to try to try to spread truth to people, and I don't think the flat Earth is
With
true.
feelings?
Yeah, this is why I love guys like Sasha and Matthew and Platypus, because they're doing us a huge favor. Huge. Thanks, fellas.
And how am I doing you a favor?
This is the first time I joined the
Well,
server.
I think the way I'm doing you
up
a
and
favor
act
is
the
waking
way that
you up
you
from your
are.
delusions.
No, your delusion. Do you understand that it's vice versa? Versa versa?
Maybe, I don't think so.
Obviously, you don't think so because you still think that there's a curvature at 3,958.8 degrees. But when you look at the ocean and you view 3,958.8 degree miles, I keep saying degrees. Anyway, when you view 3,958.8 miles, you're not gonna see that curvature, bro. And the fact that you're gonna sit there and lie to your dude, how dumb do you have to be to observe the ocean when you view it left and right? It doesn't see no curvature. You can't bend the ocean of the water, man, the body of water, bro. You can't bend water.
Well, you guys realize.
This is what Sasha believes. Sasha believes that if you go up high enough, you can see curvature, you can see rotation, and there's no more atmosphere, right? He believes there's a mountain of water in between Japan and California. He has no evidence for this, but this is what he feels like.
A mountain of
truth.
water? What are you talking about?
You understand how curvature works, right?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a mountain. That just doesn't make sense.
Really?
Yeah.
So if you draw a straight line, now straight line means that there's no curvature, just so you know that. Between Tokyo, Japan, and Los Angeles, California, what's going to be above that line?
I don't know what's going to be above the line.
Well, partly the Earth's crust, and the other part is going to be a mountain of water.
Oh, are you talking about like if you go through the Earth?
Yeah, like a straight line, like one that doesn't bend to the left or to the right.
Over the ocean.
No. See, there's a difference between a curved line and a straight line. So think about if you had like a shoestring and you tied it to your ceiling fan and you hung a weight on the shoestring. That would be pretty close to a straight line if your ceiling fan wasn't running. Right now, look down at your shoes that are tied. Those aren't straight lines. Those are curved lines. I'm glad I could teach you the difference.
Okay, so how does this prove your model?
You got a mountain of water.
So there's like nothing wrong with there being water between.
Nothing wrong with a mountain of water. That's normal, right? Mountain water.
Well, I mean, I guess if your perspective is going straight through the Earth, it's probably going to be pretty weird, but if you consider the Earth as curved, it's not that weird.
Sasha, just a quick question. So, you believe in the globe, right? So, do you believe that the center of the Earth is like a molten core? Do you believe that?
Yeah, that's what I believe. I'm not really sure, though.
Interesting. You're not sure, but you believe it.
I mean, yeah, I'm not like a geologist or anything.
What's your evidence for that belief? Is it just like your standard everyday, like that's what I was told, my teacher told me, and I don't want a spanking. I don't want a spanking at all. So that's what I believe.
Yeah, I just decided to accept the scientific consensus.
I don't want a spanking, and teacher spanks me.
Hey, I have a feeling Sasha
do you
likes
guys have
spanking.
do you guys have any alternative hypothesis?
What is scientific to you? What does science mean?
Scientific consensus is it doesn't exist.
He doesn't know what science is. He doesn't know what science is.
It does exist.
You don't know it. You don't know what it is.
The scientific consensus is that the Earth is a globe.
Contradiction in terms. There is no scientific consensus. Consensus means
okay. Consensus among the scientific.
Consensus, like I said,
away from ball and you will see a globe.
Nice, finally. Who muted him?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did. So, Master Chief, stop over talking me. Sasha.
Apologize.
So, yeah, I said stop over talking me. Thank you. Sasha, scientific consensus. Scientific is objective. Consensus means subjective. You got a paradox in your statement.
Yeah, what I was meaning to say is among the scientific community, like members of the scientific community.
Really? In a topic that doesn't have anything to do with science?
I mean, I would say it has a lot to do with science.
Oh, really? Please provide your best scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion.
No, I said it relates to science.
No,
so like,
it either is or it isn't. No relation about it. Go ahead and provide it.
It's not really a science. It's a measurement. It's not really.
Start off with the observed natural phenomena.
I said it relates to science because it was created by gravity.
Oh my
and other
God,
such
you got fucking diarrhea of the mouth. So just go on mute. We can move on. Go ahead, Master Chief. Floor is yours.
All right.
I feel like I shouldn't even waste my time with Sasha because he's just he wants to use his imagination, but his imagination is just pure stupidity. I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult anybody, but it's just the fact that if I was to sit here and explain to him how a straight line is from point A to point D, what's the shortest distance, he's gonna tell me a curve.
Or something.
I mean, it's useless. He thinks that the globe is it's useless. And I apologize for interrupting you, Kiwi.
You're good to go. Don't worry about it.
Alrighty, finished feeding the troll. That's good. Any Globers out there?
I was gonna say we should rather move on to someone else.
You did most of the feeding, Glot.
Who else is in here?
I have an observed natural phenomenon. Enoch and Sunny are way up high.
That's right. Coming up next, detailed description of the high they're experiencing. Stay tuned.
Oh, sorry.
There's definitely a lot of hot air. But
You guys aren't. Let me tell you, in about 2 hours tops, y'all are going to be done talking to us. I promise. And that's okay, right?
I don't know. I think we're gonna be good. We'll still be talking to you guys.
I can hear Sonny. He can barely play right now. Fuck.
No, you just gotta give it a second. He's warming up.
Man, y'all are tripping.
No, y'all
I have to
tripping.
be done. I'm in the middle of a workout. I gotta go. Love you guys. Bye.
See?
Don't be true.
And don't be tripping. Exactly what Sonny said.
I just want to say I'm really happy to find the Discord and meet you guys. Yeah, it's been fun.
Mic check.
We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I don't want the teacher to spank me because if the teacher calls the cops might sniff my underwear. Like, give me the underwear, let me sniff them. Let me search your under pockets. Oh no, you want to do what the teacher says, right? Because the cop, he might be like, give me them underwears. Man, bear pig, is that man bear pig in your underwear? Let me sniff them. Like, you don't want the cops to search your underwear, so you better believe the Globe, right? Because they got tasers. Don't tase me, bro. I promise it's a magnetic core. Even though it's liquid molten and it can't be magnetic, I believe it. Married bachelors all day long.
So Zuko, I seen you in here before. So what's your view on the globe?
Yeah, I already talked before, man. I'm just chilling, bro.
I know.
But I believe in the flat Earth. Yeah, I believe.
Oh,
in
you
it,
believe
bro.
the Earth is flat? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. No, you sent me a message. I was just trying to check. Like, I don't understand. You know, you.
No, I was sending you a funny GIF because yeah.
Oh, because I was
I
going
gotta
off on
interrupt,
his
gentlemen.
ass.
Sorry, the flat Earth doesn't require belief because you can go out to any large body of water and test it for yourself. So
Exactly.
belief is something that is required when you can't verify something. Like, for
Right.
example, if you said that there's this guy, St. Nicholas, and he gives, presents to all the children in the world, I can't, deny or confirm or verify any of that stuff. It's definitely not falsifiable. So if I were to believe it, that's what it would be called. It would require belief. But if you said that I can go outside sometimes and see the sky and it's blue, well, I don't require belief to believe that because I can sense it with my eyes, detect the frequency blue when I look outside when the sun is up, and I could say for certain that I know the sky is blue sometimes.
The only time you can tell that the sky isn't blue is if you're colorblind.
Master Chief.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're hearing music when your mic's open, so you need to turn the music off or put yourself on mute when you speak.
That's me. I'll put myself on mute. Sorry about that.
Who is that? I thought it was him.
That's Sunny. That's the Sunny.
Sonny.
Huey, let me fill
Live.
you in.
I'm
Enoch
playing live
and
in the
Sunny hooked
background.
up.
Sorry about that.
They're having a nice little flat Earth meetup with some herbal remedy. That's what
Yeah,
you
Huey.
Okay.
Well, they can neither confirm nor deny the extracurriculars, but yes, they're hanging out.
So, real question. So, would you guys date a female that believes in the globe?
Negative.
asking for trouble.
that went quiet real quick. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, cool.
If she's hot, though, yeah.
Oh, facts.
Did the troll leave? I came back trolling and he didn't respond.
Nah, he's still there. You can talk to him if you want.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious why he didn't respond. Because he said he believed it because his teacher told it to him.
Because he's muted. He's muted. You can unmute him if you want.
Oh no, if I'm unmuted him, I'm not going to overwrite that. Yeah, that guy's a useful idiot. He's a clown. He comes in, he puts on his little clown show, and he tells you how he feels and what he believes. But he's got no facts whatsoever. It's just purely for entertainment. He's just our punching bag. Thanks, Sasha. You're a good punching bag.
It's an interesting tactic of LARPing because he'll say, "Are there any Glovers in here?" And of course, him being the biggest one we got. So it's strange. It's one of the weirdest LARPing techniques I've ever seen.
But even a punching bag can punch back sometimes. I've seen people get knocked out with a punching bag, but Sasha, he brings nothing. So he's not even really a punching bag. He's like one of them balloon bags that will stand right back up, but they never really swing back.
No, Sasha helps for sure. It's like, hey, look at this. The only Glober that hangs out knows it's flat and is just kind of a dickhead the whole time. God, it's the best you got, huh?
Are you watching cops? Did you bring it up?
What's happening?
Yeah, he's making Sasha. That's why he's.
Oh,
reading.
dude, I finished. I'm done. 90 seconds in between each set or you're wasting your fucking time.
Hey, Glenn, what's your bench?
I don't know. I haven't bench pressed in quite some time. Miley Cyrus, she's making her rounds.
Oh, damn. No gym to go to.
Looks like a full moon tonight, is it?
No, but I'm a fucking animal. I can work out anywhere. Let me see.
It's pretty close.
I can't see. All I see is a wandering star.
I'm outside right now, and it's full moon.
Did it rain where you live?
Figures. It rained a couple days ago here.
It was in the trees. I couldn't see it.
Hey, Michael Craxton, do you really expect us to believe that your mic's been broken this whole time and is still broken?
Didn't you say that
Never
last
mind.
time?
I don't even care if you answer in the text. Just never mind.
Yeah, like he's never heard of a cell phone. Cell phone, what is that? They come with like 2 microphones.
Do you guys
Both of
not
them are
have
broken.
phones?
Oh, what luck.
What if he's mute?
I mean, if I were mute, I would say something about it so people would stop talking shit to me, right?
Hey, have any of you guys ever actually met a mute individual? I've never come across that. Awesome.
Deaf people are often mute or pretty close to it.
Yeah, I guess. I just I assumed there were just mute people without the hearing deficiency.
Without a hearing?
Hearing deficiency. Hearing
Not that, not that I care to use it, but is there not another have they not made like a PC term for mute people? We just still call them mute.
For people that can't speak?
Yeah.
I think it's just mute. I mean, I'm certainly not going to call them dumb.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You know
Like
what I
it
mean?
that
Used
way.
to be,
It's
that used to
straight
be
to
the
the
word.
point, man. Straight to the point.
We still call
They are
blind
mutes.
people blind.
Well, sure, but here's where it starts to get tricky. People start to do the virtue signal, social justice warrior, fucking like, is it little people or is it midgets? Get over yourself. Who cares?
Yeah, I
You
just
know.
thought they would have changed it because mute is so close to muting, So
Oh,
maybe
I don't know
mute
what you're
people
saying.
would start their rallies. Wouldn't be a very noisy one, but
I wouldn't want to listen to it. They wouldn't be saying much, would they? I don't know. They can talk still. They just, kind of make noises. Shit, I don't know. Never met one guy.
Signs.
Sign language. Pops and clicks. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, what? Stuff like that. Weird.
Wait, are you describing Sasha right now?
Oh,
more or less.
I didn't even notice, but similar to the grunts and squeaks we get from Sasha.
Just incomprehensible garbage coming out of Sasha all the time.
So Sasha's a troll. Michael Craxton, come on, dude. Give me 5 minutes. Come, embarrass me more than I already have myself. Come on, get in here.
We can all agree that. We can all agree that.
Michael Cranston's a sock account. He's over at some other servers too. He doesn't ever talk or ever say anything.
What a pussy.
Sasha, take some responsibility. You got yourself muted, man.
All right, Gilgamesh. That's a nice name. Have you gotten VC verified yet? I guess not.
Does anyone agree we should give Zuko the flat earther tag, or at least sincere?
Wait, do I have to add rules to my profile? I don't know. Oh, okay.
No, they're just bestowed upon you when you kind of meet the criteria
Oh, okay, cool.
by the mod gods.
Ah, I see.
I mean, you seem like a really genuine dude to me. I'm not a mod, so.
I didn't hear the conversation. Sorry, bro. I can't give you a yay or nay.
Oh, that's fine, bro. Just here to talk and meet people, so yeah, that's cool.
Maybe next time.
So, are you happy with the current state of affairs in your world, Zuko?
Wait, what? The current affairs in my world?
Yeah, how's life treating you? Yeah, how you doing out there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm from the Netherlands, so yeah, it's pretty chill here. no pretty big issues at the moment, no riots and stuff. So
Nice,
yeah.
nice. Does the Netherlands have to follow the worldwide one world government laws too?
Good question. So yeah, we have Miley Cyrus, but yeah, but here it's not big. So here they use this tactic called like they try to cook us like little by little, like heating us up. So so there's this new app that they're gonna introduce, guys. I think you guys maybe heard about it. So yeah, I think we're gonna have that one soon, and just hope that things will get yeah. I just try to stay positive, man. I'm just really interesting about like self-reliance and maybe start farming and stuff. I don't know. Try.
Sounds
Yeah.
great. Sounds like a pipe dream. Yeah, just make sure you don't take those updates and apps and let them inject one in your right hand or your forehead, just for the record.
Oh yeah, I see what you. Yeah. I'll do that, bro. I'll keep an eye out.
Soon. Oh, it's coming soon. I'll get you the patent number later. It's already published. For some reason, nobody knows about it.
Oh, okay. I'll. Yeah.
Share
bro.
that with me too, bro. I'd like to see that.
It shall be revealed very shortly, Mr. Hank Hill. Yes, I'm shocked that there's not a single video on it out there. I've been looking for about a couple weeks now.
Well, obviously you're looking for fake news, and that's all going to be scrubbed right away, bro.
I'm looking for the resistance. I'm looking for the small Christian channels, the Muslims, that somebody who doesn't like this world, who wants to show us what's going on, obviously, with certain biblical events, and nobody's talking about it. In fact, one guy, I thought I found the guy. I think it's Vincent Rhodes. He gets like 1,000 views. He's got a good channel, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the money is the mark of the beast." I'm like, nope. You don't know about it yet. So, yep, it's coming.
The smart mark.
Yep.
Ready
Body
for a
monitor.
fool near you.
Yeah, like, hey, who wouldn't want to be able to punch through a brick wall, right? Well, that's what you're going to be able to do here in about 10 years or less. Maybe 5 years.
Unfortunately, Gladflobe, they're not going to give you superpowers. They're just going to monitor
Some of them.
exactly. They are going to monitor not only everything you do, movement-wise, vestigially, or physically. They are going to monitor the thoughts inside your mind.
I know. I won't be here for that part of it.
I'm pretty sure they could market the Fauci ouchie better if they just called it the Mark of the Beast.
These losers do not get to mess with my soul.
They just
what I mean?
They'd be like, you're such a beast if you get this. You're a beast of doing right for society, being a good person.
Well, they do. It just depends on how well you understand what vaca means.
Vaca, cow. It's a cow. They see us as cattle.
Cow. In Spanish, yeah.
Vodka?
No, vaca.
Chewbacca?
Chewbacca?
Chewy.
Hey, Hank, I watched that video. It was pretty good. But
yeah, that guy's really good with his citing his sources, right?
Yeah. But what interests me was another video I watched of his. Because I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I wonder what else he's got. So one was that he cited a source, out of the 640 food crops produced in Africa today, 600 come from South America, or come from the Americas.
Isn't that crazy?
That insane ratio. That's insane. Basically, the entire world would have starved to death that wasn't like in the Americas if it wasn't for, Christopher Columbus knowing the Earth was a globe.
That's crazy. 600.
Out of 640 food crops that Africa produces, 600 come from the Americas.
Yeah, that
Potatoes,
throws
tomatoes, corn,
throws a
the
bit
shit
of a
that makes
wrench into the
tapioca.
timeline.
Yeah, nobody could ever live until we conquered North America, then South America. God bless.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like the population was was artificially kept, not artificially, but kept low because of the meager resources.
Right. I'm just saying what they do before they came over, like 500 years ago. Were you guys able to get any crops, or is this why you're all scaly looking, limey, British people? Like, guys, get some sun and some, apricots and some limes. You guys look sick. Come over to
It's
South
because you're
America.
hogging all the tropics, man.
Well, the premise is that the new world, the so-called new world, is the old world, and the old world is the new world. And
It
that
is, yes.
the direction of technology actually came from the other way. In that history is a,
Yes.
You know
it's
what I'm
absolutely
saying.
true. No. Yeah, they just like when they found Roman soldiers, swords over here, swords buried in Tucson, Arizona, just 50 miles north of me. They're 2,000 years old. So everybody was already over here doing shit.
Hey, I'm really glad you like the YouTube channel. I've been sharing it here for a while, and you and Battlemod were the only ones that really commented on liking it. The dude is aces in my book because he tells you where he's getting his information. He's not just, hot air, right? He's like, this is where I got this is where I got that, and this is what it says. And then he reads it to you, and it's like perfect for anyone who wants to, study real history, because the history they gave us in school, that's not what the real history is.
It makes me wonder why they're giving us that version of history. I mean,
to brainwash you.
I know, but they could have made up any story, right? Why
they couldn't
why
tell
the
you.
story they told?
Because
they
they'd
could
have
made
to
up
admit
anything.
they'd have to admit to 2,000 years of genocide over here from the European colonies. That's what it is. It's 2,000 years of genocide over here. Instead, they just teach us 300 years of genocide or whatever, 400 years. I guess that's 20% is better than 100.
I think it's deeper than that.
Math works for me, I guess.
Well, and there's people over here, right? There wasn't just Native Americans on the East Coast. They were all over, and there were some other groups of people that weren't even like those people, right? And there were, stories of giants and who knows what else. Like I said, you're not even allowed to go to the Grand Canyon. Like I've been researching the Grand Canyon for 7 years. You can traverse like 1% of it. What are they hiding in there? There's structures in there, that people were living in. 2,000 years.
Pyramids there, isn't there?
Oh, there's pyramids all the way from Canada down to below me in Mexico. There's 2,000 miles of pyramids here. It's insanity.
Guys, all I know is I really want to punch a huge reptilian in the fucking neck. When they're in their true form, just right there. Anyway, carry on.
You're gonna have to listen, Glad. You need to get a Glock. Get a Glock 26 thing.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I heard that.
I got big stupid banana hands, so I got the Glock 17.
17, man, that's a big one. I got a 21 also. Yeah, they're too big. Don't forget,
I believe that nothing would suffice anything less than a Ruger Red Hawk.
A 44 Magnum. That would be my favorite round. I don't go for the bigger one. Nice little 43 point or 42.9. Who's lagging? Don't forget, they're now making. Oh, it's a tank. Go ahead, Hank. I could tell you were about to lag on here. Just give it a second. Let it reset.
All right,
waiting,
guys,
Hank.
I'm
I
out
won't
for the
say
night.
anything.
Have a good one. Have fun.
God bless.
Keep it flat. Cheers.
They'll make rounds that are both vampire and werewolf killers now. They're copperhead. Just so you know, Flobe. Cannibals? Zombies? Hank, you're supposed to come back and tell us what you're gonna say.
The person you have connected with cannot be completed as dialed. Hank is no longer.
That's funny. Yeah, man, that YouTube channel, it's pretty cool because, you know, if it's firsthand accounts, like people that were there, that's the best kind of history, right? When your history teacher is teaching you like America or what is it, Black History Month, and that's just brainwashing, right? Like there were no black people in the United States; they all came from Africa. Like, no, that's not true. There were black people here. There was 500 tribes, right? Do you think they were all like Europeans? Like, no. And what does Ethiopian mean? Like blackface, right? And then that what it like translates to, or dark face, something like that. I mean, they weren't the only ones. So I get the fact that they said this is the new world because it had been off limits for so long, much like we're not allowed to go to Antarctica, right? If suddenly they said, all right, guys, everybody, we're too crowded, y'all can go to Antarctica. It's not an ice sheet like we told you to, just like Iceland, it's green. So we would go and say, oh, this is the new land. And then if we got there and we were like, oh, this is like the old land, like this is the old stuff, we would still call it the new land because it was new to us. And just like Columbus, he didn't discover anything, right? But the right of discovery was something that the Pope said, like, if anybody discovers any land and there's no Christians there, right, you just plant your little flag and that land becomes yours and you can subjugate the heathen, right, and kill and convert them until they all become Catholic. And then once they pay their tithe and their taxes, we'll let them live. Anyone who doesn't go along to get along, send them to a Schwalba.
Where they at? Where they at? Where they at?
And you know, they say that like several South American cities like abandoned their cities just like overnight, it seemed like, and they were, official story says they were killing their own people and dumping them in the water supply. Now come on, if the river was sacred to these folks, Why would they kill their own sacred people and dump them in the sacred river where they drink from? Come on. Come on. Obviously, this was genocide from another tribe or Europeans or something like that. The history they feed us is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that was Peru.
What?
What?
I was gonna say the civilizations you're talking about that just left. I think one of them was in Peru, the ones up in the high mountains.
Yes, I can say Woman. I can't really say that word because it sounds like something else. But yeah,
You can say that here, I think.
It's
yeah.
two or one of those.
So the ancient Peru were called the Andeans.
Yeah, they were really cool.
They lived on the Andes.
They moved rocks up mountains that kind of makes us scratch our heads today and go, how the fuck do they do that?
Yeah.
You know? And that's when,
Look at
you know, the History Channel swoops down out of nowhere like, it's not ancient aliens, but it's ancient aliens. Right? Because the technology came from here and we brought it over there. Because think about it. Didn't we go from like low technology to like the industrial age, like right after we started coming over here? Allegedly, the history they give us. We went from like 1492 to like the industrial age after what, like a couple hundred years? 3?
Yeah. People are all obsessed with Machu Picchu, but there's some other places that are way cooler. Look at these swollen ass rocks here.
Yeah, what's crazy about the Peru ones is that it's so high up, like you have to get acclimated to actually go up there. You can't just go. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went from like in the eastern part of the United States over to like the Midwest around Colorado. And when you go up a little bit higher, you do feel a little bit of shortness of breath.
Yeah, but if you acclimate, it's better for you up there.
Oh yeah.
Because the lower you go, which anywhere lower than up there, if you live up there and anywhere you go lower, you can have more oxygen and more energy and such.
That's why a lot of athletes will train in higher elevation. So when they come down to the level, their blood is more saturated with oxygen and they can perform better.
Yep. Takes down lactic acid buildup too. Yeah, Peru's fucking dope, bro.
And Peruvian food is delicious. The lomo saltado, oh, it's so good.
Yeah. I had a friend who lived there for a number of years. He met his wife there. He said when he was down there, he had a bug bite him, and it was like in his forearm, and it grew to this huge thing because the bug had gotten his arm pregnant. And he said that you can't really cut it open early. You have to wait for it to come out. I don't know what kind of bug it was, because otherwise you get a big scar and it might get infected. But like when it's ready to come out, the skin's really thin, so you just let it come out. And he said his arm gave birth to like a cicada-sized baby, huge insect.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna cut that shit.
No, but see, that's the thing. Like, it releases a poison if you cut it out early. It has to get out on its own. It's like the alien in Aliens, the movie. The movies. Why am I talking in upspeak? Everything I say goes up at the end. Anyway.
Hey, it's better than fading facts.
What's that?
It's kind of like when you start out real strong, like the Earth is a globe, man, because of gravity, and
Oh, right. It's like when you draw on that picture of the horse and then it turns into a stick figure.
Yeah, where's my Icelandic brother? I used to hear him on here all the time. Where's he at?
Oh yeah, who was that?
Trace?
Drace.
Yeah, where's he at?
And his sister.
Haven't heard from him.
Yeah, where are they at?
Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? I mean, they may had to do some stuff in their country because Cocoa Pebbles, Cocoa Puffs.
Isn't Iceland the one that kicked out the bankers? Like arrested them and shit?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's awesome. Can we arrest some bankers here? Oh no, can't do that.
Technically, kinda. Little citizen's arrest, you know. But you didn't hear me say that.
Right.
Live on air.
Shame. Go Iceland.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Little country like that kicking out their bankers. That's ballsy. That's Dragon Ball Z.
You sure said something there, Hank. Check the voice text. Okay, so I'm posting pictures of Peru, beautiful pictures, and there's this picture of the same spot, but one has mega greenery on it from like the spring or summertime, and one looks like it. I mean, it doesn't. I don't know if they have a winter time there, but it's all dried up. Crazy looking, the dichotomy. These are my cool stories. Unless some glubbers or anti-flat earthers want to come in and get ruled upon. All right, this is the last picture of Peru, of something probably not even Peruvian that I'm going to post. Look at this fucking guy.
Every time I hear the word Peru, I think about one of my favorite comedians. He was in the movie A Series of Unfortunate Events, Lemony Snicket's or whatever
Oh,
the
yeah.
movie's called. Yeah, and he was the guy that was like, and tomorrow we're going to Peru. It's like, Peru? Why are we going to Peru? Oh, Peru is a wonderful place. I love that dude. He's so funny.
It's wacky movie. Okay, there, I posted that picture. Look at that guy. And that's with like tame hair. I'm not saying it was paper mache, but it's paper mache. Look at that shirt. Wow, he's trying to make so many statements. He's got like a dyed puka shell douchebag little necklace with looks like some kind of emerald thing going on. His facial hair is photoshopped. You could land a 747 on his forehead. It's about as big as the alien thing. I think that's what he's trying to convey, like, hey, look, cone heads, bro.
Yeah, that Series of Unfortunate Events is kind of one of those movies that a truther would want to watch, right? Because this guy, this Jim Carrey guy, he's got like this contraption and he keeps causing these fires, and the people that were investigating it keep dying in fires. So it's kind of like one of those movies that a truther goes, California fires.
No big deal.
I just posted something. If you want to check it out on the live stream voice text, tell me if
Is that
you
your
don't
picture?
see. Yeah, tell me if you don't see a face.
Oh, it's
And
a
I
face,
know
big
it's
chin,
weird.
huge nose.
Yeah, and I know it's weird. I
Lips.
know it seems
It's got
outside of the norm,
lips.
but once you see it, you can unsee it, type of thing. That happened to
Yep.
me, so I could be wrong, but I don't know. I think it's cool.
Yeah, it looks like person could be a female. I'm not sure. It looks like whatever it was laid down and just kind of let whatever was going on happen to it, like drip on its face. You know what I mean?
Well, think about and think about that culture possibly creating something up there in kind of homage to that, right? Like if you would
Yeah.
create a city, or why would you create a city all the way up there, right?
Yeah,
If you
I don't know,
you're
man.
viewing down, I don't know. It's totally 100% speculation, but it's cool to
Sure.
think about.
But yeah, that is a compelling face. I'm not gonna lie. That's right. Things that make you go. Things that make you go.
I gotta see what you guys are talking about.
It lines up biblically. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny that I believe in the giant stuff.
Oh, the one that you posted with the H blocks?
No, yeah, well, no. The second to last picture posted, or I guess the last picture posted by DCO.
26 after the hour.
What am I looking at?
I keep. What do you think you're looking at?
People?
Yeah, but it's sideways for a reason.
I'm having trouble
Sideways.
turning my head.
No.
Are you in your car?
Look at the picture sideways as I posted it, and tell me if you don't see the mountain resembling something.
Is that morning wood?
Is it
Okay,
is it a big
maybe I'm-
nose? Is it a juice nose?
Yeah.
That's
See,
just.
and then under the nose, you
that's
got the
weird.
lips, and then the big chin. It's like a witch chin. Even looks like it's got hair at the top of the head. Yeah.
Maybe you had false teeth and the lips are sinking in, a little further.
Holy shit! It's Ronan Kanushi.
Oh, damn. You don't know
No, and it
Ronan
also looks
Kanushi?
like this, guys. Not only that, check this out. Look over its eyes, where its eyes would be. It looks almost like a green cloth. Like whatever was happening to them while they were melting, they wanted to cover their eyes. Holy shit, that's fucking crazy.
Pareidolia is a powerful drug.
Dude, you can't unsee it.
I wonder if there's some green gold in them nostrils there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, like as it was dying, blood came out of its nose. A little bit, yeah. Or something came out. I don't know. What would stain it white?
You could
God, that's
make a
fucking
career
crazy.
out of this stand-up thing. You could be rich soon.
I don't know, man. It's compelling, and that's all I'm going to say.
I agree.
Well, when you remove the pareidolia,
Stop
it's not
laughing,
so
dickhead.
compelling.
I mean, I can see why it's funny, too, but whatever.
No, I'm just laughing at the fact that nobody at all heard. That's laugh at myself.
Oh, okay. You can make fun of me, man. If
No,
anybody,
I'm not making
go
fun
ahead and
of
make
you.
fun of me.
No, you're the comedian. You're the Joker, and I had to use the opportunity.
Okay. Well, you did well, because I'm flustered. I'm just kidding.
But yes, I've done this myself, and I when I was a kid, I used to draw shapes with my eyes closed, and then I'd open my eyes and go, "Oh, this looks like this. Oh, there's a face. Oh, there's a booger." Like I don't know.
A booger. Yeah.
Sorry. You have to look at these things a certain way. Yes, I do see things in the clouds. I can see it real fast. There's a shape that's similar to a face. We are programmed to recognize that. I could take a circle, draw two dots on it, and a smiley face, and you see that face as a literally not only a face. The human comprehension understands there's an emotion behind that face, and it's just a circle with 3 dots. So.
Yep.
Well, the reason for
We're
that is
constantly being
because
watched, man.
you're programmed to mistake a rock for a tiger, right? Because it's way better than mistaking a tiger for a rock.
True.
Yeah, true that. But here's the other thing, though. I looked further into other, like what are other claims that people make, and they're Tell me what you guys think about this, because I researched this a little bit. When you go to England, there's a coast called the Jurassic Coast. Like, you know, Jurassic Park. Well, there's a called Jurassic Coast. When you go and look at some pictures of that Jurassic Coast, they look like giant animals that were petrified. Now, that's, I don't know, just some research that I found. I don't know if that connects anything to it, like as if they're labeling certain areas where that did really happen, Jurassic areas, and then they came out with a movie talking about certain things like that. So I know it's a little bit convoluted, but hopefully that made sense to someone.
Bro, I can't stop looking at this fucking face.
Bro, do yourself a favor. Go to Mud Fossil University or Stellium 7.
I've been to both.
Yep.
I know about both.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at this stuff in a while because I was like, you know, I'm going to put this down for a second. Seems like a big distraction. And it is, but it's interesting.
You know, it's a better distraction.
It's a good question. I think it's a good question, though, right? Like when you pick up a rock, you go, "What is this rock?" Like we don't really have the answer that we get from the mainstream is not the correct one. So it is kind of up for grabs. And then you do have people like Mud Fossil talking about certain things. So I think there is something to it. I just don't think that every claim is true. I think we just have to analyze each claim on its own merit, if that makes sense. In the same way that we do with flat Earth.
Well, here's the thing, though. Flat Earth is currently demonstrable. Anything that we talk about, you know, ancient civilizations, cultures, do we have the right quote-unquote history? It's speculation at best. I don't care what kind of thing is laying around that says something happened at this time and some kind of carbon dating nonsense. I don't care about any of that shit.
Yes
what
and
can
no.
I prove?
Yes and no, because think about it.
No, I'm saying this is for
about
me.
When you're holding a rock.
This is for me.
No, I see
Hey,
your point. Yeah.
Great.
No, I
okay,
get it.
now you can say what's for you. Go.
Hey man, I didn't mean to interrupt you. All right, go ahead.
No, it's fine. No, I'm a dickhead. It's cool. I'm not taking it personally. But you do realize that you were almost trying to tell me what I'm thinking, right? You're like, no, you don't think that way. See, it's this. Don't worry about it, dude. People do it all the time. I probably do it too.
You're right.
Carry
I
on. Carry on. It's all good.
I kind of lost my train of thought, and
That's
I do
fine.
apologize.
I tend to do that to people. No, and now I got to apologize for being a dick, and now we both feel bad. So guess what? That's called repentance, and now we can truly move on.
What they're hiding though is clearly giants and these creatures, but we can't confirm it. You know, it's like the Antarctic. We could go to their secret storage area and then we'd be told to leave.
Yep.
What about Stellium 7? He pointed out like 20-something anomalies that match the anatomy of an elephant with this mountain. But you know what? It's rock, right? Because any fossil that you look at, it's shaped like a bone, but it's probably not bone. It's probably like the sediment that washed through the bone and stuck around while the bone is gone. Is that correct?
Got me, man.
Yeah, there is something. Yeah, some fossils are actually fossils. Some fossils turn out not to be fossils.
So then how the fuck do we know anything, dude? That's what I'm saying.
Well, if it
Talk
matches
about
the anatomy.
muddying the waters, right?
Right, like if you find a fossil that looks just like a femur bone and it has the ball socket joint and everything fits perfectly and you got the whole thing and nothing's missing and everything
Yeah,
lines
called
up.
mineralization.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, then you can, bet the farm that this used to belong to a humanoid of some type of, human. I say humanoid. You have to forgive me. Human, right? I did study this stuff for years, and sometimes I still use some of those stupid words like planetoids. Anyway, you get what I'm saying.
He has an Unveiling a Titan series. Those are the 2 years ago, Stellium 7 started posting videos, and this first 4 are Unveiling a Titan, and each picture has the elephant. I'm sure everybody's seen the fucking elephant hill before. Here's part 2, because it's not photoshopped, at least as far as he says.
He did show how Google Earth.
Check the voice text. No, go ahead, man.
I was going to say, looking at the evidence of, like, when you pick up a rock, right? It's the same as, like, looking at the horizon or looking at, like, you have something in your hand that you can analyze and you can look at further, right? So it's not so much speculation as it is analyzing like what exists. So I think it's a little bit not so
No.
far fetched to think about.
Sorry, go ahead.
What do you
See,
mean
I
not?
did the same fucking thing just now. See what I did? I did what you did. Caught myself.
No, but I want to know.
Immediately.
Don't say no. I want to know what.
Go.
I want to know
No,
why
no.
though.
Okay, because it's still speculation. You're still using what exists to make guesses about
Yes,
what doesn't or has
but
existed. It's still
I
that.
agree. I agree, but check this out. Okay, in my opinion, Roger from Mud Fossil University, he does take samples from real tissue of existing either beings or something like that, and he analyzes it. He looks at something like a fossil, and he will make correlations. I know they are correlations because you can't actually say that that is exactly what that is, but you can tell when you're looking at biological tissue, and when you see something very similar in a fossil or in a rock, you start seeing the connections between biology and fossils, right?
Check the
So
voice text.
there is.
Yeah, keep going. Check
What's
the
that?
voice text. Keep talking.
Cool.
Check the voice text.
No. I'm just saying, like, that's kind of my point of view is that I think it is something that we should look at because I think the answers are within our grasp because it is something that we can hold in our hand and we can analyze. It's not something like space where we can't go there.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
you're right, but it's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
science though. In a lot of ways, it is like space. Okay, so you got some correlative data, right? And you got like this fossil in your hand, and you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, everything checks out, but you can't really do the scientific method over it, right? So as long as you're like, okay, this is correlative data, this is speculative, but this is what we got, it's definitely going to be better than taking a tooth and creating a dinosaur out of it. I mean, at least we're not going to go that far, right?
Yeah,
I'm so glad you mentioned that. Glatt, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say real
There.
quick that
Go
what I posted on the video that I posted about petrified titans and organs, right? These suppositions, well, it's a supposition, and it doesn't mean anything, but it's interesting. So that's all I wanted to say about it. It doesn't mean a fucking thing, one way or another.
So what this is going to get into eventually is this dinosaur hoax. So 100 years
Yeah.
ago or so, when this guy found he found a giant tooth of an iguana. Does anybody want to guess where iguana teeth come from? Does anybody want to?
Iguanas?
Correct. So he found a giant iguana tooth and then even built this giant, model of this so-called iguana. He didn't do it exactly for some reason. I think wouldn't it be much easier to look at an iguana and go, let's just increase the size? So they weren't smart enough to do that because, of course, iguanas are everywhere today, 100 years ago, and that wouldn't prove anything. They had to make up an idea that, of course, this is a prehistoric reptile. That's the point. Some of these reptiles are still alive today. They were just much bigger. That's the dinosaur hoax in a nutshell. They're just lying about the fact that we had dragons throughout history. And this, to me, in my opinion, this is speculation, that this is one of the more important factors because they use dinosaurs to destroy the minds of who? It's not adults.
Children.
Right. So that would be my first step. First of all, let's make sure that we readjust this brainwashing tool and show them these are just big lizards and they never had feathers. And here's a couple that are still alive today. I've owned one of them. There's also the crested one. Besides the iguana, there's the Chinese water dragon, and the Chinese water dragon and the crested dragon and the basilisk all run on two legs, which is the literal. Right. That's the most important feature of these bipedal creatures, right? Well, they're still alive today. So the discussion's over. And that's what we got to show these children.
Yeah, I just remember being in kindergarten, right? And the teacher puts a movie on. Next thing I know, you got a couple of lizards like mounting each other and like doing a funny dance, right? And then the eggs pop out and we're learning about dinosaurs, right? And it's like, wow, like this is like National Geographic, like this is intense, right? I was in kindergarten, right? But the brainwashing starts early, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I was shit. High school, they showed us. I don't know. Now, you know what? I can't describe this on live stream. See, I can't even describe what they showed us in high school on the live stream. Can't even do it. Look at the beast. Look at that muscular man. Look at that young man there. That lizard. Look at him go. Does the thing under his neck come out?
No, it could blow up. They do, and they puff up, in battle. But yeah, if this was 20 feet long, if that was 20 feet long, you would not be impressed by many other creatures, and that's all a dragon is. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. He's cute. Gosh, he's good looking. My mom loves dragons. For her birthday every year, I get her some kind of dragon, pewter or, something handcrafted. That guy's more of a battle warrior, but he has a kind face. Yeah, and that skin under there, they just puff it right out.
Puff up, puff up.
Hell
I
yeah,
hate that.
dude. Look at this guy. And his eye still looks innocent, right? He doesn't look like he's malicious. He's not trying to hurt nobody. But he is
Now
trying to catch a bite.
Imagine, if you will, what if these motherfuckers right here could live to be 100 years old and they never stop growing?
See, that's a big bad boy, that last one.
And they had twice the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere, 42% or 44%.
And they're cold-blooded, so they can adapt.
Fucking gorgeous picture of the moon.
Adapt.
Yeah, right. Exactly. They changed their fucking body temperature to acclimate, dickhead.
Correct.
And you know it.
Correct. Acclimation, not adaptation. No such thing.
You're right.
Yes,
You're right.
Sir. Yes, sir. All right. Well, hey, you keep saying Jesus. You want to get into a religious discussion? We're going to discuss why only people say Jesus' name in vain and nobody else's.
I mean, I was going to take a nap anyway, so you guys go right ahead.
No, I know you said it.
I say it a lot, unfortunately. That's a nice one. Yeah. Palm trees. So you're in Cali
Pillbox,
or
I'm
Arizona?
actually curious.
Arizona.
Why do people say his name?
Cool. What, Hank?
Why do people say his name or the word Jesus in vain and no one else?
Because the spirits want to blaspheme the Creator more than anybody. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've done it many times. I'm guilty of it. I just have to point it out that that's what everybody does, believer or not. That's and when the anger, I did it a year ago. I apologize, but that's just the norm. Has to be pointed out.
Makes sense. Moving on. So yeah, these terrible lizards, if there was twice the amount of oxygen, they could be in like a perfect habitat where there's not a whole lot of men around to take them out, and they could just be like munching and growing and munching and growing, and they could get pretty big, right? And then if they got big enough, like they might have to move around to find more food source, and they might eventually like find a human village, right? And it'd be like them crocodiles from like Africa that they start eating people and they get like really big.
Yeah. See what you had to do there? You had to make up a really elaborate story.
That was a nice story.
You sound like an evolutionist, Hank.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was
You
just
do.
saying,
You really do.
look, I know how to make fat men. Like that's how fat men grow.
Yeah, but they stay the same height usually.
Well, lizards
Right, now
can
this
keep
one-
growing.
Right now, this one is the most special in my opinion. This one was sent to me from God personally. That's a long story, but here's Draca. So I took her outside because I didn't know much about her when I first got her, and I just wanted to see what she would do, and she, of course, did not disappoint. And
Wow.
she can swim like a fish, climb a tree like a cat, jump off out of trees to attack its prey. She's a meat eater. When she grabs a mouse, she shakes it like a pit bull, splatters its guts everywhere. So again, if you increase the size 1,000%, you have the most monstrous beast on the plane of existence right there. That's the velociraptor or a bipedal, megasaur or a tyrannosaur. That's what that is.
Yeah, do not put her in a hyperbaric chamber and feed her as much as she can eat 3 times a day. Don't do that.
Don't feed them after midnight.
Or get them wet. They don't like to be wet
Yeah,
unless...
they're water dragons. Definitely don't get them wet. Don't do that.
She is fast. Yeah. DCO said she's fast. What's her name? Draco?
That's Draca. Yeah, the girl. The only reason we
Draca.
knew she was a girl is all of a sudden she started laying eggs. They told us she was a boy because she was a little bigger than some of the others. All of a sudden...
Yeah, they don't fucking know.
Yeah, I know they do. That's the point. They tell you they know the sex of a fossil. Just remind them they told the exo they gave him a boy and it was a girl. So they never know. Yeah, it's more difficult with reptiles for some reason, but that's it. That's a dinosaur right there. Now some of them didn't. Some of them were wiped out, right? Like we don't see any triceratops. Maybe they didn't really look like that, right? These ones we can guarantee because they're showing us they're showing us artist renditions with the anatomy. There's no anatomical differences between this two bipedal water dragon than like just type in Gigantosaurus. It's just a big version, exact same animal. That's why I put the meme up.
Yep, and then we got your rhinoceros, right? If you put the horns of a triceratops on a rhinoceros face, you got a triceratops, partner. You know what I mean? Because he's already got the snout rocks. He's already got the snout boulders.
Right. Now in Job, though, they actually talk about the giant rhino. It's called a unicorn. So they're actually, yes, that's what it was. That's what a unicorn is. A unicorn
big old
is like
chubby just running around.
Well, could you imagine
farting rainbows?
It's a 10,000-pound rhinoceros with a horn that's probably 10 feet long.
Exo, this little creature is your friend, bro?
That was my little girl. I think that's 2015. I recorded that. Yep, that dinosaur was sent from God. Yep.
I envy your time that you got to spend with her because that is an amazingly beautiful creature.
Absolutely right.
Changed my life. Changed my life forever. When I was a child, I prayed to God for him to give me a dinosaur, and before I was 30 years old, he got it to my door.
So cool. I had 2 lizards when I was growing up. I had 2 of those chameleon guys fit in the palm of your hand, maybe get as long as like between your wrist and your middle finger. And I loved watching them change colors and argue with each other over the crickets. It's great. Couldn't let them out though. You know what I mean?
How do you take care of it, Exo? Like, do you just walk her outside, or like, what was it? I don't understand how you take care of a pet like that.
Yeah, you got to keep the cage has to be between about 70 and 80 degrees. It's got to have high humidity. You got to change the water very often. It's actually not even good to own the creatures because why would you want to have a creature like this in a cage anyway, right? So I have found that with my experience, I would have to have a completely different setup next time, probably an entire room dedicated to her and a male, and then of course maybe make a small hole, give her a cage to have access to the outside with another water. But we certainly shouldn't have these beautiful creatures in small cages. So it was a learning experience for me. So I had to learn everything from scratch, But they're a lot of maintenance. You got to clean the water every so many hours because you don't want the dragon swimming around in its own waste. So when it uses the water, it goes to the bathroom in water. It's a water dragon. That's kind of goes with the territory. But they're amazing. Yeah, they also get to know you. She would climb on my shoulders. I could handle her. But when you gave her meat, when you gave her live mice, she would rip them apart like it was a horror movie. It was awesome.
Awesome. Hey, am I right in saying that the run that she demonstrated in the video that you showed us is how they run on water too? They can just run on the top of water real easy?
Well, no. Not her, but the basilisk has the ability to, do the same thing on water. The water dragon, oddly, the name is kind of backwards. But yeah, they're both water dragons, but the names don't tell the story. The basilisk is the Jesus lizard, as of course so called. The water dragon swims in the water, kind of like a water monster. I mean, it's really special.
Cool, dude.
They do cannonballs. I remember a couple of times where they would jump in from the branches that I'd put in the cage. They'd jump from the top of the cage in the water. So yeah, they're pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, they must just love the water.
Yeah, they have to have it. They literally have to be, they're aquatic, not amphibians, but they are amphibious, right? So they're not amphibians, but they constantly need access to that water, just like a hippopotamus constantly needs access to a water, right? But so it's just kind of how one of God's special creatures. But yeah, multi-dimensional for sure. Yep.
Orion, if that's real, that's interesting.
Yeah, I gotta say, my great aunt, she was the type of person to donate large sums of money for people to take care of cats and neuter cats and all that stuff. And I kind of picked up where she left off, and like I'll feed animals. I've helped a few dogs, from time to time, but I mostly find cats, right? Because people love kittens, right? And then when they move out of their apartments, they just abandon the fucking cat. It's like, jeez, all these cats like all over my town, and I can't help it. I got to feed them. I don't care how much it costs. I will put food and water out for cats till the day I die, right? I
Is it like
cannot.
the movie Aristocats?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Disney,
But,
come on.
Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of TV.
I'm just fucking around. Sorry, cats. Yeah, cats are everywhere, man. So you rescue a bunch? That's what you do?
Yeah, rescue and neuter and spade and all that stuff. But yeah, it just seems
How
like
many cats you got, Hank?
well, technically I don't have any. They're all free to come and go as they please. Because
cool.
cats aren't really the type of thing that you can own. So when they get old enough that they can fight and defend themselves, I do let them go outside. So I do have one batch of kittens right now that are getting old enough to where I'm fixing to get them fixed on the 23rd. And after they recover and get a little bigger, I'm going to put them outside. And hopefully, no other pregnant cats, because I hate it when there's kittens. Right? Because when they die, the wife cries and cries and cries.
Yeah.
So try to avoid the whole kitten thing.
I rescued a kitten recently, but he's just the one. He's fine. I don't. Two would be too much, though. So I'm lazy. That's what it is, guys. I'm just fucking lazy.
But yeah, when I moved recently, I did take all my cats. Well, I say my cats, my homies. Took all my homies with me. I didn't abandon them. Because that wouldn't be right. It not only is it illegal, it's immoral.
It's all kinds of wrong. Be right back, guys.
But yeah, I kind of feel like, taking care of God's people and God's creatures is like the best service you could do to God. Right? Because you can't take care of God. God's obviously taking care of himself. So, I don't tithe to the church. I tithe directly to the people if I tithe at all. I really don't technically tithe, more like offerings. So the same thing with his creatures. I've definitely had a dog like show up on my porch like completely dehydrated, malnourished. I'd be like, "Hey, little guy, I got some sausage in there. Why don't you hang out for a little bit?" Go in and cook some, like some breakfast sausage, and he would just be like, "Num num num, gulp 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 gulp," and then on his way, wherever he was going, he just needed a little fuel.
Am I lagging, or is anyone speaking right now?
No, nobody was talking. I was thinking about the other two dogs that showed up. Like we actually found the owner of that dog, and that dude, when he came to my house, he was like, "Hey man, I thought my buddy was dead, man. I thought he was gone." I was like, "Well, you're welcome, sir." We found him and posted his pictures on Facebook and at the the no kill shelter, and that dude was there within like an hour to pick up his buddy.
That's good, dude. He was probably
a good story.
really, really happy.
Yeah, that dude was happy as could. He's like, "My buddy." That's what he called it. You found my buddy. Like, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm glad he has an owner who actually cares. Because when I lived out in the country, people would just drive down my county road and like drop off animals. I'd be like, well, fuck.
When I lived in the city, there was this one cat that found its way to my window. I lived in a basement, and he would just meow out my window. I let him in, and he started like living in my house for a couple weeks. It was pretty awesome. I don't know if he had an owner or not.
Yeah, cats are kind of like those friends that crash at your house sometime, and they keep all the rats away, right? So it's kind of like mutually beneficial. Like, I'll feed you sometimes, but sometimes you probably need to hunt a little bit, just to keep you on your A game, And then you see them with a locust in their mouth. They're like, I could kill this thing at any moment, but I like the way that he's tickling my teeth. So for like a minute, they're just sitting there with a locust in their mouth, and the locust is like, oh my god, he's killing me, but the cat's just like, that's right.
It's like when an evil villain is supposed to like kill someone, dude, but he just has to like, kind of revel in the fact that he's like has the upper hand.
Yeah, cats are murderous, felonious. Like, I got a cat named Felonious, and they are felonious, like the true meaning of the word.
I was hoping to ask a few more questions about flat Earth, if you could explain it to me.
Yep, go ahead. There's lots of people in here that can answer.
More than able. Go ahead.
Great. I was, I guess, hoping if you could explain to me what your understanding of, I guess, where we are located. Like, are we in space? Does space exist? What would be above or below our flat Earth?
Nope. Sure. That's a decent question, but we're here, right? So we would have to add some information to find out if there's something that's other than here that's the center of creation. Because as far as we know, obviously by looking at the stars above that are rotating above us, that continually repeat, this is the center of creation. As far as space, well, we live in space now, right? We breathe inside this area, right? That we have air in, so we're in space, but that can't continue forever. So I'm not going to use any terms as far as man terms. I would have to go to the Bible for that information anyway, but it's very apparent by the fact that stars twinkle that we are surrounded by water. That's the only thing that makes everything looks like it twinkles. Water. So what's my other option? That's why the sky is blue as well. So that matches the biblical claim. So, but outside of this plane of existence, flat earthers aren't gods. So you're going to have to realize that they might not be able to answer all those questions. Thanks.
That's fair. Okay. So, my follow-up question would be, I believe it was Galileo who claims that, he found out that all the celestial bodies rotate around the sun and not Earth, and then I think they had him sentenced to death. Do you think?
Sounds like.
So do you think like he came to false conclusions or something like that?
Well, it sounds like a story. So that's another bedtime story. So I can't use that to teach anybody anything because these are the same people that have been lying to us about everything. We just had a conversation about the last 2,000 years of genocide of these people. So what they tell us, we already don't believe any of the history they tell us. So if somebody else wants to talk about some fairy tale, that's what I would describe it as. Because who cares who these people are? Would they put to death because they came up with a satanic idea? I doubt it. That would pull on the heartstrings of scientism people today to make, you Christians put our super scientists. That's probably a fictitious story. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to take a stab at that one. So they told you they put Galileo to death. I think they put him on house arrest, right? Yeah. Sorry, bro. Let me go ahead and answer.
Continue. I'll let you finish. Sorry.
Yeah. So they said they put Galileo on house arrest, right? And the Romans, they were known for their ankle bracelets and they crucified their enemies, right? They nailed them to wood and they raised them up and they drained their blood. And if that didn't kill them, they would break their legs so they suffocated. So the whole nice story about the Romans, they didn't like what he had to say, so they made him stay at home. Come on, bro. The Romans were brutal. For lack of a better word, they were brutal. I don't have a better word to describe how the Romans treated their enemies. If there was ever an enemy of Rome, you wouldn't be reading about, what he had to say. You wouldn't be learning about it unless they tried to stamp it out much like the story of Christ, and they just couldn't stamp it out. Like it spread too far too fast. But what did the Romans do to that carpenter 2,000 years ago? Did they make him stay at home because they didn't like what he had to say? Come on. The Romans crucified their victims, spilt their guts in
Are you
open
saying because
battle.
they're sorry?
Go ahead.
Are you just trying to say because they're cruel? It was it made sense that he would have been killed because that's what they did to their enemies.
Yeah, where in Roman history can you find that Rome didn't like somebody, so they put them on house arrest?
No, I'm sure. I know that they sow salt into the fields of their enemies so they can't grow anything and whatnot. They're bad. I wasn't asking really if it was fair or not. I was just kind of gonna ask if that story was true. Would you be on the side of the church?
No. See, here's the thing.
That's another rabbit hole. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I know these aren't really huge, very precise questions.
Well,
It's
but that's the thing. I'm gonna let Hank. Well, I'm gonna let Hank do this. But who's the church? Let's first figure out who's the church.
So
are these people Christians?
So I'm reading off, say, history.com right now. I know that's not really a good source right now. I could find some better sources, but it's just because it's the generally accepted scientific community.
Okay, well, my point is my point is there's a lot of genocide going on. The church was part of it. Right, they were working together, like Hank was explaining with the Romans. The Catholic Church was helping them. This deception goes so deep. These were all mass murderers making up stories. That's all it is.
Can you explain what genocide? I'm uneducated on this topic.
That's what they hate. We were just talking about this an hour ago. Maybe
genocide. Look up the Geneva Convention definition of genocide.
So the people that were here. Can you hear me? So the people that were here, they were murdering millions of people in North America. The Europeans, the Greeks, these Romans, they were already coming over here, killing everybody, bro. That's the point.
Yeah, you heard Columbus discovered America, right?
No, I know that the Vikings were here first, right?
That's not what I was going to say, but Columbus discovered America, right? There was 500 tribes that were here. Where are they now?
I know. Yeah, there was genocide against native.
In Arizona, they're in Arizona. That's the answer. Thanks.
See, the thing is that when you kill somebody and you defeat them in battle, then you get to write the history because dead men tell no tales, right?
Can you explain the relevance of the genocide to?
Yeah, what I just said. Who writes the history? The winners of the wars.
I understand,
right?
but do you mean that it was an alternate history that was suppressed?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Are they going to write history that makes them look bad? Or are they going to be like the hero? Right.
I agree with you. I'm just wondering, is there a specific alternate history that's been suppressed that you want me to be thinking about right now?
Okay, do me a favor. Go look up Tartarian maps on Google.
Okay.
Right? Tartarian maps, and ask yourself, have you ever heard of the Tartarian Empire? And then look how much real estate they had in their empire. Ask yourself why you've never heard of it. But there they are. There's all the maps. You can pull it up.
Don't take anybody's account for that, but yes, I'll agree. Looking at some of those maps is educational, but don't take any account seriously. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. But yeah, man, everything, they lied about everything. That's the hidden history is in North America where I live. We were just discussing this. There's pyramids all the way from the border of Canada past the border of Mexico where I'm at, past me down South America. I mean, there's hundreds of pyramids. So how many people were living here? How many people does it take to make hundreds of periods over maybe a period of a couple thousand years? We're talking about an entire civilizations double the size of Europe over here already. And they're all wiped out.
Okay. So my question is this? I understand what you're saying, what you're getting at. I'm just wondering. This claim has it's correlated to the flat Earth claim as well. Like it's the same quote unquote people deceiving us in the same way.
Yes. Yes, forever this place has been deceived by the same evil. Yes, for 6,000 years. But that is another rabbit hole, right? To figure out, wait a minute, who are they getting their influences from? Who are the Amorites and the Amalekites 3,000 years ago? That's how far back that this goes back to the Tower of Babel, 3,500 or close to 4,000 years ago. This goes all the way back there. That was the first space program. Let's build a tower to the heavens. That's the original first space program. So yes, it's all the.
So earlier I told you we hold on, bro. Earlier I told you we like to keep it to the science as much as we can, right? But Pillbox here, right, and others do look at the Bible and hold it as their foundation of truth. There's nothing wrong with that. But can you ask flat Earth questions that have to do with science or stuff that we can validate? Yeah,
that's what we want to start. Yeah, we want to start there. We want that foundation first. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I am coming from this from an atheist perspective. I understand that there can be a lot of references and stuff like that.
Right.
So I'm being respectful because it's not my belief, but obviously I can see that we might have a different weight.
Well, okay. So let me help you out. Modern teachings are relevant. What are they still What are they still teaching now? They're still teaching evolution. Is that relevant to the Earth? Yes, because they're teaching you it evolved. So see it. That's what's related. So we could go there. Some people don't like to, but a lot of people could. But that's relevant. Now go ahead. That's fine.
So yeah, I guess a scientific question I would ask is, the flat earthers do not believe in evolution, yes?
Most do not, but some are still very confused and don't get the point about flat Earth is that it's naturalism gets erased. Evolution is naturalism.
Okay. So would that mean if for the majority of people that don't believe in evolution that all life on Earth has been in its form that it is today since it began?
Well, that's the necessary antecedent to life. It already has to have a working system. So wolves can only make dogs. That's as far as the gene pool goes. Elephants can only make elephants, and fish, a specific breed of fish, can't even go outside of that fish breed. An eagle can't even make a falcon. So yes, anything that's living was already like that or similar to it originally. Some things are no longer living, meaning they were wiped out. That's the only two options. Either things continue to stay alive or they die. There's no other option. So no evolution.
Look at the coelacanth and look at the horseshoe crab, man.
Right. So what he's talking about is the fact that we still have the creatures alive today that we find in the fossil record. So that proves the fossil record has nothing to do with evolution. That means it's a record that these things died in, not evolved. They died.
And the smaller creatures, the marine creatures, are always at the bottom, i.e. the oldest, and the lightest are always up at the top, almost like they're more buoyant.
Right, and it requires an event to get fossilized in the first place. There's nothing fossilizing at the bottom of the ocean now. If I die and go to the bottom of the ocean, I'm picked apart by fish within a couple minutes, and that's it. I'm gone. The flood of the Bible is why we find billions of fossils all over Earth. They were simultaneously flooded. Yep.
And that's why you would expect to find them in the tar pits, because all those creatures didn't live together. The territorial animals, there's no way that they would allow that. But you go to the tar pits and you find all these creatures as if they were washed away until they found a sticky spot, like a sticky rat trap, and they could not wash away any further.
And the Bible wasn't the only place where the flood story comes from. There's flood stories from every culture around the world.
All of them, all ancient cultures. Yep. Right. So the moral of the story is we can't find anything fossilizing today. So there's no such thing as this fossil record. They don't even have a claim. They just made it up.
What about, like, say, an amber fossil?
Well, it's not a fossil, it's amber.
Amber cannot be fossilized.
No, I mean, like, if something is preserved in amber, would you be able to, would you consider that a new fossil?
Yeah. No, it's not a fossil. It's amber. It has to be mineralized to become a fossil. So this is where we come down to the brass tacks of what's being claimed here. You have to understand they're claiming things mineralized because of millions of years. Well, it turns out that some of these things aren't even fossilized. It turns out there's still soft tissue inside of the bones of these dinosaurs. which we were discussing earlier, ironically. So that proves they're very young. That proves they can't even be 10,000 years old, let alone 10 million, let alone 70 million. So again, all the evidence shows that we're correct, to put it lightly.
Yeah, you heard about the soft tissue found in the Tyrannosaurus Rex, right?
No, I'm not a scientist. I don't really know how to verify these claims.
Well, it was a
they're admitted.
scientist who found it, right? So you don't have to go and verify it yourself if you trust scientists.
Yeah, and she didn't believe it. She was very
Schweitzer.
skeptical. Her name is Mary Schweitzer, and she was very skeptical. So she tested it 17 times because it defied everything they thought about evolution. Because there's still literally soft blood tissue inside the bones, and that proves it's not even 10,000 years old. So yeah, it's all gone.
They actually found it twice. There was another guy who found it, and when he found it, he got fired from his college, and I believe they settled out of court when he sued them for false termination, and I think he got about $400,000 in a settlement. It's too bad he took the money. I wish they would have took it all the way.
Yeah, Mark Artemage was one of the guys that was fired. He did carbon dating, and the result came back within 1% of our claim and 99% wrong, proving the evolution was wrong, that they were very young bones. So yeah.
Carbon dating, by the way, done by Dr. Libby. I can't remember his first name. Willard Libby. He's the one that pioneered carbon-14 dating, carbon-16 dating, whatever the fuck it is. And coincidentally, he's also a Jesuit Catholic priest.
So they carbon dated a snail, right? And they determined that the snail was several, thousands of years old, right? But they found out later, after they carbon dated it, that the snail was a living snail. And then they took samples from Mount St. Helens eruption, which happened in the 80s, and they sent samples to 3 different places, and they said, date these rocks. And, the dates were like astronomical, like 70,000 to 80,000, and one was like 100,000, And then when all 3 sent back the results, that they were thousands of years old, then they told them, like, oh, by the way, these were from Mount St. Helens. It's actually like 20 years old. And they had the audacity to reply back, and why didn't you tell us it was from a recent eruption? We could have gave you more accurate dates. So these dating methods,
yep,
it's not science. It's
exactly.
guesswork at best.
Yep, fraud, pure fraud. Just
Can
like
you
all evolutionary.
explain to me what you meant by the correlation between the person who created carbon dating and being a Jesuit?
Yes. You want to go? Who is that? Is that Matthew? Joshua?
What about it?
I don't really
He's
know
trying to
what
figure out
what that
I know
means.
he's trying to figure out the significance of him being a Jesuit priest, as if there's nothing
Well,
sus.
the same company, the same group of people, I should say, the same club of people, the Jesuits, they're an elite club and you're not part of it, right? They also came up with a scheme through George Lamar to come up with the Big Bang Theory and to bring people away from God and believe in atheism. It's part of the secret oath that they take to make all those other ones that are profane that would take the mark become the beast themselves.
Yeah, these are Satanist religious zealots. They're not scientists.
All right, so what's the natural observed phenomenon for the Big Bang? There isn't one, right? So they say the evidence is the cosmic background radiation, right? So how do we know that was caused by the Big Bang? Can we manipulate the Big Bang and see if that's what's causing the effect of the cosmic background radiation?
I'll explain my understanding.
No. You can't make a Big Bang turn on and off. So the whole Big Bang theory is not science. And if I'm wrong, please give me the scientific method, the hypothesis, right? I need the observed phenomenon, natural observed phenomenon, and I'm going to need the independent variable.
Okay. I again, just from watching documentaries and stuff like that, I'm not an expert. I haven't done hours of research.
Cartoons, yeah, the cartoons.
I don't care. Anyways, yeah. Apart from the
Wait
radiation,
a minute. Let's not skip over that. You said anyways. You're a gamer, right? You play video games.
Sure, yeah.
So you know what cartoons look like. When it's CGI, that's what we call cartoons, right?
I wouldn't.
So,
I mean, yeah. I
so when you're
consider
watching
cartoons
these
Documentary.
documentaries,
Yep.
pay close attention because you're watching cartoons for adults. But go on.
I understand, CGI is not a real image. I would say cartoons are more drawn images that are goofy looking.
But you admit it's not real, right? They're showing you these documentaries of CGI things, right? That's what you're.
Well, yeah, I don't believe that they have, high-speed cameras shooting through galaxies. Those are, of course,
Can you
computer
find
generated.
There's no such thing.
I
It's all
do-
fiction. Yeah, it's all
it's my-
fiction,
my
bro. That's
current-
the point.
Can you
Okay,
find
well, you
one
asked my belief,
real?
bro. I'm still trying to explain.
Can you find one real photograph of a satellite in space, or is it always a CGI image?
This isn't what I was about to say, though. We were talking about the Big Bang.
You're right. Continue.
So my understanding from the information that I've been told is that observing celestial bodies moving away from each other, is something evident of an outward force in the universe. That's my understanding of it.
Right, but you're not. The problem is you're not observing that. There's nobody's observing any of that. So again, it's just a cartoon, bro.
But have you? Would you participate in an astronomy career in order to find out if you can observe it?
No, I've already worked for the government, so I already know what they're doing, bro. That's why we're trying to help you. It's not real. I've already been there. Thanks.
Why is there no visible parallax?
Sorry?
Why is there no visible annular parallax or even decannular parallax?
I'm going to go with these words.
Okay, well, forget parallax then. The point is they can't even use the telescope. It doesn't even work. All they have to do is point it at the horizon to show us that they're not faking any of this, and they can't do that, bro. There are no real pictures from these things. I'm 100 miles south from the Lucifer Observatory, which they put on Mount Graham here to watch the skies because I'm in one of the clearest spots in America, and it's not real, bro. Sometimes they show you pictures that are real, that show the night sky. They're not even using the telescope when they show real pictures. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm 153 miles from the Lucifer telescope.
Can I explain one thing I saw on TV and ask for your explanation of those events?
Sure.
Okay, so have you heard of the show Mythbusters?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, sorry. The show is called Mythbusters with Adam Savage and Jamie Sandler. I believe
Yes,
their names are.
yes, they're not very. Yes, they're a joke. Yes, go ahead.
Anyways, the episode was on moon landing hoaxes. People believing that the moon landing never happened. So one of the tests that they claimed to have done was that on the moon landing, supposedly some sort of plate was installed in a specific location that would deflect waves back to Earth very easily, whereas the rest of the surface, they would disperse when they hit, right? So the claim is that you can verify that humans have landed on the moon because if you shoot, I don't know, light or sound waves at the moon, they dissipate, but if you aim it at a specific coordinate, it reflects back and can be read. Can you give me your explanation of this?
Yeah, you've never done it, and you've never seen anybody do it. So what do I have to explain?
Okay, I'll take a stab at it.
I guess
we were bouncing stuff off of the moon way before the moon landing, right? And what they call a successful test is when they shoot the laser at the moon and they get back like 1 or 2, 4 or 5 photons from that laser, they consider that a success, right? But you can bounce radio signals off the ionosphere, and it's not even a solid object according to you guys. It's a very thin layer of atmosphere, right? So to think that you couldn't bounce, electromagnetic radio, light, right off of the moon without having these things, it's quite ridiculous.
Why would
and I want to point out another thing. When they showed you the shadows, they didn't have one source of light in that episode of Mythbusters, right? So they showed you how the shadows could be 2 shadows, but they actually had multiple sources of light, which is the very thing of contention that they were supposed to be covering. What, am I breaking up? Can you not hear me?
No, hold
I
on one
can
second.
hear
There's a
you, but that's not
right.
what I'm talking
Hold on,
about.
right. Okay, just listen because you're breaking. Go ahead and you should probably reset, PG, because it sounds like you're breaking up really bad. So I think there's a disconnection issue. So just reset and come back here. But the problem is that, like I stated, you've never seen that happen. No one's ever pointed at the moon with your, magical laser and then made correct adjustments, and now they can bounce something off the moon correctly that they couldn't from 2 inches on the left. That's never happened. So I can't really explain anything to you. That's never happened. How could I explain it to you? There's no such thing.
Okay, so I just want to make a correction to, I believe his name is Hank Hill, said is that you're 1 to 5 photons. Like, sure, that's true. It's not much, sure, but the amount of speed that would take.
Bro, we can't understand you. You're breaking up. No, we can't understand you, sir.
Yeah, you got to try to leave and come back. I think it just needs reset.
Yeah, rejoin, resync. It does that sometimes.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was a video of somebody, with some independent researchers pointing things at the moon to even make a claim about this, but it's not even claimed. It's like Mythbusters. Mythbusters said it, so it must be true. That doesn't qualify. Sorry.
All right, we're going to answer his last question here, and then we're going to ask him 3 questions because I think we've answered 3 of his so far. I think it's our turn to ask him some questions. When we answer.
The Savage was able to do the replica for one of the Apollo 11 module replicas or whatever the fuck it was for the anniversary. So they're compromised. And besides that, they're not scientists. They're not even engineers. They're prop makers for Hollywood. They're magicians.
So we're asking Hollywood movie magic magicians to prove something that they saw on TV like 50 years ago. Yeah.
I mean, just the absurdity of the whole thing. When you get down to the brass nuts of it and you look at it and you're like, holy shit. These ain't brass. These are just rusted tin with varnish on it.
Dude, why do we see the same stars every night? You'd think when the Earth is halfway around the sun, there would be different stars.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. The parallax. You see no annular parallax. The North Star is always in the North Star, no matter what. And throughout the centuries, throughout the millennia of man's observation, the zodiacal signs have always been where they've always been, and it's to denote the seasons.
And if you were to search, hold on real fast, if you were to search BBC 32,500, right, in numerical form, and then oldest known star chart, you can pull up the oldest known star chart, which is the constellation of Orion carved on a mammoth tusk. And if it's 32,500 years old with 0 parallax, that doesn't make any sense because according to what they tell us about the galaxy, the inner stars are moving the slowest and the outer stars are moving the fastest. If we're in the outer arm of the Milky Way galaxy, we're moving the fastest around the galaxy, and after 33,000 years, we would see parallax. Thanks.
I'm really high right now, and I looked up at the stars and went, holy shit. Why do that? Well, they're always the same, dude. They're always the same.
Okay, I'm back. I'm on data now because my Wi-Fi seems to be fucked.
It's all
Is
good.
it
Just
fine?
reset your Wi-Fi router and please continue with whatever you were saying.
Yeah, so
You still need an answer for the same question, right? About bouncing things off the moon?
yeah, so I guess I just want to say first that I believe Hank Hill maybe misrepresented what I was saying. I think I meant to say that they receive significantly more photons back, not just a few overall, and it would be from the difference of being pointed at something that's a celestial body versus being pointed at the air. And if it was pointed at the air, I feel like you would get a better reading if it was bouncing off the ionosphere because it would be much closer in theory, right?
Yep.
I will agree that I've never done this experiment. I've just taken people's word for it. But that's kind of going back to what I said about asking if you've ever been interested in doing astronomy. Like I haven't either, right? So I just figured like that seems to be the only way to be able to confirm these things firsthand. No.
Well, the problem is that what we can prove is something other than astronomy. We can all observe astronomy. The problem is the people that you're getting your information from are lying about everything else and actually saying the stars aren't really there anyway. They actually don't believe in astronomy. Your side says they're somewhere else millions of years ago or something like that because of time and the speed of light traveling. So none of you guys even believe in the stars. For all you guys know, they could actually be all gone by now because it's 20 million years ago when we see the light. So the problem is, again, we're just trying to accept what we see in reality, and we still have to deal with all this. Now we have to deal with Mythbusters because the government can't give you guys evidence. Now we need Hollywood people on Discovery Channel. So we're just going around in circles here. We don't even have a claim to when Earth curvature is measured or experienced. So these people are just hiding from you what we can prove. That's why we're talking about the sun, moon, and stars instead of discussing how we can easily disprove the globe Earth. So that's the problem.
Hey, bro,
All right,
trust
so
me.
I want to address. Nope, Indio. Go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, I want to say something about the EME moon bounce, and this is because if it was possible, it would falsify general relativity. You know that, right?
Can you explain how?
Okay, because the speed of light is not additive, right? If you're on a train going 100 miles an hour and you throw a ball at 60 miles an hour, the speed of the ball is 160 miles an hour. That's not how light works. Light has one speed, right? It has one speed. The Earth can be going at any speed, and the light is still going to go at the speed it's going, 300,000. What is it? 300,000 meters per second, right? So wherever you aimed at the moon, right? That's not where the light is going to hit at the moon because the speed of the Earth is not additive. You're going to hit 5,300 kilometers to the right. That's if you're actually seeing where the moon is right at that moment. But when you look at the moon, that's where the moon was 2.3 seconds ago. So, and then you shoot the laser, right? And by the time it got to the moon,
all right,
the moon has moved. The moon has moved 2.3. The moon has moved. Right, so now you're bouncing off the side of the moon. You ever hear of a spherical reflector? Do we use spherical reflectors?
Again, I don't think either of us are scientists. I don't really know, but I would assume that it would.
You don't have to be a scientist. This is just general relativity, dude. This is simple.
But I mean, have you ever? I don't know. Have we ever used these instruments? Like, I know we know they exist, right? But like, have we ever been the one operating them to claim?
What does that matter? There's a theory of general relativity that says the speed of light is constant, and that the speed of the Earth and the speed of the moon is irrelevant. The Earth is traveling at a speed. The moon is
depending on the medium. No? Like if it goes through glass or water, it changes speed slightly to bend.
Yeah. Well, to bend to actually, it's a deflection, but you can call it bending if you want.
The
point is, if you go on my YouTube channel, I've actually made a video about this, and I have citations, right?
Can you DM that to me then?
Yeah, I'll just post it in the live stream. Everybody can see it.
Okay, I'll just copy it then. Yeah.
So because you got the speed of the galaxy, right? And then you got the speed of the moon, and then you got the speed of all these things, and all those speeds have nothing to do with the speed of light. So the moon, wherever you're aiming.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so the moon, wherever you're aiming it at, has moved. Understand? Wherever you're aiming, that's not where the light is going. If the Earth is going, say, 17, what is it going? It's supposed to be going. The total speed of the Earth is supposed to be relative to what do they call it? The Great Attractor.
The Great Attractor.
Yeah, 1.3 million miles per hour. That 1.3 miles per hour is not added to the speed of light.
What if we made the assumption that they were accounting for the moon moving, such as like a sniper would account for, something?
Because they don't. They don't. How would you even aim it?
taking
Okay, listen.
calculations.
Think about this for a second. You're aiming at a convex mirror, because that's what you're doing. You're bouncing it off of something. You're getting a reflection off of a curved surface, right?
Yeah.
So you have to hit it at the perfect angle to get it to bounce back to you, to your receiver.
Yeah, and you're saying that you know the speed at which the moon would be moving due to general relativity or something, no?
Not just that. You have to hit the moon in the exact right spot because the surface is curved. Because the angle of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you have to hit it at the perfect freaking angle to get it to bounce back to wherever your receiver is on Earth. Then you add in Earth's rotation, then you add in the motion of the Earth, and then it's impossible. In light of general relativity, it's impossible. So
Practically impossible or
it's reflecting
impossible?
off of impossible. It's impossible.
Okay, is this your YouTube channel?
Indio 007, it's the YouTube channel. The thumbnail is Albert Einstein with his tongue sticking out. And I think the title of the video is EME Moon Bounce, Not Likely, or something like that. I made it like maybe a year ago, 2 years ago.
Wait, what's the title?
Hold on, let me just find it. Me?
Yeah, some people have a misconception. They don't realize that microwaves are technically light waves, just less intense. If they had more intensity to them, meaning smaller wavelength to it, then it would be.
Sorry, I got interrupted. Someone pulled up in a car and started talking to me.
It's all right.
Well, hold on a second. I'm like working. I'm outside just taking a break. And anyway, too much information.
I was trying to explain to Reknor that microwaves are light waves. Visible light are radio waves, just on a certain frequency. If the peak to peak is small enough and short enough, then you get visible light. Yeah, but see, if the moon is really a reflective surface, then we should be able to have cameras pointed to the moon at this time with infrared filters on it, and then shine a very powerful infrared laser at the moon and see if there's any shine coming off of it. If it's a reflected surface, especially when it's near full like this, then we should be able to see some sort of
Okay, I posted the video, and it's actually worse than, because when I was talking, I realized that I didn't account for where the moon appears to be is not where it is. I didn't even account for that. I just considered the moon is where they're aiming at. It's actually even worse. It's actually even worse than what I calculated on there.
Right,
so
you
there's a lot
posted
of things. There's a
in
lot of
BC?
things like in so-called science that do things like this, right? So like the black hole image. Have you seen this black hole quote unquote image?
It's like the one that where it's like purple or something.
It looks like the freaking head of a blunt. Snoop Dogg's black hole image. Okay, so that was taken at 2.97 gigahertz frequency. That is not visible light.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and they're claiming that they imaged something that is 1,700 times beyond the diffraction limit. The diffraction limit is the smallest angle that you can resolve with a device, radar receiver, whatever. Any electromagnetic radiation, there's a diffraction limit. So they're claiming that they can image things that are 1,700 times beyond that, when we know that they can't. Now, this black hole image went through the media. They hyped it up. Did they get a Nobel Prize for that? I'm not sure. They're probably being considered for it, but it's not an image of anything. It is literally just something that they generated out of their imagination.
They claimed it was like a girl or a lady or something like that.
Dude, Dr. Robotel did a great presentation on that.
Yeah, exactly. That's on my channel too. That's why I thought of it, because as I was scrolling, I saw it and I was like, "Damn." What's up, Jose?
Hey, it was good, India. How's everybody going?
Yeah, it's going okay.
Good. Dude,
So
my
far, so
Discord is so fucked up. Like, it's only showing me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people on the live stream. So I don't know who the hell else could be talking to me right now. There's no way for me to know unless I click out and I have to guess who's talking to me, unless I know them. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Discord, bro, on my phone.
My Discord app is so borked, man.
But I'll take a screenshot so you can see, like, this is what my live stream looks like right now. When I click on it.
Look,
Started acting up yesterday.
Look at
like
this shit.
live streams not showing up for people and stuff, like people that are streaming videos as well.
Yeah, check this shit out, bro.
What are you using?
Every time I disconnect and reconnect to voice chat, Discord, the app just restarts.
What do you guys use, an iPhone?
Yeah, iPhone trash.
No, I have a Google Pixel 3a. That's what I'm using at the moment.
Because I know there's some talk about like Google, or not Google, but like Apple phones not being, like, everything having to be scanned first for illegal activity and anti-government dissensions and all that kind of shit like that. Something like a lot of people tried to upload screenshots and they could not upload the screenshot.
I believe it, man. I won't get I won't get an iPhone unless someone gave it to me for free. You know, I won't fucking use an iPhone at all. Like, I wouldn't buy one.
That's why I got mine for free. That's why I'm using it.
Exactly. That's the only way I'll use it, dude. I'll use it if it's for free. Fuck yeah, I'll take. Dude, I'm not stupid, you know. I'm not an idiot.
If it's free, it's for me.
Yeah, exactly. But
Shit,
not trying to disrupt the conversation on my whole live stream issues. So back to the fucking the Snoop Dogg blunt. Continue. Yeah.
I want to go back to the EME moon bounce because, in my opinion, most likely it's being reflected off of plasma, because plasmas are known to have what's known as negative index of refraction. So it can negative index of refraction materials have two focal points, so they can appear to be at a different distance than they actually are. I'm not going to get it. I mean, it's just no one will understand what I'm talking about if I start talking about it.
So I'll tell you this, India. What you just said, if you think about it, you just said, like, let's say there's plasma up there. You can take that same logic and apply it to why the sun and stars and everything doesn't appear to be where it fucking is. That's what I got out of it.
They say there's a plasma up there. They say it. Not just me. They say that the Earth has a magnetic field, and entrained in this is high energy free protons and electrons, which is a plasma. And there are pictures of that too.
I just watched the video you made, Indio, and I mean, again, I still have to look more into this topic, but I think you should update this video and make it more detailed, because it's only a minute long and it has only one source. So I think it could be maybe a little bit more convincing.
How many sources do you need?
I mean, the only thing you put is just a source claiming that nothing can reach past the speed of light, which, I mean, is kind of already evident.
He needs it to say fact checked. Come on, bro.
Well, it's like, I mean, they can, like, just Look up this. I mean, do you want like 100 sources for the theory of special relativity with the
No,
exact same
like I
equation
said,
over and over and over again? I mean, what's the point of that?
like I said, I'm gonna go do some more research myself. But like this
Well,
shouldn't be
before
the
you
video
go,
you send people to
It's
convince.
literally describes it in the description of it. I chose that source because it specifically says that it is not additive. So if you look in a textbook or something else, they won't go to that particular point. They just stick the equation and they expect you to, do the logical inference that it is not additive.
When I was arguing earlier, I said like could they not just account for that, like aim it ahead of where the moon is so that it it reaches at that time.
And what precision would they need for that? Because they have to get the right angle. That's what I was trying to tell you. They have to.
Let's assume they have precision.
Okay, let's assume. Why? Why should we assume that?
Because they make
let's
logical
assume they
leaps.
don't. Do you see how that works?
I know, but like I'm listening to your argument. Can you argument and let's just make an assumption? Let's assume, just for the sake of the argument.
Okay.
Have
Well, let's think about it for a second. They're doing an EME moon bounce, LA to New York City. They need to calculate the distance of the moon, right? They need to calculate the angle that the ray is going to impact the surface of the moon, so they have to calculate the tangent at that point, right? Then they have to aim it, right? With a precision of, because there's no parallax, would have to probably be like in the thousandths of a degree, right? And then you have then when it bounces, the rays diverge. So you need to get in the beam center, right? So that's going to make it even smaller because of beam divergence. So you need a precision that is probably in the tens of thousands to millionths of a degree.
And so, as again, like your title says, not likely with relativity, right?
Not like
you said it was impossible.
Not likely is impossible to me. I mean, they claim that they can just do this. Mythbusters just claims they can do this. Ham radio operators claim they just do this.
If you say not likely is the same as impossible to you, then that's where our fundamental thing is different, because not likely and impossible are very different things.
Well, I've actually taken courses on statistics. Not likely is impossible to me.
All right. Well, yeah. I'll disagree to disagree there then.
Yeah, anything past like 5 to the negative 5 on the probability factor is a indefinite no, will never happen.
Listen, ham radio operators claim that they can just aim at the moon and do this. Research EME moon bounce, like ham radio, and their techniques of doing this, they don't account for anything. They just aim it at where they think the moon is. There's the moon. I'm going to point my my parabolic antenna at that and bounce a signal to somebody else. Mythbusters, they didn't account for any angle. What did they aim it with?
That's crazy, bro, when you think about it, because when you're thinking in a globe perspective, it's like you have to take a lot more into consideration than if just one thing is moving, right? It's just crazy.
Yeah. Think of what Epi Core used their laser. They had a stepper motor that aimed their laser with a precision of 0.000024 degrees.
And that's for 25 miles. Just imagine 238,000 miles.
Yeah, exactly. And if they're off by 1/10,000th of a degree, at the other end they're off by something like 2 feet. The moon, you're going to be off by 1,000 miles.
So let me try to put this into perspective. Okay, so get a sniper, right? He's got a Barrett 50 cal, right? And he hits a target, right? And it's the world record. Let's say the world record that the Canadian guy shot and killed a guy at 2.5, 3 miles, something like that, right? And now you get a guy with like a snub nose 38 special, and try to get him to get that same shot. Like, he's going to have a hard time lining it up without some serious precision. He's not going to be able to make the shot.
What if I said though that I think that's a little bit different, because a sniper rifle or a pistol has a one-shot thing. But what if we used a computer that used say, artificial intelligence that would continuously shoot the beams and track when it got a response and when it didn't, in order to calibrate this artificial intelligence to be able to, calculate it more accurately. Because that's an instant thing, technology.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it just be? Wouldn't it just be easier? Wouldn't it just be easier to ask the artificial intelligence what the fuck the shape of the Earth is?
But that's not what I'm talking about, right? I'm just saying, like, I think it would be a little bit.
I know. I'm just trolling, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking around. Trying to get some laughs in here. My bad.
So we did our best to answer some of your questions. Would you entertain 3 questions from us?
Yeah, I will.
All right. So anytime in ancient history up to modern times, has anyone directly measured Earth curvature? Directly measured it from the Earth? And if so, what was the method? How did they do it?
Let me put this in a notepad so I can get back to you tomorrow, because I do not have an answer for that. I don't know if anyone has ever done that. So.
Okay, that's a good answer. If you don't know,
repeat that one more time.
So,
anyone measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth, and if so, how they did it?
What do you mean by directly? Like physically, like with some sort of?
They can't measure the moon and say, "Aha, there's the Earth curvature on the moon." They got to directly measure the Earth or the water on the Earth, the surface of the Earth, basically, or the surface of the water. Right. And number 2, Earth rotation. Has it ever been directly measured? And if so, how was it done? Any time between ancient history until modern times, direct spin measured, spin of the Earth measured directly. And number 3, is there any way that you can show that you can have gas pressure without a container? Because there's a claim that if you go up high enough, eventually it turns into a vacuum, right? And next to that vacuum, you have gas pressure. According to all the gas laws that we know about, this is impossible. The very definition of gas pressure says that it's the force that the gas particles exert against the edge of the container. So how are you breathing right now? Because anytime you have pressed gas, right, it's pressing outwards in all direction, like in a propane tank. When you open it on the surface of the Earth, it's going to spew out and reach equilibrium, and then it's going to stop spewing. This is entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. So if you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, that'd be great. And those are our 3 questions.
All right, my friend. I will definitely get back to you tomorrow on those 3 questions when I do some research for myself.
All right. Thanks very much.
Hey, well, before you go, man, I just want to let you know, man. I just got here. I haven't been here in a while, but it's a fresh breath of air to have someone to have this exchange with someone. I know I was trolling a little bit, so excuse me for that. I like to have fun, but it's a fresh breath of air, to have someone come here and actually have a dialogue, back and forth, and no cursing, ad hominems. It's just a fresh breath of air, bro. So kudos to that, man. Definitely.
I mean, I come in here and it's quiet, so I can tell you guys are probably already comfortable. No one's talking and stuff. And it's also like sometimes I look at the roles and most people here are already flat earthers, so I can tell maybe it gets boring. Not many people want to engage with you. But I'm trying to be genuine. I just want to understand. So it's good for me too.
I also have one more question. Sorry about that. Any evidence that you could prove, like an experiment that proves the Earth going around the sun?
Again, I don't know. I'm not like a career scientist, so even if I had full belief, it's not like I had the time or applications to really take experiments like that. But I will do some research and find good sources for experiments that have occurred. I won't go on Wikipedia.
All right, fair enough. You got to stay off Wikipedia. Here's the deal. If you can come in here and remain honest like you have been so far, you're going to get along great with everybody. But once you start being dishonest and using tactics like logical fallacies and other tactics like that, you won't get along with us very well because we don't have time to tolerate that. But the way that you've showed yourself today, you've been outstanding as far as I'm concerned. And I would recommend maybe one of the moderators give this guy a seems genuine role or something like that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah,
I appreciate
thanks.
honesty.
Thank you for having me as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
come back
welcome to
anytime,
the
bro.
server, bud.
All right. Have a good night. All right. See you.
Yeah, that guy came in earlier, asked some questions. I think he just wanted some answers. I don't know if he's doing like a book report or a school assignment, but yeah, if the schools are sending their students here, that's probably for the best, right? Because it's not like they're learning anything real in public school anyway. So.
So he already admitted that it was a belief that he had that the Earth was a ball.
Well, he said he was going to get back with us, so he's going to try to go find the information. That's why I didn't label him with the belief and try to get the 3 points tag yet. So he said he's going to come back tomorrow and try to answer those questions.
But I thought that that's the point of the three questions. I'm not arguing with you. I'm like asking. I thought that's the point of asking them the three questions to prove to them that it's just a belief system that they have, but then it doesn't have any foundation other than a belief system.
Well,
Am
at the
I incorrect
beginning
in
of the
that thinking?
conversation, that is true. That is the main purpose of asking those questions. But at the beginning, the guy was, already on the way out, and so especially when he answered the first question with, "I don't know," but I'm gonna write these down and get back to you. It's like you kind of gotta switch gears at that point, you know. Just because he didn't actually answer them, he just wrote them down, you know. Even though he did say, "I don't know," so it's like want to at least give him a chance to look for the information rather than be like, you know.
Yeah, everything was gold. Like the last thing we want is someone to just. We don't want to force people to say like something's an idea when they don't even know what it is. So it's fair that he said he wrote them down and he's gonna look them up and see what he comes up with.
That's actually the
Whether
best case scenario
whether
instead of getting them with a
whether
gotcha.
yeah, whether he believes whether he ends up believing still what he believes and he comes back and says, yeah, I believe this, and he posts this sources, whatever. Then you hammer him down with that, that it's a belief. That's when you hammer him down. But right now he was honest. He said he didn't know, so that's fair, man. As long as he's gonna be serious and look up what we asked him, it's all good. Remember, at the end of the day here, like
The
even
real
even if you don't flat smack someone or get him fully on board, the goal is like, in my opinion, this is my opinion. The goal for me is just to get people in the right train of how to think. It doesn't even have to be like about flat earth. It could be even about any conversation. As long as you teach people to be critical about information, they'll come to it on their own, because that's where critical thinking leads you to. It's only the people that like just believe everything they're told that like are where they're at right now. That's why I look at. I'm not gonna bring up the shit, but I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like that's why where we're at right now with this whole fucking bullshit going on. But like
yeah,
it's just a way of thinking, bro, and that's all we gotta change. You don't like. I've gotten to the point where I feel like people don't even have to be flat earthers. Get them to that right line of thinking, of how to think, how to see the world with their own eyes, and they'll come up to their own fucking conclusions. And it's gonna be a lot better off
right.
than what it is right now. I guarantee it.
Or at the very least, keep
And
them
on top of
focused on the
that,
evidence.
we don't. Yeah, on top of that, um, you know, the curiousness. Like we sometimes it's good to leave people curious because what if they come back with 2 or 3 or 4 friends now? You know, that's a possibility. Like, hey, I was in this room, it was vastly different from what I found on the internet. Seems like those guys are about something different, you know.
I'll tell you what, Elijah. Curiosity is definitely what made me who I am right now. Because all my life I've been curious about shit. Like even when I was a globe earther, you'd say, I was curious about space, dark matter. Dude, I remember fucking in 2012, 2013, looking into like dark matter, dark energy, supernovas. you name it, anything to do with like what they called science, quote unquote. I was deep in that shit, bro. And because I was curious and I absorbed so much information of the globe Earth. That's why I think a lot of the flat earthers are very like good at, debating the globe Earth, because I think most of us were like that. I don't want to say everyone was like me, but I feel like a lot of the flat earthers I encounter here, when I hear their stories, they had the same fucking story I had, dude. Like they were just into information. You know, they're seekers of like knowledge, whether it was true or false. They were just trying to absorb information.
I mean, I think there are three parts of this whole thing, right? The third one, not everyone might agree. The first two is like knowledge and honesty, like being honest to yourself, doing the proper research. The third one would be my like view, God. Yes, he has already given us this so long ago. Hold on.
Sorry, I had got a call. Oh, I'm getting a call again.
But yeah, that's just.
Try again, buddy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Try again.
So basically, there are three parts. Like in my view, like some people might even jump me for it, but it's knowledge, honesty, and God. Like like the first two parts is basically the revelation, like being honest to yourself, and doing more research on the field. And then you come to the conclusion that this all has been created by an intelligent creator. And yeah, like, but I don't know if people will appreciate me sharing my own. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was sharing
I'm
the
sorry.
sentiment
Go ahead.
earlier. Yeah, I was sharing the sentiment earlier, and I think it's good to share it with you guys so you guys can think about this and views about how uh, you'll treat certain situations in the future knowing this. So, flat Earth is growing, right? We can all agree. Regardless of all the stuff that they've done, they couldn't stop it. It's still growing. People are still curious. So the bottom line is this: we're no longer gonna just get globe earthers. We're also gonna get a ton of flat earthers who have different views than us, and debate is still welcome. Or, well, I say debate, but not like to curse someone out because you know they think differently, or they may or may not, or you think, or you feel like they may not know what you know. Like, all you have to do is do the same thing you do with the globe earthers. Like, hey, well, have you considered things in this way? Did you have this information before? Let me share with you my resources. You know, like, because again, we don't, like, this is a growing community, and like, there are going to be a lot of flat earthers who come in again with different opinions, sometimes even of the opinions that come from Google. That might be good enough. That might be good enough. Just seeing a debunk video over and over, not being able to find a legitimate debate if you don't know certain search tactics, that just might be enough for someone to go, yeah, it's not a globe. This shit is crazy. You know, we have we have to be as with them as we are with Bluebird.
Yeah, I wanted to say to the guy with the accent who was speaking before Elijah, you asked, you don't know if we appreciate your comment. Absolutely, we appreciate everyone's comment.
Thank you. But because, like, to me, it seems like this is the first step, right? Like, if we hypothetically get everyone to see the world as it is, there is a step beyond that, like, and next to it. Like, let's say hypothetically everyone agrees that the Earth doesn't curve as they say it does. Then the question would be, how did the Earth came into place? Who, like, who was the cause? Who designed it? And all these answers, from my view, have been answered already. But it takes time for people to get to that point. Like some people. But yeah. Like, I don't want to take the stage a lot. Like, I'm more of a listener. So if someone wants to take over.
No, you're good, bro. And don't be bashful. You got just as much right to speak as everyone else does here, and we can understand you perfectly. Pointed out your accent only to say who I was talking to because I didn't catch your name because I'm driving.
It's Shinji. But yeah, I do have an accent. I mean, it's just a fact.
Shinji, where are you from?
I'm from Belgium.
Ah.
Europe, yeah.
Yeah, very nice to meet you, Shinji. I think we may have spoke once before. I don't think you ever told me your name, but yeah, nice to officially meet you, or whatever, online meet, whatever.
It's nice to meet you as well.
I heard you guys have really nice chocolate.
Yes, we do.
It's a lot better than the Hershey's here, because I guess here in the States, like if you're from like Belgium or even Europe, and you try a piece of Hershey's chocolate, everyone says it tastes like throw up.
I mean, like if you ever come to Belgium, you have to try Leonidas. Like, it's a very good chocolate brand. Like, yeah.
I like dark chocolate only because it's good for you, and anything that's like bitter, you should probably eat it like as much as possible.
I agree. Licorice.
Whatever, y'all can eat that bitter crap.
No, but chocolate is actually proven to be good for your heart, and that's a bitter chocolate, at least.
And it's high in like the cacao nibs are high in vitamin C,
antioxidants,
magnesium, and copper. So it's good for you and good for your temple, good for your immune system. Just the raw cacao.
It's got all these nutrients in it, but keep in mind these are all in a much less bioavailable form than that you can find in a steak. And you can find every single nutrient you all just mentioned inside of a steak, plus more that you can't find in plant material.
What about spare ribs?
I gotta add so much sugar to your bitter concoctions that it's no longer good for me.
Speaking of steak, what are your thoughts on like the vegan diet?
Trying to start a war.
It's not about what you eat, it's about what you absorb.
Questionable meat. Like, say for instance, you're in a place where all the meat you get is coming from like factories, and it's questionable. You don't know if the meat was sacrificed to an idol or not. Then being a vegan is okay because you're not eating the questionable meat. So that means like Walmart, or not Walmart, like McDonald's and stuff like that. How is that meat processed? How is that animal slaughtered? It's not kosher.
Yeah, the meat at Walmart too.
Yeah. You got to find out about that. You got to find like the local butcher, and if you can't find the local butcher, guess what?
Imagine if they did it with a statue of Baphomet at the slaughterhouse. This would be a step further, wouldn't it?
That reminds me of Dogma, that movie Dogma.
My thing
The-
about vegans. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
The Gamubi cow. It's like a altar that they all worship.
My thing about vegans is they're usually sickly, especially the
don't
ones
get
that don't
vegans.
supplement.
Yeah, well, supplements won't solve their nutritional deficiencies because, again, it's all about what's most bioavailable. It's quality over quantity when it comes to bioavailable nutrients. Amino acids, minerals, vitamins, and omega fatty acids.
Well, I think about the two flat Earth vegans, right? I think about Patricia Steer, and she looks good for her age. And I think about Eric Dubay. He looks kind of scrawny. So for the women, I guess I guess it's okay. But for a dude, I don't know, man. If that's what you want.
I don't trust anybody who doesn't eat meat.
Patricia wears a
The
lot of
funny-
makeup, so
The,
not
the
to
funny
talk
thing
crap
is
about her, but it's hard to know exactly what she does look like, Hank. Even in person, like she's got a lot of makeup on. I've seen her in person. Like you can't really tell what her skin looks like, like the whether it's healthy or not. Just because, just saying, I'm not talking crap about her at all. I'm just saying she wears a lot of makeup, so it's hard to tell if she looks healthy or not.
something funny is that a lot of people think that eating fat makes you fat. The reality is eating carbs or sugar makes you fat because it raises your insulin levels, and insulin is a hormone that serves multiple functions inside the human body, and one function that it serves is for storing energy. So it
Can it cause
transforms.
baldness?
Yeah, well, it does a lot of different things, but primarily it stores, carbohydrates and sugar in the form of water and fat on your body, which is why people get fat when they eat sugar. They get fat when they eat carbs. They get fat when they eat bread. They get fat when they eat rice. And the thing is what's so strange about it is so many people think that when you eat a steak, protein and fat, the fat on the steak, that'll make you fat, right? Like, no, it's actually quite the opposite. When you eat fat, especially that kind of fat, it adjusts your body to be more able to burn fat as fuel. And then it's easier for your body to burn the fat that's on your body as fuel because it's adjusted to burn the fat that's in your digestive system. So when you eat fat, it makes you thin. When you eat sugar, it makes you fat. Or eat carbs, it makes you fat.
You can tell somebody eating too many carbs when they get like the carb face, where their face is all swollen and they got like big black bags under their eyes. Like you can tell they're eating too much carbs. And when I go on keto, like I'm a fat guy, right? So this isn't for everybody, but when I go on keto, man, I can feel the difference, see the difference. Like there's a huge difference.
Well, even saying fats, right? Isn't it like oils, right? Like we call it fats, but technically it's oils because and oils have like a different amount of they say like calorie, like if it right, like oils have 9 and then they say carbohydrates have 3. It's all this BS stuff that they're taught like in I don't know if it's in I forget what kind of school. They teach people about the human body and stuff like that.
Yeah, with carbs, it would be 4 or 5 calories per gram. But you were right about the fat; it's 9 calories per gram.
And I don't even know how true that is, but what I do know is that fats definitely are like you can eat less food and be more fulfilled with fats and with oils. So, yeah, I agree with you.
Well, yeah, because of the simple math of that. So if it's 9 calories per gram for fat, and that's all fat, not just this kind of fat or that kind of fat. You know, everything from an olive oil to an avocado to a steak. You know, fatty steak, fat from a steak. It's all approximately 9 calories per gram. So since it's simply more calories per gram, you can eat less total grams of food and have the same amount of calories in you. So like you said, yeah, you would be eating less and feeling potentially more full or just as full. But when it comes to the oils thing, so it's like you can make technically, you know, cooking oil from, you know, rendered beef, you know, which would be beef tallow. But that's not what's normally considered an oil. Typically, when people use the word oil, it's referring to crop oils, which mean making from, you know, canola seed or whatever kind of seed that comes from, or, you know, canola oil or soybean oil, another kind of plant crop-based oil, or olive oil,
I see.
another kind of crop-based oil. So normally when you say oil, you're talking about a plant-based fat. And typically these aren't very good for you because after 2 weeks at room temperature in a sealed container, they oxidize. And when they turn into an oxidized plant-based oil and you eat it and it gets into your bloodstream, it causes plaque to form, causes artery failure and heart failure.
How do you feel about coconut oil and avocado oil? I'm just wondering because I really like using those. So.
They're good, but grass-fed ghee is better. I think from the research that I've done.
The ghee won't hurt your arteries like the crop oils will. So even coconut oil will cause damage to your arteries. I think maybe, I don't know, maybe a little bit less, like as far as coconut oil goes, maybe like there are some crop oils that are much more dirty than other crop oils. So I'll give you an example. Soybean oil is the worst one you could ever possibly eat for 2 reasons. One, or maybe 3 reasons. I mean, there's the lectins in it that I don't know might be still in there too. But it's an unbalanced fat. You know, it also messes with your hormones because it's soy. That'd be reason 2. But primarily, it's an unbalanced fat, meaning that the human body, functions best when you ingest, on average, throughout the day, 18% polyunsaturated fat, and 55% monounsaturated fat, and about 35% roughly saturated fat. And so, since we're supposed to intake only 18% polyunsaturated fat, when you eat something like soybean oil, which is 68% saturated, I'm sorry, not saturated fat. I'm sorry, I meant polyunsaturated fat. Yeah, so soybean oil is 68% polyunsaturated fat, which our body only needs 18% of. So you're flooding your digestive system with something that your body only needs a small amount of, and ingesting a large amount of that throws your body off in ways that I can only barely understand because I didn't go to school for this sort of thing. I didn't really study it quite that far. But the point is,
I can tell you, it overwhelms. Yeah, like it overwhelms your body, right? Like if you can only process this much, it can definitely process the rest, but it's just going to probably even take longer and make you not be as efficient as you could be, right? Same as like at night, you're supposed to be eating at night because that is when, if you eat, then you'll get tired. That's when the perfect time to go to sleep. And then when you wake up, it's not necessarily the best time to eat because you're going to be active and you don't want to be kind of bogged down by your energy being used for metabolizing food when you need to use it to be like awake, right? So I don't know, just cool things to think about.
Yeah, so I would suggest just eating whole coconuts if you can get a hold of them and break them open somehow, or whole avocados, but not try to steer away from the coconut oil and the avocado oil. But whole avocados, as far as I know, are the statistically least inflammatory food, plant-based food, least inflammatory plant-based food in the world. I know from a statistical standpoint, meaning that there's almost virtually no one in the world that has an allergic reaction to avocado in any way, shape, or form.
And
Yeah,
you're right.
avocado is the
Eating
Mexican
the whole
apple.
foods are the best.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, yeah, whole foods are the best to get your nutrients from, like eating the fruit or eating the whole thing.
Yeah, I save the grease from hamburgers and steaks and pork and bacon, and just use those to, if I want to stir fry some vegetables, I use you use tallow or use lard. It's so much better for you.
That's crazy. Someone talking so much about health and you still eat pork.
Fuck yeah. Bacon. Can you live without bacon? Really?
Yeah,
Any
you might
sodium
remember to
nitrate
eat at
added.
your house.
There's nothing better in this world than bacon.
I beg to differ. You ever had brisket?
I guess everybody consumes
Yes.
some kind of trash, right?
Okay, brisket. Okay, I could. Yeah.
Bacon sliced brisket smoked. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my god. 18 hours on the smoker. Yeah.
Yep. It's better than that
Yeah.
swine stuff that smells like hair.
I do have to admit, brisket is pretty bomb.
Brisket's way better than bacon, bro. I'm telling you. And it's just as bad for you too.
I love putting brisket in eggs. You know what I mean? Like making up an omelet and throwing in some brisket from the day before, whatever, throw it in there. So
Just
good.
collect all the drippings from it and render all the grease. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're cooking a burger, try to take the drippings from the burger and pour them back on top of the burger, or eat them somehow, some way, because there's just as much potassium in 4 ounces of beef typically that there is in one whole banana. But the thing is you have to eat the drippings. You have to cook it. The banana you don't have to cook, and the banana's full of sugar anyway.
Yeah, but is it true that an apple has more protein in it than an 8-ounce steak?
No, not at all.
Are you sure?
Apples are purely water, sugar, and dietary fiber.
Fiber.
There's
I
no
was gonna say
protein or
fiber.
fat in an apple.
Yeah, I was gonna say fiber. I've never heard of an apple having protein.
Are you really?
I think you're talking about broccoli or something, man.
You can find trace amounts of antioxidants and maybe minerals inside the skin of an apple. But other than that, no, there's no protein in there. No fat or protein in an apple.
Yeah, it's mostly just water and fiber, sugar. Did you know though, if you're able to eliminate your sense of smell, it's almost impossible to distinguish between a potato and an apple if you eat both of it. If you take a slice of each without your sense of smell, it's hard to tell the difference between the two.
It's hard to tell
tried
what
that.
you're eating without a sense of smell. Like if you truly don't have a sense of smell.
Well,
Yeah, but he's talking about the texture though.
It's the texture. Your taste is also part of your tasting is also smell. I tried it. I took a sliver of potato and a sliver of apple, and it is very difficult to tell the difference.
That's how you can tell if you have the beer bug. They give you a potato, and if it tastes like, if it doesn't taste like anything.
I'm sorry, I meant potassium, not protein. Potassium.
Oh, I'm not sure how much potassium's in an apple. I know
Like
there's a
almost
decent
200
amount of vitamin
micrograms
C
or
in there.
milligrams. Almost 200 milligrams.
Oh yeah,
Four
still though it
grams
has a lot of sugar in it, so the sugar, might not do so many favors.
So potassium is good for protein synthesis. It helps turn protein into muscle fiber.
18 grams of sugar, 4 grams of glucose, 10 grams of fructose, and 3.8 grams of sucrose.
In a banana?
No, in an apple.
Oh, in an apple.
Keep in mind the potassium be less bioavailable than that in meat. The most bioavailable form of minerals per capita is in meat, the minerals that you find in meat. And you'll find the most minerals, trace minerals, in red meat as opposed to other animals like chicken, turkey, or fish from the ocean or rivers. So red meat animals that walk around, ruminants. The fat, for some reason, I don't know why it is. I mean, I guess there's some reasons that you can dive into or whatever, but for some reason, that animal, that type of animal, like a goat or a cow or a sheep or a venison or an elk, these kinds of animals, the fat has a lot more trace minerals in it that our bodies need to function, as
Yeah,
opposed
but
to
that's
other
if they're
animals.
grass fed. You know, if they're corn fed, could be different. But I guess if the other animals are corn fed too, it cross cancel out. But the key is that, if you're talking about nutrients, you don't want a factory farmed animal, right?
Always grass fed. You could
Yeah, that's a good point.
tell
It's only
the
grass
difference.
fed. In this sense, with what I'm talking about, you're right. It only applies to grass fed. But keep in
It's only
mind,
6 point.
it applies to properly. Still, my point still stands when it comes to properly taking care of animals. So what I'm saying is, even if you have a chicken that's fed bugs, like how a chicken's actually supposed to eat bugs instead of grains, corn, or whatever, even if you have a chicken that's taken care of to the best of your ability, the mineral content in the fat of that chicken is significantly less than the trace mineral content you'll find in the fat of a cow that's properly taken care of.
Also, per ounce of grass-fed steak is 6.5 grams of protein. A lot of sodium, 15.6 grams or milligrams of sodium. That's per ounce.
Yeah, there's actually more protein in the chicken. The chicken meat is actually more efficient for getting protein into you. So there's actually more absorbable. I don't know, per pound of meat, you get more grams of total protein or absorbable protein in a chicken. So that's actually one advantage of a chicken over a cow. But that small, tiny upside is insignificant in contrast to the mineral content difference that you find from a chicken to a cow.
And the what do you call it? Like vital minerals and vitamins, the vital minerals, right? Vitamin B6 and vitamin
Trace
B12.
minerals? Is that what you're trying to think of? Trace minerals?
No, vitamins and minerals. It says vitamins B6 is 2 or 0.2 micrograms, which is 15% daily value at 1 gram or 1 ounce of steak. And then vitamin B12 is at 0.4 micrograms, which is 16% of daily value. So it's good for B vitamins. Good for niacin. It's 10%. And everything
And
else.
the only minerals that you find in the cow are dependent on the minerals that were in the ground that the grass was grown on, that it was eating from, or the minerals that are in the salt lick that the rancher gave to it. So you can only hope or do your best to make sure that those minerals are in the quantities and variety that they should be, where they should be, so that they get into the cow, so they get into the steak, so they get into you, so that you function properly.
Most people that raise animals, herd animals like that, will have a salt lick and a mineral block.
Apparently lamb has got way more protein, 23 grams for 4 ounces. It's got a lot of more potassium in it, less sodium.
Lamb, really?
And 6
Yeah.
times 4 is what, Matthew?
Huh?
You said that
6
the
times
beef
4.
was 6 an ounce, right?
Yeah.
And you just said that the lamb was 24 for 4 ounces. So I'm asking
it's
you, what's 6 times 4? How does it have more protein? Like, I
'cause
can't
this says
spell, but I can do math, right?
this says 3% daily value, right? And this one for the 4 ounce comes to the protein is 22.6 grams.
I like lamb, but I can't. It's got a I don't know if it's just too rich or what. You have some land and you're like, I'm good for a while before you want it again.
The different flavor of it is definitely unique. No one can say it tastes like chicken, that's for sure.
I know what tastes like chicken.
You know what's supposed to be really good is ostrich meat. Supposed to be like lean like chicken, but still tastes like red steak.
Have you had alligator or crocodile or like frog's legs?
Yeah.
Those taste like chicken.
Alligator's like pork though, so it's like a spongy texture. When I had alligator down in Florida, and to me it was just like eating pork.
I think it might have like a texture of a pork, but to me it always tasted like chicken.
Is alligator even a clean animal?
Nope.
Yeah, probably not.
There's ostrich.
What do you mean by a clean animal?
Well, see, there's this thing. There's a difference between food and food-like substance, right? A cow has like 4 stomachs and it filters its food, and it doesn't eat anything that's like nasty as long as it's in a pasture and eating grass. Whereas a pig will eat like a dead carcass. Anything, that you're getting from a pig is probably not going to be too good because it's not food. It's not meant to be food. It wasn't designed to be food, but it just happens to taste like food. It's the same thing like between McDonald's and like organic watermelon, right?
I wouldn't compare like a bottom feeder. Are you talking about bottom feeders?
Yeah, like shrimp. You're not supposed to eat shrimp, or you're not supposed to eat shark or dolphin.
I wouldn't compare a bottom feeder to like a quarter pounder from McDonald's, but I get what you're saying.
Well, how do you know that meat wasn't that animal wasn't sacrificed to an idol?
Well, yeah, that's getting into it.
That's like where I'm at right now, bro.
I would be more worried about like if there's like human meat or horse meat or something else in the meat, rather than if it was sacrificed to an idol or not.
Sacrifice to an idol? What are you talking about?
Well, aside from that, so pork, like pigs being bottom feeders on the land, and then there's bottom feeders that also live underground or like underwater,
Yeah.
Yeah, pigs can digest any food. They can eat anything. They eat anything, and they digest like almost anything. They can eat bone and digest it.
Yeah.
So if there was a murder and the person shaved the head, burnt the hair, pulled the teeth, and fed it to a pig, you would never know. You would say this is some crispy bacon.
Yeah, that's why they have pig farms.
Still tastes good, dude. I don't know, but I get your point.
So you're not. Who says you're not supposed to eat a pig? Or what do you guys think?
Well, the first person to say it, you're probably not going to hold high regard, but it was an Egyptian prince who wrote down the Torah. And later
I'm
on,
sorry.
it's okay.
No,
Yeah,
I understand.
and later on,
just from the Bible. I get.
Yeah, and later on, Egyptian princes. It's not like they were educated or anything, but yeah, later on, the scientists did confirm what the Bible had been saying for thousands of years about you probably shouldn't eat pigs.
Yeah. Islam and Judaism, they both they don't eat pig for good reason.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's an uncleanliness about them. Is that what you're talking about, Hank?
Yeah, they're not food. Pigs are not food.
Science proves that, like, scientists did tests, right? And every every animal that the Bible in Leviticus says is clean, tested almost no toxin levels compared to all of the ones that it lists as unclean. The one, like, without fail, every one that it said that was unclean had a much higher toxin level in it. I don't know the name of that study or anything. I read it many years ago, but you could look it up. You know, scientific. I don't know if it was don't be pedantic here. I don't know if it was a true scientific experiment, but I'm just telling you what to Google. Scientific experiment on biblically clean and unclean foods toxicity
Yeah, like
levels.
we know not to eat dolphins, right? Because what Japan did for a while, they were feeding pregnant women dolphins, and kids were being born with severe neurological disorders, being born both blind and deaf because the neurotoxins in a dolphin's body, the mercury is just really high. So the Bible says you should only eat fish that have both fins and scales. So it turns out that those are the best fish that you can eat. Like, you don't want to eat a catfish because it doesn't have scales, right? And you don't want to eat a dolphin because, yeah, you get it.
Scales.
And you guys abide by all that?
Do?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
So
my
has
household
anybody
does.
here? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't know if they heard me. I interrupted you. Sorry. Or we started speaking at the same time. You go ahead. Does anybody what?
So has anybody here ever eaten like a bass out of a lake?
I catch bass often.
Have you ever like cooked one and eaten one?
Yes, many times.
Yep.
Do you consider that a bottom feeder though?
Nope.
No, a bass won't eat anything that's dead, really. I mean, if it's really hungry, you might be able to catch it on a worm that you've recently killed because it's on your hook, but they only eat stuff that's alive.
Yeah, but I
Bottom
mean,
feeders
like,
typically have their mouths on the bottom, up, so that they can literally eat off the bottom of, and that's kind of like a distinguishing character.
And see, bass have scales and fins.
yeah, but let me tell you this. Let me tell you this story. I caught a bass one time, and you know how you get a bass that, you know, they swallow the hook and everything like that, right? Well, these people in the past, I don't know who they were, how long it was ago, but that bass digested the hook and it was like sticking out the bottom of its fucking butthole and it was still hooked in there. You know what I mean? Like, is that considered dirty? Is that considered a bottom feeder? Or is that like, what is that?
That's considered a tortured animal.
I kind of agree, but like, you wouldn't want to eat that one, right?
No.
Anna have scales and they eat anything.
First
See,
of all, when you
here's
gut
the
a
other
fish,
thing.
clean it. Like you're not gonna have to worry about that, right?
You
I
ever
think it's
had
more about the
weasel?
digestive, the way the digestive system is. I think that it's different with a fish that has fins and scales, just like so all the mammals listed in the scriptures that are listed as clean, there's no fermentation involved. They don't eat their own poop. I mean, there's fermentation involved. Sorry, I said that absolutely backwards. The ones that chew the cud and have a split cloven hoof, their stomachs actually, their digestive system has a fermentation process in it. A rabbit, it chews the cud, but whenever it poops, it eats its poop again because there's the fermentation happens outside of its body. Then it re-eats the poop. If you are interested in it, this guy named Walter Veith has a really good video about the different clean and unclean animals. He goes through most of the common ones and shows the difference in the digestive system and whatnot.
Yeah, that Walter Veith guy, don't sleep on that dude. He's like a preacher, but it's more like he's an extremely highly educated professor, and he doesn't really preach. He just gives lecture after lecture.
It's like
Another
historical facts.
Yeah, the dude is really on top of his game. Manly P. Hall is another guy that you can listen to. I understand that he's a Mason and all that stuff, but like this dude is just full of knowledge. Like he'll sit there and talk for like an hour without looking at anything but like nothing. He's just talking from memory. And this dude is just like amazing. And some of the stuff he talks about is occult or hidden knowledge. I guess, do your own soul searching to figure out what that means. But to me, occult means hidden. And the Bible says that his people perish for lack of knowledge. So, man, I've consumed hundreds of hours of Manly P. Hall, and I want hundreds more. The dude is just loaded.
I thought esoteric meant hidden, and occult meant just like some religious thing.
Okay, so
retarded? Am I being retarded right now, or
no, you're not. Okay, so esoteric means hidden. Occult means hidden. So during a heliocentric solar eclipse, the moon occults the sun temporarily.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I know where my lack of. I was thinking the definition of cult, not occult.
Right. Cult means culture.
Gotcha, yeah.
So technically, Jesus started a culture or a cult, right? If you're in the police cult, you're in the police culture. You got the thin blue line, and officer safety is number one, right?
Right. Thank you. Back on track now.
Yep.
I was being retarded for a minute.
No, you weren't. You're just asking questions.
All religions are cults. I mean, really.
Well, technically, all cultures are cults. So you got Mexican women that work together, right? Oh, he's breaking up. You're breaking up.
Job,
man.
is the best. Mexican women working together.
Yeah, you were breaking up. Sorry. So Mexican women working together, like if you pay attention, they're their own little cult, their own little culture. Not just because their language, but because the way that they talk shit about each other. Like they really it's really interesting, and the men do it too. Like if you're working with the Mexican men, like they'll come up with like the worst thing that they could say. Like when you sneeze, they say Sancho, which means there's a dude at your house sleeping with your wife while you're at work. Like, and it's just their little cult.
Yeah. Mexicans are ruthless, bro. They're like the biggest trolls. I can attest to that.
And everything's voodoo. It's all voodoo. They mess something up. It's not their fault. It's voodoo.
Is it? I never heard that before.
No,
that must be like a Southern Texas thing.
They're so superstitious.
Dude, Mexicans are so bad. The Mexicans are so bad that I don't know if you guys. I'm sure most of you don't follow fucking soccer, but there's actually a big issue with the Mexican soccer team right now because the LGBT community is going after them because they have this thing where the goalkeeper, every time the goalkeeper from the opposing team kicks the ball from his side, they yell out "puto." The whole stadium, all Mexicans do it. It's just like a thing that's been happening since since soccer began for them, I guess. And right now, the LGBT community is going after them, and they're actually making the team every time that the audience says it, they make the team take a 10-minute timeout, like as a punishment, because they want the people to stop saying it, and they can't really force them. So the way they do it is they punish the actual team itself, and they'll be like, all right, we're going on a 10-minute intermission because they said puto, It's hilarious, bro.
Why don't they tell the alphabet group that they're the ones that have a new culture, and these other people have had their culture forever, and they don't like it when people mess with their culture and tell them what they're doing is not right. So why is it okay for them to go around telling everybody else what they do isn't right?
Let me
Yeah,
guess. It's
what
You're
pisses me
such
off, dude?
hypocrites.
What pisses me off, dude, is that puto. It could mean fag, but in that instance, it doesn't mean fag. You know, like puto is one of
yeah.
those
I was
words.
gonna
Like,
say it's ambiguity, isn't it? Because Mexicans
yes,
love ambiguity humor.
yes, like it doesn't mean that you're a faggot. You know, like in that instance, it's literally like the word puto could be used in any fucking sentence, and it can mean so many different things. And depending on how you form your sentence, it means something completely different. The word puto is like you can put it anywhere, bro.
Puto, when used in Mexican culture, is basically like saying bitch. It's not. It doesn't mean it doesn't. Yes, technically the translation is homosexual, but they use it like uh, to each other as say just like when we say bitch to somebody, we're not actually calling thinking that they are a bitch, but it's just nomenclature. It's a word,
That's
and it doesn't mean anything, but we are looking at it, Americans are like, oh my God, it's homophobic. No, it's really not. They're not being homophobic when they're saying it. It's no, I'm from Tucson, Arizona, so I live, I'm in deep in Mexican culture. My wife is Mexican. I go to Mexico all the time. I'm just saying
I
it's
thought what
yeah.
oh
When they say puto, it's like saying I'm saying bitch.
but wait,
Hey,
isn't
do
is
you mind me
when they say
asking? Do you mind
way,
me asking you real quick? Where your wife is from? Do you know what state of
Yeah,
Mexico?
from
I'm just curious.
Sonora, Santana, Sonora.
Sonora? Oh, dude, she's from the desert then, where
Oh yeah,
all the narcos are, all the narcs.
oh yeah, oh yeah. It's
It's
very
bad right
dangerous.
there. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
bad right there.
yeah. Her
Dude,
her daughter her daughter still lives there, and there's they the cartel comes in and shoots up the town like every week at least. They come
yeah,
in and
it's
just start
bad, dude.
shooting. Yeah,
Dude,
it's
it
pretty
was
bad.
bad. It's bad now. It's gotten worse because the last time I went to Mexico was in 2012, and it was bad, dude. Like, the town that my parents grew up with, we used to go there every year to visit. And when I was younger, up till like I was 12 years old, my dad actually used to drive from. We used to live in Palmdale, California, which is about an hour north of Los Angeles. We
Yeah.
used to drive all the way to Jalisco, Guadalajara. I don't know if you know where that is, but it's
Oh yeah,
a little
yep.
bit further. It's further from Sonora, and we
Yeah,
used to drive through there. We used to drive through, Sinaloa, through Sonora,
yeah.
all those states just to get to Guadalajara. And every time we drove through Sonora, dude, it was like my dad was even like he'd have his gun on him, like on his fucking lap, like he was worried. And this was when I was little. So I wasn't even aware why he was so worried about that shit when I was young. But now that I'm older and I revisited Mexico in 2012, dude, I realized that the town wasn't even ran by the government. It was ran
Nope.
by cartels. I was like
Exactly.
so fucking amazed, dude. I was like, because like, dude, like literally, like I made friends with a bunch of people that I didn't even know they were working for the cartel there. When I lived there, I didn't even know until like later on, and like I was like, what the fuck, like, and they started explaining to me how it works, and I was like, how does it work? Like, well, like pretty much we just pay off all the federales. That's what they call them. The police out there. We pay all the federales, so they're on game. They know all our business, and we actually are the police here. We protect the town. So like when there's like an incident in the town, like if someone robs someone, they don't send the police. They send the cartel to the person that robbed that person, and they fuck them up. Like they
Oh
do
yeah.
street justice. They do street justice there. They don't call the police. They don't send you to jail. They fuck you up. And if you have a lot of offenses, then it gets worse. But yeah, dude, it's crazy. I was just like, what the fuck's going on out here? It's like a whole different world from the United States.
Yeah.
too?
You
Bunch
definitely
of
don't want to
Hispanic
drive down there right now.
from Mexico, and they would say that as soon as they were all illegal, so they said as soon as they crossed the border, the first thing that they would do is find a cartel member, because they said that they could give the cartel member all their cash, and they'd only charge them like 5%, and by the time that they made it home, their money would already be at home minus 5%. But if they got caught by a federale on the way home, that they would just take all their money.
Right now, it's the cartels are controlling all the illegal immigration into the U.S. and they're they're really bad. Maybe that was the case in the past, but now it's if you got to pay like a cartel member to get you across the border, and normally what will happen is they'll just rob you and leave you there, or they'll tell you, oh, now you owe more once you've already paid. they'll demand more. And if you're a female, expect to get raped at least 3 times before you get across the border. That's just the way it is right now. These poor people coming from hold on, sorry, I'm driving right now.
My one
Well,
friend
yeah,
that was Hispanic, he said that so many people die the way that he come across the border. He said because it's a 2-day trip through the desert. He's like, and people won't take enough water with them. And he's like, he personally seen so many people die just making that trip.
Oh
'Cause
God, yeah. There's
they're too
always
lazy to carry enough water on from the start.
well, there's a group here in Tucson that goes out to the desert and they set up they get big water tanks like on trailers, and they'll actually take them down there and give out free water to people who are crossing. But most of the time, this is what's happening right now is they're coming across the border and they're running to the first border patrol agent they see and they're surrendering themselves because they get
because they get to come in for free and they get government.
Right. I
they
mean,
get taken
what
care
happens
of.
is they come across the border, and instead of making that 2-day trek through the desert and possibly dying, they get themselves arrested because they know they're going to be arrested. They go to the detention center there in Tucson, and then they're let out usually the next day, pending a trial, and which of course they just never go to. So that's it's
To be fair, bro, I don't want to get all political, but like, I fucking hate the president right now. And I'm Mexican to that. Like, I'm not trying. Like, my parents came here illegally. They only got amnesty because of Ronald Reagan. So like,
Sure.
I'm not trying to talk bad about Mexicans, but dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like the way
well,
this
it's not
shit,
even
the country,
it's not even really Mexicans that are doing it right now. It's
not. It's like
it's
Asians,
Guadalajara. It's Guatemalans, and now
Salvadorians.
there's a big influx. My buddy works for the Border Patrol right now, and he said it's a lot of Haitians right now. He says that
Haitians.
Yeah, but we
the,
fucked with their countries down there in South America. The CIA's been running down there for God knows how long, like screwing up their economies, toppling their leaders. This is all by design. I mean, the Arab Spring sprung a bunch of immigrants into Europe, and then all the stuff that's been going on, all these operations and toppling of regimes in South America, it's causing the same problem. And as far as I could tell, it goes right along with World War I and World War II, where all the white people are killing each other. I hate to be racist about it, but it just appears that there's an agenda to stamp out whitey. Just my opinion.
No, there is, bro, and I'll agree with you. I'm Mexican. Dude, I'm Mexican, and I can tell you right now, like dude, I live in California, California, right? Like, I see a lot of Hispanics that buy into the whole bullshit, the whole agenda, and they're like, yeah, well, white people are finally getting what they deserve. Bro, the way I look at it, I don't look at it like they do, man. I look at it like this. I can't think of a time on Earth, if you go back and you actually believe most of history, which I'm kind of sketchy about, I'm not saying I believe it all, but I can guarantee you that everybody had slavery at some point. White people had slavery, black people had slavery, Mexicans had, everyone's fucking done some form of slavery, And
yeah, there's slavery going on right now.
Yeah, the way I see it, bro, it's like they're just picking. They're always just picking a new person to tie it to, and I do feel like the white people are being attacked, bro. And it's retarded. You know what's the most retarded is that the white people are doing it to themselves. I'll be honest, because I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the minorities are contributing, but dude, the worst part is seeing the white people doing it to themselves. Just look at the fucking who's rioting. It's like all fucking liberal white people. It's
don't
ridiculous,
call them liberals. Don't call them liberals. Remember, if you call them liberals, you're complimenting them, and you're complimenting someone that doesn't deserve that compliment. You
all right,
call them
communists,
communists.
communists.
Yeah, call them communists or white leftists. Call them leftists. They eat with their left hand. They wipe their ass with their left hand. They don't wash their left hand. They do everything with their left hand. They're leftists.
Hey, man, I'm left-handed, and
ooh, the Bible says
yeah, my older brother would resent that.
I didn't say left-handed. I just said they do everything with their. Oh wait, shit. Never mind.
I'm ambidextrous, but
if you're,
that's not why they call them leftists. Just saying.
If you're left-handed,
I write with my left hand more than my right hand. I'm ambidextrous too, on purpose.
Well, I'm an electrician, so I had to learn early on how to use my right hand. But yeah, I'm ambidextrous. I'm weird. I'm dominantly left-handed, but I shoot a gun right-handed, and it's so weird. I can't shoot left-handed. I mean, I could, but it just feels really gay.
Trying to
Oh
throw
yeah,
something with the
it
opposite
feels
hand.
good to write with your left hand though.
I'm left
But again, I
footed
just
and
mean
right footed
politically, not
equally.
actually, what hand you use the most. I'm talking like politically, socially,
I'm not
spiritually,
offended.
or whatever. The point is they're leftists, but not because they use their left hand. It was just a stupid joke.
Yeah, it's because they lean to the left instead of the right, like right as in the right decision. I think that's where the term came from, personally. But either way, political wise, Democrat, Republican, same wing. I mean, different wing, same beast.
Well, yes and no, right? There's only really one thing you have to worry about. It's authoritarian or libertarian, right? And when you got people that are making decisions about Republican, right? This is a republic. So why would anybody be a Democrat? Democracy is nowhere in the founding documents. But at the same time, the shit they got us divided over is chicken scratch. If you look at our national debt, you are responsible if you're a U.S. citizen for that debt. You are responsible for that. They took those loans out in your name, your children's name. So if you look at that debt, I think, we should all be conservative in the sense that no more wars, because wars are really expensive. And plus, we just give it away to the Taliban when we're done. When we're done with it. Come on. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm a centrist, so I don't care left or right. But authoritarian or libertarian, I'm going libertarian all the way. Authoritarian does not sound like it's good for me, and even the stupidest dumbass liberal should probably agree to that, right? Unless they want to be the ones getting stamped out next, because after they stamp out and overthrow the country, the next people to die are the people that overthrow the country, because after they have the revolution, they don't need the revolutionaries no more. The last thing they want is people that are overthrow their new dictatorship. But I don't know if some people are smart enough to realize that.
They're
I
true.
think unfortunately a lot of them don't think that far into the future.
Believe that
Why what's happening now is happening.
this utopia is worth living and dying for.
What's up,
Yay,
Lemonbird?
communism. Hey, how are you?
Good, good. Good to hear your voice.
What y'all talking about? Sounds like some communism or something like that.
Well, we started with like it kind of drafted there. It's kind of my fault. I started talking about how like because Mexicans, actually Hank started it. I'll blame Hank for it. And Hank was saying how like Mexicans are very what exactly what you said, Hank, about how the way they joke around.
They have a different culture,
Yes.
right? And in a way, when you're with Mexicans, they're like in a cult, in the sense that the way that they rag on each other, they troll the crap out of each other, and you could tell that their culture is different than yours, but it's still, they're very cool people.
All right, and then that led to me talking about some experiences I've had in Mexico, and then that led to the border crisis, pretty much, and then that obviously got very political real quick. So this is where we're at right now.
Sounds interesting. Many of the Hispanic immigrants from south of the border tend to be Catholic, and Catholicism does appear to have its share of communism as of late, or socialism.
Dude, it's so fucking backwards. Like, it's like they're in the middle. Like, I'm not gonna lie, because like I live in California. I know a bunch of Mexicans, and they're all fucking like leaning towards like Joe Biden being amazing and all that shit, and they're for it. But at the same time, it's like you're right. The Catholic has two. It takes you through both routes. Like Catholics don't believe in abortion, but then you got them. Like they're willing to give up the abortion for all the other stuff that they're gaining. If you know what I mean. You know, Like,
Well,
to be fair, if they were actually not brainwashed, because I think my people, like everyone says, that the black people are brainwashed by Democrats, right? I think the Mexicans are too, bro. Like in California, they're super fucking brainwashed. Like I've had so many like conversations with Mexicans about I don't like talking political stuff here, but I do like to talk about it, like, you know, amongst my family and stuff like that. And dude, they're just like they're on a different like level of like what they believe or what they think. And to me, they're like Globers, where they just kind of believe what they're told, but they don't actually look at like, you know, like things that they're actually claiming themselves, like statistics, data. They don't look into any of it. They just heard it on the news and they go and they roll with it. That's kind of like what's going on with the whole political thing, you know, in the United States, in my opinion. It's the same thing we're having with flat Earth, globe Earth, you know. Like you got the people that like just kind of buy into it because that's what you know everyone else is doing, and then you got the people that actually take the time to disseminate the information and they come up with their own conclusion. I would say most of the people that actually do that and they're being honest with themselves would come to a different conclusion. And then you got the people that obviously, like, you know, the people that are just like die hard. I was this from the beginning. I'm sticking to my guns, you know? So I don't know. That's the way I kind of view the world. Like, you can literally break flat Earth, globe Earth into every aspect of life, in my opinion. Like, you know, by separating things the way I see it.
there are many layers, but Democrat or, you know, whatever, even with the Catholic Church, they just need you to vote for them long enough to get into power. And then after that, you usually see a totally different face than what you've been brought up to believe. That's where the deception comes in.
Yeah, to be honest, dude, I was raised Catholic. I did my first communion, I did my baptism, I did my confirmation in high school. And dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, obviously, I'm sure all of you've been through this. Like, if you guys might have been like forced into a religion when you were young because of your family members, your parents, or whatever. But I didn't care about it. Like, I wasn't really like that into it. But I believed in God. Oh, I always believed in God, but I wasn't that into like paying attention in class or. I was just like I had to do this because my family's making me do it. So I didn't really care for it, right? It wasn't until like I started waking up to like flat Earth where like I started to go back and look into like religion, like real deep. Like I always had believe in God, but I never like fully like you know like I didn't like the whole Catholic thing because they kind of screwed me up because of the way I look at because I was looking into like priests raping kids. I was like younger, dude. Like that's something that was like very out in the open, right? And for Catholics. And I knew about that. I thought that was dark, but I'm like, hey, just because some do it doesn't mean they all do it. It's kind of like the argument they give, like some cops are bad, some are good, whatever. Some are bad apples. The point is, I went deeper than the bad apples. I went into the system itself, and when I got to the system itself, I was like, the whole fucking thing is fucking evil. That's what I came out with, like in my eyes to this day. Like the system, that the Catholic system is just no good, in my opinion.
I think spirituality should be like each individual person trying to figure out on their own, right? And if you're not really smart and you can't really figure it out, then maybe get together with other people who are like-minded a little bit and do it like a book club, right? Okay, like tonight we're gonna read Revelation, right? And next week, we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk about Revelation. So it was fun talking about the Book of Jude, everybody. We'll see you next week, right? And then that way everybody gets to like stand up and say, this is what I gleaned from what I read, and this is my perspective. And then that way you can kind of learn from other people's perspective if you have trouble forming your own opinion about things. But if you're not the type that if you're strong-willed and strong-minded and you can look at things from different perspectives, I think you should figure it out on your own. I think you got 100 years to do it and a brain most capable of going through the ancient manuscripts and figuring it out on your own.
It's really interesting that you brought up the Book of Revelations because I've actually never fully read the Bible. I haven't read anything, to be honest. I listen to the audiobooks because I don't like to read because my mind runs 100 miles per hour all the time for some reason, and I'll be doing one task, but I'll be thinking of shit in my head, and it kind of clouds my my reading. So I hate reading. So I've listened to the whole Book of Enoch like 10 times, maybe even more, 20 times, because I used to listen to go to sleep, and But I'm like, I'm gonna start on the Book of Revelations, and I did that last night, which is funny that you brought that up. I went in 30 minutes, and I had to shut it off because it was 3 a.m, and I had to go to sleep. And I'm like, I can't go to sleep because it's just fucking interesting, Like I'll just listen to it earlier tomorrow. But yeah, I started listening to the Book of Revelations. I got like maybe like 30 minutes in of an audiobook on it. It's really, really interesting, man. My issue with the Bible is I think maybe I should read it because a lot of the language is very difficult for me. Like it just doesn't. I don't interpret it fast enough in my head what he's trying to say before he moves on to the next sentence. You know. So maybe I do need to read it and pause and kind of break it down a little bit like easier for me. You know, because the audio is just kind of flying.
Well, I gotta say, I envy you. The fact that you can read it from a blind, open-minded perspective. Because I never got that. I was always told this means that, and this means this, and I feel like I'm robbed because I didn't get to read it and form my own conclusion. That's why I said what I said about the book club. Like, if you're smart enough to read it and try to figure it out, then come along and maybe talk to someone like North Star who's just really on top of his game, right? And ask questions to him,
Yeah, if you just listen to the Book of Revelation or read it, there's the context of it. It has everything to do with everything else in the Bible. You can't just listen to it and understand it. So, if that makes any sense, which it probably doesn't to most people that haven't really studied the Bible.
Makes total sense. That's the most accurate thing I've ever heard you say about the Bible. Not talking shit.
Well, I don't talk much about it because we're not necessarily about that, but yeah, I mean, you have to understand Revelation in context. That's why it's confusing. If you just listen to the Book of Revelation and then you don't understand the rest of the Bible, then you're going to be lost.
Well, you got to meet the person who wrote the Bible, God Himself. When you meet Him, then you can understand the Bible. You can't find God with your mind. God finds you through your heart and spirit, and then you can, with your mind, He shows you stuff through the Bible. He speaks through the Bible, but you're going to mess up and interpret the Bible any way you like. There's a million ways to interpret it, and if you don't know God and you haven't,
even amongst believers, I mean that's an issue. I mean that's why there's all these divisions of Christianity and Judaism and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's like
there's not the
there's a lot of
divisions in Judaism like there is in Christianity. There's like 30-something thousand sects of Christianity, and that seems to be by design.
Yeah, well, there's several sects of Judaism as well. But
well, the
anyway.
Judaism, there's 350 sects of Judaism, and some of them are more orthodox, but most of them they sect on different teachings from different rabbis. So they're basically all formed from different rabbis from different times, and the same with Christianity. Many different Christian groups just actually basically hold teachings from different times. But the clever ones take all the teachings from all the times, put them together, but they also know God, because if you're not in contact with God, you can make up the Bible to mean anything you want to. People have done it through the years, and they've twisted the Bible so many times, even so-called Christians and Christian groups, and gone off track. But if you haven't got direct contact with God and you're not walking with God moment by moment, you're going to be deceived.
Well, and that's going back to the Book of Revelation, the revelation of John, which there's even whether it's John the apostle, John of Patmos. There's a lot of people that say, well, it wasn't actually John the apostle that wrote that. There's a lot of different people that.
Well, interesting.
But it still doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. As long as you read it and understand it in context, and you it takes a long time to really compare and contrast the ideas.
Well, interesting. Luther actually said he doesn't accept the Revelations as a book of the Bible, although most other people did. And the reason that he said there was actually a reason. He said it doesn't fully portray Jesus directly and plainly. It puts him in visions and dreams and things, and in an unplain, weird way. And he said a true apostle wouldn't give a roundabout way of describing who Jesus is. That was his argument.
Well, the Christians didn't really consolidate the 66 books. They turned in everything that they had, right? And Constantine then chose which ones were going to go and make the final cut. So
was that in the Council of Nicaea?
The
Or was that
Council of
before
Nicaea
that?
was to it was after that. The Council of Nicaea was when they came together and they took all those scripts, right? But they didn't actually form the 66 until later, another council, maybe Trent. But the Council of Nicaea was strictly about give me everything you got. We're trying to, decide whether it's going to be the the Trinity or the monotheistic view, right? Because Ari was making quite a big stir, and his followers were somewhat combative. But I do believe it was wait, I think it was somebody who punched Ari in the nose.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm trying to remember who. How's it
Yeah,
go?
yeah. I can't
I
remember his
haven't,
name, but
I haven't heard
yeah,
that story.
they had a couple
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
meetings,
go
and
ahead.
then eventually they ironed it out, and they determined that Jesus is God, and the Trinity and the Holy Spirit is God, equal, yeah, and all those things. They ironed that out, and they rejected Arianism completely, and they ironed it out, and they put the Nicene Creed together. But the 66 books was done by the 350 guys, and that was a pretty good job, because what they did, they took all the themes of Scripture and they said anything that contradicts the gospel and who Jesus is, they're going to throw out. And there was definitely some books that had some shady stuff in it, and I'm not saying you can't get certain things from those books, but there's definitely some shady stuff in some of them. So it was a good reason that they prayerfully did it. They didn't just do it like on it. They did it over many years, and with lots of insight and lots of thought and lots of and I think it was a good job personally.
Yeah, I agree with you. And regardless of what religion or sect you follow, that I think that was important that they actually came together. And
But remember, those guys weren't the same Catholics as we have nowadays. They weren't pedophiles. They weren't Roman with satanic arts books in below their temple, trafficking, sponsoring women, trafficking of children, and guns and wars and from the Vatican. They weren't living like that.
Let me kind of cut you off right there. I disagree. If you watch the movie, it's a documentary, Deliver Us from Evil. In that documentary, they say the earliest source that they could cite of child pedophilia in the Roman Catholic Church would be the 3rd century AD.
yeah, I mean, I kind of disagree too, but at the same time, I was talking about the sources, the source of the scripture itself,
You're
preserving
always
it.
going to have evil people on the outside, on the outskirts. The Gnostics were alive at the time of the disciples. The Gnostic teachers, they were teaching Gnosticism, which the knowledge above God. Basically, you put knowledge above God, and you say knowledge is king, and you say God, we throw you out the window. We're gonna worship our own minds, and they did that already.
Were the Gnostics wrong?
Absolutely, because they worshipped knowledge before God, and they didn't actually have a relationship with God.
But did they have a spirit to preserve?
They had a
the
spirit
original.
they had a spirit to manipulate and change from what the disciples preached, and they
Well, I
preached another
disagree.
gospel, and they were condemned by the Bible as well. The Bible condemned this Gnosticism that was raising up. That's what a lot of the books in the Bible
No,
are about.
the church condemned them because the scriptures existed before Gnostics. So,
Well, you see, Gnosticism was all about knowledge, putting knowledge before God. God's a living person. He's not just a book. And when you take formulas and methods and you make them, that's what the Methodists do as well. They put formulas.
That's what religion does.
Yeah, it put formulas above God, but you need a living relationship. That's what it's about, and you're always going to end up with.
This is why I don't talk about it much.
Yeah, so you need a living relationship. Each person has to have a living relationship with God, and you're gonna have deception, and you're gonna have confrontation. You're gonna have between death and life. There's gonna be it's gonna be a divide between what is really from God and what God is speaking now, and who God is right now, and what people say is with their minds, trying to attribute God and trying to find God with their minds. The flat Earth model of finding knowledge. That's works for flat Earth and science, but it doesn't work for finding God. Finding God, God finds you. Spiritual revelation is something different to natural revelation. We find flat Earth natural revelation because we find science facts and we find knowledge. We can prove things with science, but it's totally different with God. If there's no comparison with the way that God reveals Himself, that's a completely different dimension, and it's done by God first, initiated by God.
I agree with that. That you individuals find their own way. Now, whether or not it leads to someone's understanding of God, or if you access it through a certain religion or a sect of Christianity, that's one thing, and it's beneficial for humans to actually to get involved in creation, because if you get involved in this globe earth nonsense and universe and all that kind of, you're actually accessing a sect of atheism that's just purely doesn't
Those guys
exist. It's
definitely are
just
not
pretend.
atheists, Helio.
What?
The people that make up the globe system, they're not atheists, man. They
No, I
believe
get
in a
that. I get
deity.
that. But here they're trying to develop a different form of creation that cannot possibly be true. They're involved with the Big Bang theory and evolution and everything. That is their. This is their belief, and even if you believe there's a creator, as a if you're in Christianity or whatever, which most Christians actually believe that that the earth is the third rock from the sun and all that kind of stuff. And so it's kind of like there's mass confusion out there amongst believers in the creation, but they just disagree about how this place came to be and what it's for.
You know who the most united group in the world is? It's actually the Masons, right? It's the largest and oldest
they're everywhere.
fraternity known to man.
In every
Right?
country. Yeah, they're
In every
totally
country.
connected.
And
And they're
they're,
so
they're,
connected.
they're
They're
absolutely.
They're behind this whole operation that's happening right now, the scandemic. They're involved totally. But also another thing, God loves everyone, and there's a lot of good people that don't know about the flat earth, and they just don't know about it. But then you got the people that are really, you got the scientists who seek science, who really are totally fooled by the whole globe thing. But then you got the facetious people. They actually know that the earth's flat, but they're actually working for the dark side to confuse people. So you got a lot of different players.
Let me ask you something, Jesus died for you. You were talking about the Gnostics earlier. Do you think they were trying to destroy the truth or whatever, or were they trying to preserve the truth?
Well, you must understand here that a lot of people try to do good things. A lot of good intentions often lead to hell. There's a saying like that. Okay, so it's not about good intentions. Good intentions can lead you to hell. Being a good person without knowing God and knowing His way can lead you to hell still. So it's not just about good intentions that you need. You need to meet and encounter the living God and then be led by His Spirit.
I get you. That was just a question.
So a lot of the Gnostics, they started groups and they were condemned because they were teaching that you can be saved by what you know instead of who you know.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, because the history shows that they weren't in the Spirit. They left the Holy Spirit. When you lose that contact with God, that intimate relationship with God, that's what they were condemned for, because they were so in the knowledge that they lost that contact with God, because they were so proud of themselves. They got into pride and they boasted about what they know.
So I mean, it's similar to like the people that want that want to follow the law of God, right? Leading.
Yeah, instead of being in love with God. Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
I know, bro.
Well, if you love Him, you keep His commandments.
But I also respect the Gnostics for preserving the knowledge, and they were fighting against the people that were trying to misinterpret and create a religion that doesn't actually doesn't have the intention of the original creation. So I mean, it's like you kind of have to relate to the Gnostics. You can't just totally discount it.
Yeah, but remember, the Bible also says knowledge puffs up, love builds up. So you still need that community of love and that practice of God's ways. There's a balance. And when your Gnostic goes, he just goes into knowledge alone, and he leaves all the other stuff, and he becomes unbalanced. and then he leaves God, and then he doesn't care about people anymore. It's not about people anymore. It's about the knowledge above people.
Yeah, Reckonor just posted, I think, what you were trying to say. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
And they're not bad people. We're not saying they're bad, those Gnostics, or anyone else.
No, sure,
We're not
sure.
saying Gnostics nowadays are bad. We're not saying there's a lot of very good people. There's a lot of very good people who work for NASA and that believe the Earth's round, the globe people. They're lovely people, but they just...
There's a lot of very good people that have never heard the gospel that do their own thing. Have another creation standard or God or whatever. It's the same God, but it's like they just think of it a different way. They don't have the gospel, the good news.
Show me these good people. I don't see any good people.
I don't know. I mean, most of it's in the East. I mean, us Westerners we're just high and mighty. Just like we have the good news, but the people in the East, I guess they're missing it.
But the thing is, it's not just about like, okay, I'm a Christian now. I have a different way of thinking, so I'm right. It's actually, you see, that's not Christianity. Christianity is actually much more than that. It's an encounter with God. It's a relationship with God. You connected with God, and that's why Christianity even has got lots of area within it as well. Even though we love everyone and we love all the Christians, but there's no denying there's a lot of area in a lot of Christian groups, a lot. So but we're not going to look at that error and just, I mean, we're going to see it there. We know what it is and we got to call it out. But at the same time, we're not going to hate anyone, but there definitely is problems with God's church right now.
What's really, on that point, just thinking about this, in the East, if you're distributing Bibles in China, you'll get arrested. It's against the law to distribute Bibles in China.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's one of the most populous countries in the world. They're
Funny enough,
fastest growing Christian community is in China.
Yeah,
I know this one pastor. He was arrested for doing that. Just that in Vietnam, and he was just about a firing squad, and he started praying, and they said any last words, and he started saying the names of the people because they all had masks on because they have to wear a mask because otherwise they believe the evil spirits will come and kill them. So he called out all their names, and even the guy's father who was on the deathbed. And he said, if you pray for my father and he gets well, and I'll let you go right now. But don't look back because otherwise I'll shoot you. And then so he just ran and he just kept running for like he said he ran for 1,000 miles, but he just lost consciousness. He was sleep running over mountains, over rivers, and he just ran. And someone took him to a train, and he got in the airport and he came to USA. And now he's in USA.
They kill people in China for freaking distributing Bibles. Yeah, it's weird. Wait, what's the problem? What's so dangerous about the Bible?
Because they know it's true, and they will base the whole system. They're working for George Soros, the whole Chinese.
I know. XO's chomping at the bit.
There can be no higher authority than the Chinese Communist Party. That is the problem.
And they all work for the 13 families. They all work for George Soros, Rockefeller, Rothschild, the 13 families. They all control all the countries and all the presidents, especially China. They said China is our first model. We'll make all the countries now just like China. That is our goal.
XO and India were trying to jump in. Jesus died for you. Let them. If you.
What I said was, did you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. So the Chinese Communist Party says there can have no higher authority than the Chinese Communist Party. And the Bible is a direct affront to that. So you can't have Bibles or Qurans. Don't treat the Muslims any better.
Sure. Yeah. XO.
To be fair, man, it's starting to get like that movie, huh? What's that movie with Denzel Washington? Have you guys seen it? Where it's like an apocalyptic
the Book
movie.
of Eli.
Yes, that
Eli.
I like
that. Yeah. That's a good movie. That's a good movie. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what it made me think of when you guys were talking about that right now.
Yeah, it's post-apocalyptic, right? I think XO was trying to say something. You want to say something, XO, on this one?
Everything's going matrix-wise.
No, you guys continue. No, I just wanted to point out that when you said it at the East, I mean, obviously they have access to the scriptures, and that's why there's a this huge debacle going on for I don't know how many decades it's been. I haven't been there, but clearly there's something going on where
Decades, centuries, centuries.
Right. So in China, though, I don't know how it works in China, but clearly Christians are already being killed there. So yeah.
Yeah, they get sent to camps, and apparently they're bringing out 6G now in China. So, and 5G was first brought out in Wuhan, by the way. So the merging of machines and man is in full steam. They are they're trying to pull that transhumanism thing into full steam. Yep.
In China, they don't call it a camp though. They call it we're taking you to a nice retreat, a religious retreat.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That shit sink in.
Yeah, they got to ban them all, because if they just ban the Bible, it'll be too obvious. So we'll just pretend that we want to ban everything.
Yeah, but they have no shame though. They will ban the Bible. China bans the Bible. You can't distribute Bibles in China. It's illegal.
Yeah, and then they also, I mean, they go against everyone as well just to cover it up, but they're really against the church because that's their biggest opposition, because they're working for the, you know who. The
I bet you it's easier to buy a book. I bet you it's easier to buy a book of Mein Kampf in China than it is the Bible, right?
Probably, yeah. Which Mein Kampf is actually a pretty good book if you read it,
He said, I went to work every day and I argued with these people until they agreed with me. And then the next day, they were like, nah, I disagree with you again. So you had to go re-argue with them every single day. Like, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people will associate communism with, with Hitler, which Hitler wasn't a communist; he was a socialist. So it's like these different ideologies. People are so dumbed down about everything these days. It's kind of like sure, Mein Kampf would probably work out in China, because they're socialist communists / communists. It's kind of a weird system they have going on over there in China. But they actually have to let us in because America has all the money. They have to actually accept some of what we have going on. But privately, they really restrict this Bible information.
But if you go back in history,
holds most amount American. Well, I was going to say that China holds most amount of treasury bonds. If America fails, they fail.
Yep.
If they go back in history, though, China's been worshipping demonic entities for a long time. That's their history. If you go back in history, they're riddled with that stuff. So they've been worshipping the devil long before anyone. I mean, well, everyone actually, everyone basically, but they got a history of that kind of stuff.
Sure. I mean, what do you mean by worshiping the devil? What do you mean by that?
They've got all these like war gods of death, that basically demons. And they've done all kinds of things. They trust these demons to give them power in battle and to empower them, to give them supernatural strength, and they do. And they've done all these things for years. The stuff that you see in anime and movies and these things, they're based on facts. They definitely have been delving in this black arts for a long time. So they're a nation riddled with Satanism.
But is it advertly or inadvertently worshiping Satan? Is it what? You're going to have to be more specific.
The leaders are definite involved in dark stuff. They've always been, and all their families and their tradition. And
our leaders are no different.
Oh, very, very dark too. Yeah, very, very dark. I mean, extreme, darkest. Yeah, I mean, they all are.
They hunger for power. Yes, we know these people hunger for power, and they control the nations and all this kind of stuff. Now, who, what, when, where? that's a different question. But
On
yeah,
and
They
on.
don't dabble though. These
yeah,
are
on and
full blood.
on. Yeah, it's the cycle.
On
It's
and
the
on.
cycle.
Ready for it? Are you ready for here? This is for you, Helioskeptic. Watch this. On and on and on in a Babylon. Thank you.
Babbling on and on. There is what's the name of that band that had this babbling on and on?
Forget that. Oh, wait a minute. I can't even. Wait a minute. I can't even use
I
Max
know it's
Cavalera anymore. The guy's a
it's
sellout.
the cycles of the spiritual dynamics are just it's just so freaking. How can we keep track of it?
I
I
can't,
mean,
but I know who can.
yeah, me too. But at the same time, how can we explain it without
More
making ourselves, look like, hey, you're just a wacko that
I
saw
got
it,
a question
and
for
you're just
Pillbox.
in the.
you're going to look
What?
foolish no matter what, because the gospel will make you look foolish, because God's foolishness is always wiser than men's wisdom.
Sure, yeah. Go
Hey,
ahead,
Pillbox.
Hank. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple times today, I think I heard you say that you're not a flat earther, and these flat earthers. I was just curious, why do you say that? Because it's kind of confusing, but I think I know why you say it. Go ahead, bro.
Right, because that's not my title. I'm not a blue skyist or a 2+2ist or a cats are better than dogsist. That's just not me. But yes, the earth is a plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters. I don't have to have the title flat earther, but I mean, I like flat earthers, but I just kind of obviously you guys know that is just one topic that I delve in, and it's just one of many pieces of the puzzle to me. So I just call myself a Christian if I have to have a title.
Okay, that's what I thought. That makes sense.
Well, I mean, can I add to that if you guys don't mind?
No.
I feel like the same. Me and XO have connected for a long time, but so yeah, flat Earth is just a description of of our realm. Everything else is kind of like what we experience.
Flat Earth is the antithesis of the world belief system. And that's why it's a great thing to trigger somebody with. It really is. However, I almost never bring it up because, if you talk about anything related, even remotely, they're going to bring it up. So that's just the way I work.
Yeah.
I don't even bring it up.
Yeah, I love saying, oh, you're a flat earther? Hell yeah, I'm a flat earther. What do you got to say about it? It's a trigger term. Because the earth is obviously not flat. It's just the place we live. It's not. It's obviously not a globe. I can prove that it's not the third rock from the sun in 5 minutes.
So, XO, do you think you're on a spinning ball hurling through the vacuum of space?
I just answered that. I know Hank Hill heard me, so I didn't just maybe I cut out.
Yeah, no. I was just furthering your point. So it's like you don't have to call yourself a flat earther. You can just say, hey, you know what? I don't think I'm on a sphere rotating and orbiting the sun. In the vacuum of space.
Right.
You can say, I don't believe I'm on a ball in space.
Right. It depends on how much time I have. If I'm walking by a person, we're standing in line or something, and I have a chance to start seeing this, like, hey, I'm going to start, if they have a NASA shirt, oh, look at you. You don't think that's real, do you? And I'll just act like they're stupid. I'll just act like, oh, you think this is real? You think NASA's? I know that's literally how I start a conversation. I'll just be like, oh, I thought everybody knew this was fake. That's all.
Well, then they're going to immediately think you're an asshole.
Good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like good. That's why I say I'm a flat earther. Because I don't know what the Earth is, but it definitely looks flat to me. I mean, it might as well be.
Yeah, I used to kind of tell people that I'm a biblical earther. I believe in biblical cosmology, but flat earther is like better understood. But if people were to ask, I would say I don't want or desire, cannot afford any titles. I'm only a man.
That's why I follow that up every time you've heard me say it, Hank. I say I'm not a flat earther, but they are right. And that's literally how I have to re-explain it to people. Like, that's the thing. I don't have to have their title to agree with them. They're right. That title means they don't trust anybody. Well, I like people that don't trust men, so I'm on their team. It's that simple.
Hey, Charles, in the live stream voice text just posted, how many flat earthers are astronauts? Well, let me.
All of them. All
Let
of
me.
them.
Yeah.
Excuse
Well,
me. Yeah, all of them.
no,
That was
no.
easy.
All of
Yeah,
the
thanks for
astronauts
playing.
are flat earthers because
Yeah,
there is no
all of them.
such thing. Nobody's been to space.
Yeah, all
All
of
of that is a
You're in
cartoon.
space.
Yeah. So let's flip it back around the sentence. How many flat earthers are astronauts? None of them. But how many astronauts are flat earthers? All of them.
perfect duality.
Yeah, and by the way, Charles, you're a flat earther too. You just don't know it yet.
100%. Yeah.
All right. Charles says it's a real occupation.
So is fantasy football.
So is an abortionist. Now what?
Astronaut. Don't you get it? Astra zero.
Yeah, but those
There are
things
actors
happen.
Hold on, hold on, guys.
not doctors.
Do you guys want to talk to Charles? I mean, he's in here. Well,
I call him
Charles.
astronaut. That's what I call him, astronaut. So for me,
Yeah, you're able to open your microphone, Charles, if you want to talk to us. You're not server muted. You don't have a role yet, but
We
you're
won't
not-
bite. I mean, I won't.
It looks like he's on his phone.
I mean, he's not server muted, so he can actually open his microphone and talk to us. Yeah, twist of logic. It's because there's no logical thing here. Like Earth, as we all experience it, is a level stationary plane. You only think the Earth is a globe because you see it on television. Shit, they were putting out universal pictures with a little plane flying around the globe in the 1920s, 1921,
Hey,
I think.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember how like some point in your life you were like Charles, like where you believed humanity was just overwhelmingly good and they wouldn't lie? Because I think that's like his where his mindset is right now. Because I remember I was there like a long time ago. I was young, I used to be like, just because astronauts is an occupation and people do it, like I'm like, why would they do something if if it doesn't exist? Like it just makes no sense when you have that train of thought. But when you step out and you look into see like how like there's been a lot of things in the world that like occupations that were kind of just make jobs and people pushing buttons, they don't really know what's going on. You have to understand something, like just because people claim to go to this medium that we believe don't exist, right, which is called space, the vacuum of space. There's only been about 500 people, a little bit over 500 people that claim to been up there, right? So we're all literally, most people that believe in the globe base the idea of a globe because 500 people claim they've been to a place no one else can go. All we're
We've
saying
all
is,
been in.
Here's
hold on,
something.
Hold on, I'm not done, guys. Come on.
Sorry,
So
Bob,
before you go on and start thinking like, oh, it's impossible because it's impossible that these people collide and all that. Before you even go through that whole mental mentality of why would they lie or how can these people claim to be going up there or videos? Before you go that far, just understand that 500 people have claimed to gone up there, and we're trusting them. Whether they bring videos, whether we see rockets go up, the point is we can't actually prove it. That's the end of the point, and that's what you got to understand is you can't prove it yourself. What you can prove is what the surface of the earth is on the ground. So you got to move away from what you see on TV, what people tell you they're in space. Move away from that because at the end of the day, it's not evidence that you can show someone to actually prove it scientifically. If you wanted to be more scientific, you'd have to bring it down to earth. That's all I'm saying, Charles. Like you got to think with a more scientific mind instead of a trusting mind when it comes to these topics. Because if it comes to trust, if it's about trust, then they have us beat because everybody trusted the government at this point. Look where we're at.
We've all been pulled into the movies, in space. We've all been there in our televisions, in our games. We've all partaken of space because we've all been sucked into that fantasy, and that's the whole problem. We think we've been there, but we haven't. There's no such thing.
Check this out. I mean, what Exo just posted. If I'm not sure if that's from NASA, Exo, if you have a better picture or whatever. If this is from NASA, where they landed on the moon, where they claim to have landed on the moon, there would be no, the moon coming or the Earth coming over the horizon. It would be directly above their head. It would fill the fucking sky above their head where they claim to have landed. There is no. They wouldn't actually experience that. And who took that picture anyway? So I don't know what the hell that picture is, Exo. Anyway, it's not a picture, obviously, but yeah, I mean, but we often see
right.
some
It's
of this
all in
type of footage where you get Earthrise from the moon. No, where they landed on the moon, the Earth would, because the moon is tidally locked to Earth. Wherever they landed, the Earth would be directly above their head. You would never see moonrise from the moon or Earthrise from the moon. Yeah,
That
of
is
course.
correct. That is correct. So what
I
they
know
did
it's
here was
correct. I've been saying it for years.
Right. They shot it on a soundstage, and then they just pasted a picture of Earth in the background, and people still believe it. You could download this photo 5 years ago. I don't think you can anymore. For some reason, NASA doesn't allow people to download this anymore off their site.
Wait, what do you mean by Earthrise? You said there wouldn't be Earthrise. What do you mean?
Yeah, if Earth is if the moon is tidally locked to Earth, and
the whole sky
if you look at all their moon landings, where they landed on the moon,
right,
everywhere they landed, they would have to look directly up to see Earth. The Earth would never rise from the horizon. It would completely fill the sky.
Well, they didn't.
Guys, I want to say that I don't think this is a good argument because they didn't shoot it from a standing position. Allegedly, the spacecraft was coming around the moon, and when they saw the Earth rise, it was due to them coming around from the backside of the moon.
Right, and that's why I asked. That's why I asked. Hold on, that's why I asked XO where he got that image, which that's complete bullshit. You know,
Right, of course it is.
but
Go ahead. They landed on the face. So actually, Helio's correct because they supposedly were on the face of the moon, which we always see. So they would have to look up to see Earth, though. So I'm not claiming any of it makes sense. They're the ones who contradicted themselves. He's technically correct.
But it wasn't exactly like perfect in the center of the moon either. It was actually
you don't know where it was.
But
just look up the landing sites. Earth would always be right above your head every time.
Robert, you're just making stuff up. Robert, why are you making stuff up? You don't know where it was.
I'm not making stuff up. I know
where it was. You know where they landed on the moon. You've pointed to it in real life.
Yeah, there's a map. There's a map that shows exactly where they landed, and it wasn't on the exact point.
It's not on the face.
Not like where the nose. Not like on the nose. It was like
on the face of the moon. You're not listening. It's on the face of the moon, Robert. You're just making stuff up.
Okay, so because it's on the face of the moon, that means that picture we see of the blue marble that's got to be impossible.
Where it was taken, Robert. You haven't shown us where it's taken. You made a claim and you can't substantiate.
So that means it's false. Because I can't substantiate it.
You can't even attempt to back your claim. Yes, you don't even have a claim. You haven't made a claim, so there's nothing to be false. You have yet.
Well, my claim is the photo is real. Okay, I'm just saying.
No,
I'm assuming I'm assuming the photo is real.
I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter. You lied about the location they took the moon landing.
How do you know the photo's not real?
If they lied to you, it's okay. But if I show you they lie, it's also still okay. It doesn't matter. This isn't about evidence. They admitted these things. They say where they do these things, and it doesn't match up. And the first thing we do is we have a religious zealot that starts protecting them immediately, and you don't even have a claim. I'm done.
I just find it funny that because you don't believe it, it means it didn't happen.
Yeah, I just want to say real fast, I stand corrected. I have a thing to say that I was wrong. I was completely wrong. After looking at the picture that EXO posted, I see that they were indeed correct, and I was wrong.
We don't realize that until we think about it, Hank, because we've been looking at this stuff since we were a kid. You know what I mean? So that's what it makes sense. Yeah, right. So
the biggest eye opener for me, bro, on those are like how close the horizon is and shit like that. Like, dude, I almost feel like you can see the backdrop.
And who took the photo of the guy in his first step on the moon?
It was Robert, I'm sure. He was there helping him out.
You guys.
Robert, you claim this stuff is real, bro. Like I've been a photographer for 3 decades, man. It
So
takes
have
a
I.
5-year-old. Yeah, a
So have I.
5-year-old. No, then you must not have a single good photo your entire life. You're a trash
Wait,
photographer.
hold on. If you've been a
No.
photographer for that, if you're a photographer, I can send you a video of a professional photographer that knows what camera lens they use, where they were located on the spacesuits, where they were on the chest, and he can show that the angles of the pictures they all took are bullshit. Because it's impossible to take a lot of the photos from the Apollo, from all 6 missions that they claim to take, impossible angles. Like, they'd have to be a certain height to take a certain photo. They'd have to angle their body a certain direction to get this angle. Just based on the camera angles, it debunks that those pictures were taken by the astronauts the way they claim they took them.
Correct.
It's fucking interesting, dude. Very interesting.
Correct. Yeah, 1000% El Baba Yaga. I was 8 years old, literally. It was 1989, and I looked at the moon landing photo of them running in slow motion, and I could tell it was fake. I'll never forget it. And then adults lied to me and told me it was real. So I take this very seriously.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that picture even existed because when I debated this in the past, they were showing me footage of the spacecraft coming around the moon, alleged footage. So yeah, I have a false memory of, and then when I looked at that picture, I instantly remembered the picture from my childhood and thought, dang, those pandas, they tricked me.
I mean, you got to be desperate, though, because there's plenty of people that believe in the globe Earth that are not stupid enough to believe in the moon landing. I mean, even Kent Hovind, who loves to defend NASA, his crazy story is that the moon landing is obviously fake. And of course, we insert the alien excuse, right? So, I mean, people that hate flat Earth still know that moon landing is fake. I mean, again, you have to be brain dead to believe it.
Yeah, I knew the moon landing. I knew the moon landing was fake before I was a flat earther, bro. I actually believe the stupid narrative of the alien story where they got there and they found aliens, so they had to fake the footage so they couldn't show that there's aliens on them. I believe that shit when I was a blooper.
Exactly, bro. I bet millions of people still believe that. Yep.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
What's up? So I just posted a picture. You guys want to see the dark side of the moon? Supposedly, right? Is there something wrong with that picture?
Yeah, this is a good one. This is another great capture that NASA gave us, Trish. Yeah, this is a classic that we love laughing at.
Oh, you could see the green.
Yeah, this is
Well,
epic.
people
Oh,
with
you're talking
eyes see the green.
the moon traversing in front of the Earth, right? Is that what you're talking about? Where the moon is going
Yes.
across the Earth?
From
Yeah.
a million miles away.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Dude, those optics are amazing, huh? A million miles away? Damn.
Think about how far a million miles is. So it's like 3,000 miles from like California to New York, or so, pretty close to that, maybe a little less. And if you think about it, it's like a million.
And I go so far back to say like they went in the span of like 6 years or 5 years. I think it was like 6 or 7 years. They went to the moon 6 times or some shit, right? And that it span a couple years, dude. The moon is no close feat, dude. They claim it's 200. Obviously, it changes between perihelion and apohelion. It goes from between 238,000 miles away to 240,000 miles away. Dude, just going the first time is like, dude, the first time should have been the biggest head scratcher. Like, you mean to tell me that some people fucking flew 240,000 miles away, not knowing, like, of course they had the math and the ideas of how much gas they needed, but like, they went to the moon, landed, and came back 6 fucking times in a row. Like, dude, that's just such a fucking unbelievable story. Like, to me, like, even to this day, like who believes that shit? And now they can't go. The furthest they go is like low Earth orbit. Like, come on, it's just bullshit, bro.
Hey, but remember, China went recently as well, a couple of years ago. They were there. China can do it. We can't do
Oh, I
it, but
forgot
China
about
can.
that one.
Remember to bring an iPhone next time.
Oh, you're talking about going back to the moon? Is that what you're saying?
There's no such thing. They've never been there. It's a hoax. It's a hoax. There's no such thing as going back to the moon. We're not going back to Narnia or Skull Island. Sorry.
Japan just landed.
They're going
You
back to the
believe it.
studio
I
where they
know.
made the
You believe it. I know. You believe in cartoons on TV, bro. That's the point. We're trying to
Dude,
help sane people.
Jaxa has the best footage of the moon, man. I gotta show you guys. I don't know if you guys seen this, man, but Jaxa wins the prize, bro. Look. Look at
Why
this
do you
shit.
think? Why do you think it's
Kubrick
microphone's on
made the
shit.
movie. Kubrick
Oh, I'm
was
sorry.
murdered as well. And he
Why
gave
is it
us the
impossible to
claim.
land on the moon? I mean,
Why is it impossible to go to Narnia? To go to a
land on
place
the
where
moon?
we can't go? Yeah, they say they can't. Why are you asking us? They admit they can't go. So again, there's some sort of schizophrenia problem where you think flat earthers have to tell you why NASA admits they can't go. What's wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, there's articles where they actually say we will one day go to the moon. If they're saying that, how can they say that if we went to the moon?
And I have to
Okay,
tell
one-
Robert why.
one-
Not NASA.
one-
I have to answer. Go ahead, Shin.
One day I'll go to Narnia.
Where's Jen? Where's my buddy Jen? If he was here, he would be talking about radiation at the top of his lungs and how it's
Oh,
literally
like-
impossible to go
The
through
radiation
the Van
belts?
Allen radiation belts, and that one trip would kill you, right? Being exposed to that much radiation. But NASA says they can get around it by making a water suit or covering the astronaut in water because the water, right, their drinking water, is going to absorb the radiation so it doesn't go in their body. And this is all just fairy tales. It's ridiculous. If you hadn't seen it on TV and you hadn't been brainwashed since you were 5 years old through school, media, magazines, you would not believe it.
The thing is also like I think the whole radiation thing, it's like an excuse that's for a reason why they quote unquote didn't go back. If it wasn't suitable the first time, they would have never made it. Like we know they didn't went there because like if that radiation thing was there, they would have been harmed. Like it's not an healthy environment according to the whole system they describe it.
Bro, it's an insane, seriously metaphysical, psychopathic religion. It's the Babylonian religion of thinking we can go to heaven. It's the same satanic belief system. But what's bothering me here is when NASA says we can't go to the moon over and over again, that for some reason flat earthers know about this for the past 6 years. The Globers don't believe NASA now, and now they have to ask flat earthers why NASA can't go to the moon when it was NASA that made the claim. Again, showing the brain damage that follows this religion. It's unbelievable.
Do you have context in around what
it doesn't
said?
matter. That's the point, is that you don't even know about it. You have done no research. And flat earthers, again, now I have to show you the context and show you again, and now do the research for you to show you what your slave masters tell you. Your slave masters have told, right, I know you're not listening. Slave masters of NASA have told you they can't go to the moon. They would in a nanosecond if they could, but they destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. And now, again, the flat earthers that don't make $70 million a day have to explain this for you. Again, that's the brain damage you're showing me, Robert.
Well, what I do know is the first trips to the moon were done in
no, there's no such thing. Not
analog
reality.
equipment, and now we're all in a digital age.
Yeah,
so, yes,
and now we
it's a lot
forgot how
more
to make. Right, I know. I forgot how to rub two sticks together because I have supercomputers now. If you believe that, you're already brain dead, Robert. You're already brain dead.
You do know there's analog amps.
The problem
Can I
is
please,
also like
no, you're just lying. Stop lying.
I'm not lying.
Like,
I'm saying
hold
shielding
on,
digital
Robert.
equipment from radiation is a lot more difficult.
You're lying. I know you're lying.
The radiation isn't the only problem. Like they even admitted to you. Like I'm using terawords. The phone you're holding right now is more powerful than the software they use to quote unquote send them to the moon.
Yes.
Just like literally laughing in your face. Like,
and you know, as well, there's all the moon rocks that they're supposed to have got from the moon. They suddenly lost them. They don't have them anymore. They just disappeared. They don't have them.
True. That's not true.
And the one that they did, and the one that they actually checked in, was it the Hungarian one? Right? It turned out to be a fake. They're saying that to be petrified wood.
You guys are
I
just
don't think it was
spitting out
Hungary, but
bullshit.
yeah, there was one that was petrified wood that they got from the NASA astronauts themselves.
They can't find them. They just disappeared. They don't know where they went. We don't know where they went.
You could go to the Smithsonian. They have tons of moon rock and dust you can look at. Where's this claim that they lost all their moon rock? What is that?
That's literally what they say, bro. Just look up on YouTube.
You're just having
Edit.
yeah.
Oh, it's YouTube, so it's real.
This is a panic attack. You've never even been
Hold on,
there.
guys. Hold
You've
on.
never
Hold
touched
on.
it.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Hold on.
That's fine.
Hold on. I hate when people say that. Just because something's on YouTube, it doesn't mean it's true or false, right? Information it's for spread information, right? People can post bullshit. I hate the argument because it's so stupid. You know how many MIT videos on YouTube I've watched? So you're saying those are fake because they're on YouTube?
No,
That's
what
literally
I'm
your
saying
claim
is
right now.
basing
No, it's stupid. What you're saying is it's
basing a
retarded.
position on what you saw on YouTube is not correct.
Basing a position of a video from NASA that is on YouTube.
Okay, so
Do
you have
understand
a
what I'm saying?
video from NASA on
Yes,
YouTube
but
saying
Don Pettit.
all the moon rocks
He
disappeared.
won't listen.
No. I'm gonna be very specific. I said there's a video of Don Pettit saying that they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon.
Oh no, I believe that part. That
Oh,
is
you believe
true.
that?
Yes, they
Okay.
did. Yes. Because
Okay. Now, would you like to see sources? Now, would you
because it
like
was
to see
outdated.
sources on about the fake moon rock? Have you heard about that?
Well,
How they
are you
tested
guys?
one of the rocks?
Oh,
Hold on, I'm going step by step with you. So when Apollo 11 missions came back, they gave a lot of rocks to a bunch of countries, as a little gift. And one of them was I think it was in Hungary, where one of them was tested and it turned out to be petrified
I
wood.
think it was
Have you heard
Holland.
about that one? Holland. There you go, Holland. Thank you. It was something with an H. Holland.
Okay.
Have you heard about that?
That I have not heard about till just now.
Okay, well, I'll get you a link for that, so get you started with that, so we know that rock was fake. So, you can make the argument that it was switched out, someone stole it, whatever. The point is, there's a lot of these little instances when it comes to space and moon and going all the spacecraft, everything they use. They lost it. Not only did they lose the technology, they claim that they lost the tapes for the moon missions, which is the telemetry data, which would be the best, like it would be the core evidence, right? Like it's the telemetry data. They claim they lost it, then they claim that they recorded over it because they were running out of tapes. I guess NASA's budget, when all this was going on, was so low that they had to film over the most magnificent thing that it has ever been done on Earth, right? Going to the moon. They just
All you need
recorded
is-
over it, right?
All you need is half a brain, though, to see that the lighting in every single picture of the moon is way off. It doesn't match what it would
Correct.
be in real space. And if you look at it carefully, you can look at the lighting. That is enough to prove to anyone that there's no such thing that they're never
Have you taken pictures in space?
There's no
Have
such
you?
thing. That's the point. There's
Well,
no such thing.
I'm sorry, but no, hold on. Just follow me here.
Light, light. We're
Right,
talking
he
about
said-
light, though. Now you're
hold on,
already
hold
hiding
on.
from his claim. No, you're gonna
Hold
straw
on.
man
He
him.
said the lighting is all off in space.
Yes.
The only way that you can compare that is if you actually took your own photos in space and compared them.
Oh, well, that's amazing because
But
that's not what happened a couple years ago. Because
Yeah,
a couple years ago, MythBusters came out and tried to do a demonstration here on Earth. So you're saying MythBusters lied about the moon landing?
what I'm trying to say is you guys.
No, of course not. Right? You're just making stuff up still. Yes, you're making
hypercritical
stuff up.
And
I know there's no such thing.
Hey, Robert, slow down, bro.
Believe, but not on anything else. Yeah. Go ahead.
Listen, slow down. By your standards, what you just said, right? Because MythBusters didn't do it in space, they didn't debunk the flat earthers in space, then MythBusters lied to people because they didn't actually do it in space. Here's the problem. You should listen.
Well, I didn't see the MythBusters.
Listen, bro. Listen. I'm trying to help you out. You should have asked, show me what you're talking about, instead of automatically jumping to the defense position, because that's when people start yelling over each other and things get all clusterfucked. Let me help you out. If they're on the moon, there should be only one light source, and that should be the sun. So how could there be converging angles of shadows? If there's one light source, all the shadows should be going in the same direction away from the one light source. There should not be converging shadows that run into one another. They should all be parallel like railroad tracks. Does that make
Understand
sense to you?
Yes, that does make sense. Yeah.
Okay. See how easy that was? All you had to ask was, show me what you're talking about. Because here's the deal. If you're talking to a flat earther, they have been trained to cite their source, and they will show you what they're talking about. Like right now, I bet Jose is sending you a link or posting it, and he's waiting for me to shut up so that he can show you where they gave the fake moon rocks that were petrified wood. You'll notice the ball earthers, now I'm going to make a claim, right? And I'm going to let it fulfill itself, right? So the ball earthers do not cite their sources. Flat earthers always cite their sources when they make a claim. Ball earthers don't cite their sources when they make a claim. Flat earthers always cite their sources when they make a claim.
Okay.
So can I drop the link now?
Yeah, we're waiting
How
on you,
did you know,
buddy. Go
Hank?
ahead.
All right.
You've been trained.
All right.
You,
We don't
man,
have
I can't look
time.
at it.
We don't
I'm
have
driving,
time to.
I'm
It's
driving
okay,
I'm
bro.
driving a
It's
semi
okay.
right now.
He's going to send it to you, and it's
I'll read
going
it
to be
to
in your
you.
inbox.
I'll read it. I'll read it to you. Just and I'll resend it to you in a direct message. But I'll read it to you. You kind of just have to take my word for it now because obviously. But I'll read you a little bit of it. Okay. So this is from NBC News. Like I try to get a mainstream media source because most people that's what they trust, right? The Dutch National Museum said Thursday that one of its prized possessions, a rock supposedly brought back from the moon by U.S. astronauts, is just a piece of petrified wood. That's just the title.
Okay.
I'm not going to read the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, and I absolutely believe you, and I absolutely believe that actually happened. Okay, that's not in dispute. Now we have to ask the obvious questions. Like one, could it have been switched? Could it have been a mistake? Could it? I mean, there's all kinds of questions. But if you just look
absolutely.
at it, it was petrified wood. That means that nothing came from the moon, and it was all fake. That's
I
what I'm
agree
trying to
with
say.
you.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And this is why I covered this earlier with you, right? I said yes. There's an excuse that they misplaced it, or someone switched it out, or stolen. There's so many other possibilities. It's not just my possibility, right? This is where I made it clear. When you start to look into all their data and all their remember I went through the moon tapes went missing. Like it's thing after thing after thing after thing with it. It's not just one thing. So even if I picked up all this data and I can show you, look, there's a iffy part here, there's an iffy part there. I could give you like probably 10 for the moon landing if I really went through it. That still wouldn't prove if it was fake or not. But it does lead you to the idea that it's a possibility, right? It starts to give you an idea. It starts to paint a picture. You start to see it from a different perspective. That's my goal, is so that you could see, because my goal is so you could see it from my perspective. Doesn't mean you have to believe it. Doesn't mean that what I'm saying is 100% true, right?
I understand
It's just trying to
what
show
you're
you a
saying is
different perspective.
this
right?
is one spoke in a wheel.
Right, one smoking gun, you could say, or whatever. Or there's where there's a little bit of a, like they say, right, where there's smoke, there's fire. This is one of those instances.
Yeah.
Another thing, there's no wind on the moon, but the flags were flapping like as if there's wind from the air conditioners during Kubrick's studio in England, where they made the movie, and Kubrick was later murdered. And he actually gave a clue when he made that horror movie. He put something about the he puts a clue in his movie as well.
In the
T-shirt.
Shining.
I have another interesting one too that a lot of people don't really talk about, but I think it was on Apollo 13 where they were hammering something on the moon, and you can hear like the hammering happening. Obviously, I'll tell you the explanation. Obviously, in space it's a vacuum. Sound doesn't travel through a vacuum. But NASA stated that the reason you were able to hear it was because the vibrations went through the suit and into the microphone, right? But I have an opposing thing for this, so you could think about it. When you see the ship landing on the moon and they're inside it, they're recording, you can't hear the engine. Like, you can't hear it, right? So think about it. You have this freaking this big old thruster that is vibrating sound, right? And vibrating. Why isn't that doing the same thing that, they're claiming?
Actually, hold on a second. I gotta stop you right there. That's technically not an argument right there, because I'm not entirely an expert on this myself, but I'm pretty sure with the way that the story, and it is just a fairy tale story, I don't believe it myself, but with the way that they say that they went to the moon, the vast majority of the time, I think the thrusters weren't going. It's just to get yourself going, and then you
at
drift on the
landing.
way there.
I'm talking
That
about at
doesn't-
landing.
although
They had the
it's just
thrusters.
fairy tales anyway.
No, but you have to understand something. During the whole thing, when they're landing and they have to turn the thrusters on, the cameras are on, and that's my point. That you can't ever hear the thrusters.
They're not actually thrusters.
Yeah,
it's just
I
air.
didn't know you meant at that point.
When they're actually landing, they're not. It's not fire thrusters.
Yeah,
it's air.
nothing necessity. My argument wasn't that the thrusters were on the whole time. My argument was that when the thrusters come on, it could be for 10 minutes, for 5 minutes, anytime. Like there was no time we actually knew when the thrusters were on. Like like you couldn't tell through the sound. That's my whole point. Is that you never heard any sound. So the same argument that they're saying why they were able to hear them hammering something, it should apply to this instant. That's all I'm saying. And you don't hear it. You don't hear the thrusters at all.
Jose, I can grant you everything that you're telling me, right? That these are all reasons why you believe it didn't happen. What I personally cannot, I could grant you all of that. I could say we never ever saw, the videos and everything were all constructed in a soundstage somewhere because for some reason, we weren't able to capture the actual, the moment we landed, okay? And I could say we filmed the whole thing in a studio, but that wouldn't mean that it didn't happen. You know what I mean? What it means is
There we are.
the video that we have wasn't actually shot live.
So you're saying it's okay to lie to children, though? You think it's okay to abuse
No. Hold on. Wait. Just hold on a second, guys. I've been meaning to talk here for a while. Yes, putting all this stuff aside that's been talked about for the last 20 minutes or so, there is one thing in particular that allows you the ability to know for sure that we did not go to the moon. And that is that they claim that it's an object in the vacuum of space. And we know that the vacuum of space cannot exist. So this place that they're talking about in the vacuum of space, we can't go there. And so since we know that you cannot have gas pressure without a container or a vacuum without a container, and you cannot have a vacuum next to gas pressure without a solid barrier, we know for sure, 100%, that that's not a place you can go to. So when I say that I know that it was fake, it's not that I think it's fake. It's not that I believe it's fake. No. Don't misunderstand me here. I know that it's fake because you cannot have gas pressure without a container unless you have evidence to the contrary.
Oh, absolutely, man. But we're taking this to Narnia first and destroying Narnia.
Well, first of all,
that's the home run. That was the home run, bro. You went a little early with the home run.
But first of all, space is not a perfect vacuum. Just leave that.
Well, yeah.
It wouldn't need to be to not exist in the way they describe it.
There still is atmosphere that goes. Atmosphere goes all the way out past the moon. Okay. So
yeah, well, they do claim that at the moon level, it's about around between. I think at the moon, I forgot how much the moon is, but I know of when we get into space where they claim the Kármán line is roughly, it's debated between 60 to 70 miles. They say it's 10 to the -6 torr, and deep space is 10 to the -17 torr. I would say the moon would be somewhere between obviously deep space and 10 to the -6 torr. I don't remember the number right off the top of my head. It's been a minute since I've been on here. I'll have to look it up.
Basically, if you look at it like this, here on Earth, where we're standing, there is a certain amount of air pressure. The higher you go, the lesser the air pressure goes. You go to the top of Mount Everest, it's very difficult to breathe on top of Mount Everest. You go out into a commercial airliner,
gradient.
You can almost not breathe at that altitude.
Yeah, you'll get hypoxia.
You just keep going. You just keep going higher and higher and higher. You see it, and then eventually you come to the part where there's hardly anything up there. So when you're saying
Imagination Land.
Oh, okay. I guess
the limit's 380,000 feet. The limit happened in the 60s with the X-15. The limit isn't even 400,000 feet. That's the highest they can go. Sorry.
So I need to point out something to this guy here. Before we say anything more in the discussion, I need to point out something to this guy. So in algebraic terms, gas pressure is X, and the gas pressure gradient is delta X. You cannot have delta X without X coming first. So you cannot have the gas pressure gradient without gas pressure first. and you cannot have gas pressure without a container. So since we have gas pressure here and we have a gas pressure gradient, that means that by definition, we are inside a container, unless you have evidence to the contrary, that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Yes, and I cannot look it up. I know that's going to be the first thing. I cannot look it up because I'm driving. There is a demonstration. I know you can look it up because I have seen
I'm
it.
just making stuff up again.
No, I'm not making it up. You can look it up. There is
Gas pressure without a container. I can't
There
wait
you
to see.
go. Yeah, just look that up.
Absolutely insane. We have for 4 years. Yeah, we've been doing this a long time. Sorry, buddy.
Fight the
Not
flat
real.
Earth
Sorry.
is showing.
Yeah, he's a nutcase. Yeah, he's a psychopath just like you. Yeah.
Was it a
You
YouTube
guys are
video?
insane.
Was it a YouTube video?
He has shown the video. There is a device.
You're
That's how
roboting,
Ryan really
Robert.
sounds. That's really
You're
how he sounds too.
You're
Was
roboting.
it a YouTube video or what? That's what I wanted to know, Robert. YouTube video?
Yes, he said it was. Who was the guy again? Simon Dan or something? Who he's...
Fight the Fat Earth.
Yeah, fight
Oh
the
God,
Titan.
that guy's a clown. He's a fucking
Yeah,
clown.
is he the guy that used 2 containers and said you don't need gas pressure without a container because you used 2?
Yeah, that's the guy. But you know, the really funny part is that he learned that from watching a YouTube video 10 minutes after complaining that we learned something from watching a YouTube video.
So does the video exist? So does the video exist?
Yeah, the video exists, but he used 2 containers to prove that you don't need a container to have gas pressure without a container.
Well, see, I wish I could demonstrate it for you, but there's no possible way that I can. I mean, you know what I mean? I would,
Yeah, I know, because you gotta have propane accessories in order to buy propane. There's no way that you're gonna come to me and say, Hank, I need some propane, bro. I'm gonna grill for the wife. And I say, okay, where's your tank? And you say, I don't need a tank. Right? Just put it in my hands. Right? I'll take it home, put it in my grill. I'm gonna be like, dude, you're fucking insane, bro. You have to buy propane accessories every time. Or you have to bring your own tank.
Oh, okay, so then how is the air we're breathing right now being contained?
That's the question. That's the thing in question. So you can't use that as evidence. That's the very thing in question.
I'm asking what is your reasoning
That's
for
that's the
air?
point. We're not in outer space. That's how we can breathe because we're not in outer space. There's no other choice.
Enclosed system. It's closed.
What? So there's a cannon, like a dome? Are we in a snow globe?
It's
There you
possibly.
go.
Who knows? It's possible.
That's
But we'll
called
tell you this,
speculation.
man. The necessary antecedent, like they're saying, to gas pressure is containment. You know, you need the gases need to exert, on all directions, omnidirectional, and they bounce on the walls of its container, and that's how you get pressure.
Okay, so
But Robert, didn't you just say that the moon landing could be fake, but it doesn't mean they really didn't go there? Didn't you just make that claim?
no, what I said was the footage, all the foot. I was granting Jose all the footage that we've seen could be fake, but that doesn't mean that we didn't go there.
Right. So you're saying it's okay to abuse millions of children with a lie. That's what you're saying.
Well, I'm not saying it's okay to do anything. I'm saying the
Right,
footage.
what are you trying to say then? So you're saying that, okay, so that's the point. We're saying they lied, so it's wrong, which is a perverted crime against humanity
Have you ever
and millions of children. And now you're saying that, they could have lied, but it doesn't mean they didn't go, which still means you're still conceding to the fact that they've lied to millions of children. Which is
Are
child
you
abuse on a
feeling
mass
to the
scale.
emotions of children now?
No, that's the point, is that you're justifying abusing millions of children. You're okay with that. That's what
Abusing
you're
children. Abusing.
Yes, that's what you're okay with. You're saying it's okay they
abusing
lied to
children.
millions of children. That's what you're pushing. Yes, you're pushing this idea and saying it's okay that they lied to millions of children because we actually took another flight to the moon. That's what you're saying.
Have you ever seen
Congratulations.
have you ever seen a video or a diagram of where someone has shown the molten core of the Earth, how they section out cut the Earth in half, and they show
That's also that's also
okay,
child
now
abuse.
that's
That's
a
also
child
child
diagram.
abuse. Yep.
Okay, hold on.
That's child
That-
abuse
but
as well. Yep.
That's not actually the core of the Earth, is it?
No
Now, do you
kidding.
feel-
There is no such thing. Yes, it's
Now,
Narnia. Yeah,
now,
it's
do you-
not
now-
real. It's child
now,
abuse.
do you
Yep.
feel abused because you found out that was a diagram,
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that
CGI?
no. The whole point is that this is a perfect example that Globers think it's okay to lie to millions of children. That's all my claim is, and you're disproving my claim. That's all. Thank
Well,
you.
then
We
we should
only
get rid of
dug
all.
8 miles.
Then we should get rid of
Yeah,
all movies.
we should get rid of all the shit that we can't prove and
All
stop
movies
teaching
and-
it to children.
Yeah,
Not all
take-
movies,
yes,
right?
Take away. Movies are
Listen,
lies.
listen, bro. We only dug 8 miles. So is your guess just as good as mine? What's down there? Because science means knowledge, right? Whenever we tell kids they're going to science class, it's not like going to English class, right, where they learn about Harry Potter or Romeo and Juliet. When they go to science class, they're told this is indisputable facts, right? Because it's knowledge class. Science means knowledge. When we show them a cutout of the Earth, no one's ever dug below 8 miles. So everything below 8 miles is a question mark. And to show them something that isn't real, it's just a theory, you have to tell them it's a theory. And if you don't tell them it's a theory,
Correct.
it's dishonest.
It's abuse. Serious abuse. It really is. It destroys their mind, and that's why we have so many criminals in this society, and we kill 10,000 unborn babies a day in North America because we think we're monkeys on a ball, Robert, and you're saying it's okay to lie to the children. Thanks.
But I don't consider it lying. So, yeah.
I know that no criminal considers it lying. That's the point. You're the evidence. You're literally a spitting image of what happens to a society that is destroyed mentally and spiritually by this globe religion. Thank you.
Hey, you guys, real quick, can we talk about the connection with Disney and NASA?
Sure, go ahead.
You know, how Walt Disney and Werner von Braun were like buddy, like best friends? That's not convenient, right? We can't just, film landing on the moon in Disney Studio, right? That's not possible, because that's too big of a lie, right? There's no way.
Yeah, and plus that just shows that we should really trust these people, Trish, because who wouldn't trust the Nazis? Yeah.
Exactly. And then how about all the nasty, like,
Jack Parsons?
No, the symbolism in all the Disney movies. It's disgusting. I couldn't believe it. They put that right in front. They put, sex on the globe, piece of furniture or whatever. You can clearly see it in the clouds. They put, like, I think it even had sex or something written in one of the Disney films. I can't remember. Little
Lion
Mermaid
King.
had a penis. Oh, was it Lion King? Okay, that's right, in the air. So then Little Mermaid had a penis on top of the tower or whatever castle. Like, come on, guys, really?
Yeah, that got recalled.
Yeah, our kids are watching this kind of shit, right?
I got Mandela recalled.
Wait, no
Not
way.
Mandela, just recalled.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah, that got recalled.
Crazy. Like, come on now. So they were buddy. At the same time when the whole, moon landing, whatever happened, they were friends. And Walt Disney had Disney Studios. Warner Von Braun needed something to fake a moon landing. Very convenient.
And also, there's pictures of Stanley Kubrick with the leaders of NASA, specifically the Apollo mission leaders. Stanley Kubrick is a well-known filmmaker, right? And this was before 1969 these pictures were taken. I don't know why they were hanging out in London, but apparently they had a nice little walk down the street. Also, Jack Parsons, the occult leader, he was also hanging out with Aleister Crowley. Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley. Jack Parsons is the founder of JPL, by the way, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, in California. And Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley were competing occultists, if I understand, or both occultists. And, Aleister Crowley is the guy who gave us the drawing for LAM, L-A-M, which is where we get the little green aliens with the beady eyes and the big head. And Aleister Crowley is known as the wickedest man in the world. The Beast, 666, yeah, the goat fucker. And also they were hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard, the leader of Scientology. So, if you like hanging out with Scientologists and Nazis and animal sex having occult members, right, then NASA's cool. NASA's
That sounds
hip.
like love heaven. also heaven right there. Glover heaven. That's crazy. That's too much. I didn't know about all that connection. So that is crazy. So wasn't he the one that had the picture of a supposed alien, but it was like a demon, Aleister Crowley?
Yeah,
Right?
that he Lam.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got that from practicing seances in the pyramid of Giza, and I believe. Wait, no, I think I might have got my lines crossed.
The Lem.
The Lam, Lam. Yeah, I think that happened later. I do apologize. But yeah, I'll be willing to cite my sources on what I said. I'll send it to what's his name, Robert.
You talking about Lunar Excursion Module, Lem?
No, the alien, the little demon that he drew.
Oh, okay.
Lam. Lam.
Okay.
But yeah, wizards and Nazis and Scientologists, pig fuckers or goat fuckers, sorry. Yeah, those are cool people to hang out with. Yeah, I get all my news from NASA because, reputable sources.
Yeah, I found it, Hank. I'm going to post it right now.
Oh, thank you. And be sure and send it to him because I told him that we were going to cite our sources.
Live stream voice checks. 17 minutes after the hour. There's the Lamb.
I'm literally speechless. I don't even know what to say.
Yep, that's exactly what I was talking about. Looks like a demon right there. But they call them aliens, right? Aliens, because they're cool. They live on different planets. And can talk. Like, they can communicate telepathically. You can
I
just
don't know what to say.
channel them, and they can come into you.
Well, they're already. Well, I just want to say this, Trish. They're in a lot of these Globers already. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, the aliens can come into you, no homo though.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That really does. I wouldn't doubt
I really don't want anybody coming in me.
Yeah, and Trish, that's why men act the way they do sometimes. You ever meet a guy that you just can't figure out why he acts a certain way? That's who's pulling on his heartstrings.
Yeah.
You guys believe
don't
that?
do any seances. Dude, it doesn't matter if we believe it or if you believe it. The elite believe it. Aleister Crowley was a well-connected dude. In fact, Jimmy Page bought his mansion. Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin bought his mansion when he died. So it doesn't matter if you believe in it, right? Have you not seen the cremation of care?
No.
So all of the former presidents got together and they did a ceremony, which was a satanic ritual with an owl, where they burnt an effigy of a human, which wasn't a real human, right? And this was all caught on film in the early days.
Was that in California at that one place?
Bohemian Grove. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Okay, yeah. I did see.
Wait, you're saying all the former presidents got together and burned some human?
Yeah, like Nixon. Yeah. If you haven't seen Bohemian Grove, bro, I don't know what you've been doing. You've been watching cat videos on the internet? That's been out for like over a decade.
That's all I watched is cat videos.
We can tell, yeah, or space videos, right?
Space videos are the best.
I bet you call them documentaries.
So wait. So and please don't yell at me. You guys really don't believe that 24-hour video from the ISS is real, then?
Oh, so you think clouds don't change in 24 hours? No. There's the brain damage.
No. That's why I said don't jump on me. I'm just asking. You guys believe that's
why? I know
fake?
these people. I know, but Robert, these people aren't possessed by demons. They don't think clouds stay the same for 24 hours. I've checked.
I've looked at the clouds change. What are you talking about?
It just keeps repeating, bro. You don't even have a claim. Do you think there's no aircraft on Earth? There's no boats on the water. There's no lights on the sea. There's no other satellites. If you believe that, congratulations. You just have the mind of a gnat, bro.
Oh, you think from that high up you'd be able to see a plane flying?
They, oh my gosh, I just don't understand how stupid these people are. You're the one who believes you can see it. You're the one who believes you can see the ISS from Earth, but now we can't see planes on the Earth from the ISS? Bro, you're on crack.
with the naked eye, I can see the light of the
Yes,
ISS.
there's no lights. You're not listening. Yes, at nighttime, planes have lights. There's literally 35,000 planes flying around the plane of existence. Weird, huh? Plane. Yeah, and they have lights on, and you can see them from literally 50 to 70 to 100 miles away if
Yeah,
you're
but-
above them. Just like you can see the ISS from the ground, and there's not a single aircraft on the ISS footage. That was easy.
Yeah, the lights from aircraft shine down, not up.
You're on crack, bro. We're looking at an angle. There's front lights on aircraft, bro. You're just making up excuses to hide from reality, bro. You're just a religious zealot.
They shoot
Bro, you're
down.
you've already justified it's okay to lie to millions of children, just like all atheists, bro.
Dude, you're
not going to
stupid.
win the conversation.
You're
No, you're
absolutely
retarded.
stupid.
You're a
Absolutely
perverted
stupid.
criminal. You're a perverted criminal justifying a child
you're
abuse religion,
absolutely
just like all
retarded.
atheists. That's what you're going to do. I'm going to now yield the floor to somebody else because I'm done talking to a perverted, demon-possessed retard. Thanks.
You know what confirmation bias is? You are literally the definition.
Hold on, Beta Mel.
Okay, here's the deal. We all got biases, right? So I'm going to take control of the conversation just long enough to get it calmed back down. All right, listen. If you're looking at this information, you got to look at it without the bias that you have, right? Which is difficult because you sound like you're maybe 40, 50 years old, right? So you got at least 30 good years of programming in your head, right? So you have to recognize we all used to believe the exact same thing you believed. So we all have confirmation bias, right? All of us, we're all biased in our own ways, right? Okay.
Hard not to be.
Yeah, it's hard not to be, right? We all have our own beliefs and our own experience. So the thing is that the stuff that we're giving you is just information. It might be right, it might be wrong, but all we're doing is sharing information. Now, I said I was going to cite my sources. I too am at work. I've been at work nearly all day, minus a couple hours. So when I get stopped, I'm going to share my information with you, and I'm going to send you the things about Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard.
I want you to send me everything you got. I mean, whatever you want to send me, I will look it up because I really do. That's why I'm here with you guys. I mean, if I wanted to just sit in my own echo chamber and feel good about myself, I do that. But I come over here and because I want to hear your guys' side. I want to hear. I know what I've been taught. Now I want to know the other side of the story. See what I'm saying?
Right.
But you know. I mean, but when I just don't want to when I say something, I get everybody just jumps down my throat like I'm like the worst person in the world.
Well, he is a little harsh on people when they say that it's okay to teach kids things that aren't true. But you know what? He's not all of us, right? He's just one guy. He's frustrated, right? Because he used to work for the government and he knows that they're being lied to. He doesn't want to teach children lies. That's not really too much to ask. If we're going to teach children something and we're going to be forced to pay taxes at gunpoint by the IRS, if not, we go get put in a cage and get turned into a slave according to the 13th Amendment, right? A duly convicted convict, right? That's a slave camp, right? So if we get turned into slaves for not paying taxes, the least they could do is not teach children lies. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's a theory, right, we don't need to call it a scientific theory if it's not scientific. Is that too much to ask?
Well, it depends on. It depends on some factors, like if
Do you know the difference between a theory and a scientific theory?
think something in science.
Dude, this isn't about belief or think.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I know,
Listen,
I
bro,
know.
listen. Then science should be your bedrock if you're an atheist. And if it doesn't meet the standard of science, it's just like religion. It's a belief, right? So listen, bro. Listen, bro. I'm trying to help you out.
Everything.
I know that, but I'm trying to help you out. Okay? If it's not a scientific theory, it's just a colloquial theory and has nothing to do with science, we shouldn't even call it a theory. It should be called a postulation, because that's all it is at best, is a postulation. Right? There's no evidence to back it up. Right? It's just a postulation or a guess. Dude, I'm going to send you Michio Kaku, and when you hear him say that no one in his field uses the scientific method, right, you're going to shit your pants, and you're going to be like, bro, what the
No,
hell?
didn't we have this conversation yesterday?
Oh, so I did give it to you? Yeah, you did
No,
what?
no, no. You didn't send me anything, but we did have this
Yeah,
conversation
bro, I
about
did
Michio
send you
Kaku.
something. I did send you something. Okay,
I
so
got it.
the Michio Kaku thing, if they're not teaching science, what are they teaching in science class? So you got to learn to separate, right? There's no feelings or belief in science. When we're doing science, it's all about the results, the evidence. There's no feelings, no beliefs, right? It all goes away when we're talking about science. So if there's no evidence for a molten core, right, and you have to ignore the fact that when these materials are at a temperature to where they're liquid, molten level of heat, right, they lose their magnetic properties, and therefore they could not create the Earth's shields, the magnetic fields that protect the Earth from the sun. But that's what they say, right? There's all these problems with the model, right? And all we're doing is pointing out problems with the model and saying, let's do away with this model that we keep have to do ad hoc theory after theory, like the multiverse theory. It's because of the fine tuning problem. How about the dark matter theory? It's because the galactic gravity issue, right? Every time you hear one of these crazy theories that sounds crazy, it's because there's a problem with their model and they're trying to patch it up. Name a theory that you've heard. Just a random theory.
Yeah, germ theory, theory
Okay.
of evolution. Yes.
Okay, so germ theory. So you know the mold that grows on the terminals of your car, right?
Yes.
So if you coat the entire terminal, a brand new terminal, and wire and everything with axle grease, you know that mold can't grow there, right?
Right.
So you can dump all the mold germs you want to on that terminal, and the mold cannot grow because the terrain is incorrect. That's called the terrain theory. Did you know there was a different theory?
Hank, real quick, I'm just going to point this out since one of the craziest lies was about the airplane lights. So I went ahead and posted the pictures there of how air lights on airplanes work so that other aircraft can see them and how they are all over the plane. But again, this is a perfect example of someone who just needs to blurt out and deny something they have no idea what they're talking about, because it would absolutely annihilate their idea that the ISS footage is real.
We've
So
already
that's why I
moved on
posted
from
that
that.
there.
Good,
So I had to put
good.
that footage right there
Good
because
time.
he's scared to death of it. He's just going to continue to lie habitually like all atheists do. So I'll yield the floor again.
Good job, bro.
Congratulations, Catholic priest in training.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he said I'm an atheist. Didn't he say that?
Yes.
We already
Right.
knew that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, but more than likely he doesn't even know what an atheist is.
Well, more than likely, I do.
Okay, what is an atheist? Tell us.
A person who rejects the claim that there is a God. Basically, I don't believe your claim
Is
that
the
there is a God.
definition of atheist?
Prove it to me.
Right, and you have to prove that there is no God, don't you?
No, you don't have to prove that. No,
How? Well,
The thing is, the claim.
Yeah, you do.
What, no,
If you're
what
saying
I'm
that there's
saying.
no God and there's no creation, then you have to prove that there's no God, that there's no creation.
Step up, hold on, Master Chief. Step up and tell us what you mean by I am an atheist. Tell us what you mean by that.
Meaning that I do not accept the claim that there is a God. Basically, what I'm saying is,
Okay, well, what's the alternative?
the alternative is just the natural world. Okay?
No, the alternative is that all the life forms you see here on Earth sprang up out of the rocks after it rained for millions of years. It washed down the sediments into a primordial soup, and out of this.
Hold on.
Sorry, bro.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, let him explain it because nobody. You know, we don't want to straw man. That's why that's why I'm asking you. What do you mean by I am an atheist? Tell me what you mean by that.
Meaning I have no evidence of there being a God. I am I am acceptable to evidence. Now, if I was to be shown evidence, I would accept it. See, that's some atheists will say definitely there's no God, and I say, well, if you're going to say that, you've got to prove that. Okay, I am of the opinion of I have no evidence, but if there is, I'll take a look at it, and if it makes sense, then I'll have to change my mind.
All right, cool. So you're talking about spirituality, not physical. Here we talk about physical evidence, and now
Right, I'm talking about physical. I'm talking about physical.
All right, cool. So atheism and creationism is really not involved here. We talk about physical evidence of Earth here.
Can I handle this? Can I talk to him about this? So when you say God,
because I'm trying to make him understand that there's no such thing as an atheist, but
Well,
anyway.
Well, yeah.
When you say there's no such thing as an
that's another
atheist-
point further down. That's a little more complicated, but to be a little more simple, so when you say God, would you say God and Creator are the same thing to you?
To me, God and Creator would be exactly the same thing.
All right, and so since we have gas pressure, air pressure here on Earth, we are inside a container because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So the walls of that container technically count as a creation, and you cannot have a creation without a creator by definition. So those walls, whatever they're made out of and wherever they are direct, obvious evidence of a creator.
Yeah, but you're assuming that this is a creation.
Well, no, I mean, you can't have a creation without a creator. It's a solid container, whatever it is.
Yeah, well, Orion, if it's not a creation,
how it got there is a little up for debate. I'll admit that, but
Orion,
one way or another,
Orion, are you talking over me, ignoring my mother? If it's not a creation, then what is it? I mean,
if it's not a creation.
But the thing is, we're not assuming you can have gas pressure.
All right, so where's the assumption come from? And see, we're actually, from our knowledge, we're moving backwards, trying to figure this shit out, right?
We're like, we
All
are.
right, cool.
We're stepping
All
back.
right, so if it's not created, which it's, I mean, are you smart enough to figure out how to design something like this place?
No, I am not.
Okay, well, who is?
Yep. Design a common housefly. Get back to me.
Yeah, I don't claim to be able to design anything.
Then why are you an atheist when you see creation right in front of your eyes?
Oh, see, there you go.
So you think
presuppose creation.
All right, no, I'm not claiming a god or a creator, but somebody designed this place.
Maybe wait, hold on a second. Maybe we should specify this a little bit. Let's use the words natural creation. So the fly you just talked about, that would be a natural creation, and your pocket watch would be an artificial creation.
Orion,
I think we should distinguish the difference between these two because
let him say how he came to this conclusion that he's an atheist. Come on, please.
The thing is you guys are using the word creation to ask me questions, so that presupposes it was created. And then, of course, if it was created, there would have to be a creator. I get that. I understand that. So what I'm saying to you is you can't use creation in your questions to me because we would both have to presuppose it was created. I'm not saying that it was created because I have no idea. I wasn't there. You know what I mean?
All right. You as an atheist think that it... Well, I mean, you exist, right? I mean, so...
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
No, hold on. I'm really trying to... I'm trying to figure out...
He's almost there.
Wait,
He's
who?
almost there.
Who's almost there?
You.
Go ahead.
You.
Me?
Yeah,
I mean,
the thing is
you, whatever. Fucking A.
I don't know who you're talking to here.
Now I know this
I'm trying to figure out how this atheist can't see that creation exists. I mean, how did it happen on accident? I mean, that's what you basically believe that this place in your existence, your consciousness, you're just a happenstance. You just happen to be here. By no create. no design.
I am not making any assumptions. I am not making any assertions. I'm saying I feel, it is my opinion,
Feelings.
the best, right? The best, and this is not, there's no, there is no, this is what happened. There is none of that. Not even in the atheist world do they say that. What they say is the best, the best explanation that we have right now. Okay? Meaning there could be more evidence down the road that goes in a completely different direction. But what we have right now seems to be the best explanation would be the Big Bang Theory. Okay? The theory that everything was all condensed into a singularity and it exploded, it expanded. And it is still expanding.
So that's the creation story of the atheist.
I guess if you want to use that.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Yeah, that's the creation story of the atheist.
I understand. I
I'm
can't,
quite familiar with that.
Yeah. So that's how I believe everything got here. And then one day everything will cool down again and we will.
All right, that being the point, hold on before we, because we're quite familiar with the atheist story.
Okay.
Let's start from there. I mean, do you have any physical evidence for that being the reality that we experience?
No, I do not have physical evidence that happened.
Yeah, I know, because nobody does.
Right, nobody does.
It's a story.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's what it is. It is the best explanation scientifically, not
as an atheist.
Whoa! There's no science involved. There's no science involved in the Big Bang. No one was there to observe the natural phenomenon of the Big Bang. If it doesn't pass the first step of the scientific method, it is not science.
Yeah, it's just another belief. I mean, atheism is a religion, just like, creationism is not a religion. It's observing,
Yeah, is forensics not a science?
Forensics. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Where's space forensics?
What I mean is, no one was there to observe the murder, but yet through forensics, we can determine.
Where's space? Just like Hank said, where's space forensics? Is there any physical?
Yeah, well, that would be physicists, astrophysicists, geologists.
They've never touched space.
Okay, give me one viable hypothesis that any astrophysicist has ever made, or cosmologist, or paleontologist. Give me one viable hypothesis in any of those fields.
If I can't pull it right off the top of my head, that means it's not.
No,
right?
I'll give you time to pull over. Doesn't the government have a little tracker on top of your little cab that makes you pull over once in a while?
Yeah, I already took my 30-minute break though. While I was talking to you guys earlier on my 30-minute break.
Okay, well, when you pull over next time,
I will.
Right?
I will.
Give me a viable hypothesis in theoretical astrophysics, because you can't manipulate space. It's up there. Yeah. You're down here. Right. You can't manipulate any of the variables in space.
Yeah, on top of that, in order to prove that you're on a planet to begin with, you have to have a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature to validate that claim that we're on a sphere. The things in the sky are not planets, and you're not standing on a planet.
You can't prove that there's no God.
I don't need to prove it.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't say that you can't prove there's no God. If something's not falsifiable, right, we don't need to be claiming that. But the thing about it is that if it's scientific, it is falsifiable, right? If there's a hypothesis, there has to be a null hypothesis too.
That's correct. Yes.
Right? So if you say that you can boil water by adding heat, right, the null hypothesis is if I add enough heat over a long period of time and it doesn't boil, well, then this is incorrect. So exactly. The thing about all this space stuff that you've been told, it's not science. The difference between science fiction and theoretical astrophysics is nothing. There is no difference. But we can't prove anything in space. We look up and we say, oh, the sun is made out of this, right? Helium and hydrogen, right? Because we have this thing called stellar spectroscopy, which is a bastardization of spectroscopy. But when you point the stellar spectroscopy thing up towards the sun, how do you know that you're not picking up the helium and hydrogen in the upper atmosphere and then claiming that that's what the sun is made out of? Can you remove all the helium and hydrogen in between us and the sun?
No.
No. So when they claim that the sun is made of helium and hydrogen, how the fuck do they know that?
Now, you don't think that people who do this for a living that base their reputations on this wouldn't be able to account for that? Like,
I can't prove them wrong. I
They
can't
don't
prove
base
them wrong.
they don't base their career off anything, my friend. They're threatened, paid off, or both to toe the party line.
I've heard that so many times.
It doesn't matter what you believe. That's what's going on.
That's ridiculous.
So
Yes,
wait a minute.
you
You
do
don't
think
think
it's
that
ridiculous.
lobbyists can corrupt a government by lobbying to the congressman,
Oh,
big pharma?
absolutely they can. And
Okay,
they do.
so can lobbyists corrupt a scientist when they lobby him with money, and the lobbyists come to the government? Come to the sorry, I'm tired. The professor and say, look, we'll give you a $3 million grant, right? Because you're a biologist, and we want you to find proof of evolution. You don't think he can be corrupted,
No,
right?
and you know what? No, sure, absolutely that can happen. Now, does that happen with every single scientist on the face of the earth?
No, and we're
That
not
wasn't
saying
my
it has
claim.
to.
Okay, no, but okay, now listen. Okay, now we all know. Okay, you guys are want to talk about science a lot, but I mean, you understand in the scientific community, there are no friends in the scientific community. The
Do you
scientific
know the entire scientific community?
No,
How do you know that?
But I do know the way that it works.
Apparently he
And the way
does.
that it works is that they're absolutely always in competition with each other. Okay, to
Hey,
disprove each
who
other.
cares?
That
Who
is
cares?
the biggest thing for the biggest pinnacle of a scientist's career is to disprove somebody else's work.
Are you a scientist?
No, I am not a scientist,
No.
but I do
No.
know I do know scientists. Okay, I've played
Doesn't
softball.
matter.
I played softball with astrophysicists from the Looney Laboratory at U of A, the University of Arizona. I know these guys. These guys.
I had
seriously-
lunch with Leslie Nielsen. Does that mean I was in the movie Airplane?
No, but what I'm saying
And
is,
I know
these guys-
Pinky in the Brain.
Are you just listen? Just stop
Sure,
cracking
just
wisecrack.
please stop.
All right. Fine.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is the scientific community. Yes, you are right. They can be corrupted, and there are many people that are corrupted. Okay, but to say that every single one of them are all in cahoots together is
No.
not really founded in.
We're not saying
That's
okay.
a straw man.
Okay. Now, exactly. Now, what I'm also saying is that scientists are in competition. A lot of scientists are in competition with each other. So
not really to disprove them, to be the first one for the next great breakthrough or whatever.
Right. Every scientist wants that breakthrough, that thing that nobody else has done before, or to take something that has been completely thought, for 200 years that this was the way it was, and to completely just come up with a completely different explanation for it.
You're watching too much.
Okay, give me a second. Hold on, Master
Laboratory,
Chief.
dude.
Hold on, Mr. Chief. So, since you're saying that you play with some of these astrophysicists, can you ask them whenever you get together with them again if they use a scientific method?
Yes, they don't. You don't always have to.
Thank God he's roboting. You don't know anything about what they do,
scientific
Robert.
method on everything. That's the thing. That the scientific method is.
What is the scientific method used for? You're kind of roboting, bro. Robert, you're kind of roboting.
So, did he say he knew astrophysicists? That was
He's
scientists.
Scientists or
the scientific method is used for things. Yes, like in the natural world, observations made in the natural world. Come up with a hypothesis, theory of about it.
Yeah,
okay. Don't worry about it, man. It happens. Might want to just reconnect. There he goes.
I think he did say he was driving.
Yeah, no, I think he's in his taxi cab, guys. Is that what he's doing? I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter.
I had a question for him. I wanted to ask him if he knew who created his Big Bang theory. He probably doesn't even know. but I just wanted to find out if he
And I'll bet when you tell him it was a Jesuit priest, he'll be like, "So what? Who gives a fuck? It's true, so who cares?" Well,
yeah,
We have another guy called Sleepy. I just a minute, he disappeared. Holy shit. Never mind. Continue.
no worries. He kept shooting himself in the foot, and the last bullet was when he said that he knows scientists. He plays softball with them. Someone asked a question about, okay, next time you see him, ask them if they use the scientific method. Now, there's no way he's already asked them that question, but then he started to answer as if he had already talked to his friends about whether or not they use the scientific method. Do you see what happens, folks? These people are so desperate to believe and cling on to a claim that they didn't even make and they didn't fucking research before they made the claim, that they're willing to say anything.
So we have somebody else here that's new. It's called Vividity. Hey, Vividity, you have control of your mic. You there, bud?
Yo, what's up, boys?
Girls?
Hello.
What's up, fighter? Hey, Vividity, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. What brings you to the server?
I don't know. My friend just brought me to it, and they said the live stream was interesting, so I've just been listening. And
Oh, sweet. So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth?
I'm not really sure.
That's fine. It's fine.
Well, it is interesting in here. That's for sure. Hank, what do you got to say?
I do think it's interesting.
I think shit. Never mind.
It's interesting to kind of.
No one cares what I think.
It's interesting to figure
Nope.
out what we're scanning.
I just kidding,
on,
best.
okay? That's all. Just,
Sorry, Flatter, dude. I cut you off.
why did you do that?
Reporting from the lobby, we got Simon Dan in the chat.
Nicolas Cage plays the same character in all his roles.
Hey, so Simon Dan, huh?
I don't think it's a true statement there.
Wait a sec. I smell bacon. Where we at? Where's he at?
Has he ever fought like the real shield? Simon Dan.
Has he what?
Has he come into the server? Simon Dan
know.
or the other clown? Dave?
Yeah, I don't know.
Name?
I can't stand Simon Dan. He has a punchable face.
Yeah. Yeah, but if he comes in here, he'll get fucking ruined. We'll see if he has the balls to come in here.
Yeah, we wish he would come in here.
Matthew's still in here. Matthew Learns or whatever. That's funny. His name is Matthew Learns, but he's not open to learning anything at all.
Vividity, I give you the VC Verify route. So if anytime you have any questions, you could definitely ask.
Oh, thanks.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I just was telling Vividity that she had the VC Verify road. Does she have any questions?
Oh, okay, yeah, you know.
I see Shala Rambo. He has VC Verified. Anybody spoken to him?
We tried calling on him a couple nights ago. No luck.
Yo, Rambo. Wonder if he had the Rambo voice. Oh, this might be the real Simon Dan.
Yeah, if it is, I really need him to come in here. I need a cathartic release.
I mean, let's be honest. You know he's a
AM in the
gamma. He's
morning
not going to come
for
in
him,
here.
man. It's pretty early in the morning for him. On a Monday.
He acts like it's always early in the morning for him. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right. I can't stand that dude, man. But John, have at him, man. Have at him.
Where do you guys see him? I don't see him.
He's in the lobby.
Oh, he's
He
in the
is
lobby.
VC. He is
I'm gonna go
VC
check it out.
verified. How does it measure is flat? Wow.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, that's a real Simon Dan.
All right, well, get him on in here.
I doubt that he's gonna come in here. Yeah, I don't think he's ever come into the actual voice.
Come
He's
on
not.
down.
That's pure
Earth
gambling.
is flat. Come on
Gambling.
down.
That's the one thing about these anti-flat earther glober types is that the second you say, all right, so back it up live on air, what are you waiting for? You know, if it's
Yeah.
completely obvious, come on in real quick. You can shut the server down in less than 5 minutes. Let's go. None of them do it. So to me, that's not globe proof, but it's certainly compelling evidence that they don't have a claim.
It's cuck proof. Don't be a cuck, man. Keep your ass in it.
Keep on cooking, baby.
Keep on cucking.
But honestly, if we didn't have any flat earthers and globers and also on the other side, the honest people looking to learn something or help others learn, if we didn't have any of that going on, the server wouldn't exist. So anti-flat earthers, especially you, troglodyte trolls.
Yeah, if
Please keep
Simon
coming.
Dan, is here and he actually wants to have a conversation, go 1v1 with any of the moderators here, we can schedule something. Yeah, we're up for that anytime of the day. Bring it on.
Now Helio. You know Simon Dan is not a debater.
I mean, I would rather someone else do it, but I wouldn't be I would actually. I'll talk to Simon Dan. I mean, it's just like it's so easy just to disprove his nonsense. He just throws up straw men on his stupid videos.
Yeah, I mean, I always think it's scripted, man. He's no way he'd be able to, you know.
It's like any one of us could just take him down.
Give him a super flat earther.
So, I mean, I would rather like India or Quantum Racer or freaking Wizard or some of those guys. I'd rather have them talk to him if he has the guts to come in here and actually talk to one of us.
Yeah, he's scared for that.
People were calling people were calling him out from the start. He went from like no subscribers to like 2,000 in like a day. It was like people were all over that when he first started.
Yeah, 200,000. Yeah, I mean, you can. There are sites that you can buy. You can buy subscribers in India. You can get your channel up pretty quick if you buy subscribers in India.
Hey, Helio. Hey, new perspective.
Sorry.
Right, there's a new guy here called Youngblood.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Youngblood.
What's up, Youngblood?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Youngblood? Man,
All right, so I got a question for y'all.
Why would they lie?
So
why would they lie?
No, let me ask this question.
So okay, because I don't really know like shit about like all the science, right? But if like y'all are saying the Earth is flat, then where the fuck the moon at?
Hold on.
No, I'm not even trying to go. Like I'm actually being serious.
Let me answer.
Let
this
Elbow go.
question. So, Young, where do you see the moon at?
Where in the sky?
So then, when you ask us the question, "Where's the moon at?" You just answer my question. You answered my own question. It's in the sky.
Well, I mean, shit, you're damn near right. No, but like I'm being serious because I don't know how you like.
That's Witsit.
I'm not even trying to like troll you guys. So like, if it's flat, like, I don't even know. Like, what's under us then? Is it just a rock or what's up?
The Earth doesn't move. If you're picturing a disk in space as flat Earth, you're picturing the wrong thing.
What am I supposed to picture?
Not that.
You're not supposed to picture a cartoon on TV. You might just explore the world around you and find out it's just not what they tell you.
So what should I think about?
Well, think about how the Earth doesn't move. That means it's not floating around in Narnia.
Yeah, and you've been told a story. Hold on, you've been told a story about Earth, third rock from the sun. You're spinning around the sun as it's moving around the Milky Way galaxy. This is what we were told. all of us used to believe that, but we don't believe that anymore because we don't have to, because we can actually, since we're standing on Earth, we can experience Earth as it presents itself. We don't have to believe that. Now, what the moon is, we don't know.
Is the moon
They claim to have been there. I mean, do you think that people actually launched a
No,
rocket and went to the
that
moon?
was definitely scripted on.
Okay, so you don't believe they went to the moon? All right,
No,
cool.
no
So
chance.
then we're on the same page as far as that goes. This place that you're standing on, you can actually know that you're on Earth.
Guess what the Apollo mission gave us? It gave us the picture that was allegedly taken halfway to the moon of the Earth as a sphere. And everything else that you've seen since then has been CGI Photoshop, according to Robert Simmons, the guy who made the blue marble. The image is all on all the iPhones, right? This is all Photoshop. So every time you've seen a spherical Earth, it's been cartoons or chicanery from old school movie magic, right? Where they took a porthole, you know what a porthole is, like on a ship?
Yeah.
And they pointed it down at the Earth where you can see the blue sky. And they cut out a piece of cardboard to fake the Terminator line, which makes it look like it's halfway lit and halfway dark.
Okay.
So they've been faking this stuff. And every time you've seen a spherical Earth, you've seen it on TV, in a magazine, on a computer screen. When you go outside and you actually meditate in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights, your senses will tell you that the flat, stationary Earth is what you're standing on. You don't feel any movement, even though you have very particular vestibular apparatus in your inner ear that can detect movement, rotation, and all kinds of things like that. And even the slightest change in the orbit that they tell you is elliptical will cause an inertia, and you will feel the acceleration, right? You will feel the change in your momentum, and we don't ever feel any of that. The only time the Earth moves, if there's an earthquake. That's the only time you will feel the Earth move. And the only thing you witness, your senses tell you, it's flat and stationary.
Yank, I don't think you have to meditate to actually figure that out. But yes.
That just opened my mind so much. I'm not even capping.
Somebody wanted to say at first that this sounds like Witsit.
Hey, and
like
you know
Winston
what? You know
trolling
the,
for a minute, but I don't think it is.
the best thing
It's really
about
good.
this place is no one here is trying to convince you of anything. You found us because you want to learn more about why we think the way we do, or the information we've come across. And so yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to convince yourself. Nobody here is trying to convince you of anything.
And we usually ask 3 questions, right? So I mean, they have the heliocentric models have 3 claims. And I'm gonna go with them. I'm gonna go through them with you if you want.
All right.
All right. The first claim they say is that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if it's a sphere, it has to have some kind of curvature. Has anybody demonstrated or has measured the curve of the Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I have no idea. Probably not.
Right. So then, believing that the Earth is a ball, it's a belief, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. They also say that the Earth spins about 1,000 miles in its axis.
That's
yeah. So do you know of anyone, or in the past, in the past or currently, that has detected the spin of the Earth?
That'd be pretty hard to do.
Right. So that it spins is also just, pretty much a belief.
Uh-huh.
Now the last one is that, which is one of the biggest, is that they say that we have gas pressure here on Earth, and we're next to a vacuum, right? An infinite vacuum. And as far as we know, because of the certain law of thermodynamics, that if you put low pressure next to high pressure, it will pretty much, the high pressure will move to the low pressure until everything equalizes, right?
Right.
Right. So it needs some kind of containment to stop it from going anywhere.
Like a propane tank.
Yeah, like a propane tank. If there wasn't any propane tank, the gas would disperse in all directions. Do you have anybody ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container?
Not to me.
Yeah, so those 3 claims pretty much Kills the globe.
Shit.
So how are you breathing right now if there's Earth next to a near infinite, near perfect vacuum with all that room for the gas pressure to spew out into, but there's no container?
Right.
It's like having gas pressure with no tire. You ain't got no tire, you ain't rolling around with no gas pressure.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
Cool.
It's just a new way of thinking, right? Because what they've done is they slapped the label of science on everything, right? And not everything is science. Do you know what you need for something to be science?
Are you still talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh
You
shit!
need,
What? I wasn't listening.
yeah, they slapped the label of science on everything. And in order for something to be science, it has to have three things: dependent, independent, and control variables. And without these things, it doesn't meet the criteria of natural science. And natural science is where we eliminate the variables and we can actually prove things within a certain degree of certainty, like 99.9%, right? Like if you add heat to water, right, it starts to boil. You take the heat away, it stops to boil. So we can prove, right, with a certain degree of certainty that if you add heat to water, it boils. This is how the scientific method works.
Right.
Right? So that's how you prove things, by eliminating the variables.
All right.
So if it's not falsifiable and it's not repeatable, it's not demonstratable, and it doesn't fall into those criteria, it's not science. You can call it philosophy, right? But you can't call it science.
All right. I got you.
It's going pretty easy.
Well, no, I
Almost too
never
easy.
really thought about it.
That's dope. That's good. Are you coming with an empty cup? No presuppositions on what we may or may not think. Sorry.
Damn near. Like I didn't. Yeah, I don't even know.
Go ahead, bud.
Well, I don't know. I just never thought about it like one way or the other. Like I know like what they tell us in school, but I never really was like, oh, that's how it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that was a load of bullshit what they taught you in school. Columbus didn't discover shit. There was 500 tribes already here.
That's also facts.
Right? They told us that Columbus discovered that shit, but he didn't discover shit.
Dude, Columbus never even actually reached North America.
Who even knows if that motherfucker existed? Let's get out of here with all that.
Well, even if you
1492. How the fuck do you know?
Yeah, who knows? But the story. I mean, if you go by the story, he never actually reached North America. The United
Think about
States
this.
of
In the
America.
80s, they told me there's 3 states of matter, right? And we know that there's 4 states of matter. We've known about plasma way before the 80s.
Cool, brother.
Did school teach you that JFK was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald? You ever heard that before?
Are you, shit, are you still talking to me?
Yeah, bro, you're
Yeah,
on
dude.
here, right?
Hold on, we're spinning this teenager around. This is not.
Not for. I thought we were on Earth and we're talking about fucking Columbus and JFK. So I'm
No,
so.
hear me out, because I'm showing you you got taught some bullshit in school, right?
Yeah,
You're trying to
no,
stay
I
on
got you.
Those
point.
guys be from
right?
Earth, don't you worry.
Yeah,
Don't you worry. Ha! Just trust Hank Hill on this one. Them guys be from fucking Earth.
There you go. Go on, Hank. Go on, get him.
It's hard to after these two.
He was trying to get to some point.
I was so lost right there.
I was trying to get to the point, right? They said that Kennedy was killed by Oswald. Oswald never stood trial. So everybody who ever told you that shit was lying, because you're innocent until proven guilty.
Exactly. And Oswald could have done it, right? It was ballistically possible from that window, right? But that building, if you know anything about it, right, okay, any motherfucker could have been kept in that building and taken out of that building, right? He could have been sat in there, tied up to a chair, ready to be walked out after the best sharpshooter in America had done it for him. No one knows that, right? I'm not a ballistics expert, but I'm a near ballistics expert, right? Okay, it's the only claim I'll make. So I know a fuck ton about ballistics. Okay, I've seen all of the ballistics with the barrel alignment lasers. It can be done. The first shot through the sign, all of that stuff could have been done the way that the cartridges landed. You use
I'm
the exact
convinced
same
already.
rifle.
I'm convinced.
Crack villain. I mean, but you know that
It could have been done from there. Didn't
the
need the grassy
story.
knoll, that's
The
what I'm
story
saying.
is absolutely not
The
true.
story is ridiculous, though. Obviously, of
Yeah.
course, it's not true.
All right.
The Harvey Oswald didn't do it. I know that. I'm not
Real
saying
quick,
that,
I
brother.
got my bad. Were you done? Because I have one more thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my bad. Real quick, this is kind of changing the subject, but like, what y'all think like the Earth looks like? Because I'm like, I don't know what to think of it as anymore. Like, I knew it as a sphere.
I know you have like this picture in your
Youngblood, real
mind.
quick, as you see it, though. Like,
Hey,
as
can you
see it-
guys let him finish his
He
sentence,
just asked a
please?
question.
God damn.
Helio, that's it. I answered him. There you go. Okay, thanks, Helio.
Oh, Hank, go ahead, bud. Hank too.
Yeah, just go outside and look at it. Like when you go outside, the model
Well, that's the
right
thing.
is
I
not
can't
the
like.
actual thing. Yeah, are you incarcerated or something? You
Well,
go
no,
outside.
I'm saying like, I can't look at the Earth if I'm on Earth. Like, that's pretty damn hard. I can see like the terrain
Look,
around.
serious, you can actually look at Earth when you're on Earth. That's how you
The
figure
Earth is
out
the
what you're
object, bro.
experiencing.
Exactly.
But I'm saying,
Let me-
as a
go
I don't know what you call it, like a
How would
outside
you ever
perspective.
experience
Hold on,
Earth if
Helio.
you're not on
Hold on.
Earth?
Hold on, Helio. Hold on. Let
What?
me tell you what two options you got, Youngblood. All right. So the first option you got is believe sophistry and stories, cool stories and pictures from space, images from space. Right. That's your first option. To believe NASA, to believe all the government space agencies. Okay. That's your first choice. Second choice is trust your senses. Which one are you going to do?
Yeah, primary knowledge is always the best, especially when you're talking about learning something that you can't quite get your hands on. Right? Primary knowledge is like talking to the person who was there and saw it happen. Secondary knowledge is like hearing some bitch who heard another guy talk about it.
And
right?
you know what the
So
best
your
thing?
primary senses are telling you that you live. Everybody feels the same. Everybody witnesses the same thing. That you live on a flat stationary plane. Bro, get that mute button or hold it in, bro. Hold it in. But listen, what I'm trying to say is what secondary knowledge has convinced you to throw away your primary knowledge that is telling you the Earth is flat and stationary?
That's a good question, Hank. So yeah, answer that one.
Well, what was the question?
What
just
secondary knowledge? It's all right. It's all right. What secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge, what your senses tell you, is that the Earth is flat stationary? What secondary knowledge has convinced you to throw away your primary knowledge?
Do you
All right,
feel
I'm
that
gonna
you're
keep it
on a
real with
sphere?
you. That question made zero sense to me. You're gonna have to dumb it down a little.
Here, let me dumb it down.
All
Let
right,
me
I
dumb it
can
down.
dumb it. I can dumb it down. When you walk
Okay, Helio.
outside, when you walk outside your door from your house,
right?
You walk down the street. Let's assume you're close to an ocean, right? And you walk to the ocean and you see the horizon. That shit
Right.
looks flat. It looks flat, right?
No. I'm yeah.
All right, cool. Why would you let anyone tell you that it's not flat?
Well, I mean, I really haven't, honestly.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it looks flat, so why isn't it? I mean, someone, like, if you go to school, they're going to tell you that you live on a globe and it looks flat because it's this size, and then you're going to have to judge by this. Well, it's so big that you wouldn't. It looks flat because it's a globe, but you're so small and little, and you're a little person on this globe, and it just looks
Ron
flat.
Jeremy fallacy.
Yeah. So anyway, so where do you stand on this topic?
Well, that's why I came here, because I really didn't know which way to go, one or the other.
Well, hey, we're telling you, you can believe your own eyes. You can walk out across this earth.
And here's the thing: it's not a
and
belief when it's
believe
your
your
own
own
senses.
eyes.
It's not even a belief at that point, Helio.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
that
you can
is the fact of
experience
the
it.
matter. What you are seeing is the thing that is there. Now your eyes can obviously be tricked, but that's why we say use all your senses.
No, your mind can be tricked, but Your experience cannot.
Okay.
Yeah, your mind
Perhaps.
can be tricked. Well, I mean,
Anyway.
yeah, your physical.
Hold on. Let's let him
experience-
respond. Let's let him respond, guys.
Yeah, go
please.
ahead.
Well, I have nothing to really say, but I see what you're saying, but I have nothing.
Right.
To,
So, would you rather trust your senses or somebody else? Right.
My senses, obviously.
There you go. There you go. That's the one. Well,
Have you ever experienced the globe Earth?
No, not really.
Yeah, me either.
Joe, there we go.
You've seen it on TV,
Okay.
though.
we're done jumping on you, kid.
Actually, I
So
have
what do you
one more
think?
thing. So
Yeah,
real
go ahead.
quick. So I'm not trying to like. I'm actually like just curious, honestly. It's like, are all like space images fake or?
Okay, I have a
don't
question
know.
to answer that. If I may answer with a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, first we know that they have photoshopped at least one image, and that is the image that was on every Apple iPhone in 2003, the first generation Apple iPhones. Okay, the blue marble, right? That was the background, default background for all of those cell phones. However, millions of people got that. Now, the guy, Robert Simmons, who works for NASA, you can look this up. Maybe somebody can be nice enough to post all those memes and links and shit about this guy. We know a lot about his work at NASA, and specifically the part where he says, now he's referring to his work with the blue marble picture that was on everybody's initial cell phone, iPhone. He says it has to be Photoshopped. Word for word, he says, it is Photoshop. It has to be. Now, he didn't say, he didn't get through the sentence because he was fucking lying to us. But he was also telling the truth at the same time. You have to Photoshop something you can't get a real image of, okay? Why wouldn't I just go out to space like they say we can do, snap an image, and come home and show it? Why would I have to put it through any computing software? What the fuck would be the point of that? Don't you want to show people genuine images of their genuine fucking world? So it doesn't make sense to even Photoshop one of the images, let alone all of them that they do create in computers. So, okay.
And look, I want to add as well, Glatt, if anyone knows anything about the cameras that were used on the moon, right, the actual memory that was used wasn't memory, was it? It was film. Those films, even admitted by the manufacturer of the film itself and the camera makers, guess what? They do not even stand up to the radiational REMs that appear on the moon as purported by the people that apparently went there. For two, the amount of photos that they took, they would have needed like 3 weeks on the moon in order to have done so. You know anything about those cameras without even rangefinders on them at all, or viewfinders, should I say, right? All of them with perfect aperture, perfect exposure. Remember, in a medium, in an area that's completely separate to anywhere that anyone's ever been, with no replicatable light sources that we could ever replicate here on Earth, as opposed to the moon. Yet every picture was absolutely picture perfect, yet they still took that many picture perfect images with cameras that wouldn't have even been able to